Chapter 71 Little Fubao has a registered permanent residence. When Wang Xingwang arrived at the Golden Axe Gang, he was stopped by Jiang who, "Hey, Mayor, did you go to the wrong place? This is the territory of our Golden Axe Gang." Wang Xingwang was stopped by a small hall master, and he was so angry that he had nowhere to vent. But he had to say something nice now, so he prepared to go in first. "Hall Master Jiang, can you pass it on? I want to see Mr. Lu from the capital." Since Wang Xingwang became the mayor, he has never begged people so humbly. He always acted arrogantly and bossed the servants around. At this time, he felt that this was a great humiliation for him to throw his old face on the ground. But Jiang who didn't buy it. "I'm so sorry, Mayor. Our leader has told us that except for dogs and the mayor, no one else can enter the Golden Axe Gang. So please don't make things difficult for me." Wang Xingwang's face was as colorful as a dying factory. He was so angry that he clenched his fists. Although he was in turmoil, he still tried his best to remain calm and composed on the surface. Jiang who saw Wang Xingwang trying his best to suppress his anger and humiliation, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he turned and left. And before leaving, he ordered the guard not to let the mayor in. Wang Xingwang stood in the cold wind, shivering with anger, staring at Jiang who's back with red eyes, and then looked up at the plaque of the Golden Axe Gang, with a flash of viciousness in his eyes. When it was almost dawn, Lu Jingyu woke up, and Lu Chongqing, who had been watching him all night, finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the first thing Lu Jingyu did when he woke up was not to admit his mistake, but to ask for his sister. And he had to see his sister immediately. Lu Chongqing had a headache and gave Lu Jingyu a lesson. "Uncle brought you out this time to broaden your horizons, not to let you come out to recognize your sister. Your mother only has you. Where can you find a sister? You stay here honestly. Otherwise, I will send you back to the capital at dawn. You were kidnapped this time, and I haven't scolded you yet? I will teach you a lesson when you get better." Shen Qinghan immediately found a doctor to see him at night. Lu Jingyu didn't have any other serious problems, but he suffered some internal injuries, probably because he was kicked. There were purple bruises under his ribs. He had to pay attention to observation in the later stage. If there was no other discomfort, he didn't need to see a doctor. Lu Jingyu was also a little afraid of this fourth uncle. If he hadn't cried and wanted to follow his fourth uncle to study, Lu Chongqing would not have brought him out. It was still Mr. Lu who asked Lu Chongqing to bring Lu Jingyu out to broaden his horizons. Mr. Lu always believed that reading thousands of books was not as good as traveling thousands of miles. After the age of 15, the people of the Lu family will be driven out by Mr. Lu to study for 2 years. Lu Chongqing is already 20 years old this year, but he is still single. It is because he has never returned from studying abroad that Mrs. Lu can't do anything about him. If she forces him to get married, she is afraid of delaying the girl. So it has been delayed. Lu Jingyu was frightened by Lu Chongqing's threats and immediately stopped talking. He couldn't be sent back. The world outside was much more fun than in the capital, so he didn't want to go back. However, Lu Chongqing looked at the injuries on Lu Jingyu's body, and the momentum he unconsciously exuded made Shen Qinghan dare not say a word, and stood far away. Shen Qinghan promised his cousin that he would not let anyone hurt Lu Jingyu. Now that he was kidnapped under his nose, he did have an unshirkable responsibility. "Master Shen, I want to see the new mayor take office tomorrow." Lu Chongqing's tone was light, but it revealed a firmness that could not be refuted. Shen Qinghan wiped the cold sweat from his head and felt a little nervous. "Mr. Lu, it takes at least 3 days to get from Jinwu town to the prefectural city. Besides, the road is blocked by heavy snow now. It will take half a month to go back and forth." Shen Qinghan was a little embarrassed. Lu Chongqing took out a jade pendant from his body and threw it to Shen Qinghan. "Take this to the county town to find your county magistrate. This little thing has to alarm the prefect." Isn't his face too big? Shen Qinghan knew that he had misunderstood, so he quickly put the jade pendant in his pocket and prepared to rush to the county town at dawn. At dawn, Lu Jingyu pestered Lu Chongqing again to go to the prison to see his sister. Lu Chongqing had originally planned to thank the young man who saved Lu Jingyu today, so he asked people to prepare a generous gift and go together. But he was stopped by Lu Jingyu. "Fourth uncle, can you keep this gift with me first? My lifesaver is still in exile. Homeless. You are sending him so many things now, and he has to carry them with great difficulty. How troublesome. After they are settled, we will visit them and deliver the gifts in person." Isn't it more sincere? Lu Jingyu didn't want to trouble his lovely sister's family. Lu Chengxing glanced down at Lu Jingyu. When did this kid become so thoughtful? But it was not a big deal. So he agreed to Lu Jingyu. Then do you think it's appropriate for us to go and thank your lifesaver empty-handed? Why don't we wait until they are settled? And then we can go and thank them together. Lu Chengxing made the final decision. And Lu Jingyu felt like he had shot himself in the foot. Fourth uncle. Okay. No need to say more. I haven't punished you for sneaking away yesterday. You should memorize the Book of Songs and the Book of Rites at home today. Lu Jingyu immediately put on a bitter face and ran away angrily. Lu Jingyu is a rare genius in the Lu family for 100 years. He has had the ability to remember everything he has seen since he was a child. This is why Mr. Lu loves this grandson so much. Lu Chengxing took a sip of tea and continued to read the book, ignoring Lu Jingyu's temper. He knew this nephew too well, and he must have gone to memorize the book obediently at this moment. The Wan family stayed in the temporary prison for a day. When it was getting dark, a middle-aged man came to the prison with a servant. Are you prisoners from the Wan family in Beijing? The man had a low voice, a gentle face, and a refined temperament. Yes. Wang Jinshu was supported by Zhao and walked forward with his head lowered. The man was the newly appointed Mayor Qiushi. I am the new mayor of Jingwu Town. My surname is Qiu. This is the village you are going to this time. Shitsi village. Because all the villages in that area are exiled prisoners. Master Lu ordered to try to assign you to a village with a better environment. I am new to the position and don't know much about the situation. But I asked the old people in the past and learned that the people in Shitsi village are relatively kind. However, it is late tonight, so you can stay here for one night. I think the conditions here are not good. You can live in the guard house over there. These houses will be demolished tomorrow. Wang Jinshu and Zhao said gratefully, Thank you, Mayor Qiu, for your trouble. Thank you, Master Lu, for us. Mayor Qiu nodded in response, and the servant immediately handed a thin booklet to Qiushi. After Qiushi took it, he said to Wang Jinshu, I see that your number does not match the information submitted. Can I ask what the reason is? Wang Jinshu hurriedly said, It's like this. We encountered wolves, tigers, and blizzards on the way. Many people died. Now there are only so many left. Qiushi sighed silently, a little regretful. Although these people were exiled prisoners, they came to the border and at least filled the population of the border. It was a pity that so many died. After checking the names, Qiushi glanced at the little girl in Wan Erseo's arms and said, Why is there no name of this little girl on this list? Wan Erseo was so scared that she didn't know how to answer. She was afraid that these people would take Xiao Fubao away. Wan Xingmo had been secretly observing Qiushi's every move, knowing that this mayor was very different from the previous one. He asked Wan Erseo to tell the truth. He was also a little curious about Xiao Fubao's origin. After all, anyone could see that Xiao Fubao was definitely not from Wan Erseo's family. Wan Erseo whispered, We picked up this child on the way. He fell from a tree and almost drowned. My head of the family fished him out of the stream. I felt sorry for him, so I adopted him. After hearing this, Qiushi didn't say anything, but he had to register these people tomorrow. So he asked, Does the child have a name? I write it down and register them tomorrow. Otherwise the child will become an illegal resident. Wan Erseo was overjoyed when she heard this, and immediately said, Yes, yes. His full name is Wan Hao. Qiushi nodded and smiled. Yeah, it's a good name. Wan Erseo breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but kiss Xiao Fubao on the face. Xiao Fubao would soon have a household registration. Xiao Fubao also happily kissed Wan Erseo on the face, covering her face with saliva. That night, a team of soldiers came to the mayor's house in the town and surrounded the mayor's house. Chapter 72 Shitsi Village. Wang Xingwang, who had been worried, was restless at home, but no one came to find trouble. Wang Xingwang felt that he must have made a big fuss, and perhaps the Lu family in the capital did not vent their anger on him. But Wang Xingwang always liked to keep a hand in everything he did. He immediately got dressed and took a carriage to the Green Ox Gang, the enemy gang of the Golden Axe Gang. During the years when Wang Xingwang served as the mayor, he secretly colluded with the Green Ox Gang and committed many murders and robberies. The border is centered on Jingwu Town, and there are many sects and forces radiating around it. The big ones are the Golden Axe Gang and the Green Ox Gang, and the small ones such as the Fiery Sect, the Spirit Rabbit Sect, and the Crane Sect are countless. There are frictions between these forces every day, and it is not uncommon for people to break their arms and legs or even lose their lives. Wang Xingwang and Ji Zongquan, the leader of the Green Ox Gang, were sworn brothers in private. When the Golden Axe Gang did not exist, the Green Ox Gang was the only one in power, and the mayor was Wang Xingwang, a member of his family. Later, the Golden Axe Gang had the prefect as its backer, and in order to balance the forces at the border, with the tacit approval of the prefect, the Golden Axe Gang became famous overnight. Wang Xingwang took a carriage to the Green Ox Gang's territory, 10 miles southeast of Jinwu town. I don't know what Wang Xingwang and Ji Zongquan said. The two stayed in the Green Ox Gang for a whole morning. After lunch, Wang Xingwang returned to the town. But at dinner time, when he was sleeping soundly, the servant came to report, "Master, the soldiers have surrounded our house, and no one is allowed to go out. Anyone who violates the order will be killed without mercy." Wang Xingwang was shocked and sat up from the Kong and put on his clothes in a panic. "You take the people to the front first. I will follow." Wang Xingwang sent the servants away and immediately took out his bag from the Kong cabinet, which was full of gold bars and silver bills. He took the bag and ran to the back door. But as soon as he opened the back door, a long knife was placed on his neck. "Where's the mayor going? Come on. Take him down. Take him away," the head of the police shouted coldly. And someone immediately came forward to hold Wang Xingwang up and drag him away. Wang Xingwang suddenly looked like an eggplant hit by frost, with his head drooping, allowing others to drag him. And the bag under his armpit also fell to the ground with a dull sound. The head of the police picked up the bag, opened it and took a look, then immediately closed it and held it tightly in his hand. "Come here. Take all the people in this house back to the county government office and seal the house." "Yes." The next morning, Mrs. Wan got up early. Today was the day they were going to settle down, although they couldn't choose an auspicious day outside. Mrs. Wan asked Xiao Fubao last night, "My dear, do you think we can settle down tomorrow?" Xiao Fubao clapped his hands and kept saying yes. Mrs. Wan felt very happy. It seemed that their family would have a better life in the future. So early in the morning, Mrs. Wan called everyone and prepared to go to Shitsi village. "Mom, we don't know the location of Shitsi village either. How to get there?" Wan Lao San looked at the busy old lady and poured a bucket of cold water. Mrs. Wan rolled her eyes at Wan Lao San, but her hands didn't slow down at all. "The road is right under your nose. You don't know? But don't others know it?" After being scolded by Mrs. Wan Lao San scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Wan Erseo quickly dressed Xiao Fubao. Xiao Fubao was not fully awake yet, and his little head was still nodding. Wan Erseo had dressed him up in his sleep. When the group of people were all dressed and standing outside the door, the sun had risen high. Old Lady Wan asked Wan Lauer to ask for directions. Sure enough, Shitsi village was the nearest village to the town, but the location was still a bit remote. After all, this is a border, with vast land and sparse population. The villages are separated by dozens of miles, and it looks a bit lonely. Everyone walked until the sun was setting before they saw the shadow of Shitsi village. "Lauer, is that Shitsi village?" Old Lady Wan squinted at a village not far ahead. Wan Lauer walked to the front holding Xiao Fubao, looked at the independent village located in the wasteland, and said excitedly, "Mom? Yes, that is Shitsi village. We are finally here." Not only Wan Lauer was excited, but also the exiles who accompanied him. They could finally settle down. The journey lasted more than 3 months, from August to December, and they were exhausted physically and mentally. Wan Xingma supported Wan Jinshu. Xiao pulled Wan Yiru. Wan Sansa held Wan Hu. Lu led Wan Qi, and the others carried baskets and bundles, all with happy faces. When a group of people walked to the entrance of Shitsi village, the afterglow of the sunset just sprinkled in the village. Shitsi village is full of low adobe houses, with heavy thatched roofs and icicles hanging from the eaves. The houses in the village are neatly distributed in rows, and every household has opened a vegetable plot in front of and behind the house. But at this time, the vegetable plot is bare, and there is nothing. It was already dinner time, but there was no smoke from cooking in the whole village. Old Lady Wan knew that they must be so poor that they had no food to eat. When they were in the famine, they went to bed early in winter, and were not hungry when they fell asleep. "Boss, go up and knock on the door and ask, 'Where is the village chief? How can we settle down?' Ask clearly. Otherwise it's so cold. If we stay outside for a night, We will all be human icicles tomorrow morning. Old Lady One told Old Master One, who immediately put down his bag and went to the first house at the entrance of the village to knock on the door. Fellow villager, is anyone there? Old Lady One glanced at the fence door, but had nowhere to start, so she shouted at the closed door. Soon, the door was opened from the inside. An honest man, wearing a thin jacket, put his hands in his sleeves and looked at Old Master One outside the fence door. Who are you looking for? The man's equally loud voice immediately alarmed the other people in the room, and the door was opened wider, and little heads appeared from behind the man. These should be the man's children, and they looked at Juan Lauda with curious eyes. Juan Lauda smiled and said, Fellow villager, I am new here. How can I get to the village chief's house? The man understood as soon as he heard it. Juan Lauda was an exile, but he was used to it, and there was no disgust or contempt in his eyes, but turned his head and shouted to the house, Dad, there is a newcomer in our village. Juan Lauda's eyes lit up when he heard it. They were so lucky that the first house was the village chief's house. It seems that Xiao Fubao is really blessed and will settle down today. Soon, an old man with a cane came out of the house. His hair was a little gray, and there was a woman next to him who supported the old man. The old man's legs seemed to be not very good, and it was not easy for him to walk. Juan Lauda bowed to the old man across the fence. Genio, go open the door and invite the person in. Genio was the man just now, and also the son of the village chief. I know. Dad, please sit down first. I will go and invite the person in. Genio shrank his neck, put his hands in his pockets, ran to the fence door in small steps, opened the fence door, and invited Juan Lauda in. Juan Lauda bowed to Genio and nodded. Thank you, brother. Genio also responded politely, then turned around and took Juan Lauda into the house. Village chief, I am new here. My family name is Juan. The mayor said that I came to you to settle down. I will trouble you in the future. When Juan Lauda entered the house, he saw an old man sitting at the top. The old man he saw just now. The village chief looked at Juan Lauda. Juan Lauda was wearing a new set of clothes today, and Mrs. Juan said that there should be a new beginning. So she asked everyone to put on new clothes early in the morning. There were so many exiles, and it was the first time that the village chief saw someone wearing new clothes. He was a little curious about Boss One. When did you arrive in Jinwu town? The village chief asked inconspicuously. Oh, we arrived yesterday at noon. Because something went wrong, we came to settle down today. The village chief was surprised, listening to Boss One's words. They should have come yesterday. But this is not in line with the mayor's style of doing things. The mayor usually locks up the exiles for a few days. But this is the first time. Could it be that these people have some relationship with the mayor? The village chief was not easy to deal with for a while. It seems that he still needs to send his son to the town to inquire before making a decision tomorrow. After coming up with an idea, the village chief said, according to convention, people like you are assigned to Shitsi village without houses. The houses here are built by ourselves, and the government does not allocate houses. But because of your special situation, it is the 12th lunar month now, which is not suitable for building houses. The new year is coming soon, and I can't let you freeze outside. There are a few empty houses in the last row of this village, but they need a little repair before people can live in them. You can live there until the beginning of the new year, and then prepare to build a new house after the ice and snow melt. Do you have any opinions? Juan Lauda dared not have any opinions, and immediately bowed and said, Thank you for your mercy, village chief. The village chief said to his son, Take the people over first. Jin Yo nodded and made a gesture of invitation, and Juan Lauda followed Jin Yo out. The village chief suddenly remembered and asked again, How many people are here? Juan Lauda stood still and turned around and said, There are more than 20 people in total, which is considered 3 families. Juan Lauda thought for a while. Chiao and her daughter, and Wan Xingchong should be considered one family. He selfishly wanted to separate Wan Jinchu's family from Chiao's family. The village chief thought that the vacant houses were probably enough for them to live in. So he waved his hand and signaled Juan Lauda to go. The group was led by Jinyo to the last row of empty houses in the whole village. These were several families connected together. The previous owner was also a family. Later, he used his connections to be pardoned, and the house became empty. This is it. You can live here for a month or 2. You can probably get the land and build a new house in the spring of next year. After Jinyo finished speaking, He was about to turn around and leave. At this time, a woman suddenly came out of the originally vacant house. Chapter 73, dealing with Widow Wang's family. The woman was holding a basin of foot-washing water in her hand. When she saw the crowd outside the fence gate, she was stunned for a moment. And then she saw Jinyo. Jinyo also saw the woman and was shocked. "Auntie Wang, why are you here?" Widow Wang was holding a broken pottery basin in her hand, holding her waist with one hand, and said in a shrill voice, "Why can't I be here? This is my home. If I'm not at home, do I sleep on the road?" Jinyo had a headache. This shrew was a well-known shrew in Shitsi village. Many people had suffered at her hands. Jinyo said patiently, "Aunt, you don't have to fool me. This year I helped my father deal with village affairs. I know which house in the village is empty. Please move out quickly, and don't occupy other people's houses at will. If everyone in the village is like you, it will be a mess." Widow Wang snorted coldly. "I said this is my house. It is my house. I have 8 sons in my family, and they have reached the age of marriage. I have already told the village chief that I have bought all 3 houses in this row. But I am short of money. I will buy them on credit first." "What? Did your father ask you to chase them away?" Jinyo covered his head with one hand and wanted to argue. But suddenly several big men came out from the yards next to him. They surrounded them, and surrounded old lady Wan and her group in the middle. "What? These exiles want to rob our house as soon as they arrive? Then ask my fist if it agrees? Why don't you ask around? We have 8 brothers in the Wang family. Let's just go around in Shitsi village and see who dares to touch a hair of our Wang family." Jinyo looked at the people of the Wan family with some embarrassment. Old lady Wan also heard a general idea at this time. That is, these houses are the common property of the village. But now they are all occupied by the widow with many sons in front of her. And it seems that she doesn't want to give them up. And the son of the village chief seems to be quite afraid of this family. Old lady Wan glanced at the 8 men surrounding them. The oldest is already in his early 30s. And the youngest is also in his teens. Old lady Wan pushed the crowd away and stood out. "Amor, come here." Old lady Wan stood in front of the eldest of the Wang family. A thin old lady standing in front of a strong man looked particularly contrasting. If the strong man stretched out his hand, he would be able to push the old lady away with a punch. Wan Xingma could probably guess what old lady Wan was thinking. If they were to fight, these people would be nothing in his eyes. If they were to reason, old lady Wan, as a widow, was better than widow Wang in quarrels. And she also had the powerful Wan Erseo to help her. No matter how you looked at it, the other party had little chance of winning. "Grandma, I'm here." Wan Xingma didn't even add the word Wan anymore, as if old lady Wan was his real grandmother. Old lady Wan nodded. "Amor, if someone dares to fight later, you don't have to show mercy. I've also inquired about a lot of things along the way. I heard that this is the territory of the strong. I want to see if there is anyone stronger than my Amor. I didn't come before, but now that I'm here, I have to take a seat." Old lady Wan already had a clear understanding of Wan Xingma's strength. She thought that there was probably no one in this place who could compare to Wan Xingma. Since it depends on strength, why do we have to hide it and let our family members behave in a cowardly manner? She is also an exile now. Since everyone is in exile, she has also risked her life. It is still uncertain who will win. When the strong man heard what old lady Wan said, it was as if he heard a big joke. Jinyo also kept winking at old lady Wan. But old lady Wan turned her head and said to Jinyo, "Young man, thank you and the village chief today. We have found the place. It is the 3 courtyards in front of us." "Right?" Jinyo quickly took the opportunity to say, "Auntie, if it really doesn't work, you can go to someone else's house to stay for a night. Don't mess with these people." Old lady Wan didn't care at all and said, "Okay. Thank you for your kindness. But we can't implicate you. Young man, you go back first, and we will solve the rest of the things ourselves." Jinyo saw that old lady Wan didn't listen to his words at all, sighed, and left with his head down. He had to go back to tell his father about the situation here, so as to avoid these people from causing deaths as soon as they arrived. After Jinyo left, old lady Wan walked past Wang Daju and entered the yard. "You old man, come out." Wang Daju saw that old lady Wan didn't take him seriously at all and walked in without paying attention to him. He was furious and stretched out his hand to pick up old lady Wan and throw her out. But as soon as he raised his hand, his shoulder was clamped by Wan Xingma, and he did a backflip and was thrown to the ground by Wan Xingma. Seeing this, everyone in the Wan family shouted, "Good!" Xiao Fubao clapped his hands happily and kept shouting, "Bad silver! Bad silver! Beat! Beat!" Under the influence of Xiao Fubao, the other children of the Wan family could not help but raise their fists and shout, "Brother Imo! Come on! Beat them to death! Brother Imo! You beat them well!" The other sons of the Wang family saw that their eldest brother was knocked down by the opponent before they could make a move, and they shouted angrily and rushed towards Wanqingmo. In Shizi village, they always bullied others, but today they were bullied by the newcomers. How could the pillars of the Wang family swallow this breath? Wang Erzhu clenched his fist and hit Wanqingmo in the face. Wanqingmo turned sideways, and Wang Erzhu, because of excessive force, could not control his strength for a while, rushed straight in front of Wanqingmo, and the ground was already frozen, so he slipped and fell. Wang Sanju came up from the side and wanted to hug Wanqingmo's waist to throw him sideways, but was kicked away by Wanqingmo and fell on Wang Erzhu, who was struggling to get up. There was only a click, and Wang Erzhu's leg was broken by his brother, who flew over. Wang Siju and Wang Wuzhu both attacked Wanqingmo at the same time. Wanqingmo kicked him sideways and sent him flying into the yard. He turned around and kicked Wang Wuzhu on the chin. The two brothers rushed up quickly and flew out even faster. The remaining three little pillars were frightened by the miserable end of their brothers. They were afraid to step forward, and instead helped their brothers up. Old Lady One had already walked to Widow One, who was stunned by Wanqingmo's amazing fighting power. It wasn't until Old Lady One walked in front of her that she reacted, dropped the broken clay pot in her hand, and rushed at Old Lady One. Old Lady One was also a big shot in the village in those days. She grabbed Widow Wang's hair the moment she rushed up. Widow Wang wanted to resist in pain, but the more she struggled, the more Old Lady One killed her. Second wife One was afraid that Old Lady One would suffer, so she ran out of the crowd and came to Widow Wang without any hindrance. Third wife One also took the opportunity to run to help. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law fought against Widow Wang, who had no power to resist and could only hold her head and take the beating. "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! I move now." After hearing Widow Wang say she was moving, Old Lady One stopped panting heavily. She hadn't done it for such a long time, and her hands were still a little rusty. She was panting like a cow after just a few hits. It seems that she needs to practice more in the future. Second wife. Third wife. Go in and help clean up all the things quickly. Don't delay us from moving in. It's getting dark, and we haven't eaten yet. Old Lady One deliberately emphasized the word clean up. One Urseo and one Sansaw understood and immediately walked into the house in a quick step. They saw that everything in the house was thrown out directly. Soon, a pile of rags were thrown out by the two sisters-in-law at the door of the house, and the house was quickly cleaned up. Widow Wang sat in the yard, slapping her legs and crying loudly. The originally quiet Shizi village, because of the noise made by Widow Wang's family. Neighbors all leaned out to watch the excitement. In winter, it was boring and there was no fun. Watching quarrels and fights was a good way to kill time. What's more, it was the Widow Wang family who was beaten by the new exiles, which was really gratifying. Shizi village has not been so lively for a long time, since Widow Wang and her sons were assigned to this village a few years ago. The people in this village have been bullied by this mother and son. Seeing Widow Wang and her son being beaten, they also let out a breath of anger in their hearts. Everyone cheered for the new Wang family. Good job. God has a good eye. Finally someone can deal with Widow Wang's family. That's right. Widow Wang not only occupied the houses in the village, but also robbed many people's vegetables. One of my chickens was stolen by Wang Daju, and his family refused to admit it. I saw the feathers of my chickens appearing in his yard. After hearing this, Widow Wang immediately turned her gun and cursed at the woman. Bullshit. Why do you say that the feathers are yours? Can't my chickens have the same feathers? No. My family is the only one in the village that has reared chickens. When did your family raise chickens? The whole family can't eat. And you still have food to raise chickens? Widow Wang was speechless after being scolded by the woman. However, she was really upset about being driven out in such a mess today, and she couldn't stand the popularity of the new Wang family in the village. So she provoked, "Don't be happy too soon. They can bully us today, but they may bully you tomorrow. This bastard knows kung fu and can kill people. My stupid sons are just brute force. Even if they are a little stronger, they won't kill people. Do you really think these exiles are good? Can they commit crimes? The words of Widow Wang made the villagers, who were originally watching the fun, immediately show a trace of fear. What Widow Wang said made sense. The people of the Wang family usually bullied them for trivial matters. If someone more powerful than Widow Wang's family came, how could they have a good life? They didn't dare to watch the fun anymore and dispersed. Although Widow Wang's things were thrown out, she still refused to leave the yard. Second wife. Third wife. Take this rat shit away. Don't dirty our yard. As soon as Mrs. Wang spoke, the second and third wives of Wang immediately responded. They dragged Widow Wang by one of her arms, as if she were a broken sack. As soon as she left the yard, she was thrown far away by the two sisters-in-law like garbage. Widow Wang screamed in pain on the ground. At this moment, a group of people rode on horses and galloped from the road outside the village. Chapter 74. A noble person has come to the door. There has never been a horse in Shitsi village. The whole village is so poor that there is not even a bullock cart. Now not only horses have come, but not just one, but a team. The sound of horse hooves is particularly abrupt in Shitsi village in the evening. The villagers, who were already bored, heard the noise, opened the door and walked out, standing at the gate of the yard and looking towards the village entrance. There are more than 100 households in Shitsi village. The whole village is rectangular in shape, sitting south and facing north. The whole village is divided by more than a dozen small roads. There is a row of neat houses beside each small road, and there are about a dozen courtyards in a row. The village can have such a look, which is inseparable from the credit of the village chief. The village chief is an indigenous resident here. His ancestors have been Northwest villagers for 8 generations. There are many people in this village, who are the village chief's clansmen. The first to come out is of course the village chief's family at the entrance of the village. There have been no horses in their village for many years. The village chief's grandson was still excited and screamed loudly, "Grandpa! It's horses! So many horses!" The village chief's grandson stared at the horses entering the village with sparkling eyes. He had only seen horses a few times when he followed his father to the market in the town. This time, there were so many horses at once, and he wanted to ride them and try. The village chief was supported by Jinyo and stood at the entrance of the village with a cane, looking at the newcomers with wide eyes. The villagers who were curious had already walked to the door of the village chief's house in 2s and 3s and whispered, "Who is this person? I don't know. But since I was demoted here, I have never seen anyone riding a horse in the village. These people look rich or noble." Amid the discussion of the crowd, the horse team gradually approached. There were a total of more than a dozen people, led by one big and one small. Both of them were wearing mink cloaks, fox fur hats, thick brocade robes inside, and a pair of deerskin boots on their feet. They looked very comfortable and warm. Who are these people? Looks like they are from a prominent family. Yes, they are dressed more elegantly than the mayor. Bah! Can the mayor compare to this? Not even a finger can compare. The people who came were Lu Chongqing and Lu Jingyu, followed by the newly appointed Mayor Qiu Shi, and the leader of the Golden Axe Gang Shen Qinghan. Behind them were the people from the Golden Axe Gang who came to protect Lu Chongqing and Lu Jingyu. Shen Qinghan was afraid that something might happen again, so he sent people to protect them. The group dismounted at the entrance of the village. Lu Chongqing led the horse to the door of the village chief's house. Seeing that the village chief was wearing thin clothes and leaning on a cane, he asked, "Old man, I'm sorry to bother you. Is there a group of new villagers who were settled in your village today? I wonder where those people are now." The village chief was a little reserved. After all, he had never seen such a rich young man. He was also careful when speaking. He bent his body unconsciously and said, "May I ask, what do you want with these people?" "A group of new villagers did come today. I have asked my son Jinyo to take them to the vacant temporary house for settlement. Those people are my nephew's lifesavers. We came here to thank their family. Can you please find someone to lead us?" Lu Chongqing glanced at the crowd watching and deliberately raised his voice. In fact, he did this to prevent the Wan family from being bullied in the village. It was also an invisible support for the Wan family, so that the villagers in the village would think twice before bullying the Wan family. Jinyo handed the village chief to his son, and hurried forward and said, "Sir, I know the way. I will lead the way for you. In that case, I will trouble you, big brother." Lu Chongqing was gentle and polite, which made Jinyo's restraint disappear a lot. Jinyo smiled honestly and walked forward first, but thinking that when he came back just now, the widow Wang's family seemed to be still entangled, He prepared to remind Lu Chongqing and others in advance. He followed behind Lu Chongqing a little slower, and reminded him in advance every time he needed to turn a corner, saying as he walked, "I just came back from there. But they just had some small troubles over there. I wonder if they have solved it now." "What? What troubles?" Lu Jingyu was anxious when he heard it. He wished he could grow 2 wings and fly over immediately. Upon hearing this, Jinyo quickly turned around and explained to Lu Jingyu, "Young master, don't worry. There is a widow in our village, who is notoriously difficult to deal with. Although she is difficult to deal with, she just relies on the fact that she has many sons and bullies the few with her numbers. However, no one has ever died." Jinyo heard that people would die from time to time in other villages. But their village was relatively peaceful under the leadership of his father, which has always been something he is proud of. Xiosher also interrupted at this time and said, "Who is the village chief of your village? Don't you care about these village affairs?" Jinyo looked at Xiosher and saw that it was a strange face. But this person actually had some similar temperament to this noble young man, and both had some elegance. So he also accompanied carefully, "The village chief is my father. Because my father is not in good health this year and broke his leg, I am temporarily in charge of the village affairs. It's just that I don't have great talent, and I can't make the widow one's family quiet. I am really ashamed. That's indeed a bit incompetent. But I have some self-awareness," Lu Jingyu said without hesitation. Jinyo was already nervous. But now, he was called incompetent by a child in front of so many people. And his face was a little embarrassed. What's more, there were so many people around watching the excitement. Jinyo immediately blushed from his ears to his neck, and he wanted to find a hole to hide in. But he couldn't get angry, so he could only endure it. Lu Chongqing immediately turned his head and scolded Lu Jingyu. "Jingyu, don't be rude." Lu Jingyu pouted, didn't say anything shocking, and slowly followed behind. Xiosher felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. So he coughed and said, "I am the new mayor. My surname is Chiu. If there is anything in the future, your village can directly come to me for handover." Jinyo was finally rescued from the embarrassment by Xiosher. But he was also shocked. Who are these people? Even the mayor accompanied them in person. Jinyo was originally told by his father to go to the town to inquire about the situation tomorrow. But now it seems that it is not necessary. No wonder the one family was sent to their village not long after being detained. It turned out that the mayor was changed. But he could not find out why the mayor was changed. "Meet the mayor." Jinyo hurriedly saluted Xiosher. Xiosher nodded very politely. Jinyo did not have time to say a few more words to the mayor. As soon as they turned a corner, Lu Jingyu saw that Mrs. Wan and her group were standing in the yard, cursing with people outside the yard. It was mainly Mrs. Wan and Mrs. Wan's second wife, who were cursing at the old woman outside the yard. There were also several tall men around the old woman, but they were all looking at Mrs. Wan's family with anger. But they did not dare to step forward, and their eyes were full of timidity. "Sister, grandma, aunt, uncle, brother Mo, I'm here." Lu Jingyu and old lady Wan and others have only been together for more than a day. But in Lu Jingyu's heart, these people are like his relatives. They have beaten servants together, and eaten roasted sweet potatoes together. These are experiences he has never had before. The Wan family was attracted by the joyful shouts of the children. Widow Wang also looked at a group of gorgeously dressed people, who suddenly appeared not far away. These people didn't look easy to mess with. Widow Wang only took a look and heard Lu Jingyu greet these new exiles so affectionately. She immediately understood the situation in her heart. If they didn't leave, they would suffer. This was also her experience of fighting for many years. So Widow Wang turned her eyes and stopped scolding. She pushed Wang Daju next to her. "Daju, hurry up and pick up all our things. These people are not easy to deal with. Let's go back and slowly make plans. Anyway, I have never suffered a loss in this village. This time, I was defeated by these new criminals. I can't swallow this breath. We will take revenge when they are all asleep at night." Wang Daju felt that what his mother said made sense. So he nodded and told his brothers to leave quickly. Seeing that these people finally left, Mrs. Wan spat at the back of Widow Wang. "Don't you see what you are? Dare to fight me?" Without the disgust of Widow Wang, Mrs. Wan felt relieved and immediately took her sons out of the yard. Through Wan Qingmo's analysis to Mrs. Wan yesterday, Mrs. Wan knew that Lu Jingyu's status was so high. She wanted to gain a foothold in this new village immediately. So she had to rely on this guy temporarily. Mrs. Wan was still thinking that she would never see this little guy again. But she didn't expect that the little guy would come to see them when it was dark. Old lady one sighed. My Fubao is right. It is time to settle down. Isn't it time for a nobleman to come to our house? Zhao and Wan Qingma did not move. They had not yet adapted to this kind of flattering status. After all, they had been flattered for decades. Even though they were prisoners now, the pride in their hearts still made it difficult for them to lower their noble heads. Wan Jinshu adapted quickly. He had experienced life and death on the battlefield and had long since become indifferent to fame and fortune. Only a passion to defend his country supported him to survive. If he had not been a bad judge of people, he would have been a man of steel. Old lady one welcomed Lu Jingyu and others into the yard, but saw more and more people gathering outside the yard to watch the excitement. Chapter 75 Deja Vu. Old lady one looked at the crowd outside, and her eyes revealed a look of scrutiny. Among these people, there were exiles, local natives, and people who had fled from famine, with various identities. Their ideas were also very different. The natives were simply curious. After all, they rarely saw such nobles. They heard that a noble had come to the village, so they came to see the excitement. The exiles had a purpose. It was not easy for a noble to come to the village. Could they take this opportunity to get in touch and leave the village? The villagers who were watching had different thoughts. Old lady one just glanced at the villagers outside, and then welcomed Lu Jingyu and Lu Chongqing into the house. It was also the first time for old lady one to enter the new house, and she was not clear about the furnishings inside. As soon as they entered the house, they felt the darkness in front of them. Old lady one rubbed her hands in embarrassment, and said with an awkward smile, Mr. Lu, I am really neglectful. We have just settled down and have nothing at home. I am sorry for you. There is not even a light. You. Before old lady one finished her words, Lu Jingyu hurriedly shouted outside, Hurry up and buy some dry firewood and candles from the village. Shen Qinghan immediately waved his hand and asked his subordinates to hurry up. Old lady one was about to stop him, but was attracted by Lu Chongqing's words. Lu Chongqing said indifferently, Old man, you don't have to be polite. You just moved in, and there are many places that need to be sorted. It's dark now, and we can't disturb you anymore. This time we come here to thank you for saving my Jingyu's life. These gifts are not respect, but I hope you will accept them. After Lu Chongqing said this, Shen Qinghan immediately asked people to bring in the gifts. They rode nearly 20 horses, and each horse brought some things. Soon, a group of people rushed into the low thatched house. They all held gifts in their hands, but there was really no place to put them. None of the tables, chairs, and benches in the house was a complete piece of furniture. They were either broken into big holes or missing arms and legs, and looked very shabby. Old lady one wanted to be polite, but Xiao Fubao clapped his hands and laughed at this time. Cool. Baby. Baby. Second wife one had already figured out Xiao Fubao temper. Whenever she couldn't name a good thing, but wanted it, she would use the word baby instead, which meant that she wanted it. As expected, Xiao Fubao said again, Liang, want a baby. Only then did Lu Chongqing notice the little girl in Wan Erseo's arms. He also wanted to see what this little sister that his stinky boy liked looked like. But the light in the house was dim at this time, and Lu Chongqing could only see a rough appearance. Xiao Fubao was clapping his hands at this time, with a pair of big blinking eyes, a little mouth slightly open, and his eyes staring straight at the gifts in the hands of the servants. Lu Chongqing narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw it. In the dim light, why did the little doll look so familiar to him? Where did he seem to have seen her? To be precise, he did not see the little doll herself, but a woman who looked very similar to the little doll. The general outline of her eyebrows and eyes was just like carved out of the same mold. Lu Chongqing had basically seen everyone in the Wan family in the yard just now. But although the appearance of everyone in the Wan family was also outstanding, none of them could match half of this little girl, which showed that this little girl was not a biological child of this family. Lu Chongqing observed calmly and did not say anything. He smiled gently and looked at Xiao Fubao and said, Is this the sister that my nephew has been thinking about? This girl is really smart. The old lady is so lucky. When Mrs. Wan heard Lu Chongqing praising Xiao Fubao, she smiled so hard that her teeth were not visible. She was 10,000 times happier than praising her. Mr. Lu is right. My little Fubao is beautiful. She is also the only girl in my family. Our Wan family has given birth to many men, but we can't even give birth to a little girl. It's not easy for the second daughter-in-law to get a little girl. This is the treasure of our whole family. Mrs. Wan did not hide her love for Xiao Fubao at all. And she said this love in public, so that others could also feel that the old lady's love for this little granddaughter was unique. Lu Chongqing didn't get the answer he wanted. But he was not in a hurry. This little girl had nothing to do with him. He had traveled to too many places and met many people from different countries. It was understandable that he could not remember the identity and name of some people after meeting them. Lu Chongqing did not bother about Xiao Fubao's identity anymore. Instead, he said to Old Lady Wan, "Congratulations, old lady. But it's getting late. We will leave first and won't bother you anymore. We will set off for the capital city tomorrow. If anyone messes with you in the future, you can go to the Golden Axe Gang or the mayor. They will help you." Shen Qinghan and Qiushi both nodded with a smile. Qiushi even said, "Old lady, if you have any difficulties, just let your family come to the town to find me. I will leave the address for you later." When Mrs. Wan heard this, she was overjoyed. Isn't this equivalent to finding two strong people for her family at the border? In the future, as long as their family does not cause trouble, they can walk sideways at the border. Mrs. Wan hurriedly thanked them, with a sincere look on her face. "Thank you, Mr. Lu. Thank you, the mayor. Thank you, Boss Shen. But Mr. Lu must be careful when he goes to the capital. It is the end of the year, and it is winter. The world outside is in chaos." Lu Chongqing smiled slightly and nodded gently to express his gratitude. Wan Lao hurriedly asked the servant to take the gift to the Kong inside. There was not even a Kong mat on the Kong. It was all yellow mud. But there was no other way. This was the only place in the house where things could be placed. The servant piled all the things on the Kong, and it was as high as a small mountain. Wan Lao was secretly shocked. How much would these things cost? But looking at Lu Chongqing's clothes, you can tell that he is not short of this little money. After Lu Chongqing and Old Lady Wan said goodbye and prepared to leave, Lu Jingyu refused. "Fourth uncle, I don't want to leave. We are going to my aunt's house tomorrow. Isn't it just to celebrate the new year? It doesn't matter where we celebrate it. I want to stay and spend it with my little sister." When Xiao Fubao heard this, he quickly stretched out his arms to Lu Jingyu, opened his little mouth, and shouted in a baby voice, "Gua gua. Hug me." Lu Jingyu couldn't stand such a cute and soft girl. He was immediately captured by Xiao Fubao's cuteness. He broke away from Lu Chongqing's hand and ran toward Xiao Fubao. Lu Chongqing despised this nephew in his heart. He usually pretended to be an old man in the Lu mansion. He was steady and a little arrogant. He didn't let the maid serve him or touch his things. Now he looked so ugly. Lu Jingyu held little Fubao tightly in his arms. After all, little Fubao was over 1 year old, while Lu Jingyu was only 8 years old. Second sister Wan was worried that Lu Jingyu would drop little Fubao on the ground, so she carefully held him up from behind with her hands. Lu Chongqing felt that Lu Jingyu was really embarrassing. Although the Lu family had no biological sister, there were many sisters in the side branches, but he never even looked at them. "Jingyu, stop making trouble. It's getting late. We can't disturb the rest of our benefactor's family. Come here quickly." Lu Chongqing's tone was a little reprimanding. Old Lady Wan hurriedly said, "It's okay. It's okay. If the young master doesn't mind, stay. Everyone stay for dinner." Although Old Lady Wan said so, third sister Wan had already looked at the kitchen. There was nothing here. Only the big iron pot they brought. And there was not even dry firewood in the kitchen. Lu Chongqing is not a child. And of course, he is not as ignorant of the ways of the world as Lu Jingyu. How can he stay here when the house is bare? Seeing Lu Jingyu holding little Fubao tightly, he wanted to take the opportunity to kiss her face, but was seen by Wan Lao, who had been staring at him, and quickly snatched little Fubao away. "Well, young master, don't get tired. I'll hold her for a while." After Wan Lao held little Fubao in his arms, his heart finally settled down. How could his daughter let a man from another family kiss her? How could this be? Lu Jingyu didn't kiss the sweet and soft little sister, and couldn't help feeling a little lonely in his heart. Lu Chongqing directly grabbed Lu Jingyu's collar and lifted her up. "Hurry up and leave. If you want to come, we come again after the new year. Have you forgotten the etiquette your grandfather taught you?" Lu Jingyu fluttered her arms, and was reluctantly pulled away by Lu Chongqing. Lu Chongqing hurriedly said goodbye to Grandma Wan and her family, fearing that his eldest nephew would do something weird again. Grandma Wan and her family sent the man out, and the villagers outside had not yet dispersed. Seeing the nobleman coming out, everyone spontaneously made way for him. At this time, An old man in tattered clothes came forward and knelt down in front of Lu Chongqing. Chapter 76 Selecting a House. The old man had a sallow complexion, a thin body, and gray hair. No one could tell that he was a middle-aged man in his 40s. "My lord, may I ask if you are the fourth master of the Lu family?" Lu Chongqing lowered his eyes and looked at the old man, frowning slightly. Shen Qinghan immediately pulled the man away and shouted, "Anyone dares to approach, get out of here quickly. Can you stop our fourth master Lu?" The old man was pulled away by several servants with his mouth covered. He did not struggle at all and looked gloomy. Lu Chongqing did not stay any longer. He had been traveling outside for many years and had seen everything in the world. He had a scale in his heart about what he could and could not do. After this little episode, Lu Chongqing took Lu Jingyu out of the village. The old man was still kneeling in the cold wind, looking at the direction where everyone disappeared with a trace of loneliness in his eyes. On the way back, Lu Jingyu angrily said to Lu Chongqing, "Fourth uncle, you can ask me to go back with you, but you have to help me do something." Lu Chongqing didn't even look at Lu Jingyu. This kid has learned to bargain. It seems that he has really been spoiled. He must temper his temper. Seeing that his fourth uncle ignored him with a cold face, Lu Jingyu knew that he was indeed a bit foolish this time. So he quickly changed his tactics. "Uncle, although we gave a lot of things to our benefactor, they are not practical. You saw it just now. The house is so shabby. How uncomfortable would my fairy-like sister be living in it? There is not a single decent piece of furniture in it. The most important thing is that there is not even dry firewood in such a cold day. Uncle, why don't we buy all these for them?" Lu Chongqing didn't expect this kid to be so thoughtful. And the things he thought of were indeed more practical than those he gave. But in order to take advantage of Lu Jingyu's temper, Lu Chongqing still kept silent, looking like he was keeping people at a distance. After returning to the town, Lu Jingyu was sent off by Lu Chongqing to rest. Lu Chongqing then told Shen Qinghan, "Master Shen, what Jingyu said on the road just now is not without reason. I was not thoughtful before. Tomorrow I will take Jingyu to the capital. There are a few things that need to be troubled by Master Shen and Mayor Qiu." Shen Qinghan and Qiu Shi hurriedly bowed and said, "We dare not. Please ask Master Lu to order." Lu Chongqing thought for a while and said, "First, prepare all the daily necessities they need tomorrow morning, including food, meat, eggs, dry firewood and charcoal. As for the house, it is indeed not suitable to start construction in this season. Let's wait until the spring. Second, after I leave, please take care of them. The border is too chaotic. As far as I know, the Wan family in the capital was framed. This frame up. The purpose of the people must be to root out the roots. There are many dangers in the dark, so you should be more cautious. The third thing is that little girl among them. I always feel familiar. Not like the child of their Wan family. If I remember correctly, this child looks like a woman I met in you. But that was a few years ago. At that time, the woman seemed to be unmarried. It's just that the time is a bit long, and it was only a one-time encounter. I can't remember it for a while. You just keep an eye on it secretly. I always feel that the identity of this little girl is not simple." Qiu Shi hurriedly said, "Fourth master, this little girl is indeed not their biological child." "Oh, how did you know?" As soon as Lu Chongqing spoke, he figured out the key point. Qiu Shi wanted to log in the information to register them. As expected, Qiu Shi said, "When I went to register yesterday, I found an extra person. I realized that this little girl was picked up by them on the way. Now that the fourth master said that she looked familiar, it must be true." Lu Chongqing nodded and said, "That's probably it. It's getting late. You should go back and rest." At this time, Lu Jingyu, who was hiding and eavesdropping, covered his mouth and laughed secretly. He knew that his fourth uncle was still the fourth uncle he knew. At this time, Shitzi village. More than 20 people were crowded in the low thatched house, making the house seem even more cramped. Grandma Wan took Zhao's hand and said, "Niece-in-law, look at these courtyards. Which one do you like? Choose first." Zhao knew that this was another way for Grandma Wan to thank Wan Xingma for protecting her along the way. But Zhao was not an ordinary woman. She was well versed in the ways of the world. Although Wan Xingma helped everyone escape one difficulty after another along the way, their family also received great help from Grandma Wan's family. Generally speaking, Grandma Wan's family did not owe them much. But Grandma Wan was a down-to-earth person who knew how to be grateful. She could not really rely on her identity, as Wan Qingmo's mother to choose a good house. Grandma Wan's family had many people and needed many houses. If Grandma Wan's family was allowed to choose first, the big one would definitely be left to their family. So after thinking about it, Zhao already had an idea in her mind. Zhao shook Mrs. Wan's hand and smiled. "Aunt, I see it's getting late. The children are tired today, and we are relatives after all this trip. So I won't be polite to you and pick one first. I think the one not far from this one is good. Very exquisite. And I like it very much." When Mrs. Wan came today, she took a glance at all the yards. For her, who came from a farming family, she knew how big these yards were, how many people could live in them, and what the layout was. Now when she heard about the yard that Zhao had chosen, she couldn't help but frown. That yard was separated from the current yard by another yard, and that yard only had 3 upper rooms and a wing room. If it was said that it was enough for living, it was just not that spacious. Zhao observed the expression of old lady Wan and smiled. "Aunt, your family has many people, and this house is not big enough. You can connect this yard with the one next to it and live in one yard first. We will find a way next spring." After Zhao said that, she stood up and prepared to leave. Old lady Wan knew that Zhao was doing it for the good of their family. Her family was indeed large, and her sons were married, so it was not suitable for them to squeeze into one house. And there were also several boys. Old lady Wan decided silently in her heart that since her family had benefited from housing, she must pay more attention to Zhao's family in terms of food in the future, so that they could get along for a long time. Chiao took her 2 children and followed old lady Wan's family for one night, and then see tomorrow. After sending off the Zhao family, Mrs. Wan said to Mrs. Chiao, "You can sleep with me tonight, but I am an old country woman. If you don't like me, you can find a way yourself." At this time, how could Mrs. Chiao dare to despise Mrs. Wan for being an old country woman? She had seen clearly along the way that everyone now respected Mrs. Wan, and Mrs. Wan valued Xiao Fubao the most. So Mrs. Chiao had secretly made up her mind that as long as she could please Xiao Fubao, she could gain a foothold here. "Aunt, you are joking. I am also an exile now. How can I be qualified to look down on you? I also want to thank you for taking me in." Mrs. Wan didn't know much about Chiao. Chiao was like a transparent person all the way. She followed everyone all the way to Shitsi village. All her relatives were left with only one daughter. Mrs. Wan did feel a little sympathy for Chiao, but it was just a little sympathy. They themselves were still in trouble. Wan Erseo and Wan Sansao packed up briefly, ate some dry food and went to sleep. They had been walking all day and were exhausted. Not long after they fell asleep. At this time, several sneaky figures approached quietly outside the hut. Chapter 77 Playing with Wang Daju. The quiet village. Only the north wind occasionally whistled past. A crescent moon hung in the sky, and the whole Shitsi village fell asleep under the silver moonlight. Snoring and soft whispers came from the Wan family's house. 3 figures holding fire sticks tiptoed towards the thatched house of the Wan family. "Brother, Mother asked us to light the house. How can we do this? We can't even get into the yard." "You idiot. Can this yard stop your brother? You wait." Wang Daju patted Wang Siju's head and kicked Wang Siju's leg, then walked to the gate of the courtyard of old lady Wan's house. He pulled a machete from his back, came to the fence wall, and chopped hard at the bottom of the fence wall. After each chop, Wang Daju stopped and pricked up his ears to listen. He found that the snoring in the room was not disturbed at all, so he continued to chop with confidence. When he chopped the 3rd time, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He thought it was snowing and couldn't help looking up. But he found that there was still the crescent moon in the sky and no snowflakes fell from the sky. He was startled and looked down at his neck. He saw a sword shining with cold light across his neck. Wang Daju was almost scared to death. His heart was pounding, and the machete in his hand fell to the ground. He raised his hands nervously. His eyes were full of fear. The flesh on his face was tight, and his whole body was stiff. He dared not move. He said in a trembling voice, "Hero, spare my life. I didn't do anything. Bark like a dog." A young man's voice came coldly from above his head. Wang Daju's face flashed with disbelief, thinking that this person must be teasing him. But the sword on his neck exerted a little force at this time, and he was so scared that he couldn't help but start to call out woof woof. "Woof woof. Learn to meow like a cat again." The man's voice without any emotion sounded again. Wang Daju's forehead was already covered with cold sweat. Who is this person? Why does he have this habit? However, Wang Daju didn't dare to delay and imitated a few cat calls. Meow. Meow. Learn to call like a duck. I want to hear the mother duck call. Wang Daju wanted to die. He really wanted to turn his head to see who the person behind him was. He actually teased him like this. But the sword was always across his neck, making it difficult for him to resist. If he had a little resistance, the other party seemed to be able to see through it immediately. The sword on his neck immediately moved fiercely, and he could already feel a bloodstain on his neck. Quack, quack, I'm a duck. Quack, quack. Stand up. When Wang Daju heard this, he stood up immediately, as if he had heard a pardon. He wanted to turn his head to look, but was stopped by the other party's words. Don't turn your head, or you die. Wang Daju immediately became like a pillar fixed in place, not daring to move. He pricked up his ears to hear the movement behind him, but there was dead silence behind him. Wang Daju's heart was chilled. His two brothers came with him, but now they couldn't hear any movement. Could it be? Just as Wang Daju was thinking about it, the person behind him finally spoke again. Go back and get a rope. I only give you half an incense stick of time. If you can't get it within half an incense stick, you have to collect your brother's body. Then Wang Daju heard a slight sound, and Wang Siju's voice sounded behind him. Master, spare my life. I go right away. Please don't harm my brother's life. After Wang Siju said that, he ran away. Soon Wang Siju got a rope, but the widow Wang followed behind him. While running behind him, the widow Wang asked Wang Siju, Siju, why are you running? What are you doing with the rope? Where is your brother? Wang Siju didn't have time to answer. He just ran forward. Soon he arrived in front of Wang Daju. Master, the rope is here. Can you let my brother go? Wang Siju handed the rope to Wan Xingmo. Trembling and panting, Wan Xingmo had been on guard against these people causing trouble at night, since they withdrew at night. Sure enough, he heard the noise outside before he went to bed. And then he came behind these people silently, first pressing the acupoints to freeze Wang Siju and Wang Sanju, and then teasing Wang Daju. Wan Xingmo took the rope and untied Wang Sanju's acupoints. You two can go now. This beast must stay to guard the door until he catches another thief. Otherwise, my sword will not recognize the beast, and I may kill him directly. Wang Siju and Wang Sanju were frightened by Wan Xingmo's words. In the evening, they had already experienced Wan Xingmo's power. This person was not something they could afford to offend. Widow Wang finally caught up with him, but she was dumbfounded when she saw the situation in front of her. She saw that Wang Daju had been tied to the fence post by Wan Xingmo, with a rope around his neck, squatting in front of the fence like a guard dog. Daju, what's wrong with you? Widow Wang shouted and wanted to rush over and pull her son up. Wan Xingmo flashed forward and threw a sharp knife. Widow Wang was silent in an instant and fell to the ground softly. Wang Siju and Wang Sanju didn't even dare to move. They watched Widow Wang fall to the ground, motionless and afraid to breathe. Wan Xingmo glanced at Widow Wang, who finally calmed down, and then looked at the yard of old lady Wan's house. Seeing that there was no movement, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the widow's loud voice would disturb other people's good dreams. Take this woman back. If you dare to come to rescue people privately, I will carry your whole family out to feed the wolves tomorrow night. After saying this, Wan Xingmo turned his head and disappeared from everyone's sight. Wang Siju rubbed his eyes and said to Wang Sanju in disbelief, Third brother, did you see where that man went? Wang Sanju had already wet his pants with fear, and hurriedly said, Fourth brother, that man is too powerful. We are no match for him. Let's carry mother back quickly. Wang Daju said sternly, You two are so heartless. Don't you care about me? If I stay here for one night, I will be a corpse tomorrow morning, and you will have no big brother. Wang Siju looked at Wang Daju with some embarrassment and said, Big brother, it's not that we don't want to help you. It's really that man is too powerful. What if he really throws our whole family out to feed the wolves tomorrow night? We don't have any descendants in the Wang family. But don't worry. I will bring you a bed and mattress later. You can make do for one night, and we will try to find someone to replace you tomorrow. After Wang Siju said that, he and Wang Sanju carried the widow Wang and ran away quickly. Wang Daju shivered alone in the cold wind. The next morning, Wan Erseo got up early to clean the yard, but found a person squatting at the door. She was so scared that she screamed in the yard, Ah! How could there be a person here? Wan Erseo's voice immediately woke up the Wan family members, who were still sleeping on the Kong. With the dry firewood that Lu Jingyu had summoned by last night, they finally had a good sleep. Everyone was still asleep when they heard Wan Erseo's scream. The men in the Wan family were awakened and immediately climbed down from the Kong with their clothes on. Chapter 78. Wang Daju was beaten up. Wan Erseo's scream not only woke up the Wan family, but also woke up the neighbors. The nearest neighbor to the Wan family is the Shin family. The Shin family is not an exile, but also a native. Farmers get up early in the morning. But because it is winter now, there is no farm work. So everyone usually does not get up, which also saves some dry firewood. Shin's second daughter-in-law Ma got up in the morning to go to the toilet and heard Wan Erseo's scream. She immediately looked over the fence into the yard of the new neighbor. This time, she saw that the usually arrogant Wang Daju was tied with a rope around his neck, wrapped in a torn mattress, and was leaning against the fence door of the Wan family and taking a nap. Ma was also startled, and she didn't pee anymore, holding up her pants and ran home. Soon, everyone in the Shin family ran out to stand in the yard to watch the excitement. And the children of the Shin family ran out of the yard to find their familiar children to share this shocking news. In less than a meal, Wang Daju was surrounded by the whole village. When he opened his eyes, he saw the villagers watching the fun in 3 layers around him, covering their mouths and holding back their laughter, looking at him like a monkey. Wang Daju was immediately furious and wanted to stand up and punch the nearest person to knock out his exposed yellow teeth as usual. However, the rope that Wan Qingmao left for him was only long enough for him to squat, not long enough for him to stand up. Wang Daju's sudden upward movement was immediately pulled back by the rope, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, the suffocating feeling brought by the sudden tightening of the rope made him roll his eyes and cough violently. The man who was frightened by Wang Daju's sudden momentum, when he saw Wang Daju being pulled back by the rope again, the tension in his heart disappeared immediately. Why are you so arrogant? Are you here to hit me? Wang Daju was so angry at this person's words that his face turned pale and his lips trembled constantly. This was simply a great shame in his life. Some brave people in the crowd actually grabbed a handful of snowballs from the ground and threw them at Wang Daju's head. But Wang Daju didn't see who threw the snowballs clearly. He just warned the crowd with his eyes and didn't pose any physical threat to anyone. Others followed suit and also rolled up a snowball and threw it at Wang Daju. This seemed to be a silent beginning. For a while, Wang Daju was hit by countless snowballs from all directions. If it was 1 or 2 people, he could still take revenge later. But now there were so many people against him. And even if he wanted to take revenge, he didn't know who to find. Soon Wang Daju's face was bruised and swollen by the snowballs like raindrops, and he quickly grabbed the broken quilt in his hand to cover his head. This action just gave those people a more satisfying revenge. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Wang Daju couldn't see, everyone rushed up, wrapped Wang Daju tightly with quilts, and took turns punching and kicking him. Although everyone's snowballs just now were satisfying, it was not as satisfying as doing it in person now. The Wan family members standing in the yard were dumbfounded. They saw more and more people, and the scene was getting more and more chaotic. If someone really died, the Wan family would not be able to explain it clearly. Someone shouted loudly, "The village chief is here. Everyone get out of the way." The village chief was carried by his son Jinyo, and walked slowly from behind the crowd, and went directly into the yard of Grandma Wan's house. At this time, Wang Daju had been beaten to death by the crowd. If this scourge that brought disaster to the neighbors really died today, everyone would only feel happy. Unfortunately, he still had a breath left and was lingering on. Everyone, go away. Do you really want to cause a death? Don't think that the law will not punish the masses. It's already the new year. Do you still want to spend the new year in prison? Don't forget the power behind this arrogant Wang Daju. You can't afford to offend him. The village chief's words were neither hurried nor slow, but the villagers of Shitsi village couldn't help but shudder. They were so happy just now that they forgot such an important thing. At this time, after the village chief's reminder, the villagers ran faster than each other and disappeared in a short while. Even the Shin family, who were watching the excitement next door, hurried back and closed the door tightly. The village chief asked Jinyo to send Wang Daju back, and then he entered the Wan family's house with the help of Wan Laoda. Last night, the village chief had heard his son Jinyo talk about the relationship between the Wan family and the nobleman. In his heart, he silently put the new Wan family members in the first place. As for what will happen in the future, It is hard to say now. Big sister, you have worked hard all the way here. It was too late last night, so I didn't come here in person. Jinyo went back and told me about the widow Wang. I really wronged you. The village chief was just being polite, and Mrs. Wang could tell that. She quickly smiled and said, Village chief, you are still injured. I don't need you to come here. In the future, we will inevitably have to trouble you when we live in the same village. Please give us more guidance in the future. We are new here, and we are not familiar with our neighbors. It would be bad if we offended anyone. After saying this, Old Lady One told second sister One to bring out a wolf's skin. These were all snow wolves killed outside the Great Wall. The wolf hair was long and dense. A wolf's skin was worth more than 10 taels of silver. However, there were holes on the skin, so it was worthless. But it didn't affect making a hat or waistcoat. Village chief, this is a wolf we killed on the road, thanks to my Emo boy's kung fu. Although this wolf's skin has some flaws, it won't sell for much, but it can still be used to make a small toy for the children. This is a snow wolf outside the Great Wall. The hair is soft, long and dense, and the quality is many times better than the wolf packs we met inside the Great Wall. If you don't mind, please accept it. It is also a token of our kindness. I hope you can help and guide us in the future. When the village chief saw the wolf's skin in second sister Wan's hand, his eyelids twitched and his heart beat wildly. He listened to the words and the tone. How could he not hear the meaning of Old Lady One's words when he became the village chief? Old Lady One was sending a signal to the village chief by sending wolf skins. They had met many wolves along the way and survived, which showed that they were not easy to bully. If there were any blind people who came to them, they would not be afraid. It was just for the sake of the village chief. She had said hello in advance. In the future, she would have to trouble the village chief to help them a little. After all, people are soft-hearted and people are short-handed. The village chief was shocked, but he really couldn't bear to give up such a good wolf skin. Although he was the village chief, his family was not rich. There was really no reason for him to refuse this wolf skin. And which exile would give a wolf skin as a gift? This also showed that this group of exiles was definitely different from others. They had a family background, and it was quite rich. The village chief was more careful, and spoke more carefully to Old Lady One. Big sister, I can't accept such a valuable gift from you. We will all live in the same village from now on. We will see each other every day. If there is anything, just tell me. I think your family is very kind, and doesn't seem to be nosy. If someone comes to your house, just send someone to call me. With the village chief's verbal promise, Mrs. One finally showed a sincere smile on her face. She was waiting for the village chief to say this. Juan Urseo stuffed the wolf's skin into the village chief's arms at the right time. The village chief pretended to refuse and accepted it. Soon Jinyo sent the people away and came back. But his face didn't seem very good. The village chief took a look and didn't ask much. He knew that it must be that the difficult widow Wang said something unpleasant again, which made Jinyo unhappy. The village chief said goodbye to Mrs. Wan's family, and was carried back by his son. He still held the wolf's skin in his hand and smiled. Grandma Wan then asked Wan Sansaw to cook, while she went to sort out the thank you gifts that the Lu family had sent yesterday. Because it was too dark last night, they had no lighting, so they just piled them on the Kong. Now Grandma Wan could finally sort them out. Chapter 79 Unpacking the Thank You Gifts. Old Lady One sat cross-legged on the Kong, which was only covered with a layer of bedding. Last night, Lu Jingyu had someone buy some firewood. The Kong was now burning hot, and the whole room was warm. The children had nothing to do, and were not familiar with the new environment. They were afraid of causing trouble for the family, so they simply rushed into Old Lady Wan's room to watch her sort out things. Little Fubao was sitting inside Old Lady Wan's room, wearing a brand new water-red cotton coat and trousers, and a small cotton hat of the same color on his head. The hat was made by Lu, and 2 goose yellow rabbit ears were added to the hat. With Little Fubao pink cheeks, it looked like you couldn't help but want to rub Little Fubao's face. At this time, she was standing up from the Kong unsteadily, walking towards the pile of thank you gifts with unsteady steps. It looked like she was in danger of falling down at any time. Old Lady One watched from the side, and her hands were unconsciously ready to protect Little Fubao at any time. Seeing Xiao Fubao pounce on the pile of thank you gifts, his whole body was instantly submerged in various boxes, leaving only 2 short legs and a pair of small feet, which kept fluttering outside. Grandma One was angry and amused, and quickly pulled Xiao Fubao out of the box with heartache. Grandma, sweetheart. Do you like these things? Xiao Fubao raised his two short arms, opened his two white and tender little hands, grinned and drooled. I like it. I like it. Fubao. I want it. Open it. Xiao Fubao jumped out word by word. And Grandma Wan also understood what Xiao Fubao meant. With a smile in her eyes, she held Xiao Fubao and moved to the pile of gifts. All these are for us. Xiao Fubao. Okay. Xiao Fubao nodded his head with bright eyes, like a chicken pecking at rice. The children standing by saw that his sister liked it, and they hurried forward and moved the gifts in front of Xiao Fubao. Little Fubao clapped his hands happily and said to each of his brothers, "Thank you. Thank you." Guagua. When the boys heard their sister's thanks, they felt sweeter than eating honey, and they competed to open the box for their sister, but were driven away by Grandma Wan. Okay. Stop busying yourself. Sit down quietly. Grandma is coming. Don't let you boys mess around with the things inside. Wan Quan was the oldest, and he quickly took his brothers to sit in a circle around Grandma Wan, watching Grandma Wan open the box eagerly. Before Grandma Wan started, Little Fubao's little hand grabbed a small box and refused to let go. Grandma Wan noticed it and asked, "Good boy. Do you like this?" Little Fubao raised his little head, blinked his big eyes, and said with a smile on his little face, "Happy?" Grandma Wan said softly, "Then Grandma will help you open it." Okay. Little Fubao nodded quickly, his eyes moving with the gift, watching Grandma Wan tear open the outer packaging, revealing a small sandalwood box inside. As soon as Mrs. Wan saw the box, she knew it was very valuable, and she was curious about what was inside. At the same time, she was still wondering what could make Xiao Fubao like it. As Mrs. Wan slowly opened the box, several boys also stretched their heads over and looked at it. The light in the room was a little dim, but Mrs. Wan still saw that there was a jade pendant inside. Xiao Fubao's little hands were very slippery. The moment Mrs. Wan just opened the box, he pulled the jade pendant out of the box, held it in his hands and didn't let go, and even put it in his mouth to chew. Scared, Mrs. Wan quickly threw the box away and tried to pick the jade pendant out of Xiao Fubao's mouth. "My dear, you can't eat this thing. It's for wearing. Can we wear it when our Xiao Fubao grows up?" Mrs. Wan said a lot of nice things to coax the jade down. If Xiao Fubao broke it and pricked his hand, she would be heartbroken. Mrs. Wan took the jade pendant from Xiao Fubao and held it in her hand to look at it carefully. Even though the light in the room was not good, Mrs. Wan could feel that the jade was valuable by the touch. It didn't feel cold, but warm. Mrs. Wan drove away the group of hooligans and looked carefully at the only window in the room. She found that the jade had a fine texture, uniform color, white color, and good transparency. Although Mrs. Wan didn't understand jade, it was different when she got good things. Mrs. Wan just turned her head and prepared to put the jade back into the box, and saw Xiao Fubao holding another box. But this box seemed to be heavier. Xiao Fubao was sticking his little butt out and struggling with the box. He was so tired that his saliva flowed out, and the silk wrapped on the outside of the box was wet. Mrs. Wan looked at Xiao Fubao's appearance. If a furry rabbit tail was sewn on her butt, she would really look like a cute rabbit. Mrs. Wan put the jade into the box, covered it, carefully wrapped it with cloth, and placed it on the Kong. Then she turned around to look at the box that Xiao Fubao pulled out. Several brothers had helped Xiao Fubao drag the box to Grandma Wan. Xiao Fubao looked at the box with sparkling eyes, waiting for Grandma Wan to open it. Grandma Wan also wanted to see what good stuff Xiao Fubao pulled out this time. When Grandma Wan opened the box, she was stunned. She saw that the 1-foot square box was divided into 2 compartments by 2:8. There were 4 gold bars in the smaller compartment, and 6 silver ingots of 10 taels in the larger compartment. Xiao Fubao reached out and grabbed the yellow gold bar and handed it to Grandma Wan. She knew that Grandma Wan liked this. She had seen her grandmother holding the same color circle and looking at it for a long time every night. She thought that her grandmother liked these yellow shiny things. So Xiao Fubao's first reaction was to give it to Grandma Wan to make her happy. Grandma Wan picked up Xiao Fubao and put him on her lap. She kissed Xiao Fubao's pink and tender face hard, making Xiao Fubao giggle. "My dear Grandma, you are really our lucky star. It takes us several lifetimes to earn so much money. It seems that you are really God's daughter. He is reluctant to let you suffer in our poor family, so he sent so much money. Grandma will buy you whatever our lucky star wants in the future." Little Fubao giggled happily, and his little mouth followed and imitated, "Buy. Buy. Grandma One was very happy. Grandma One quickly put away the money and solemnly told the boys, "Listen to me. From the eldest Wan Quan to the sixth Wanhu. Grandma's words will only be said once today, and you must remember them firmly in your heart." The boys nodded quickly. Their grandma's words were the imperial edict. They must be obedient in order to have new clothes to wear and good food to eat. Seeing the boys looking at her nervously, Grandma One nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Your sister is a fairy from heaven. You all have to be good to your sister in the future. If someone bullies your sister, you have to beat her back. Another thing is that we can't talk about the money in our family outside. We need to know that wealth should not be exposed. This place is not like our Yonglu village. There are many murders here, and the people here are poorer than the people in Yonglu village where we used to live. When people are poor, they are more likely to do bad things, such as burning, killing, and looting. So you have to keep your mouth shut. Understand? If I know that any of you talk nonsense outside, I will drive him out of the house." After being lectured by Grandma One, the boys were so scared that they shook their heads like rattles. "Grandma, don't worry. We won't tell you even if you kill us." "Grandma, my mouth is the tightest. No one can get any information from me." Wan Shuang patted his chest and said. Grandma One nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that the other grandchildren also rushed to express their opinions, Grandma One felt relieved. But she still had to talk to her sons and daughters-in-law in the evening, and give them some instructions when she returned. Grandma One did not expect that the Lu family would be so generous and directly give so much silver. If she knew, she would not open it in front of the children. At this time, the youngest one who looked at Xiao Fubao with joy. His focus was different from that of the other brothers. "Sister, are you really a fairy who has come down to earth? No wonder you fell from the tree. Then can you change things?" One who pulled Xiao Fubao's little feet and looked at Xiao Fubao eagerly. Xiao Fubao was tickled by the scratching and couldn't help kicking, but he kicked too hard and kicked directly on Wan Hu's face. Wan Hu was not angry, but laughed happily. "Sister is really a fairy. Her feet are fragrant." The other brothers were amused by Wan Hu and laughed. Grandma One couldn't help but grin. After Mrs. One looked through all the things, she found that other things were also very valuable. There were 2 sets of gold and silver head ornaments, as well as various materials, furs, snacks, and a lot of other things. Mrs. One took out a bag of snacks and gave it to Wan Quan, asking him to share it with his brothers and sisters, while she put the rest of the things in order. Seeing that the house was bare, Mrs. One couldn't even find a place to put things, so she was going to ask Wan Lao San to cut down a few trees after breakfast, so as to make a shelf to put things. The family had a simple breakfast, and there was not much dry firewood left in the house. It would be gone in 2 days. The winter in the northwest is long, and every household is a little short of firewood. It is not realistic to expect to buy it in the village. After breakfast, the sun was already high. Mrs. One looked at the time. It was already noon. Because of Wang Daju's matter in the morning, everyone was delayed for a lot of time. At this moment, old lady Wang was sitting on the Kong, preparing to tell her sons to go to the town to buy some daily necessities. The most important thing was to buy firewood as soon as possible. Everything else was acceptable, but the heating of the Kong for eating was unacceptable. At this time, a voice came from outside the door. "Excuse me. Is this the One family from the capital?" Chapter 80. Another gift. When the One family heard the shouts, Boss One hurried out of the house. When he opened the door to the main room, Boss One saw a middle-aged man standing outside the fence. The man looked like a driver, and he was looking into the yard. Boss One opened the door, walked out, and asked through the fence, "Brother, we are the One family who just arrived. Who are you looking for?" The man laughed heartily and said, "I am the driver sent by the mayor to deliver something to your family. I'm sorry to bother you to come out and help me. There are a lot of things." When Boss One heard it, he responded and quickly turned around and ran into the house. "Mom, please come out quickly. The mayor has sent someone to deliver something to us." Old lady One was sitting cross-legged on the Kong. There were a room full of younger generations standing on the ground, all listening to the old lady's arrangements. At this time, the eldest brother One hurriedly ran in from outside, and was scolded by old lady One softly. "You are already in your 40s, but you are still so unstable. What are you panicking about? Is the sky falling or something?" Old lady One scratched her head and smiled. "Mom, there is a man outside. saying that the mayor asked him to deliver something to our family. I am a little panicked when I am happy. How about you go out and take a look? When Old Lady One heard that it was the mayor, she was also panicked. After all, in a place like this border, their highest leader is the mayor. They must not offend the mayor. Even if it is someone sent by the mayor, they must receive him well. Old Lady One quickly got off the Kong and put on her shoes in a hurry. Sisters Wan San and Wan Air also hurriedly supported Old Lady One from both sides, fearing that Old Lady One would fall. Where is the person? Go out and see. Kid, why are you running back? Why don't you just shout? Old Lady One said to Old Master One while walking out in a hurry. When she came to the yard, she saw a man outside the fence looking inside with a puzzled look on his face. Why don't you open the door quickly? What are you standing there for? No wonder people say we are country bumpkins. You panic when you encounter such a small thing? How can you establish your authority in the future? Old Lady One really wanted to hand all these children over to Wan Xingma to teach them. Old Second One ran over to open the fence first. Brother, please come in. I am so sorry for the delay. When my brother heard that it was the mayor's people, he was a little flustered. We are ordinary people who have never seen the world. Please forgive us. The man didn't care much. He had seen a lot and didn't take it seriously. He just smiled and said, It's okay. I understand. Please help me. The mayor was entrusted by Mr. Liu to send some furniture and daily necessities to your family. We have several cars to bring them here. I just came here to inform you that the roads in the village are not easy to walk on. Please, brother, bring people to help push it. The conversation between Wan Lauer and the man was clearly heard by Mrs. Wan. Mrs. Wan told her sons without waiting for Wan Lauer to return, Hurry up. Don't just stand there. Go and help. The people in the Wan family were almost stunned by this sudden surprise. They were all a little dizzy. They were going to buy things in the town, but they were delivered early in the morning. How could they not be happy? Mrs. Wan drove away several sons and grandsons. Anyone who could help was driven away by Mrs. Wan. Even if Mrs. Wan didn't drive people away, the people in the family couldn't stay and wanted to watch the fun. At this time, the village entrance was surrounded by villagers basking in the sun. On the official road at the entrance of the village, there were a dozen mule carts parked at this time. Each mule cart was fully loaded. The mule carts lined up to enter the village, and the end of the team could not be seen. At this time, the first mule cart was stuck in the mud and couldn't get out for a long time. When the man brought the Wan family over, the villagers who were watching were talking about it. Who bought so many things? This is really a big deal? My God, I have lived in this village all my life, and I have never seen such beautiful furniture. Yes, this is better than the furniture of the landlord in the neighboring village. Look at the workmanship and the red lacquer, both of which are worth a lot of money. What a country bumpkin. You have no knowledge. Just these rags? You also say they are worth a lot of money? Country bumpkin. A woman was wearing a head scarf and a patched cotton coat, with her hands in her sleeves, and her sallow and rough face was full of contempt. Everyone turned to look at the woman, and said with the same mockery in their eyes, Oh, we are bumpkins? That's better than being an exile. You, an exile, have no right to say that about us. Your current status is not as high as ours. What right do you have to laugh at us? Don't you see that you don't even have a decent piece of furniture in your own home? And you are wearing other people's clothes. What right do you have to say that we are bumpkins? If you look down on us again, I will just take off your clothes and leave you without even a piece of cloth to cover your body. The woman's face changed when she heard it. This piece of clothing was given to her by others when she first came to this village. She didn't have any thick clothes on her. If she really took it back, she would really freeze to death. The woman shut up angrily and left the crowd in embarrassment. Without the woman's sarcastic sarcasm, the crowd looked at the mule cart at the entrance of the village again. At this time, they saw the Wan family, who had just come to Shitsi village yesterday, hurried over to push the cart. Only then did they know that these were bought by the Wan family. The crowd began to speculate. What is the origin of this new exile? These people were treated completely differently from the prisoners who were exiled before. They didn't look like prisoners, but like rich people who came to the countryside to experience life. Looking at the clothes they wore, they were all brand new. This comparison made the villagers more curious about the origins of the Wan family. Wan Xingma also came with Wan Xingchen to help. After being fed by Old Lady Wan in the morning, they were also going to see where there was dry firewood nearby and get some back. They happened to see the man coming to the front of the Wan family and heard the conversation. Wan Xingmo went back and told Zhao, and then took Wan Xingchen out. With the help of the Wan family, the mule cart was quickly driven out of the mud. The mule cart was full of red lacquer furniture. All kinds of styles. All the latest models. From cabinets, tables and chairs to needlework boxes. Everything was fully equipped. There were 8 carts for furniture alone. And 3 of them were covered with oilcloth. So the onlookers couldn't see clearly what was inside. The next cart was full of pots and pans. And the next few carts were full of dry firewood. The convoy slowly headed towards the Wan family. When the first car arrived at the door of Grandma Wan's house, the last car was still parked on the official road outside. Such a big scene had already alarmed the whole village. Adults, children and the elderly all came out, blocking all the roads in the village. The courtyard outside Grandma Wan's house was even more outrageous, with 3 layers of people inside and outside, and adults carrying children on their shoulders. And the children excitedly danced and told the adults about it. After the first car of furniture arrived, the village chief was also carried by Jinyo to stand in the yard of Old Lady Wan's house. He was dumbfounded at this time. This scene was more impressive than the furniture purchased by the landlord in the neighboring village. The village chief remembered that when the landlord came here to build a house, he only used 5 or 6 mule carts, which was less than 1/3 of the Wan family. No one in this area could surpass the grandeur of the Wan family. The man at the beginning saw so many people watching and remembered what the mayor had told him when he left. He stood on the mule cart and pretended to hand down the furniture. He said loudly, "Brother Wan." The mayor said that these things are all gifts entrusted by Mr. Liu to him. If you encounter any problems that cannot be solved in the village in the future, you can go to the town to ask the mayor for help. Don't be polite. With the man's explanation, the villagers watching in Shitsi village suddenly realized, it turns out that these things were not bought by this family themselves? I was wondering when this exile became so rich. You're wrong. This exile is indeed different from the others. His family is backed by the mayor himself. We must make friends with this newcomer in the future. I don't even know the name of this family yet. I have to go back and prepare some small gifts so that I can visit them. Someone in the crowd said this, and the other villagers hurriedly left, each going back to prepare some gifts. The entrance of the Wan family, which was originally crowded, soon became mostly empty. Some people looked at the Wan family with envy. These people were the real exiles. Chapter 81 Full of grain. It took most of the day, and the Wan Laohai and Zhao's houses were already filled to the brim with these furniture. Wan Laohai looked at the house full of brand new furniture, as if she was dreaming. When they came last night, there were only a few broken stools in the house, and there was not even a Kong table. It was only one night. Wan Laohai looked at the brand new Kong mat on the Kong, and there was a new mattress on the Kong mat. There was a brand new Kong table in the middle of the Kong, and there was a Kong cabinet with a faint smell of knees at the head of the Kong. The Kong cabinet was the latest style this year, and it was more novel than the cabinet they saw in Yonglu village. There was also a brand new table under the Kong, next to the window, and there were several round stools around the table. These were furniture that only wealthy families could afford. And now they all appeared in Wan Laohai's house. In the middle of the main room was an 8-immortal table, with stools of the same color. There was also a brand new desk above the main room, and there was a new incense burner on the desk. The kitchen is even more complete, with not only new cupboards and bowl racks, but also pots, pans, and all kinds of kitchen utensils, all brand new. The courtyard where Old Lady Wan lives has 3 main rooms, a main room in the middle, and wing rooms on both sides. The kitchen is on the east side of the courtyard. The firewood room is next to the kitchen, and there are 2 wing rooms on the west side of the courtyard. Now each room is filled with brand new furniture. As soon as you enter, you can smell a faint smell of paint and the fragrance of wood, which makes people feel at ease. It's just that the shabby and low house here is somewhat mismatched with these furniture. At this time, the onlookers wanted to see what was covered with those oil paper cloths. But the man told the people of the Wan family to get the dry firewood into the firewood room first. There was a simple shed next to the kitchen. The shed was very large. It seemed that this was the place where dry firewood was stored before. Boss Wan directed everyone to neatly stack all the dry firewood in the shed. 8 carts of dry firewood could not be accommodated in this shed at all. Fortunately, there was another yard next door, and there were firewood sheds in Zhao's yard. By the time 8 carts of dry firewood were unloaded, the sun was about to set. During this period, Enthusiastic villagers voluntarily helped unload the firewood. Old Lady One was not a stingy person. She gave each of these people some snacks. Although not much. For these people who were already idle and had no money to eat at home, this thing was extremely precious. Everyone was reluctant to eat it and prepared to take it back for their children to taste it. Now they couldn't even have enough food. Where would they get the money to buy snacks? After receiving the thank you gift from Old Lady One, everyone kept saying thank you to her. As the sky gradually darkened, the villagers also dispersed in twos and threes, and the man finally lifted the oilcloth. Brother One, the mayor ordered that these things must not be seen by the villagers. Otherwise it will bring disaster to your family. These things are different from those furniture and firewood. Those things cannot be eaten, and it is useless for others to rob them. These are all food, and meat and eggs. You must find a way to hide them. The oilcloth was lifted by several people, and Mrs. One stepped forward with trembling hands. Her hands, like dry tree bark, kept shaking. Mrs. One was shocked. Are these all food? Oh my God! How can there be so much food? Not only Mrs. One was excited, but also the people of the One family. And even Zhao and others were shocked and opened their mouths. These things were nothing in their general's mansion before, and they might be enough to feed the general's mansion for a month. However, after more than 3 months of exile, Zhao had a deeper understanding of the hardships of life. She knew how many people would fight for these foods at all costs in a poor village like Shitsi village. Wan Qingmo's eyes were also deep. It seemed that his responsibilities would be greater in the future, and he needed to protect so many things. While everyone was busy, Old Lady One looked around the entire yard. She found that there was a cellar dug in each garden. These cellars were probably used to store things, and the space in the cellar was not small. Old Lady One quickly asked Old Master One and his brothers to open the entrance to the cellar. There was a ladder at the entrance to the cellar, but it was dark inside. Old Lady One asked sister-in-law One San to light a torch and pass it to Old Master One. Old Master One inserted the torch into the wall of the cellar, and the space inside the cellar immediately appeared in front of Old Master One. It was seen that the cellar was not of the same height. The entrance where Old Master One stood was relatively open, and the place inside was relatively low. The whole space was in the shape of a pin. There were 2 rows of overhead wooden boards against the wall, and there were some vegetable leaves on them. The function of these wooden boards was probably to block the moisture on the ground. It can be sent down. Old Master One shouted loudly from below after checking it out. The people above immediately lifted a bag of food and sent it down carefully. Boss One caught the grain bags below and placed them neatly on the wooden board. After working for more than half an hour, the cellar was full, but there was still a cart of grain on top that had no place to be put. So Mrs. One asked her sons to transport it to the yard next door. All the meat and eggs were sent to the kitchen and piled up on the floor of the kitchen. Mrs. One planned to make all of them into bacon. After the 3 carts were all unloaded, the man said goodbye to the One family and went back. Mrs. One tried to keep them, but it was useless. After seeing off the convoy, the people of the One family were exhausted and found a place to sit down and take a good rest. Mrs. One sat cross-legged on the Kong, and the boys took off their shoes and surrounded Mrs. One. This time, there was so much firewood. Even if they used it as much as they could, it would be enough for them to use for the whole year next year. Mrs. One San immediately heated up the Kong in the house. There was a big brazier on the ground, and the brothers sat around it under the Kong, all with satisfied smiles on their faces. The wives put their legs on the edge of the Kong, and they didn't feel cold at all. Now there are new furniture in the house. The cellar is full of grain. The firewood in the shed can be burned vigorously, and the bedding on the bed still exudes the fresh smell of cotton. All of this makes the old and young of the One family feel satisfied. At this time, the door of the One family was tightly closed, and the house was warm as spring. Several children were playing with Xiao Fubao. At this time, Mrs. One spoke up. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, we have settled down here. In the early stage, we saved Mr. Lu with the help of Xiao Fubao. All of this was given by others for free. But we can't just sit back and enjoy our savings. What are your plans for the future? Tell me. I want to hear. The new year is coming soon. And after the new year, it will be the beginning of spring. As the saying goes, a year's plan begins with spring. So you should also make plans carefully. Mrs. One glanced at Mr. One and said, Big brother, you are the eldest brother. You speak first. Mr. One had a lot to say. And now he grinned and said, "Mom, our family is originally a farmer, and we have been dealing with the land all our lives. So I think we should start before the beginning of spring. I need to ask about the land first. Tomorrow I will go to the village chief's house to ask whether I should buy the land or reclaim it myself." Old Lady One nodded in agreement, and looked at Wan Lauer and said, "Lauer, what do you think?" Wan Lauer felt that his specialty was farming, and he could not do anything else. So he said, "Mom, you also know that I am the best farmer among the brothers. I will continue to use my time to take good care of the crops. In addition, I have another idea, which is to send one to Mr. Mo to learn some skills. I wonder what you think." Old Lady One looked at Wan Lauer with appreciation. Although Wan Lauer was not the most capable among the brothers, he was not stupid and knew how to think. "Mother thinks this is feasible, and Mo is a good boy. But don't rush it. I ask him carefully tomorrow." The others were eager to make a move, especially the boys who were playing around Xiao Fubao. When they heard that they were going to be sent to Wanqingma to learn skills, their eyes lit up. They were envious along the way. Everyone wanted to become stronger. Every boy has a dream of being a hero. Old Lady One looked at Old Third One and said, "Old Third, what about you?" Old Third One scratched his head and said, "Mom, I studied these new furniture today. I still want to do my old job, making furniture for others. And I can also earn more money for the family. The children are growing up one by one, and there are many places where we need to spend money." Old Lady One nodded and looked at Old Fourth One. "Old Fourth, what about you? What are your plans?" "Mom, I don't have any plans yet. I will help the family farm for the time being. My wife is going to give birth in May. I want to accompany her more and take care of her at home. I was originally an accountant, and it's not easy to find a job here now. Let's take it one step at a time." Old Lady One looked at Lu's slightly pregnant belly and felt that what Old Fourth One said made sense. They were unfamiliar with the place now, and Lu was having her first child, so they really had to be more careful. "Okay, I know all your plans. Go away. Light up the con tonight. Have a good sleep. Leave the children with me, and go do your own things." Old Lady One is an experienced person. She has been exiled on the road for several months, and today she finally settled down. Husband and wife always have to live a married life, and adding a child in the middle is inconvenient. The daughters-in-law blushed at what Old Lady One said. Finally, they were forcibly driven away by Old Lady One, and the boys lined up and slept on Old Lady One's Kong, one head next to the other. Even Xiao Fubao was left behind by Old Lady One. As soon as they returned to their respective rooms, Wan Lauer hugged Wan Erseo by the waist, which frightened Wan Erseo so much that she screamed and beat Wan Lauer with a red face. Chapter 82 Visiting. After more than 3 months of hard exile, the Wan family lost their wife, except for the eldest brother. And the fourth brother did not make any movement because his wife was pregnant. The second and third brothers did not fall asleep until midnight. The next morning, the eldest brother got up early. He felt that the family was living a comfortable life without the troublemaker of the eldest sister-in-law, Wanda. In the morning, the third sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law made breakfast for the whole family. In addition to making breakfast for the whole family, they also made mincemeat and egg custard for Xiao Fubao, who ate it very deliciously. She can now put food into her mouth with a spoon by herself, and she doesn't need the second sister-in-law to feed her anymore. Although the second sister-in-law wanted to feed her, the little guy felt that everything was new and insisted on doing it herself. For breakfast, she cooked thick millet porridge and a pot of pancakes. Old Lady One watched Xiao Fubao eat for a while, then turned to everyone and said, "Although we are not short of food now, we have come from hard times, so we still have to save some. We should also eat 2 meals a day like the people in the village, and try not to be the first to do so. Mo Shuzi's kung fu is good, but we are now dealing with people, not animals. People are much more cunning than animals. We should try not to cause trouble for Mo Shuzi. We should solve the problems we can solve by ourselves, since we can no longer keep a low profile. We should be kind to others and get along well with our neighbors." Everyone in the Wan family listened carefully to Old Lady Wan's lecture. Only Xiao Fubao lowered his head and worked hard to eat. "Okay, that's all I have to say today. Let's eat quickly. You don't have to cook at noon. Eat breakfast in the afternoon. But you can do more work. Everyone should take good care of themselves during this period so that they can work well in the spring. Everyone was happy after hearing what old lady Wan said. The meal was very sweet. It felt so good to have a full stomach. After eating, people came to visit one after another. The people who came were usually women from the family. At this time, the men of the Wan family were not suitable to stay at home. So several people went to the village chief's house together. Old Mrs. Wan and several daughters-in-law led the people to sit on the kong in the wing room. The person who came was a woman about the same age as Wan's sister-in-law. Hello, Auntie. I am your neighbor next door. My husband's family and my mother's family are all surnamed Shin. You can just call me Shin. I came here today to get familiar with each other. This is the scallion I grew myself. Don't be disgusted, Auntie, Shin said, as she handed the scallion she brought to old Mrs. Wan. Second sister-in-law Wan hurriedly took it over and kept thanking her. Sister-in-law, you are so polite. You came and brought things. Everyone has a hard life. We all know that, as the saying goes. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. We will all be neighbors in the future. We should interact more. Second sister-in-law Wan took the scallion and took it to the kitchen. Old Mrs. Wan smiled and asked Shin to get on the kong. Shin looked at her clothes, then at the brand new mattress on the kong of old lady Wan, and quickly waved her hand and said, Auntie. No. I just sit on the stool below. I just talk. Let's get acquainted. Don't be polite, Auntie. Sister-in-law Wan San quickly moved the stool in the room to Shin. Sister-in-law, sit down and talk. Shin smiled and thanked, looked at the brand new stool, patted her butt again and again, and then sat down carefully, fearing that she would dirty the stool. She had never seen such a good stool in her life, let alone sit on it. Shin sat down with emotion. Sister-in-law Wan Air brought a cup of hot water in a new teacup. Sister-in-law, come and drink some water. Mrs. Shin quickly stood up and took it with both hands. This cup is really beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful cup. Mrs. Wan smiled and said, Don't talk about you. We have never seen such a good cup either. This is all thanks to the noble. The noble is a grateful person. The things that are all good things we have never seen in our lives. But no matter how good the things are, for us, it is just a container for holding things. It can't be eaten or drunk. Mrs. Shin felt that what Mrs. Wan said was very real. This thing is only a toy for rich people. In the countryside, this thing is really not as good as a coarse porcelain bowl. It can't hold much water. It's easy to break. And it's very expensive. One cup can buy dozens or hundreds of coarse porcelain bowls. Mrs. Shin seemed to have found resonance. And the chatterbox was opened. She drank the water in the cup in one breath, and quickly put the cup carefully on the table behind her, in case she accidentally quenched it. She couldn't afford to sell it. Old lady Wan was also reluctant to use such an expensive cup to entertain the villagers. It seemed that she still had to ask the four sons to go to the town to purchase some tea bowls and cups used by farmers. These good things should be put away, and they would be useful in the future. At this time, the voices of several people were heard outside. One Urseo went out and saw that several women from the same village had come. Some of these women were holding an egg. Some were holding a cabbage. And some were holding a sweet potato. One Urseo smiled and welcomed these people into the east wing. When Shin saw the people coming, her face changed slightly, and she stood up awkwardly and said to Mrs. Wan, Aunt, since you have guests, I won't bother you. Anyway, we will be neighbors in the future, and there is plenty of time to get to know each other. If you don't understand anything, you can come to my house and ask. Mrs. Wan watched coldly, wondering if there was something fishy going on. Why did Shin leave when she saw these people coming? We are all from the same village, so what is there to be shy about? But soon Mrs. Wan's doubts were solved. Oh, isn't this the jinx of the Shin family? How dare you come out to visit? Aren't you afraid of bringing bad luck into other people's homes? The speaker was a woman with a sallow complexion and a patched green cotton coat. The woman was about 30 years old. And at this time, the corners of her mouth were raised with a strong sense of disgust and ridicule. Shin's face immediately turned pale, and she looked at Mrs. Wan nervously, fearing that she would also see contempt on Mrs. Wan's face. But Mrs. Wan was calm, as if she hadn't heard anything. In fact, when she first heard it, she was also shocked. But just then, little Fubao climbed into her arms. Holding little Fubao, Mrs. Wan felt that no matter how powerful the unlucky star was, it couldn't affect the fortune of her family. So Mrs. Wan was not angry, but smiled and helped Shin out. What unlucky star? The monks in the temple said that a person's fortune is predetermined. When you get rich and when you get unlucky, it's all predetermined. I think my niece's face is blessed. But the time has not come yet. Shin looked up in shock. She didn't expect that Mrs. Wan would not only not mind, but would also take the initiative to help her out. Her mood was very complicated at this time. This was a kind of kindness that she had not seen for a long time. Before she married into the Shin family, she was also the baby of her parents. But after she got married, her parents died one after another. Just a few months after she married into the Shin family, her husband died unexpectedly, and her mother-in-law was bedridden. People in the village thought she was a jinx, and her sisters-in-law didn't like her. She had no children, and was bullied by her in-laws every day. Today, she came to the new neighbor's house under the repeated urging of her mother-in-law. But she didn't expect that this new neighbor was different from others. Shin's eyes were a little red, and in order not to cry in someone else's house, she bowed her head and said goodbye and left in a hurry. As soon as she left the yard, the tears she had held back all the way burst out. She kept echoing in her mind for a long time with the words of Mrs. Wan. She was a blessed person, but the time had not come yet. But could she really wait for the day when the blessing came? Shin returned to her yard in a daze. Before she entered the door, she heard several brothers and sisters-in-law talking about her faults in the house. Chapter 83 Shin's Resistance. Shin was at a loss for a moment. She looked at the home where she had lived for 7 or 8 years, and never felt that it was so cold. Shin walked into the house. Several sisters-in-law noticed her return and did not stop. Instead, they continued to sneer and said, "Oh, you have been gone for so long. Are you blinded by the wealth of the exile next door? I heard that his eldest son's wife just died on the road. Are you anxious to be his second wife?" Shin suddenly looked up at the second daughter-in-law Ma, who was throwing dirty water on her. In the past, no matter how bad they said in front of her mother-in-law, Shin could tolerate it. It was just a repetitive saying. If she was not a jinx, she was a disaster. But she never threw dirty water on her innocence like today. For a while, the beatings, humiliations, and insults of the past came to her mind. The lesson her mother-in-law gave her could be regarded as a reprimand from the elders to the younger generation. But she could not bear the insults from these sisters-in-law. She was still their eldest sister-in-law. So what if she was a jinx? What did she do to them? All kinds of thoughts came to her mind, causing Shin's long-accumulated humiliation and unwillingness to burst out instantly. Her eyes were red, and she walked behind Ma without saying a word, grabbed her head, and knocked it to the ground. Ma was originally sitting on the edge of the Kong, with her back to Shin, talking to old lady Shin, spitting everywhere. Suddenly, she was attacked from behind, and she was caught off guard. Shin pulled her off the Kong and fell flat on her face. Shin did not let go. The anger in her chest made her merciless. Every time she pressed Ma's head down, the anger in her chest faded a little. Ma's head hit the mud ground that had been trampled on for a long time, like black iron, and her head soon turned scarlet. Shin's sudden madness stunned everyone. They didn't expect that the sister-in-law who was like a cat and dog at home could have such a cruel side. Everyone seemed to be cast a spell, and it took a long time for them to react. Li, the wife of Shin Lao San, Feng, the wife of Shin Lao Si, and Gon, the wife of Shin Lao Wu, all rushed up. They screamed, and several people came up, one pulling Shin's hair, one pulling Shin's arm, and one hugging Shin's waist. They worked together to finally rescue Ma from Shin's hands. Ma's head had a bloody hole, and she felt a little dizzy. Without Shin's grip, she fell to the ground softly, saying weakly, "Kill her for me. This jinx will kill us all if she doesn't die." The other sisters-in-law thought what Ma said made sense. And there was also an old lady Shin lying on the bed, looking at Shin fiercely. She didn't expect Shin to go crazy. What if one day she killed her whole family and ran away? Wouldn't they die unjustly? Old lady Shin leaned against the Kong and told her daughters-in-law, "Hurry up and beat this bitch to death for me. Just leave a breath." Old lady Shin felt a chill on her back. If this woman had been planning to harm their family, then their daily meals would be the best breakthrough. Shin was responsible for all the housework in the Shin family. She had to get up before dawn to cook, wash clothes, feed chickens, and weed the vegetable garden. The other members of the Shin family enjoyed the service provided by Shin, but despised her as a jinx. At this time, Shin was pressed to the ground by several women and beaten and kicked. Shin's body arched unconsciously, and the broken hair scattered on her forehead was completely wet. Shin also kept making muffled groans. She felt that her internal organs were displaced. If she didn't save herself, she would definitely not survive. When Li's foot kicked her face again, Shin struggled to break free of her arms, hugged Li's ankle, and opened her mouth to bite it. This bite contained all her hatred and unwillingness. No matter how Li kicked, she couldn't get rid of Shin's mouth. Shin was like a vengeful evil ghost crawling out of hell, tearing off a piece of flesh from Li's ankle. Li finally got rid of Shin's bloody mouth, hugged her ankle, and sat on the ground and screamed. Shin took advantage of this opportunity, supported herself on the ground with both hands, gritted her teeth and stood up. She spit out a piece of skin meat at Gon, who was closest to her. Gon was frightened and stepped back quickly. She wiped the blood on her face, and her heart was pounding with fear. Shin turned around with a bloody face like a madman who had just crawled out of the blood. She bared her teeth at Feng, revealing her teeth covered with blood foam, which frightened Feng so much that she staggered and almost hit the jar in the house. At this time, Shin staggered out of the house. The sun was high outside, but there was no warmth. When Shin stumbled to the door of Mrs. Wan's house, she could no longer hold on and fell directly into the snow. The blood on her body immediately dyed the white snow under her red. All the women who came to visit the Wan family were sent away by Grandma Wan. At this time, only Grandma Wan and several daughters-in-law were chatting in the Wan family's house. At this time, Xiao Fubao suddenly wanted to go out to play. She stood up from the Kong, got into the arms of Wan Erseo, hugged Wan Erseo's neck, and said in a baby voice, "It's cold. Go. Door." As Xiao Fubao said this, her little body kept running out with Wan Erseo. Wan Erseo can now understand Xiao Fubao thoughts through Xiao Fubao language and actions. "My dear, do you want to go out? Do you want to pee?" Xiao Fubao immediately nodded with a pair of cute big eyes. And at the same time, he imitated Wan Erseo's words, "Pee. Pee." After saying this, Xiao Fubao covered his little butt with one hand, and was anxious to go out. Wan Erseo didn't dare to delay. The child said that he would go to the bathroom and couldn't wait for a moment. He would wet his pants later. After Xiao Fubao was carried out by Wan Erseo quickly squatted down and took off Xiao Fubao pants. Xiao Fubao soon solved her physiological problems. Wan Erseo was afraid that she would be cold, so she quickly carried her into the house. Xiao Fubao lay on Wan Erseo's shoulder, facing the door. Her eyes fell on the fence door, seeing a person lying on the ground. Xiao Fubao immediately patted Wan Erseo's back with her little hands. "Cool. Cool. Silver. There is silver." Wan Erseo immediately stopped and turned to look outside. Through the gap in the fence, she really saw a woman lying at the door of her house. Wan Erseo's heart skipped a beat. She recognized that the woman seemed to be Shin, who came to visit her this morning. Wan Erseo did not go out to check the situation immediately, but kept a watchful eye and turned into the house with Xiao Fubao in her arms. "Mom, something bad has happened. Shin, who came to visit us this morning, is now lying at the door of our house. What do you think this means? Is she really going to blackmail us? Did what those women said this morning really come true? Is Shin really a jinx? Is she trying to bring bad luck to our house now?" Grandma Wan took Xiao Fubao from Wan Erseo's hand and put it in her arms, then said, "How did you find out that it was Shin's? Did you go up to see?" Wan Erseo shook her head. "No. It was Xiao Fubao who found it. I didn't see it at all. It was Xiao Fubao who reminded me that there was someone outside." Grandma Wan thought for a moment, then lowered her head and asked Xiao Fubao, "My dear, do you think the ant outside is okay?" Xiao Fubao nodded quickly. "Yes." Grandma Wan didn't hesitate at all, and said to Wan Erseo, "Did you hear that? If Xiao Fubao said it's good, then it's good. We just came here, so we can't listen to these women's gossip. We just need to listen to what they say. As for the truth of the matter, we will naturally know it after we stay for a long time." Old Lady Wan paused and continued, "But the people of the Shin family are really difficult to deal with. Today, we have learned a lot of information about the village from these people. Don't provoke the Shin family if you can. The new year is coming soon. Don't make trouble. The second wife, you go to the village chief's house and tell him about this. The third wife, you go and help the person up first. Don't let him go into the yard. Give her a drink of water first. Don't let him die at our doorstep. Otherwise we won't be able to explain it even if we have mouths all over our bodies." Wan Erseo and Wan Sansaw hurried out. Wan Sansal poured a cup of hot water from home. Wan Urseo helped her help Shin up and leaned against the gate, and then hurried to the village chief's house. Just as Wan Sansal was about to give Shinshir some water, several of Shin's sons ran out. They saw Wan Senseo's movements, and without saying a word, they stepped forward and pulled Wan Sansal away, snatched the glazed cup from Wan Senseo's hand, poured out the water, and put the cup in their arms. The men of the Wan family had all gone out, and only Mrs. Wan and Xiao Fubao, as well as Lu and several children, were in the room. Mrs. Wan heard the noise outside, and quickly got off the Kong with Xiao Fubao in her arms. Chapter 84. A cup worth 15 taels of silver. Little Fubao was held in the arms of Old Lady Wan, and walked out of the house. Lu followed Old Lady Wan, and saw that third sister Wan was pushed to the ground by the other party, as soon as she went out. The other party was about to attack third sister Wan. "Stop! What are you doing? You dare to act wildly at my doorstep. Have you forgotten what happened to Widow Wan's family?" Old Lady Wan shouted from a distance, which frightened Shen Lao, who was about to take action. As a neighbor of the Wan family, he witnessed the whole process of Widow Wan's family being beaten. Shen Lao stopped awkwardly, but Feng pointed at Shen on the ground and made a scene. "Your family injured my sister-in-law. Hurry up and pay the money. If you don't pay the money, we will go to the county to file a complaint." Feng still had some brains. Knowing that the mayor favored the Wan family, she threatened to go to the county to file a complaint. How could Old Lady Wan be afraid of this paper tiger? If Feng had spoken to her in a nice way, Old Lady Wan could have given her some advice. But Feng acted in a way that Old Lady Wan despised, and tried to blackmail Old Lady Wan. Old Lady Wan snorted in her heart. "Okay. Go ahead and sue me. I'm waiting here. If you can't invite the county magistrate's detectives today, I sue you for blackmail." As soon as Old Lady Wan finished speaking, Zhao followed Wan Qingma out of the yard. The noise here had alarmed the Zhao family. The Shin family shrank their heads when they saw Wan Qingma coming over. The reason they were not afraid of Old Lady Wan was that they knew it was Wan Qingma who was powerful, not this old lady. Now seeing Wan Qingma coming over with a gloomy face, several men in the Shin family subconsciously stayed away. "Grandma Wan, what happened?" Wan Qingma walked to Old Lady Wan, and Zhao helped up Sister Wan San. Old Lady Wan snorted coldly and said, "Someone wants to blackmail me, and wants to go to the county to file a complaint. Do I look like a clay figure? Is it so easy to be bullied?" Feng was not very afraid of Wan Qingma. She felt that she did not do anything, but just talked. Wan Qingma would not hit a woman, right? So Feng continued, "Which eye did you see me blackmailing people? But I saw my sister-in-law come out fine. But now she fainted at your door. We have evidence. And this cup is the evidence," Feng said proudly, holding the cup taken from old Master Shen. Old Lady Wan glanced at the cup in Feng's hand, and said to Wan Qingma, "How are theft and robbery in our Daki sentenced?" Wan Qingma sneered and said, "The lightest is 5 years in prison, and the worst is lifelong exile." Old Lady Wan said to her grandson Wan Quaner, "Go and call your father back. Our cup is lost. Let him go to the county to report the case." Wan Quan agreed and was about to run. When he passed the door, he was grabbed by Feng. "Where are you going? You are not allowed to go." Feng looked at Old Lady Wan in the yard with a somewhat anxious face, and said, "I didn't steal it. This is the evidence." Wan Quan was already a teenager, and Feng couldn't stop him at all. During the struggle between the two, the cup in Feng's hand fell to the ground. There were still unmelted ice cubes on some places on the ground, and the cup happened to fall on the ice cubes, and was broken into pieces. Feng didn't take it seriously, but held Wan Quan tightly, and didn't let him go. Old Lady Wan called Wan Quan back at this time. "Quaner is back. No need to go." Because Old Lady Wan had already seen Jin Liu carrying the village chief on his back, and several of the Wan family's sons followed behind. The eldest and second eldest brothers of Wan saw the situation at the door first, and they were shocked. It seemed that this matter was not small. The group quickly arrived at the gate of the fence. At this time, Shen had slowly woken up. Zhao saw Shen's injuries, and felt a little compassion in her heart. This woman was really pitiful. Zhao wanted to help Shen up, but was secretly stopped by Wan Sen's wife. Zhao knew that this was not the time to act rashly. The village chief was worried when he saw the people of the Shen family, because it was not the first time that Shen was beaten by the Shen family. There was another time that was even more serious than this. At that time, Shen almost died. Shen lay in bed for half a month before she could get out of bed. "What are you doing?" The village chief asked the Shin family in an angry tone. When the Shin family saw the village chief's face, they all looked unnaturally ashamed and angry. They lowered their heads and said nothing. Even Feng kept silent. Why don't you speak? Are you dumb? Didn't I just hear you want to file a complaint? Who are you going to file a complaint against? Feng shook her head. Uncle Village Chief. You misheard. I didn't say I was going to file a complaint. How dare I file a complaint? That government office is not a place for people like us to enter. Right? The village chief snorted coldly. You still have self-knowledge. Since you are not going to file a complaint, why don't you quickly take your sister-in-law back to heal her injuries? Feng nodded repeatedly in fear, bent down and was about to pick up Shin and prepare to slip away, when Old Lady One spoke. Wait, did I tell you to leave? The village chief looked at Grandma Wan in confusion and said, Big sister, is there anything else you haven't dealt with? Grandma Wan handed little Fubao to the returning second sister Wan, walked to the door on her small feet, bent down to pick up a piece of broken porcelain on the ground and handed it to the village chief. Village chief, how much is my cup worth? The village chief took a porcelain piece and looked at it for a long time before saying, Sister, this doesn't look cheap. I have never used such a good porcelain cup in my life. I only saw it once at the former mayor's house. Such a valuable thing is not something that people like us can afford, let alone how much it is worth. Wan Xingma, who was standing aside, suddenly spoke up. Village chief, if you buy a set of cups like this, you need at least 15 taels of silver per set. And they are all sold as a set, not individually. If a cup is broken, this set of tea sets will be useless. Old Lady One glanced at Feng indifferently, then looked at the village chief and said, Village chief, this cup was broken by Feng. If she doesn't compensate my family with 15 taels of silver today, I will take her to court. I have witnesses and evidence. Feng was shocked when she heard it. 15 taels of silver. My God. She is not worth so much silver even if she is sold. The village chief was also frightened by the shocking price. What kind of person is worthy of using such an expensive tea set? After hearing what Wan Xingma said, although she didn't show it on her face, her heart was bleeding. 15 taels of silver. Just gone like that. She cursed Feng again in her heart. The people of the Shin family were also frightened by the shocking sky-high price. The fourth son of Shin was so scared that he dared not fart at this time. After all, the cup was tempered by his wife. If there was any compensation, it would be paid by their fourth room. His mother would definitely separate the couple from the Shin family. Shin Laosi rolled his eyes and immediately ran to the village chief and said, Village chief, Feng is no longer a member of my Shin family. I will divorce her now. She will bear the consequences of her own mistakes. It has nothing to do with our Shin family. Feng's already tense nerves broke when she heard this. If she was divorced by the Shin family, where would she go? She couldn't go back to her parents' home. And she couldn't stay at her husband's home. It was freezing outside. Wouldn't it drive her to death? Feng. Ah. She pounced on Shin Laosi with a sharp nail, leaving several blood marks on his face. Shin Laosi was attacked by surprise, and his face was burning. He grabbed Feng's arm and threw her to the ground. The couple fought hard in front of everyone. Chapter 85. Feng's blackmail was counter-blackmailed. The village chief's scolding was completely useless to the two. Not only did it fail to dissuade the two, but the couple fought more and more fiercely. Jinyo went up to forcibly separate the two. Shin Laosi's face had been scratched beyond recognition by Feng. Feng did not get any benefit and was beaten by Shin Laosi. After Shin Laosi was pulled away, Feng got up from the ground and wanted to scratch Shin Laosi, but was stopped by Gon. Feng was unwilling to give up and cursed Shin Laosi. Your family is worthless. And you, Shin Laosi, are an irresponsible coward. I broke a cup, and you want to divorce me. I have raised children for your Shin family. I have no merits, but I have worked hard. What big mistake did I make that you want to divorce me? Which of the 7 sins for divorce did I commit? If you don't explain it clearly today, I will never let you go. And my family will not let you off easily. When Shin Laosi heard Feng mention her family, he shuddered. At this point, he had to mention Feng's family. Feng's family was in Luding village, which was 50 or 60 miles away from Shitsi village. The village was originally poor and backward, and was more remote than Shitsi village. However, over the years, as the border forces became more and more mixed, Feng's brothers from her family joined a sect called Guanjiaman. The status of Guanjiaman was not very prominent among many gangs, But Feng's brothers had the ability to get the position of deputy leader for the ordinary Shin family. No matter how low the status of Guan Jiamen was, it could make their Shin family disappear silently overnight. Just now, Shin Laosi only thought about the immediate interests and forgot about Feng's brothers from her family. Shin Laosi quickly smiled and went forward to coax his wife, showing what it means to be flexible. Feng snorted coldly and beat Shin Laosi violently. Shin Laosi did not dare to fight back this time, and asked Feng with a smile, "Wife, do you feel relieved? If you are not relieved, hit me twice more. Just hit me here. I don't feel any pain, as long as you feel relieved." After Feng vented her anger, she did not insist on giving up, but still asked, "Shin Laosi, do you still want to divorce your wife?" Shin Laosi felt that he must have had a seizure just now, so he thought of divorcing his wife. How could he dare to talk about divorce now? He licked his face and said, "Wife, I was talking nonsense just now. Please forgive me." Mrs. Wan was too lazy to look at the two of them. The son was acting there, saying lightly, "You two have settled the matter. Let's talk about the compensation. My mower said that this set of tea sets is worth at least 15 taels of silver. Considering that we are all neighbors, I will only accept 15 taels of compensation from you. You should discuss it quickly, and see what you are going to use as compensation and how to compensate. You can go back and discuss it." Shin Laosi and Feng's faces suddenly became ugly. But Shin Laosi already had a plan to deal with it. Now he thought of Feng's brothers from her mother's family, so he had too much room to control. He could now find an excuse to raise money and then delay time. Old Lady One changed her tone and continued, "However, before you raise the silver, you must write an IOU or a written receipt, clearly stating the amount owed and the deadline for repayment." Shin Laosi's face, which had just turned back, had a crack again. This old woman was really too difficult to deal with. Shin Laosi's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, but it quickly dissipated. Old Lady One smiled and looked at the village chief. "Brother village chief, I'm sorry to bother you with writing the IOU. I'm also sorry to bother you to bear witness. This phone did break my cup, which is worth 15 taels. After the panic just now, Feng calmed down. She picked up the porcelain cup fragments from the ground and pointed at Old Lady Wan's nose and cursed, "You old man. Who are you trying to blackmail? You just said that this set of cups is only worth 15 taels. You want to blackmail me for 15 taels for just one cup? What are you dreaming about?" Feng's hand was slapped by Wan Sen's wife. "Just talk if you want to. Why are you pointing at me? And keep your mouth clean." Feng was hit by Wan Sen's wife, but she was not to be outdone. She smashed the fragments in her hand at Wan Sen's wife's face. What if the fragments hit her face? At the least, it would be disfigured, and at the worst, it would be blinded. Wan Sen's wife's pupils suddenly dilated, and her eyes clearly reflected the shadows of several broken porcelain pieces flying towards her. At this critical moment, Zhao, who had been standing next to Wan Sansa, reacted quickly. She pushed Wan Sansa away. Although Wan Sansa fell to the ground, she was lucky to escape. All the fragments were scattered on the ground. Mrs. Wan was so scared that she clenched her hands tightly together. Wan Erseo hugged Xiao Fubao tightly nervously, and Xiao Fubao suddenly shouted, "Aunt San." However, no one noticed Xiao Fubao change. Everyone's heart was on Wan Sansa at this time. The fact that Xiao Fubao suddenly called Aunt San was ignored by everyone. Feng said with a ferocious face, "You are lucky that this didn't hit you. If you dare to do it in front of me again, I will kill you." Wan Sansa was still frightened and looked at Xiao with gratitude. Xiao took the opportunity to help Wan Sansa up. The village chief immediately shouted at Feng, "Feng, what are you doing? Apologize quickly." The village chief also knew that Feng's brothers from her mother's family should not be underestimated, so he just asked Feng to apologize and didn't scold her other unpleasant words. After all, although he was the village chief, he didn't have the background of the Wan family, so he didn't offend Feng if he could. Feng pouted and said disdainfully, "Why?" She started at first. "I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? I am not unable to pay for this small cup. You all wait for me to throw silver in your face and kill you." Old Lady One sneered, "Okay. I am waiting for you to kill me with silver. The more the better. I am so old and have never seen anyone throw silver at me." Feng's face was ashen. She could not beat him or talk him out. She turned her waist and walked away angrily. However, because she used too much force, her feet slipped and she fell backwards. As luck would have it, she fell on the fragments she had just thrown. The fragments immediately cut a bloody wound on her head. Feng did not turn over for a long time and screamed at the same time. Shen Laozi quickly ran over to help Feng up, and his hand happened to press on Feng's wound, causing Feng to scream and curse. Shen Laozi, you can't divorce me. So you want to kill me, right? Shen Laozi was frightened when he heard it, and quickly let go. Feng's head, which had been lifted up, was suddenly released by Shen Laozi. Feng had no support and fell heavily back to the original fragments. She suffered 2 heavy blows in the same place. Feng grimaced in pain, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on her body. She was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. Shen Laozi was a little at a loss. It was not right to help or not to help. In the end, Gon couldn't bear it anymore and went up to Shen Laozi and said, "We two, each on one side, pull up the 4 sister-in-law and quickly find a doctor. If the bleeding doesn't stop, she will die." Shen Laozi said in panic, "Okay." Feng was supported by Gon and Shen Laozi, and walked home dizzy. "Stop. No one is allowed to leave without signing today," Old Lady One shouted coldly, looking at the embarrassed backs of the 3 people. The village chief had asked Jinyo to go back and get pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and he would write an IOU later and ask Shen Laozi to sign it. At this moment, Old Lady One asked to keep people, and the village chief couldn't ignore it, and helped Old Lady One to say, "Shen Laozi, you stay. Let your sister-in-law help your wife to treat the injury first." Shen Laozi's body was originally stiff, but he slowly turned around and stayed reluctantly. Jinyo quickly brought paper and pen, and the village chief wrote the IOU. Shen Laozi reluctantly pressed his handprint and left. The people of the Shen family left soon, but Shen was still sitting weakly at the door of the Wan family's fence. No one cared about her, and she was already dying at this time. Old Lady One glanced at Shen, although she was full of sympathy, and Xiao Fubao also spoke well of Shen. She did not dare to meddle in other people's business. She had already experienced the shamelessness and ruthlessness of the Shen family in the farce with the Shen family just now. So Old Lady Shen only glanced at Shen and said to the village chief's wife, "Village chief, how do you think we should deal with this?" Old Lady One looked sympathetic, and her tone was full of helplessness. She looked at the village chief and pointed at Shen. Shen had woken up at this time, but she was seriously injured and could not open her eyes. She was so sleepy that she could only lift her eyelids weakly, fearing that she would fall asleep and never wake up again. "Village chief." Shen used all her strength to make a cat-like whisper. The village chief did not hear Shen's words clearly, but he saw Shen's movements. Her hands were drawing something on the ground, but no one could see clearly. At this time, Wan Xingma took a look and found that Shen could actually write. There was a word Xiao written crookedly on the ground. Wan Xingma looked up at the village chief. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything. However, the old lady Wan next to him had been observing everyone present. When she saw Wan Xingma's expression, she asked, "Amor, do you have something to say?" Wan Xingma said, "Grandma, look, this had wrote a word Xiao on the ground. I don't know what it means, so I didn't say anything." The village chief also saw the words written by Shen at this time. He could understand what Shen meant. Shen wanted a divorce letter, but the village chief looked at the yard of the Shen family and found that this matter was not easy to handle. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to take care of the Shen family's affairs. If he didn't take care of it, he would get into trouble. But if he didn't take care of it in this situation today, Shen might not survive tonight. Chapter 86, Comforting Zhao. The village chief had no choice but to knock on the gate of the Shen family. The second son of the Shen family came out to open the door. His wife Ma was hit on the head by Shen. Ma was still lying on the Kong in the room. Feng had an accident and also hit her head. One was on the forehead, and the other was on the back of the head. The people of the Shen family were worried at home at this time. The medical expenses of the 2 people were also a lot of money. But they couldn't just watch the 2 people die like this. When the village chief came, the Shen family was shrouded in a cloud of sorrow. "Village chief." The second son of Shen greeted him expressionlessly, then opened the gate and didn't say anything. The village chief was supported by Jinyo at this time, and there was no good expression on his face. His prestige in the village was still very high. After all, he was a native and a big family. Half of the whole village was from their family. The village chief said with a fierce face, "Shen Lao, you are the boss of your family now. I want to ask you for an explanation today. Shen is your sister-in-law after all. I don't care how your family bullies her. It's your own business behind closed doors. But you should never cause a death. Shin has been married to your family for several years. Every day. You treat her like an animal? Even a cow or a donkey needs to rest, eat and drink, and needs to be well provided for. You beat people to death every time. The village chief did not wait for Shin Lauer to refute and continued, today. You represent your Shin family to give me a definite answer. Do you want to divorce Shin or take her back to heal her injuries? You decide for yourself. If Shin dies in your family, I will give you an explanation. A living person can be tortured to death by your family. The atmosphere of our Shitsi village has been corrupted by your family. To put it more seriously, I will kill all of you. It is not too much to expel the family from the village. Shin Lauer had not taken it seriously at first. But the village chief's words became more and more serious. And he began to panic. He immediately smiled and said, Village chief, we have lived in the same village for so many years. How can you say such a thing? But I really can't make up my mind. How about I go back and discuss it with my mother to see what my mother means? Do you think it's okay? The village chief was silent with a gloomy face, and said after a while, it is right to discuss it. But the Shin family can't always be placed at the door of the Wan family. This is not justified. You should quickly get the people back, and don't affect the Wan family's entry and exit. Shin Lauer hurriedly said, Village chief, don't worry. I will let my brother and sister-in-law go to get the people back. The village chief sighed, and was helped away by his son. When passing by the Wan family, Mrs. Wan had already asked her son to take out a bag of snacks and wait. When the village chief passed by, Mrs. Wan called out to him, Brother village chief, you've had a hard time today. These are the snacks that the mayor brought when he came last time. We have never been willing to eat them, so we plan to give them to you during the new year. Today, I would like to thank you in advance for coming this time. I have really caused you a lot of trouble. Mrs. Wan stuffed the snacks into Jinyo's hand. Jinyo glanced at his father. The village chief smiled with satisfaction, thinking that the new Wan family was really good at handling things. And they were also very generous. They gave a wolf skin the first time, and now they gave such expensive snacks. It can be seen that they really wanted to thank them. The village chief deliberately declined, and then accepted it. After all, the snacks didn't look cheap. At least several hundred coins. In fact, Mrs. Wan felt sorry for it. But this thing was food after all, and she didn't spend her own money. Even if it changed hands, the child would eat less. And if he was really greedy, she would let her son go to the street to buy some cheap snacks to satisfy his craving. But if these things were given to the village chief, he would help them avoid a lot of troubles in the future. And he would even take the initiative to stand on their side in everything. Mrs. Wan had a good plan. After sending the village chief away, Shin was quickly taken away by the Shin family. Finally, the Wan family yard was quiet, and Mrs. Wan was helped into the house by Zhao. The women were sitting on the Kong, because Zhao was visiting. The men of the Wan family avoided it. Only Mrs. Wan was left in the house, with a few daughters-in-law and Xiao to talk. The second son of the Wan family lit a fire in the brazier in the main hall, and pulled Wan Xingma to sit down and chat. He had a lot of ideas to talk to Wan Xingma, but he never had the chance. He was busy on the road, and just after settling down, he was busy with the new year and the beginning of the next spring. Today, I finally have a chance to have a good chat with Wan Xingma. In the room inside, Zhao looked worried. Aunt, you said that no one in our family has ever farmed before. So what are we going to do in the spring? And Amor's father has a broken arm now, and he is very depressed. The days ahead will be really difficult. Zhao's eyes were red as she spoke, but the tears did not fall. Old Lady Wan took Zhao's hand and smiled. What's so difficult about this? You can support yourself without farming. I have seen the clothes you embroidered for Xiao Fubao. Few people can surpass your craftsmanship. Are you afraid that you won't have enough to eat? Besides, with Amor's ability, can he let your family starve? After Mrs. Wan comforted Zhao for a few words, she said, Niece-in-law, to be honest, many people from the village came to visit my house today, and I also asked them about the situation in the village. This place has a large area and a small population, but the land is barren, and there is no food to harvest. Compared with our original place, the harvest is less than 70% of our original harvest, excluding taxes and other things. The food that can be left is not enough for the family's life. So I think it's very hopeless to expect to feed the family by farming. The more Xiao listened, the more unsure she felt. However, What Grandma once said was right. Her embroidery was still good enough and could supplement the family income. However, she was reluctant to let her son go out to earn money to support the family. On the way here, she also heard that there were few jobs that exiles could do, and most of them went to mines. But how could Zhao bear to let Wan Qingma suffer such a punishment? Grandma Wan continued, "We eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. We have just settled down. The food said by Mr. Liu is enough for us to eat for a year. When the spring comes next year, I will teach you how to plant vegetable seedlings, how to grow vegetables, and how to hoe the land. You should learn slowly and plant the vegetables first." After hearing what Mrs. Wan said, Mrs. Zhao felt relieved. Although the Liu family did not say who the gifts were for, Mrs. Wan had secretly divided the gifts into two parts, one for herself and one for Mrs. Zhao. Although Xiao Fubao discovered the rescue, it was Wan Qingma who made the effort. It would be unreasonable not to give him the thank you gift, especially since the Zhao family had just arrived in the village and everything was unfamiliar and scary. The gifts Mrs. Wan gave her undoubtedly gave her more confidence. After talking to Mrs. Wan for a while, Mrs. Zhao left. At dinner time, the Wan family had lunch and dinner together at the hour of high, and the table was very lively. Mrs. Wan asked her sons how their visit to the village chief's house went today, and the eldest son of the Wan family told them what happened at the village chief's house today. Just when Mrs. Wan and her family were having dinner, the fourth son of the Shen family had sneaked out of the village and went to Mrs. Feng's mother's house. Chapter 87: The Disappearance of Shen Laoxi. The sun was still high in the west, and the Wan family had gathered together for dinner. While eating, Wan Laoda said, "Mom, I went to the village chief's house today to find out everything. The village chief said that the land in Shitzi village was reclaimed by themselves, but the wasteland also needs to be bought with silver, which is much cheaper than the cultivated land. The good land is 5 taels of silver per mu. The inferior one is 3 taels of silver per mu, and the wasteland is 500 coins per mu." Wan Laotai smacked her lips and said, "Is there anyone selling good land in the village now?" Wan Laotai hopes to plant crops in the spring of next year, so that they can harvest some crops in the autumn harvest, which is enough for their family. There are many men in their family, and they work hard. Farmers rely most on the land, so Wan Laotai must get the land if she does nothing else. Boss Wan said with a sad face, "I also asked about this. The village chief said that there is no good land for sale in the village now. Every time someone sells good land, it will be bought by others soon. I heard that it is particularly difficult to open up wasteland here, especially in our Shitzi village. There are stones under many places. Sparks will fly when you dig with a hoe." After Boss One finished speaking, he sighed and was a little worried about the land to be opened up next year. When Mrs. One heard this, her heart skipped a beat. There are stones under here. No wonder this village is called Shitzi village. So this is what it means. No wonder the women who came to visit today said that the harvest here is particularly poor. This is the reason. It seems that we have to think about other livelihoods. There are so many people in the family. Even if we eat twice a day, these grains are not enough." After saying this, Mrs. Wan took a look at the food on the table and said to Mrs. Wan San, Lao San's wife, "Now everyone has a day off. We don't do much work in winter, so our bodies are slowly resting. Starting tomorrow, put less rice in the porridge, and each person will have half a piece of pancake every morning. Keep enough eggs for Xiao Fubao, and prepare the rest for the chicks, so that they can be ready in spring." Mrs. Wan San quickly agreed. Even if they ate like this according to what Mrs. Wan said now, it was much better than what they used to eat in Yonlu village. In the past, they had 1 meal a day, and the porridge was so thin that you couldn't pick out a few grains of rice. A lot of wild vegetables were added to the porridge, so they could barely eat half full. But because there was no oil, they were hungry quickly. Now at least they have 2 meals a day, and they can eat half a pancake in the morning. Everyone is very satisfied. Little Fubao could already understand what Grandma Wan said. She crawled into Grandma Wan's arms. Grandma Wan was still holding the bowl. She screamed in fear and quickly put the bowl down. "My dear, what's wrong?" Little Fubao sat in Grandma Wan's arms, pointing at the pancakes on the table with his little hand. "Nani? Steamed bun. Fubao. 7. How could Grandma Wan dare to give that pancake to little Fubao? It was a pancake made of coarse grains, and adults would have sore throats when eating it. Not to mention little Fubao's delicate throat. Grandma Wan quickly grabbed little Fubao's hand and coaxed him. "My dear, let's eat eggs. Okay? If you've had enough, Let Auntie San make you meat tomorrow. Okay? Little Fubao's little head shook like a rattle. His little face was rare and serious, like a little adult, and he said in a baby voice, "No. Nani. Cool. Daddy. Auntie. 17 buns." Everyone looked at little Fubao in shock, especially second sister Wan, who quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks and grinned. "Oh, our little Fubao can call Auntie?" Third sister Wan and Lu also looked at little Fubao lovingly. Aunt Wan San smiled and said, "Good boy. Come and call Aunt San again." Little Fubao called out Aunt San very obediently. Mrs. Lu also hurriedly said, "Good boy. Call Aunt C." Little Fubao really gave face and said, "Auntie." Mrs. Lu laughed happily. Little Fubao is really not an ordinary child. He speaks so clearly at such a young age. "Mother, our little Fubao will be very capable in the future." Mrs. Wan couldn't hide the smile on her face. The smile that radiates from the inside out is the easiest to infect people. And everyone laughed along. Mrs. Wan already knew what little Fubao meant. She wanted everyone to continue to eat dry food. Her little Fubao was really heartbreaking. But judging from the current situation, if they don't prepare for abstaining from food and clothing early, and there is a famine in the spring of next year, won't their family of so many people have to live in hardship? Grandma Wan could only comfort little Fubao and said, "Okay. Listen to our little Fubao. Eat some steamed buns. Okay?" Little Fubao immediately grinned, stood up shakily, hugged Grandma Wan's neck, and kissed her on the face. "Nana. Good. Fubao. Happy." Grandma Wan was so amused by little Fubao's cuteness that she couldn't find her way. She hugged little Fubao and kissed him, then let go and fed him egg custard herself. After dinner and cleaning up, everyone sat in Grandma Wan's room to chat. Lu made clothes for the baby in her belly. Second sister Wan watched little Fubao having fun with his brothers, and third sister Wan was sewing shoe soles. Several men from the Wan family sat on the ground around the fire pot, and Mrs. Wan continued the topic before dinner. When the ice and snow melt in the spring, you can talk to the village chief about buying wasteland. The village chief's family has lived here for several generations, so they must have more experience than us. When the time comes, let the village chief take a look and see where to buy. Don't buy too much first. Just buy 8 acres of wasteland first, and then see if anyone wants to buy some land." The eldest brother of Wan nodded and said, "What mother said makes sense. Then I will go to the village chief after the new year. When the land becomes softer, we will slowly open up the wasteland." The second brother of Wan also had no objection. After all, farming was his strong point. Even if it was sandy land, he would grow food. As they talked about Shin. At this time, the fourth brother of the Shin family was going to the town. He used the excuse of going to ask Feng for a doctor to go to Feng's mother's house to find help to clean up the Wan family and let the Wan family, including the village chief, know who is the boss. When Shin Laosi thought of Feng's younger brother Feng Qing, his eyes showed excitement. Guanjiamen, where Feng Qing was in Luding village, more than 30 miles away from Shitzi village. If Shin Laosi wanted to rush to Luding village, he had to hire a carriage or a mule cart. There was not even a cow in the village, let alone a carriage or a mule cart. When Shin Laosi passed by the door of the Wan family, he looked at the Wan family with a sinister look, and strode to Luding village. 5 or 6 days passed in a flash, and it was already the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month. Today was the little new year, but the Shin family was shrouded in a cloud of sorrow, because Shin Laosi went to the town to ask for a doctor for some reason and never returned. The Shin family searched for 5 or 6 days, but could not find any trace of him. Chapter 88 Shin Lao goes to Luding village. Since the last time Shin Laosi came back from the town with the excuse of going to the doctor, he has not appeared again. Feng has been in a coma due to excessive blood loss. The Shin family also begged people to search everywhere. Old lady Shin sat on the Kong and told Shin Lao, "You have been to Luding village before. Go to Luding village today to see if your fourth brother has gone to Feng's mother's house. If he has not gone, you should also ask to see if there is any problem with the fourth brother. How can this living person disappear just like that?" Shin Lao did not dare to delay. He also had his own plans in mind. If he did not find Shin Laosi, his family would have to pay off the huge debt owed by the fourth room. That was 15 taels of silver. Even if they sold the house, it would not be enough to pay it back. Shin Lao went to Luding village early in the morning. After so many days of bright sunshine, The snow on the road finally melted. The official road was dry, but it was still a little soft, which did not delay Shenlao's journey. Shenlao finally arrived at Looting Village at the end of the high hour. Looting Village was poorer than their Shitsi village. But not all of them were poor, because there was a Guangya sect in the village. Guangya sect had its own territory and also engaged in some bandit activities. It can be said that they lived a very comfortable life. The people around were miserable, and many people starved to death every winter. As soon as Shenlao arrived at the entrance of Looting Village, he saw a few lazy people sitting on the stone mill at the entrance of the village with their legs crossed and pipes in their mouths. They were the disciples of Guangya's sect. Several people were sitting on the stone mill in a lazy manner, basking in the sun. Seeing someone approaching Looting Village, someone immediately climbed up from the millstone, supported the millstone with one hand, and jumped off the millstone steadily. He ran to Shenlao in a few steps, stretched out his hand to stop him, stood sideways, looked at Shenlao with slanted eyes, and his legs were shaking with a nonchalant look. "Who are you? If you want to enter the village, you must pay protection fees. Otherwise you will go back to where you came from." Shenlao raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. It was so cold, but he was sweating all over because of the rush. Shenlao took a deep breath and said, "Brother, I am the in-law of your Guangya sect's deputy sect leader's sister. I came here to find deputy sect leader Feng for an urgent matter. Can you help pass it on? Do you know our deputy sect leader Feng? Don't you want to sneak into our Looting Village to steal under the name of our deputy sect leader Feng?" Shenlao looked down on him. He was standing at the entrance of the village at this time, and the whole appearance of Looting Village was clearly displayed in front of him. The location of Looting Village is more like a treasure pot. The surroundings are high and the village is low, so you can see the appearance of the whole village from the small hill at the entrance of the village. Shenlao looked at Looting Village in front of him. There were low thatched houses everywhere. The best house was the sect of Guangya sect, but it was also a larger thatched house, and the whole village was lifeless. There were almost no pedestrians on the road. There were faint cries coming out. It was estimated that someone had starved to death again, but there was no money to bury him. If Shenlao had not owed so much money, he would not have come to Looting Village. He felt unlucky, but now he urgently needed Feng Qing's help, so he endured the discomfort in his heart, looked at the visitor with a smile and said, "Brother, I am really a relative of your deputy sect master Feng. Your deputy sect master Feng's sister is in trouble. My mother asked me to come here specially. It is a matter of life and death. Please help to pass it on." The visitor carefully observed that Shenlao did not look like a liar, so he said indifferently, "Okay, you wait here. I will go to verify it." This person originally thought that he could catch someone to make some money, but he didn't expect that he was here to make a relative. However, thinking of the deputy sect master's fierceness, Niu San did not dare to delay and turned to the stone mill. Not long after, Niu San came trotting over. "Come with me. I take you to see deputy sect master Feng." Niu San glanced at Shenlao. His tone was not very good, and he turned around and strode away in front. Shenlao followed Niu San closely. When he passed by the door of a broken fence yard, Shenlao heard bursts of suppressed and sad crying from inside. He stopped and looked. Through the broken fence wall and the broken wooden door, he saw a corpse lying on the floor of the main hall of the low thatched house, and several people kneeling beside him were crying. Shenlao glanced at Niu San and found that he had walked a long way. He didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately chased him from behind. Shenlao followed Niu San through most of the village before he came to a frame with a plaque. There was a plaque horizontally on this simple door frame, Guangyao Gate. This plaque is the dividing line between the villagers and Guangyao Gate. There were several guards standing under the plaque. When they saw Niu San and his men coming, they did not stop them and let them pass. After Niu San and Shenlao entered the territory of Guanjiamen, the whole atmosphere changed. The dead silence in the village was in stark contrast to the noise and shouting here. Finally, in a spacious house, Shenlao saw Feng Qing. Feng Qing was leaning on the top wooden couch, smoking a pipe. Seeing Shenlao, Feng Qing narrowed his eyes and felt that the person looked familiar. After all, the last time he saw Shenlao was 5 or 6 years ago. In the past few years, Shenlao has aged a lot. Shenlao recognized Feng Qing at a glance. 5 or 6 years ago, when Shenlao brought Shenlaosi to Looting Village to propose marriage, Feng Qing was only in his teens. Now Feng Qing, who is not yet 20 years old, has no change on his face. Shen Lao hurried forward to greet without waiting for Niu San to introduce himself. Brother Feng. I am your brother-in-law's second brother. Do you still remember me? Feng Qing exhaled another puff of smoke, then sat up from the couch, put the pipe on the low table, and walked down on his shoes. Feng Qing was wearing a long gray cotton gown and a cotton hat, which made him look quite rich. However, Shen Lao had seen the nobleness of Lu Chongqing and his group, and when he looked at Feng Qing again, he couldn't help but compare his feelings. Shen Lao thought to himself that looking at Feng Qing's dress, it seemed that Guan Jiaman was not doing well. But Shen Lao only dared to complain in his heart, and didn't dare to really show any inappropriate expression. Feng Qing came to Shen Lao, looked at him up and down and said, My sister, brother-in-law didn't come, but asked you to come. What does that mean? Shen Lao was waiting for Feng Qing to say this, and immediately said, Your sister and brother-in-law are in trouble. I came here today to find your brother-in-law. 5 or 6 days ago, your sister was beaten by the new exiles in our village. She has been unconscious ever since. Your brother-in-law said he would find a doctor for your sister, but she hasn't come back for 5 or 6 days. We have looked everywhere, but there is no trace of her. Your aunt asked me to come here to check. Feng Qing immediately grabbed Shen Lao's collar and glared at him fiercely, and said in a cold voice, What did you say? My sister was beaten? Why didn't you say it earlier? Shen Lao looked at Feng Qing's cannibalistic look, and his heart jumped to his throat. Feng Qing's glaring eyes were a bit scary. After all, Feng Qing had a lot of murder cases on his hands, and at least 30 people had died at his hands, if not 50. Otherwise, how could he have taken the position of deputy sect leader? Chapter 89 Plan to rob the Wan family. Shen Lao was so scared that he stuttered, I thought your brother-in-law came to your place. So, Feng Qing let go of Shen Lao, snorted coldly, put his hands behind his back, and a fierce aura flashed across his body and said, Tell me in detail now. Why was my sister beaten? How did my brother-in-law disappear? Shen Lao did not dare to delay. But when he told the story, he pushed all the responsibilities onto the Wan family, not only distorting the facts, but also exaggerating them. A few days ago, a family of exiles came to our village. This exile house is different from others. This family of exiles is very wealthy. Their furniture is all new vermilion lacquer furniture. There is also a lot of silver in the house. I heard that a set of tea sets in their house is worth dozens of taels of silver. That day, my sister-in-law went crazy and beat people at home. In the end, she was beaten by her sisters-in-law. But she got the strength from nowhere and ran out. She fainted at the door of the Wan family. Your sister went to look for her, and was scolded by the Wan family. The Wan family probably saw that Shen was a widow, and wanted to marry her to their eldest son, the widower. Therefore, they stood on Shen's side, helped Shen vent her anger, and taught your sister a lesson. The Wan family relied on their wealth, and bribed the village chief. They were lawless and tyrannical in the village. They beat whoever they didn't like, and no one dared to fight back. Even the family of Daju, the village bully in our village, was dealt with by the Wan family. Even though your sister was hit on the head by them, she bled a lot and is still unconscious. We dare not do anything to the Wan family. Moreover, they blackmailed us that we owed them 15 taels of silver, and forced our family to write a huge IOU before they would let us carry your sister away. Your brother-in-law also disappeared in order to find a doctor for your sister. How can the Wan family, who are so rich, bully us poor people? Shen Lao, a grown man, sobbed and secretly observed Feng Qing's reaction. When he said that the Wan family was rich, he found that Feng Qing's eyes narrowed, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, Feng Qing said, Brother, it's getting late. Go and rest first. I go back with you tomorrow. Your family should go to the town to ask a doctor to treat my sister. If anything happens to my sister, I take your whole family with me. Do you understand? Feng Qing was not stupid. His sister was still unconscious after so many days. Even if his brother-in-law was missing, didn't anyone else in the Shen family go to ask for a doctor? It was just an excuse. He just didn't want to spend money on his sister. Shen Lao was so scared by Feng Qing's words that his legs trembled. He also knew that he might have said something wrong and made Feng Qing unhappy. But Feng Qing only warned Shen Lao. Feng Qing directly asked Niu San to take Shen Lao away. After Shen Lao was taken away, Feng Qing immediately went to another larger courtyard to find Kong Biao. the leader of Guanjiamen. Kong Biao was originally an exiled prisoner. Because he knew some kung fu, he recruited many younger brothers here and became the overlord of the village. He also learned from others to establish a small gang, which mainly harmed the people in the surrounding villages, and even fought with others for territory. It was not uncommon for gunfights to occur. Boss, I just got great news. We are going to get rich. Kong Biao was worried about not having enough money to have a good year. And someone sent money so soon? Kong Biao was still dozing off when he heard that there was money to be made. He immediately woke up and waved his hand for Feng Qing to sit down. Come, sit down and talk. Kong Biao also poured a cup of hot water for Feng Qing himself. Boss, my sister's second brother from her husband's family just gave me a message. A very wealthy exile has recently come to their village. Should we go and do something? Kong Biao's eyes lit up when he heard this. Exile? It sounds easy to bully. At this border, you may have to think twice before bullying ordinary people. Bullying exiles, even if the higher-ups know about it, will turn a blind eye. You just need to make some arrangements afterwards. How rich is he? Is the news reliable? Feng Qing immediately stood up and said, Boss, it's absolutely reliable. My sister's second brother said that this family has hundreds of taels of silver in gold and silver. I heard that a set of tea sets in his family starts at dozens of taels of silver. What kind of family is this? Kong Biao had long been greedy for the wealth Feng Qing mentioned. Damn it. I do whatever I need. I've done this. Which village did your sister marry into? Shitsi village. The nearest village to the town is about 30 miles away from our looting village. I leave tomorrow. My sister was beaten by the one family. I go first tomorrow and use the excuse of going to see my sister. It's a good opportunity to go to the one family to find out the details. Boss, you take your men and ambush near Shitsi village and wait for my signal. Kong Biao hesitated and said, Shitsi village. That seems to be the territory of the cheetah sect. Right? If we go to their territory and they attack us, we will be at risk of being wiped out. Right? Feng Qing said unconcernedly, Boss, we are just taking them by surprise. I heard that the leader of the cheetah sect has been missing recently, and their sect has been in a mess for a long time. How can they have time to care about us? Besides, we will fight quickly, rob and leave, and wipe out their entire family. No one will think that it was done by our Guangya sect. After all, our two villages are dozens of miles apart. Kong Biao felt that what Feng Qing said made sense. The leader of the cheetah sect was said to be a powerful figure, but no one knew why he suddenly disappeared. The cheetah sect was currently fighting for the position of leader. After the two discussed it, they felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They had the right time, right place, and right people. If they didn't take advantage of this opportunity, it would be a shame. Feng Qing, let's do as you said. We count the number of people and check the weapons tonight. We set off early tomorrow morning. You go with others to investigate the situation first. I lead my brothers to ambush 3 miles outside Shitsi village. We attack at night. After the two of them agreed, Feng Qing went to ask the kitchen to send some delicious food and drinks to Shenlauer, so that Shenlauer could work hard tomorrow. However, Feng Qing went back and was still wondering why his brother-in-law disappeared for no reason. Feng Qing felt that Shenlaosi was most likely killed, but he couldn't say whether it was killed by a person or a wolf. After thinking about it, Feng Qing decided to take people to search around Looting Village. In case Shenlaosi really came to Looting Village to find him, he would go to Shitsi Village to give an explanation to his sister. Feng Qing selected a team of people and followed him to a few miles outside Looting Village and searched everywhere. Deputy Sect Leader, look, there are clothes here. After searching for nearly an hour, Nyo-san came over with half a bloody trouser leg in his hand, which was obviously torn by a wolf. Feng Qing's face was a little gloomy. If this was really his brother-in-law's, it meant that Shenlaosi was gone. Let's go back. Feng Qing took the half-length trouser leg and prepared to go back and ask Shenlao if it belonged to Shenlaosi. Chapter 90 Maltos. The Wan family in Shitsi village. Today is the Little New Year's Eve. Old Lady One proposed to come here with the Zhao family for the first Little New Year. Zhao agreed, of course. Her cooking skills were a little disappointing, although the children didn't say it. It could be seen from the amount of food they ate that they didn't enjoy it. Zhao also wanted to take the opportunity to learn her cooking skills from the third sister-in-law One. Early in the morning, Old Lady One woke up all the children in the family and gave them a lecture. There's an old saying that children should be beaten on the New Year's Eve. If you don't want to be beaten today, don't talk nonsense. Say auspicious words. Which means that we will have good luck and a good harvest in the coming year. Especially you little ones. Remember it? Grandma One held a feather duster in her hand and waved it while sitting on the Kong. The little ones shrank their heads and said repeatedly, Grandma, we know. We can say nice things. I hope our family can pick up money every day next year. One who said with a smile. One whose words made Grandma One and Lou laugh. Little Fubao couldn't help laughing while sitting in Grandma One's arms. And clapped his hands and laughed, Little Guagua. Pick up money. Good. Grandma One's mood was immediately lifted by the little kids. And she let the little ones go. Except for some puddles occasionally. Everything else in the village was basically dry. The children were playing outside. Many families could not afford to celebrate the new year. So there were no such things to pay attention to. The children had nothing to eat. So they just looked for some food outside. Not far from Sheetzy village. There is a not-so-high mountain. And the children like to go there to pick bird eggs. But it is winter now. And there are no bird eggs for them to pick. Xiao Fubao also wants to go out to play. The adults in the Wan family are very busy today. Old Lady One assigned tasks to everyone early in the morning. And even Old Lady One herself had to personally lead several daughters-in-law to work. Xiao Fubao can already walk. But she is not very agile. And she is wearing some thick clothes, which makes it more inconvenient for her to walk. Old Lady One usually puts her on the Kong to walk. Today, Old Lady One is busy. So she handed Xiao Fubao to Wan Quan to take care of. Wan Xingchen also came to help early in the morning. And Old Lady One drove him out directly, asking him to help Wan Quan take care of Xiao Fubao. Xiao Fubao suddenly had 7 older brothers. He rolled over on the Kong with his little feet in his arms. And kept shouting, Big pot. Second pot. Third pot. The brothers laughed. At this time, a child timidly called Wan Quan outside the yard. Wan Quan, let's go get bird eggs? This was a new friend Wan Quan had just met in this village. His name was Ergu. He was about the same age as Wan Quan. Both were 11 or 12 years old. His family was so poor that they could hardly afford to have porridge a day. Wan Quan ran out when he heard Ergu's voice. Ergu? Why are you here? Wan Quan, let's go to the mountain over there to get bird eggs together. Wan Quan was a little tempted. Although his family still had surplus food and could eat 2 meals a day, he missed the days of getting bird eggs in Yonglu village. I'm afraid I can't do it today. I have to help look after my sister. How about another day? Little Fubao was brought out by the boys at some point. Today, Xiao Fubao was dressed up like a Fua by Wan Erseo, and looked very festive. It was the first time for Ergu to see Xiao Fubao. The half-grown boy was a little shy. He looked at his patched clothes, and then looked at Xiao Fubao and her brothers, and suddenly felt like a speck of dust. Guagua, go. Xiao Fubao also wanted to go. She hadn't played in the village since she came here, so she wanted to go out and take a look. Wan Quan was a little embarrassed. He didn't dare to take Xiao Fubao around. If Xiao Fubao fell or bumped, his grandmother would definitely skin him alive. Wan Xingchen smiled and said, Don't worry. I'm here. I go with you. I think the little sister really wants to go. I go and tell Grandma Wan. Wan Quan's eyes lit up. If Wan Xingchen also went, they would be relieved. Grandma would definitely be relieved too. After all, Wan Xingchen's skills should have no rivals in this village. Sure enough, when Wan Xingchen talked to Grandma Wan, she agreed. However, she still came over to tell the children to take good care of their little sister. She also gave each child some snacks. And even Erguzi got a piece of Maltose. Erguzi had never eaten Maltose in his life. He carefully put it in his hand, looked at it like a treasure, and was reluctant to eat it for a long time. Wan Quan smiled and patted Ergu on the back, saying, Ergu, eat it. This candy is very sweet. Eat it quickly, or it will melt. Ergu's eyes flashed with struggle. He carefully put it to his lips, and licked the yellowed candy in his hand with the tip of his tongue. A sweet taste he had never tasted spread across his tongue in an instant, and he squinted his eyes to enjoy the sweetness of the moment. How is it? Is it delicious? Wan Quan looked at Ergu's appearance. Not only did he not mock him, but he also felt a little sad. Wasn't he the Ergu now? Ergu was moved to shed 2 tears. Sweet tears. None of the Wan family's children mocked Ergu, but silently thought about their own thoughts in their hearts. Okay, let's go quickly. If we go later, it will be noon, and you won't be able to finish it. Although Wan Xingchen is the same age as Wan Quan, he has an incomparable maturity and stability. He was holding Xiao Fubao and standing behind the children. He was a head taller than Wan Quan. He just looked a little thin. Xiao Fubao also urged to go out quickly. She stretched out her little arms and wore a bright red cotton jacket and cotton pants. Xiao also embroidered a few small goldfish on her clothes, which looked vivid and very lovely. Led by Ergu, several children walked out of the village. To get to the mountain, they had to pass the end of the village and cross the entire village. Ergu's family lived at the end of the village, and they just passed by his door. Wan Quan, wait for me. I go back first. Without waiting for Wan Yuan's consent, Ergu hurried into the dilapidated thatched house. And soon he came out, followed by a little girl of a few years old, holding the yellowed maltose in her hand. Brother, this candy is so sweet. I give it to mother to taste. Ergu smiled and nodded, said a few words to the little girl, and ran out of the yard. Let's go! Ergu smiled and put his arm around Wan Yuan's shoulder. Wan Quan looked at Ergu, then looked back at the little girl with two small buns in the yard who was running into the house. Feeling a little sad, Wan Quan stuffed the candy in his hand to Ergu. Ergu, you eat it. I've had enough. There's still a lot at home. This is for you to try. Ergu was a little embarrassed to take it. He smiled shyly and said, I'm not greedy. You eat it yourself. Let's go to dig out the bird's nest quickly. Shall we? Wan Quan patted Ergu's head and said, Ergu, open your mouth wide and look at the sky. You will get rich next year. This is the custom of our Yonglu village. It is most effective on the day of the Little New Year. Really? Ergu's eyes lit up. And he believed it, and really opened his mouth to look at the sky. Suddenly, a sweet candy fell into Ergu's mouth. Look! This is already halfway to fulfillment. Isn't life sweet? Your family will definitely get rich next year. Ergu's eyes were a little sore, but he was soon pulled away by Wan Quan, because Wan Xingchen couldn't wait for these two nagging guys. He took Xiao Fubao and several Wan family boys and went ahead. After the two caught up with Wan Xingchen, they set off for the mountain together. We didn't meet other children on the way. It seemed that no one wanted to go out today. The wind at the border was like a knife blowing on people's faces, leaving natural marks on their faces. The children finally reached the foot of the mountain. Looking up from below, the mountain was full of low grass and trees, and there were not too many trees. Xiao Fubao was held in Wan Xingchen's arms, her eyes rolling around. It was her first time going out since she came to the border, and her eyes were not enough. She wanted to see everywhere. Suddenly, Xiao Fubao saw a black corner of clothes hidden by bushes on the hillside. Xiao Fubao hugged Wan Xingchen's neck and said in a baby voice, Gua Gua. Go. Xiao Fubao pointed in that direction while speaking. Wan Xingchen had been paying attention to the road under his feet and had no time to look around. At this time, under the guidance of Xiao Fubao, he finally saw the black clothes. He stood there without moving, but asked Wan Quan to go over and take a look. Chapter 91 New Year's Eve. Wan Quan, go and have a look. There seems to be a person lying on the ground over there. Just take a look and come back. Don't get too close, Wan Xingchen warned. Wan Quan was a head shorter than Wan Xingchen and didn't notice the situation over there at all. At this time, under the guidance of Wan Xingchen, he slowly walked to the side of the man. Soon, Wan Yuan's voice came. Come quickly. This man is still breathing, but he is seriously injured. There are bloody wounds all over his body, and he is still bleeding. Wan Yuan's courage has been trained after this exile. Seeing this seriously injured man, he is not afraid. Wan Xingchen has heard Wan Yuan's words. He hurriedly hugged Xiao Fubao and went to the middle of the mountain. The boys behind him followed closely. Doesn't this man look like a good person? Wan Xingchen murmured. Little Fubao grabbed Wan Xingchen's collar and said, Gua Gua. Savine. Wan Xingchen hesitated for a moment. But Wan Quan remembered what his grandmother said. No matter what his sister said, the whole family had to listen to her. If his sister asked him to jump into the river, he had to jump in without hesitation. It was very likely that there was gold under the river. Wan Quan remembered it particularly well. At this time, he heard his sister say that she wanted to save people. Wan Quan said without hesitation, Brothers, let's carry the man back first. The boys in the Wan family have always been very united. When Wan Quan said to carry him back, no one objected, and they hurried to help. The two youngest ones could not help much at all. They just pulled the man's trouser legs, grinned, and almost fell on their buttocks. But fortunately, there were a few older ones, and everyone worked together to carry the man down the hillside. Looking at the village, which was still far away, several people were a little tired. It would take until noon to carry the man back? Wan Xingchen said to Wan Quan, I watch here. You hurry back to call the adults. Wan Quan thought this was the fastest way. Wan Quan ran home. When he brought Wan Lao Da and Wan Lao Er, sweating profusely, the man's breathing was already very weak. The yellow soil under the man was dyed dark red by the blood, condensed into small pieces, and scattered on the ground. Wan Lao Da didn't have time to think about it, and he and Wan Lao Er quickly carried the man home. Wan Lao Tai had learned from Wan Quan that it was Xiao Fubao who found the man. So Wan Lao Tai and Wan Lao Er dared to come and carry the man. After the man was carried back, Wan Lao Tai asked her son to place the man in the yard next door, where there was an empty room. But it happened to be next to Chio's. Chio volunteered to help as soon as she heard it. Chio cleaned up the room quickly, and then the elder one laid the man flat on the Kong. The man had lost consciousness, and let the men do whatever they wanted. Old Lady Wan took a look at the bloody man, and hurried back to call the second sister-in-law of Wan. Second sister-in-law, do you have any hemostatic herbs? I remember you picked a lot when you went through the forest. Right? Second sister-in-law of Wan was busy washing the sheets, and she responded crisply, Mom, there are some. I get them for you. Second sister-in-law of Wan quickly got up from the small stool, wiped her hands on her apron, and went into the house. Soon she took a handful of herbs and handed them to Old Lady Wan. Mom, crush these herbs, apply them on the wound and bandage it. But if the other party is too seriously injured, it's better to go to the town to see a doctor. I'm using them for emergency treatment, and they can only save lives temporarily. Old Lady Wan nodded hurriedly, took the herbs, and returned to the next yard. Chio had already gone to boil water, and Boss Wan was using scissors to cut open the man's clothes. The clothes were a little difficult to take off, and Boss Wan was afraid of pulling the man's wound and causing greater damage. So he simply used scissors to cut Boss Wan's clothes directly. The Kong in the room was already burning, and there was a pot of fire on the ground, burning vigorously. There was also a thick cotton curtain hanging at the door of the house, which was all bought by the mayor at the beginning by Lu Chongqing. The temperature in the room rose quickly, but it didn't feel very cold. On the contrary, Boss Wan was busy for a long time, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Old Lady Wan sent Boss Wan some hemostatic grass. But Boss Wan was a rough man. He had seen at least 4 or 5 wounds on the man's body, and there was a fatal wound on his chest. Boss Wan was a little at a loss with the herbs in his hand. Chio happened to come in with hot water, and saw Boss Wan standing there in a daze. Brother Wan, what's wrong with you? Chio put the basin in her hand on the Kong table, and turned to ask. My mother asked me to apply the medicine. How can I do such delicate work? I was just wondering how my second brother and his wife bandage people. Chio smiled softly when she heard it, and took the herbs from Boss Wan and said, Brother Wan, let me do it. You look at your forehead full of sweat. Go out and cool down first. Boss Wan seemed to have finally thrown away this hot potato, and quickly stuffed the herbs to Chio and told him how to use them. Chio nodded and said, I understand, Brother Wan. Big Brother Wan then strode out of the room, leaving only Chio and the man in the room. Chio didn't feel anything when Big Brother Wan was there just now, but now that Big Brother Wan suddenly left, Chio suddenly felt a little embarrassed. They were alone, and the man had taken off all his shirts. However, seeing the man's increasingly pale face, Chio no longer hesitated, and quickly crushed the herbs and put them aside for later use. She picked up the handkerchief and gently cleaned the man's wound. The man couldn't help but frown, opened his eyes slightly, and saw a pretty and gentle woman helping him wipe his body. Wang Jiawei fainted again after just one look. Before fainting, he was thinking, are there still such beautiful women at the border? Chio didn't know that Wang Jiawei had seen her, and she only focused on the work at hand. Soon Wang Jiawei's wound was bandaged by Chio. Chio carefully covered Wang Jiawei with a blanket, and then carried a basin of blood out of the house. Chio went back to help, and Grandma Wan asked with a smile, has it been bandaged? Aunt, it's healed, but he seems to have never woken up. Chio thought of the muscles on the other party's body that were as hard as iron when he bandaged him just now, and his face couldn't help but get hot. It's okay as long as it's bandaged. General Wan broke his arm. Didn't he hold on? I think it's okay. Let's talk about it after the New Year's Eve. It's unlucky to go to the clinic today. Grandma Wan made the decision. And no one dared to say anything else. The New Year's Eve dinner in the evening was very rich. But this is only relative to the people in the village. At least there is meat and chicken. Grandma Wan asked Wan San's wife to make some easy-to-digest egg drop soup, and asked Wan Lauda to send it to the people in the next yard. This person was injured, and if he wants to recover quickly, he must keep up with the nutrition. These eggs were taken out of Xiao Fubao rations by Wan San's wife. Wan San's wife quickly prepared a bowl of egg drop soup and added some sesame oil. The fragrance could be smelled from a distance. When Wan Lauda was about to take it, Chiu stood up and said, "Aunt, let me go." Brother Wan, a man should not be able to do such delicate work. I am not in a hurry to eat. You eat first, and I will come later. Chiu took the bowl and spoon directly from Wan San's wife. Old Mrs. Wan felt that what Chiu said made sense and did not think much about it. After all, it seemed a bit difficult to let a grown man do this kind of service work. Okay. Then I trouble you. I ask your third sister-in-law to leave more meat and vegetables in the pot for you. You don't have to heat it up when you come back later. It's still hot. Chiu was a little touched and hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, Aunt. But don't leave me much. I don't eat much. Just give it to everyone. Chiu came to the next yard with the bowl in her hand. She pushed open the door with a creak and saw the man on the Kong with his eyes open. Still a little confused. Are you awake? Chiu's voice was soft and tender like a Jiangnan woman. And Wang Jiu's heart trembled when he heard it. He slowly turned his head to look at the person who came. He saw a slender woman wearing a brand new jacket and cotton pants, a pair of cotton shoes on her feet, and her black hair was casually gathered behind her and wrapped with a handkerchief. The woman had a pretty face and seemed to have been seen somewhere. Where is this place? Why am I here? Wang Jiu's voice was a little hoarse, and it sounded like he had been stabbed by a knife. Chiu had already walked to Wang Jiu's side and put the bowl in her hand on the Kong table. A unique aroma of sesame oil went straight into Wang Jiu's nostrils, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He had been hungry for 2 days and 2 nights. In order to avoid the pursuit of his enemies, he had been hiding from place to place for the past 2 days, and he was already starving. Young master, you are now at my aunt's house. My little Fubao found you, and then the Wan family rescued you. Chiu looked at Wang Jiu and lowered her head quickly, because Wang Jiu was staring at Chiu, and Chiu was so scared that she didn't dare to look at him. There was a faint ambiguity in the room for no reason. Outside the village, a group of people were looking for Wang Jiu everywhere, but they were searching door to door without success. Chapter 92 Sect Leader. It was dinner time, but Shitsi village was restless, starting from the first house at the entrance of the village, the village chief's house. People from the Cheetah sect came to search every house for the whereabouts of their sect leader. At this time, in the yard next to Grandma Wan's house, Chiu was feeding Wang Jiu egg drop soup. A bowl of egg drop soup was brought out from Grandma Wan's house, and had already become warm in this yard. Chiu slowly and carefully fed it to the other person's mouth, and wiped Wang Jiu's mouth with a handkerchief from time to time. Wang Jiu smelled a faint fragrance on the handkerchief, and his heart was pounding. But he was so hungry that he didn't care about his image. After a bowl of egg drop soup, Wang Jiu felt much better, but he lost too much blood and was a little dizzy. After drinking the egg drop soup, Chiu was about to leave. Thank you. Wang Jiu's voice came from behind Chiu. Chiu nodded, bowed her head slightly, and went out. As soon as Chiu walked to the gate, she heard the sound of shouting and yelling from the village. She was so scared that she dared not go forward and quickly retreated. Wang Jiu saw Chiu coming back and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "It seems that there are many people looking for people outside. They will find us soon. What should we do? Isn't it you?" Chiu looked at the seriously injured man on the Kong and couldn't help asking suspiciously. Wang Jiu struggled to sit up immediately after hearing this. "Miss, please help me find out the identity of the other party. I will definitely reward you handsomely." Chiu didn't dare to hesitate. Now she just didn't want the Wan family to get into trouble. If the Wan family got into trouble, she would have no good life. The Wan family was her backer now. Chiu quickly lifted the curtain and went out. She stood in a corner of the yard and listened to the movement in the village. The noisy voices, the knocking on the door, and the crying of children. A good New Year's Eve was disturbed by these people. After listening for a while, Chiyo finally understood something and immediately turned back. Sir, the other party seems to be from the Cheetah sect. They said they are looking for their leader. If anyone dares to hide and not report, they will destroy the village. Chiyo secretly observed Wang Jiuwei's reaction while speaking. Seeing that he frowned almost unnoticeably after hearing it, she knew that this person might be the leader they were looking for. Are you the leader of the Cheetah sect? Chiyo asked tentatively. Wang Jiuwei had no intention of hiding it from Chiyo, and said bluntly, I am Wang Jiuwei, the leader of the Cheetah sect. Chiyo immediately said, Then can I tell them, and let them come here to find you? No. Wang Jiuwei quickly stopped him. Chiyo listened to the noise getting closer and closer, and looked outside from time to time and asked, Why? Because I was injured this time because there was a traitor in our sect, who joined forces with other gangs to plot against me. Before I find out clearly, I can't let them find me. Besides, I am seriously injured now. If they find me and take me back, they might take my life while I am weak now. Chiyo was so anxious that she turned around on the ground. She had just heard the other party's words that if anyone dared to hide the sect leader, he would be killed without mercy. What should she do now? If she went there to inform them now, it would definitely be too late. She might just bump into those people. Open the door. Open the door quickly. We are from the Cheetah sect. Open the door quickly. The more you fear something, the more it will come. At this time, the people from the Cheetah sect have searched the yard where Chiyo is. Chiyo bit her lower lip tightly and glanced at the man lying on the Kong. The man had a hint of pleading in his eyes, but he didn't speak. Chiyo didn't know what to do at this time. The urging outside was getting louder and louder. At this moment, suddenly, with a pop, the fence door in the yard was kicked away by those people. Chiyo was so scared that her heart almost stopped beating. She was in a panic at this time, and Wang Jiuwei was seriously injured and could not move at all. Chiyo listened to the footsteps getting closer and closer in the yard, took a look at the candle in the house, went up to extinguish the candle, then quickly took off her clothes and got into Wang Jiuwei's quilt. Just as she lay down, the door of the house was kicked open, and a group of people came in, and a gust of cold wind also came in from the door. Chiyo shivered, and the man next to her groaned. Chiyo was too nervous, and her hands unconsciously grabbed Wang Jiuwei's chest hair. Wang Jiuwei felt a soft body trembling in his arms, and couldn't help but stretch out his arms to hug Chiyo. Damn! Where are the people? Why is the room so dark? Chiyo snorted at the right time, and said in a trembling voice, Who is it? At this time, everyone vaguely saw a woman sitting up on the Kong, and there seemed to be a man next to her. Wang San. The couple is sleeping. We are here at the wrong time. Ha. With a series of obscene laughs, several people went to check other rooms, and found no one. So they returned to the wing room. Chiyo had been relieved, but when she heard those people coming back, her heart was lifted again. Did you two see a tall man with a red mole the size of a grain of rice at the end of his eye? Chiyo had been getting ready to get dressed, but was forced back into bed by those who suddenly returned. No. We went to bed at night and didn't see anyone. Chiyo's voice was a little trembling. The people of the Cheetah sect could hear that Chiyo's voice was a little trembling. They knew that she was a timid woman and didn't dare to hide a man. Chiyo heard the footsteps of those people going away, so she hurriedly prepared to get out of the bed, but was held down by a strong hand at her waist. The man's warm breath sprayed on Chiyo's head. Chiyo subconsciously pressed the man's chest with both hands, but didn't want to press the man's wound. The man groaned, and Chiyo was so scared that she quickly let go of his hand. Chiyo's strength was removed, and she was embraced by the man. Where is your man? The man's low voice sounded above Chiyo's head. Thinking of her man's ruthlessness, Chiyo couldn't help but ignite a trace of hatred in her eyes, but it was hidden by the night. He died, leaving only my daughter and I to depend on each other, and now we are living under someone else's roof. Chiyo's long-term repression was broken by the man's question, and she couldn't help but say one more word. Wang Jiuwei raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Will you follow me in the future? I promise to support you and your mother, and not let you and your mother be bullied here. Chiyo looked up at Wang Jiuwei in surprise, but her strength was too strong and hit the man's chin. Chiyo said in a panic, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Chiyo quickly stretched out her hand to help the other party rub it, but the two soft lumps on her body just happened to stick to Wang Jiuwei's chest. Wang Jiuwei's eyes darkened, and his blood rushed all over his body. But he was seriously injured. Otherwise he would definitely love the beauty in his arms. I'm fine. Put on your clothes quickly. We have to leave here quickly. Those people will be back soon. Why? They've obviously left. Chiyo was a little puzzled. Because there is still a faint smell of blood in the house. Chiyo is not very sensitive to the smell of blood. But people who fight and kill all year round are very sensitive to it. Those people were just fooled temporarily, and will soon come to their senses. Chiyo was so scared that she hurriedly put on her clothes. As soon as she was dressed, a figure pushed the door open from outside. Aunt San, you can go back now. The person who came was Wan Qingma. He had been listening outside for a while, and had not interrupted. After all, Uncle San was gone. And he, as a nephew, could not hinder Aunt San from finding her own happiness. If Chiyo could marry again, Old Lady Wan's family would not have to care about Chiyo anymore. And both sides would be relieved. Wan Qingmo really hoped that Chiyo could marry this man. Since the people of the cheetah sect entered the village, he had already caught a small follower and asked about the situation of the cheetah sect. Now I'm here to take Wang Jiawei away. Chapter 93. Chiyo leaves. Chiyo's face flushed. She knew that her nephew was very skilled in martial arts. But she didn't know how long he had been here and how much he had heard. Chiyo was about to leave in a panic, but was gently pulled by Wang Jiawei's hand. You haven't answered me yet. Are you willing to follow me? Chiyo looked at Wan Qingmo in panic. But there was no light in the room. Chiyo could only see Wan Qingmo's shadow, but not the expression on his face. But Wan Qingmo could see Chiyo's movements. He said calmly, Aunt, you are free now. You can make your own decisions. If you want, I can send you and Sister Qin to the cheetah sect. And you can help take care of Sect Master Wang. Chiyo felt that this change was too sudden. She hadn't thought it through for a while. She didn't know anything about the man in front of her. She didn't want to jump into another fire pit after getting out of that one. She might as well live under someone else's roof. At least the people in the Wan family were very friendly to her. As long as she worked hard, she could sell some embroidery in the spring of next year and save some money to live a simple life. At that time, she wouldn't have to live under someone else's roof. Wan Qingmo saw Chiyo's hesitation and entanglement, and continued, Aunt San, I have inquired about it. Master Wang is a righteous man. His ex-wife has been dead for 10 years, and he is not remarried yet, which shows that he is deeply in love and righteous. He fell in love with you at first sight, which shows that you two are really destined. If you don't want to, don't force it. My mother and I will help you. Chiyo suddenly covered her face and cried. She didn't expect that this nephew was cold-faced but warm-hearted. He spoke her mind and had already decided to help her. But in this border, women without men often have a bad end. Chiyo is a courageous woman. Otherwise she would not have known her husband personally. At this time, she looked up at Wan Qingmo in the dark and said, Amor, I know you are a good child. If Aunt San doesn't live well in the future, can you make the decision for Aunt San and help Aunt San? Yes. No matter who Aunt San marries. She is my Aunt San. Sister Qin is the flesh and blood of our Wan family. This is correct. Wan Qingmo did not wait for Chiyo to finish speaking, and interrupted her firmly, and gave a positive answer. Chiyo's eyes were filled with tears. She bit her lips, and after a little hesitation, she said decisively, Amor, I agree. I go pack my things now. Please take me away later. I go kowtow to Aunt Wan first. After saying this, Chiyo left the room without hesitation. Wan Qingmo helped Wang Jiawei put on a cotton coat he brought. Wang Jiawei kept scanning the young man in front of him. Why are you helping me? Wang Jiawei could feel that this person's kung fu was much higher than his. At least, he didn't notice someone outside just now. I'm not helping you. I'm just helping the Wan family. I hope that if this family has any difficulties in the future and needs you, you can repay this favor today. Wan Qingmo said frankly that the little follower he caught today. Wan Qingmo asked him a lot of questions, and he realized that the situation on this side was so complicated. He was afraid that he couldn't handle it alone. So he had to make arrangements in advance. The man that Xiao Fubao rescued today also reminded him that the Wan family were all farmers, and might not be able to see the situation here clearly. But he was different. He had led soldiers, fought in battles, and was familiar with the art of war, and knew the principles of deploying troops, raising soldiers for 1,000 days, and deploying them for a moment. This principle also applies to the current border. Xiao Fubao has brought back the available people, but the people of the Wan family don't know how to use them. So let him do it. Wang Jiawei narrowed his eyes and said, I've already married the person who saved me. What else do you want me to repay? Wang Xingmo knew that Wang Jiawei had misunderstood. So he said solemnly, do you think the person who takes care of you is the one who saved you? Isn't it? I didn't see anyone else either. Remember clearly? The person who saved you was a little girl. If she hadn't found you, you would be dead now. A corpse. Do you still want to marry the beauty? Dream on. And you think the person who saved you has been supported by the little girl's family. Since you are determined to marry her, you should repay her kindness as well. Wang Jiawei was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that Wang Xingmo meant that he had not yet married. But he wanted to take the favor of the wife, who was about to marry him into his family. You are so calculating. Does your third aunt know? What does it have to do with my third aunt? How far are you willing to go for my third aunt? Are you going to marry my third aunt so easily? Wang Jiawei looked at Wang Xingmo with interest. This kid is not an ordinary person. Okay. We have to leave quickly. Those people are about to come back. I don't want to kill people when we celebrate the first Xianyan in our family. You have to clean up your sect after you go back. I am still not at ease to hand over my third aunt to you. Someone who can't even manage the sect well. I will give you 3 days to clean up your sect. Otherwise, I will take my third aunt back and let you be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Wang Jiawei, you are so cruel. Chiu sure does look like his ex-wife. Or more precisely, she has a similar temperament. Wang Jiawei did not refute. He did have to go back to sort things out. He did not dare to reveal his identity just now, because he was afraid that there were traitors among this group of people. This time he was able to escape death, which gave Wang Jiawei a profound lesson. Wang Xingmo helped Wang Jiawei get off the Kong. Qiushi had packed up her things in a hurry. She didn't have anything to bring with her. She only had some cloth that old lady Wan gave her to make clothes for her child. She had never been willing to use it. The rest were worthless things, but they were of commemorative significance to Qiushi. She wrapped them up in a bundle. When they came to the yard next door, old lady Wan and the others were not in the mood to eat because someone had just come to search. The family was worried. Wang Xingmo had told them that the person they rescued today was the leader they were looking for. When Qiu came in, the dishes on the table were basically untouched. There were 2 tables today. The table on the Kong was for women and children, and the table below the Kong was for men. They also opened a jar of wine, which was also sent by Lu Chengxin. It was a specialty of the border. The alcohol content was higher than that of the wine inside the border, and it could keep warmer. Sheener, come down. Qiu stood at the door of the wing room with a bundle on her shoulder. Her face flushed. She still felt like she was dreaming. Wan Yiqin was sitting next to her sister Wan Yiru, eating chicken in small bites. When she heard Qiu's voice, Wan Yiqin quickly ate the chicken in her hand and climbed down from the Kong. Mother! Wan Yiqin ran to Qiu's side, grabbed the corner of Qiu's clothes, and looked at the bundle in Qiu's hand with doubts in her eyes. Qiu lowered her head and touched her daughter's head, and pulled Wan Yiqin to kneel down. Old Mrs. Wan was startled, and everyone was shocked. Old Mrs. Wan quickly asked Wan Erseo to help the person up. Second wife, hurry up and pull up your sister-in-law. What are you doing? It's New Year's Day. Don't do this. Second sister-in-law Wan went up to pull Qiu, but couldn't. Second sister-in-law, Aunt, listen to me first. I'm here to say goodbye to you. What's the matter? It's New Year's Day. It's dark outside. Where are you going? Old lady Wan also quickly put on her shoes and walked over. The others also stood up and looked at Qiu in confusion. Qiu simply recounted what happened just now. After listening, old lady Wan knew that this was not something she could stop. She glanced at Zhao, who was standing next to her. After all, Zhao was Qiu's eldest sister-in-law, and the eldest sister-in-law was like a mother. They should make their own decisions on this matter. At this time, Zhao also knew that this was their family affair, and old lady Wan was not convenient to say more. So she took the initiative to stand up. She bent down and helped Qiu up. Third sister-in-law, it's not easy for us to survive all the way to the border. Now you have a good home. Sister-in-law is happy for you. But we don't know whether the character of the leader that Moer inquired about is reliable. If you are wronged over there, you must ask someone to tell us, and we will definitely take you back. No matter what. You can't write 10,000 words with one stroke. For the sake of Qin girl, we will not ignore you and your mother. Qiu suddenly threw herself into Zhao's arms and cried loudly. Sister-in-law, I was ignorant before. After all these things, I know who is really good for this family. But now everything is too late. Our home is gone. We don't know if we can meet again in the future. Xiao cried breathlessly. Zhao's eyes were reddened. Third sister-in-law. No matter where you go or who you marry, you will always be my sister. Don't be sad. Be well. Xiao then let Xiao go and knelt down again, saying, If you accept me as your sister, please accept my greeting. Xiao wiped her eyes, watched Xiao kowtow, and then pulled her up. Okay. Emor is waiting. You guys go quickly. I take good care of you and Chiner. Wang Yiqing didn't want to leave. These were all people she knew and was familiar with. Now she suddenly had to leave. And the little girl was a little timid. Mom, can you not leave? Xiao looked down at her daughter's pleading eyes, feeling a little bitter in her heart. Zhao said at this time, Sister, if not, you go first. When you are settled, come and pick up Chiner. The child is young and can't adapt for a while. Don't scare the child. Xiao felt that what Zhao said made sense. She took a last look at Wang Yiqing and turned away. Wang Yiqing turned around and threw herself on Zhao and cried. Auntie. Wang Yi hurried over to hug Wang Yiqing. The two little sisters hugged each other. And Wang Yiqing didn't feel so lonely. Wang Qingma couldn't walk fast with the two people. As soon as they left the village, they were caught up by the people of the cheetah sect from behind. Chapter 94 Dealing with the fatty. Wang Qingma and the other two were quickly caught up by the people of the cheetah sect. Wang Qingma held Wang Jiawei, and Xiao supported the other arm. The cheetah sect was on a small hill 10 miles away from Shizi village. The entire gang was built like a castle, and the entire hill was surrounded by adobe walls, making it difficult to break through. The three were quickly surrounded by dozens of people who caught up. They all held long knives in their hands, emitting bursts of cold light in the cold night. Who are you? Put down our leader. Don't you know that those who hijack the leader will die? A fat man, with a small braid on his head and a shaved head raised a long knife and shouted loudly. Wang Qingma glanced at the person who came coldly, and then turned his head to look at Wang Jiawei, whose face was pale. Wang Jiawei snorted coldly, Fatty. Get out of here. This is my benefactor. Are you qualified to scold him? Get out of here. Wang Jiawei spoke weakly. He clearly wanted to yell at the other party, but the words he said were like the hum of a sick cat, without any deterrent effect. The fat man smiled maliciously at this time. Master, we are here to save you. The brothers have been out for several days and nights to find you. You don't say thank you to the brothers for their hard work, but you still let us get out. Isn't this chilling the hearts of the brothers? Wang Jiawei sneered. Do you really want to find me back? Or do you want to see if I am dead? The fat man's face changed after hearing this and said, What do you mean by this? Master? He was obviously doing it very secretly, and the search was deliberately made in a big way to cover up his tracks. But he didn't expect that he was still discovered by the other party. Don't you know what I mean? You are asking me even though you know the answer. I will settle the score with you when I return to the sect. You will not be able to get 100 heads. Wang Jiawei has analyzed everything clearly based on the clues in the sect these days, including the person who did the dirty work behind the scenes. The fat man saw that Wang Jiawei had already torn his face, and he couldn't let him go. He tightened his hand holding the long knife and took a step back. He stood directly outside the crowd. At this time, Wang Qingma and the other two were in the encirclement. A vicious smile flashed across the fat man's face. Master, since you don't plan to leave me alive, don't blame me for being ruthless. I can only send you off in person. Brothers, come on. Don't leave any of you alive. After the fat man finished speaking, he waved his hand and retreated a few steps away to watch the battle. His face was determined to win. Dozens of people received the order and rushed up waving their long knives. Xiao was already scared to the point of weakness, but she always believed that Wang Qingma was more than capable of dealing with these people. These were gangs made up of a bunch of rabble. And how could they be as powerful as Wang Qingma, who had received formal training? Aunt San, I leave the leader to you first. After saying that, Wang Qingma let go of Wang Jiawei, and Wang Jiawei's whole body involuntarily fell to the side, pressing his whole body on Xiao's petite body. But Xiao still managed to hold on. But it was very difficult. Wang Qingma flew in the air and kicked the people who rushed over in a series of kicks, kicking all the people in the innermost circle out. When Wang Qingma fell back to the ground, a large area around him had already fallen. The fat man saw this, clenched his fists tightly, and looked at Wang Qingma with a sinister look. It turned out that this guy was still a tough guy. When did such a powerful person appear at the border? Why didn't he know? If other gangs knew about it, they would definitely fight to the death. Or if this young man sets up his own gang, he will definitely become a godlike existence at the border in a short time. Wan Xingma didn't know what Fatty was thinking. He had already snatched a long knife from the other party. The long knife seemed to be injected with life in his hand. He used it to perfection and never missed. But no one died because of this. Those people only had broken hands and feet. Soon there was a wailing on the ground. Fatty was already scared out of his wits. He trembled and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" A group of people came quickly and left quickly. They supported each other and fled in a panic, as if there were hungry wolves chasing them from behind. Wan Xingma took some time to send Wang Jiawei back to the Cheetah sect. The Cheetah sect was in chaos at this time. The deputy leader was Wang Jiawei's younger brother Wang Jiawen. Good-for-nothings. You are all good-for-nothings. You have been searching for my elder brother for such a long time, and still haven't found him. What's the point of keeping you useless people in our sect? Hurry up and keep searching. I want to see him alive or dead. Wang Jiawen was so angry that he smashed several cups. The people below were so scared that they dared not speak. They quickly withdrew and led people to search again. Suddenly, someone ran in to report, "Deputy Sect Master. The Sect Master is back." Someone sent the Sect Master back. When Wang Jiawen heard this, he immediately stood up from the low couch, widened his eyes, and walked down like the wind. "What did you say? My elder brother is really back? Where is he? Where is he?" Wang Jiawen asked anxiously. "He is at the gate of the sect. The Sect Master seems to have been rescued. He is seriously injured and looks very weak." Wang Jiawen didn't wait for the other party to finish his words, and he passed by him and ran towards the gate. Before he reached the gate, Wang Jiawen saw his elder brother being supported by two people on the left and right, walking back with weak steps. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Who hurt you?" Wang Jiawen's face was cold. If he found out who hurt his elder brother, he would definitely chop that person into pieces and feed them to the wolves. "Brother, don't talk about this first. These two are my benefactors. This is your elder sister-in-law. I am not feeling well now. You should take care of your elder sister-in-law first." Wang Jiawei insisted on saying these words and fainted. Wang Jiawen glanced at Qiushi and felt that she looked familiar. But since she was someone recognized by his elder brother, he naturally had to respect her. After settling the two, Wan Xingma was ready to say goodbye and leave. And Wang Jiawen personally sent him out. Wan Xingma also told Wang Jiawen some of the news he knew along the way to prevent Wang Jiawen from being deceived. Wang Jiawen was very grateful to Wan Xingma, and he did not expect that the person who harmed his elder brother was actually someone from the sect. When Wan Xingma returned to Shitsi village, it was almost midnight. Except for the children. The adults of the Wan family had not yet gone to bed, and they were still waiting for Wan Xingma to come back. Finally, they heard movement in the yard, and the elder Wan and Wan Xingchen hurried out to greet him. Wan Xingma looked at the dim candlelight coming out of the window, and there was an unprecedented warmth flowing in his heart. This is the feeling of going home, among the thousands of lights. He also has a light that belongs to him. "Brother, you are finally back. How are you?" Wan Xingchen stepped forward and asked with concern. Wan Xingmo patted Wan Xingchen's head. "Let's go. Let's talk about it when we get back." Chapter 95 Adding Makeup. Back in the house, Old Lady Wan hurriedly prepared hot meals for Wan Xingma. No one had eaten much, so it was just right for them to have another meal with Wan Xingma. And they ate all the leftovers from the night before they sat down with burps. In the warm thatched house, everyone was full and a little sleepy. "Niece-in-law, can you help the general back first? I think his health is still very poor, and he needs to be well taken care of." Wan Jinshu put one hand on his knee, leaned sideways, and said to Old Lady Wan with respect, "Aunt, I am no longer a general. Don't call me a general anymore. If it gets out, I am afraid that it will give people a reason to talk. Just call me Jinshu." Old Lady Wan nodded, thinking that what Wan Jinshu said made sense, and she should really change her words. Before, there was no one else on the road of exile, so it didn't matter what she called him. But now they have moved into the village, and there are many people in the village, so she should be more careful. It's my fault for not considering it carefully. "Jinshu, go back quickly. I ask him a few questions, and then let him go. You need to take good care of your body. You have a grandson in the future. Without a man here, life will be so difficult for the family." Although Wan Jinshu had a broken arm, he was still a man after all. With him, Zhao's life would be better. Aunt, I understand. Don't worry. I will be fine. I treated their mothers badly before. Now it's time to make it up to them. Zhao lowered her head and helped Wang Jinshu stand up. Wang Jinshu held Zhao's hand with one hand. Zhao finally felt the tenderness of a tough man in Wang Jinshu. Wang Jinshu and Zhao also took Wang Yiru and Wang Yiqin away. The two sisters were inseparable, so they just slept together. Anyway, Wang Yiru occupied a room by herself, and Wang Yiqin was just right for them to keep each other company. And more. Come sit here with Grandma. Wang Xingmo happened to be sitting next to Xiao Fubao. When Xiao Fubao turned over, his little arm was on Wang Xingmo's leg. Wang Xingmo looked at Xiao Fubao's sleeping face and raised a barely perceptible smile. And more. How are your third aunt's arrangements? Although Grandma Wan and Chio's friendship was not deep, they were exiled together after all, and they had gone through hardships together. She was worried after all, and she was not sure whether this man was reliable. Grandma, don't worry. I will go again tomorrow during the day to see how the situation is with the third aunt. But it seems that there is no problem tonight. Sect Master Wang has arranged for the third aunt. Wang Xingmo told Grandma Wan in detail what happened after going to the cheetah sect today. Grandma Wan was full of emotion, and she took out a piece of cloth from the calm cabinet. Then let your Uncle Wan go with you tomorrow. Grandma has a dress of cloth, which is aqua red. She is a newlywed woman anyway. When you go with your Uncle Wan tomorrow, bring this cloth to your third aunt and say that it is a gift from Grandma for her dowry. Let her make a new dress, which can be regarded as the friendship we have built along the way. Wang Xingmo took it and thanked Chio on behalf of her. Okay. If you have nothing to do, go back and rest. It's almost the new year, and the family is busy. We have to prepare for the spring. After the new year, let your uncle take you to the village chief's house to buy wasteland. We will reclaim it together and plant it first. It is at least an income. It's okay as long as we don't starve. Wang Xingmo agreed to all of them, and he was very touched. He felt very relieved to have such an elder at home who arranged everything in advance. Grandma, I got it. I go back and tell my mother. I go to the village chief's house when I'm free. Since we're going to settle here in the future, we must make long-term plans. Since Grandma has planned for us, we've saved a lot of trouble. After hearing this, Grandma Wan laughed happily. This child is really good at talking. After Wang Xingmo left, Grandma Wan's family went to bed. The first year of the border passed so quickly, and Chio found a good home. The next morning, Wang Xingmo took the eldest brother Wan to the cheetah sect. After returning last night, Xiao gave Wang Xingmo 10 taels of silver, which was part of the thank you gift from Lu Chongxin. After all, it was Wang Xingmo who saved people, and they just took advantage of it. Although Xiao Fubao contributed, Grandma Wan was not a greedy person. Except for the jade pendant. Grandma Wan divided the rest into 2 equal parts and gave one to Zhao. So Zhao is rich now. She heard Wang Xingmo say that old lady Wan took out a piece of cloth to make clothes for Chio. And as a sister-in-law, she couldn't help but express her feelings. In fact, Chio and Zhao had a mediocre relationship. When they were in the general's mansion before, there was no estrangement between them. And Zhao didn't hate Chio very much. Now that Chio is married, she is really happy for Chio. It is difficult for a woman to survive in this border without a man to rely on. Zhao directly asked Wang Xingmo to give Chio 10 taels of silver, which was considered to be the full love between them. How Chio could live in the future depended on her own ability. After Wang Xingmo and Wan Laoda left, the family began to get busy. The wind and sand at the border were very strong, so the bacon was basically dried after hanging in the vent for a few days and became jerky. Mrs. Wan asked several daughters-in-law to put away the bacon. After all, it was almost the new year and there were more thieves. Mrs. Wan looked at Lu's belly and became a little worried. Second wife, please find out if there is a reliable midwife nearby. Your 4 sister-in-law's belly is getting bigger and bigger. I think she will give birth before the Dragon Boat Festival next year. It's time to find out now and make arrangements in advance. Otherwise you will be caught off guard when the time comes. Second wife Wan was chopping meat. She happily responded, Mom, don't worry. I'm asking around. There is no midwife nearby. But I heard there is a good one in the town. I will go to the town with the child's father to see. If it's suitable, we will settle on it. If not, we will slowly ask around. Old lady Wan nodded with satisfaction, thinking that these wives were trustworthy. When it was almost noon, There was a lot of noise next door. The people of the Wan family saw a strange man looking for trouble in the yard of the Shin family through the fence. Old Lady Wan quickly called everyone back to the house. Come in. Don't go to watch the fun. This guy doesn't look like a good person. The fierceness on his face looks like he wants to eat people. You must not do anything bad. Stay in the house. Just as Mrs. Wan called everyone into the house, the gate was kicked open. Chapter 96 Feng Qing comes to find fault. Old Lady Wan sat on the Kong. Her eyelids twitching. Old Second. What's wrong? Go and take a look. Why are my eyelids twitching? Old Second and Old Third Wan were together. As soon as they opened the gate, they saw the man who had just found fault in the Shin family yard standing at the gate of his yard. Most importantly, the fence door of his house had been kicked out by this man, and was now lying on the yellow mud in the yard. Who are you? Old Second Wan looked at the person warily. Humph. Who am I? I'm your grandfather. You beat up my sister and extorted money from her? What's wrong with you? It's hitting my eyeballs. Your sister? Who is your sister? We are new to Shitsi village, and have never fought with anyone. Did you misunderstand? Wan Laosang glanced at the man and saw that he looked a bit like the injured Feng last time. He thought he was probably Feng's brother? My sister is the fourth daughter-in-law of the Shin family next door, who was beaten by your family. Do you still dare not admit it? She is still lying in the house. If you don't pay compensation today, I will set your broken house on fire. Feng Qing was arrogant, with his arms around his chest, looking at the two brothers in the yard. As arrogant as he could be. Wan Lao Er and Wan Lao San were a little scared at this time. This guy looked like a troublemaker, and he really dared to set fire to the house. Today was also a rush. Wan Qingma and Wan Lao De were not at home. They would definitely not be able to come back at this time. The earliest they could come back would be after lunch. Feng Qing saw that the other party was all honest men, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed through his mind. These people were no match for him at all. He really didn't know what kind of cowards the people of the Shin family were. They were actually controlled by this family. Feng Qing had just seen Feng's wound, which was already festering. He had just smashed in the Shin family and got angry. Now the second son of the Shin family has gone to the town to ask the doctor for medicine. At this time, all the women and children in the house, led by Mrs. Wan, came out, and there was also the fourth son of Wan. Zhao also heard the noise, and ran out to see that someone was looking for trouble in the Wan family yard. Wan Xingchen went back to get a long knife, and came out. Zhao followed closely behind him with concern. And even Wan Jinshu came out of the house with his black gold gun. Feng Qing originally thought that only Wan Lao San and Wan Lao Si were two strong chickens, and he didn't take them seriously at all. Now he saw a group of people coming, and seemed to besiege him. Feng Qing couldn't help but restrain his smug look and became cautious. He looked around and immediately moved his whole body close to the fence wall, not exposing his back to others. Wan Xingchen and Wan Jinshu each held a weapon, and stood in front of the Wan family. The father and son took the responsibility of protecting everyone. Wan Jinshu felt that kind of blood boiling again at this time. He felt that he was not so useless. At least, he could still lift his spear and protect his family. Feng Qing took out a dagger from his sleeve, and held it tightly in his hand. He kept observing everyone's reactions with his eyes. To be precise, he was looking for the weaknesses of this group of people. Finally, he found out that what these people cared about the most was a little girl. Judging from her clothes, the little girl's clothes were out of tune with these people. Or to be more precise, with this village. She was dressed better than the granddaughter of the mayor's family in the town. And she was 10,000 times prettier. She had big watery eyes, and a white and tender face. He had never seen such a pretty little girl in this area within 100 miles. If he sold the little girl, it would be better than robbing this family. Feng Qing looked at the situation in front of him, and decided to fight. He looked at the two people standing in front of him. One was still a child, only 10 years old, holding a big knife in his hand. But Feng Qing didn't take it seriously. The other adult man exuded a momentum that made him look like a soldier. But he had a broken arm. Judging from his complexion, it should have been broken not long ago. His complexion was very bad, obviously due to excessive blood loss. Now he only had one arm, so he could give it a try. Feng Qing was able to get the position of deputy sect leader, and the skill of observing words and expressions was also indispensable. He held the dagger and moved slowly to the gate of the fence. Here he could attack or defend. If he couldn't win, he would just run away. If he could win, he would just snatch the little girl and run away. Feng Qing also had some combat experience. His kung fu was acquired by fighting for territory with many sects. So his moves were fast, fierce and accurate, without any fancy moves. All of them were gained through experience punch by punch. Feng Qing saw that Wang Jinchu's weakness was his left hand. So he pretended to attack Wang Jinchu's left side. When Wang Jinchu tried to block with his gun, he flexibly jumped to the right and stabbed the dagger in his hand straight into Wang Jinchu's right arm. Although Wang Jinchu had a broken arm, he was a general who had fought on the battlefield for many years. How could he be controlled by a gangster? In the face of absolute strength, all fake moves are just clowns. Wang Jinchu bent down to avoid it, turned back, and thrust his spear into the ground. With the power of the spear, his whole body rotated on the spot with his waist as the axis, and kicked out first, just kicking Feng Qing in the stomach. Feng Qing's original move, which was determined to win, was easily resolved by Wang Jinchu, and was kicked away by Wang Jinchu. Feng Qing had a new understanding of these people in his heart, but he looked at Wang Jinchu and found that the other party was exhausted. Although the move just now was strange, it consumed a lot of energy. So Wang Jinchu was pale and a little breathless at this time, which was a sign of exhaustion. Feng Qing got up from the ground, rubbed his stomach, and rushed to Wang Jinchu again. He expected Wang Xingchen to come up to help, so he fainted again. Feng Qing slipped through the two of them like a loach. His target was the little Fubao in Wan Erseo's arms. Everything happened too suddenly. Wan Lao and Wan Laosen were far away from Wan Erseo, and it was too late to rescue her. Wan Quan, who was standing next to Wan Erseo, saw Feng Qing rushing over. Although he was very scared, he couldn't let this man take his sister away. Wan Quan used all his strength to rush out from the side and hit Feng Qing's chest with his head. Feng Qing was not prepared for Wan Quan, who came out halfway and was hit by this kid. They fell to the ground at the same time. Feng Qing's eyes flashed fiercely, and he picked up the dagger and stabbed it into Wan Quan's back. Little Fubao was so scared that his baby voice broke, and he shouted loudly, "Gua gua." Suddenly a silver light flashed, and Feng Qing screamed, and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. The long knife in Wang Xingchen's hand was thrown and stabbed into Feng Qing's raised arm. Feng Qing just screamed, then reluctantly pulled out the long knife and kicked Wan Quan, who was lying on him. He suddenly jumped up and rushed toward Xiao Fubao again. Wan Erseo had already taken precautions and had slowly retreated into the house with Xiao Fubao in her arms. The men of the Wan family were all crowded together, blocking the door of the house. And the old lady Wan also leaned against Wan Erseo. She was a little puzzled. Why did this man have to attack Xiao Fubao? Did he see the abnormality of Xiao Fubao? It shouldn't be. They didn't seem to have met before. Feng Qing held a long knife in his hand, which was like a tiger with wings. He chopped anyone he saw without mercy. The people of the Wan family were scared and dodged everywhere. And Wan Erseo was soon exposed in front of Feng Qing. Feng Qing looked at the person in front of him, and a madness of determination flashed in his eyes. He approached Xiao Fubao step by step, but he didn't see the threshold under his feet. And suddenly a dog was tripped and fell in front of Wan Erseo. The Wan family members were not willing to miss this opportunity, and they rushed over to hold Feng Qing down. Wang Xingchen even took Wang Jinchu's spear and directly pierced Feng Qing's leg. A shrill scream came from the Wan family yard. Chapter 97: Adopting a Godparent. Feng Qing was pinned to the ground and beaten by the Wan family. Several teeth were knocked out, and his face was covered in blood. It was still old lady Wan who spoke up. "Okay. Get him out quickly. Don't kill him." Wan Lao heir and his men then carried the man out. "Old heir, why am I so panicked? Go find out who the people from Feng's family are? What do they do? Don't do anything bad." Since being exiled, old lady Wan has become extremely alert. After hearing what old lady Wan said, old heir Wan prepared to go to the village chief's house to ask. Wan Quan said, "Grandma, no need to ask. I heard from heir Go that Feng's family is from Luding village. This man must be the deputy leader of Guangya sect in Luding village. He came here to avenge his sister. He just smashed things in the next room. The Shin family is usually so powerful, but they dared not even fart today." When Mrs. Wan heard that it was related to the sect, she felt a little scared. She just wanted to live a stable life with her family at the border, and did not want to get involved in the disputes between these sects. But now it seems that they are passively involved. "Second brother, I don't know when your eldest brother will come back. Why am I so unsure? Little Fubao had been carried out by Juan Urseo at this time. Mrs. Wan felt much more at ease when she saw little Fubao. My dear, come here. Let Grandma hug you. I feel much more at ease when I see you like this. Wan Xingchen came over and said, Grandma, don't worry. My eldest brother and Uncle Wan will be back soon. These people are not a threat. My eldest brother has asked around. Although there are many sects here, there are not many who have real kung fu. You can rest assured. Grandma Wan touched Wan Xingchen's head. Okay. Grandma knows. You should help your father back quickly. I think he seems to have consumed a lot just now. Go back and rest quickly. Grandma Wan said to Zhao, niece-in-law. You should make some delicious food for Jin Shu to replenish his body. This body must be well taken care of. Otherwise it will suffer in the spring. However, Grandma Wan soon realized that she had said the wrong thing. Wan Jinshu looked like he could not do any farm work. After Zhao and Grandma Wan said goodbye, they helped Wan Jinshu back with Wan Xingchen. Feng Qing, who had been thrown out just now, had already limped away. He had to hurry up and report the news. He had to wipe out this family tonight. After lunch, Wan Xingmo and Wan Lao finally came back, and Qiu came back with them. Seeing Wan Xingmo coming back, Mrs. Wan finally felt relieved. Why are you back so soon? Mrs. Wan took Qiu's hand and went into the house to sit on the Kong. Qiu was still wearing the cotton coat and trousers she wore when she left, but she was obviously smiling, no longer as cautious as before. It felt like a normal interaction between relatives. Aunt, I came back today to pick up Chiner. The leader has arranged everything for me, and even arranged a room for Chiner, right next to my room. There is food, clothing and daily necessities ready there. What do you need to bring? In addition, I want to thank Aunt for adding to my makeup. And there is another thing I want to ask Aunt for advice. Qiu looked at Mrs. Wan with tears in her eyes, seeing that Qiu was in a bad mood. Old Lady Wan said, You said, as long as Auntie can help, I will definitely help. If I can't help, there is nothing I can do. Qiu said quickly. Auntie is like this. I left Auntie's place. Auntie's place is like my mother's home. I was exiled to the border, and I don't even have any relatives around me. I guess I will never have the chance to see my parents again in this life. I feel close to Auntie, so I want to recognize Auntie as my godmother. If Auntie despises me and thinks I am not worthy, just pretend that I have never said it, and just treat me as an ordinary relative in the future. After saying this, Qiu looked at Old Lady Wan. Old Lady Wan was a little surprised. She didn't expect Kiwi to come up with such an idea. For a moment, she didn't know whether to agree or refuse. Qiu knew that she was a little abrupt, but she didn't know when she would come back after leaving. Qiu was a very smart woman. She started thinking about it since she went to Cheetah sect last night. If she just left Shitsi village and went to the Cheetah sect, she would have nothing to do with Old Lady Wan's family. She saw clearly that Wan Xingmo cared about Old Lady Wan's family. Although she was Wan Xingmo's third aunt, she remarried after all, and Wan Xingmo certainly didn't care about her. She was alone, and life and death didn't matter. But she still had a daughter, and she couldn't let her daughter suffer. So after thinking about it, she decided to recognize Old Lady Wan as her godmother. And then Wan Xingmo would not ignore her for Old Lady Wan's sake. Seeing that Old Lady Wan was embarrassed, Qiu said quickly, If you feel embarrassed, forget it. Just pretend that I didn't say anything today. Old Lady Wan saw that Qiu, a woman with a child, remarried at the border, and the man she married was from the sect. Old Lady Wan was very conflicted. On the one hand, she didn't want her family to be involved in the sect, and on the other hand, she felt sorry for Qiu. So Old Lady Wan hesitated for a while. Hearing what Qiu said, Old Lady Wan looked at Wan Xingmo. Xingmo, is the leader of this sect a good person? Wan Xingmo sat by the brazier not far away and said, Grandma, don't worry. Uncle Wan and I have already visited the Cheetah sect, and they really haven't done anything bad. They have their own business dealings, which are different from those other small sections. They rely on the unique geographical location of the border and have trade with people in neighboring countries. So their main source of income does not rely on looting. So you can rest assured. Old Lady Wan trusts Wan Xingmo very much. And besides Xiao Fubao, she listens to Wan Xingmo the most. Okay. Since Amor said it's okay, then it's okay. I just don't have a daughter. But I didn't expect to have a granddaughter and a daughter when I'm old. But I'm an old country woman. And it's really a bit of a gilding for me to take you, a daughter of a rich family, as my goddaughter." When Chiu heard that Mrs. Wan agreed, she immediately got off the Kong and knelt in front of Mrs. Wan. "Godmother, please accept your daughter's greeting." Mrs. Wan quickly brought a glass of water and handed it to Chiu. "Come, serve tea to Godmother. If there is no tea at home, use boiled water instead." Chiu looked at Mrs. Wan gratefully, took it with both hands, and handed it to Mrs. Wan respectfully. Since Mrs. Wan decided to take her as her goddaughter, she already treated her as her own daughter. Mrs. Wan took the water and quickly asked Mrs. Wan to help her up. "Come on, girl. Sit down quickly. The ground is cold. From now on, you can call me mother like your second sister-in-law and the others." Chiu hurriedly shouted obediently, "Mother." Wan Qingma also smiled. The people he cared about the most had a good home. It was good. It was getting dark. Chiu stayed at Old Lady Wan's house for dinner tonight. But when they were having dinner, Zhao's family also came. And I just heard more talk about the third brother's wife. I didn't expect that you two had this fate. It's really a happy event. I brought something to celebrate together. Old Lady Wan hurriedly asked Zhao to get on the Kong. And the wrinkles on her face were all smiling. Who said it wasn't? I am so old and still have this blessing. I can still recognize such a beautiful girl. It's really a blessing. It's really worth celebrating. Just when all the people of the Wan family gathered at Old Lady Wan's house and laughed, the people of Guanjiamen were sneaking towards Shitsi village. Chapter 98 Midnight Raid. It was pitch dark. Most of the families in Shitsi village had gone to bed. And the whole village was quiet with only the whistling of the wind. Feng Qing had a swollen nose and face, one hand covering his face, and the other holding a knife, walking on the side of Kong Biao. "Boss, I must kill the Wan family today. But I have already been to the front today. There is a little kid among them who can stretch his hands well. And there is also a man with a broken arm. He looks very powerful. But it may be that his arm is just broken. So his body has not recovered. So he is not to be feared. In addition, there is a little girl in the Wan family. If we kidnap her, we will definitely make a lot of money." Feng Qing became more and more excited as he spoke. He felt that he would be able to take revenge with his own hands soon. And he could also make a lot of money. They, the Guanyu family, had not splurged on a feast of fish and meat for a long time. "Don't worry. I will definitely help you get revenge. Is our Guanyu sect's deputy leader so easy to bully? Even an exile can bully our Guanyu sect. Today I will teach these ignorant bastards a lesson." Kong Biao is a typical northwest burly man with a full beard. He walks with a breeze and speaks with full energy. Feng Qing has a sinister smile on his face, and his eyes are fixed on Shitsi village not far ahead. "Brother, I lead the way for you. I've figured out the route today. We don't need to go in directly from the entrance of the village. The family lives in the last row of the village. We can just bypass the entrance and sneak through the back of the village. No one will notice. There are so many of us. We can just control the people directly when we get there. Don't alarm others. But I did find out another thing today." Kong Biao listened carefully and said, "What is it?" "Today, I heard from my sister's family that the people of the Cheetah sect came to search the village yesterday. They seem to be looking for their leader. It seems that the leader of the Cheetah sect can't go back. He has been missing for several days. I guess he was taken away by wolves. Brother, do we have a chance to sneak attack the Cheetah sect?" Kong Biao touched his beard on his chin. A trace of contemplation flashed in his eyes. But he shook his head and said, "No. Even if the leader of the Cheetah sect is not here, they are still a powerful gang. Unlike our Guanyu sect, whose strength we cannot figure out. I heard that their deputy leader is the younger brother of the leader of the Cheetah sect. And he is good at business and very smart. The situation in the Cheetah sect is unclear at this time. We can't take risks. We must find out before making plans." Feng Qing felt that Kong Biao was a little timid. Sometimes good opportunities are fleeting. So Feng Qing planned to take people to find out the news after robbing the Wan family. The group soon arrived at the back of Shitsi village. Behind Shitsi village was a hillside. Not very high but a little steep. About 2 meters high. It was a bit dangerous for people to come down from it. Especially for those who were not familiar with Shitsi village. If they jumped down from it rashly, they would easily break their legs. "Brother, there is a steep slope here. We must jump down from here to enter the village." There was no moon in the sky. They held a few torches in their hands and shone them down. They felt that it was not very deep. Feng Qing pushed a younger brother out. You, go explore the way first. Jump down and let me see. The younger brother was so scared that his legs trembled a little. But he didn't dare to disobey. They were small shrimps. They were used to lead the charge. The younger brother looked back at the people behind him, and then looked at the steep slope in front of him. He made up his mind and jumped down with his eyes closed. Because there was a heavy snow some time ago. Although the snow has melted and the ground is dry, the soil is still soft. There is no big problem for people who jump down except falling on their buttocks. Master, Deputy Master, it's okay. You can come down. A voice came from below, and Feng Qing waved his hand and asked the people behind to jump down quickly. After everyone came down, Feng Qing led everyone to continue walking forward for half a minute and waved his hand to let everyone stop. Boss, look, from left to right. The third house is where that family lives. We will go around them later. These families seem to have been exiled together. Although there are many people, few of them are useful. We will go in and subdue the men first. And then, the women and children will not be a problem. Okay. Let's do as you say. Because there was no moonlight at this time. There were only 2 torches for so many people. The people behind took one deep step and one shallow step. And people fell from time to time. They walked in a scattered manner. The people in front had already reached the village. And the people behind were still at the bottom of the hill. Wan Xingmo was standing on the roof in black clothes at this time, watching the people below like clumsy pigs, humming and climbing up from the ground and falling down again and again. Seeing that the people in front had arrived at the gate of the courtyard of Grandma Wan's house, Wan Xingmo tapped his toes lightly and climbed from the roof of his own house to the roof of Grandma Wan's house. Hurry up and put out the torches. Don't alarm other villagers in Shitzi village. We need to make a quick decision. Kong Biao was the first to put out the torches. He waved his hand and asked the people behind him to open the gate. The fence gate was too easy for them. With a big knife, the whole gate instantly split into 2 halves. Old Mrs. Wan would definitely curse her mother when she saw it. This fence gate has been damaged for the second time today. During the day, Feng Qing broke the fence gate, and then Wan Lao Sen repaired it. Unexpectedly, it was completely broken in less than a day. Hearing the noise outside, the light-sleeping Wan Erseo immediately sat up from the Kong. Wan Lao Er was still snoring. Xiao Fubao was between the 2 of them. His 2 little arms were raised above his head, revealing 2 little fists. He was covered with a not-so-thick quilt. Because the Kong was still warm, his 2 little short legs were crossed into an O shape. He slept very sweetly, and smiled from time to time with his pink little mouth. Wan Erseo helped Xiao Fubao tuck in the corner of the quilt, then pushed Wan Lauer over him. Wan Lauer was sleeping a little deeply, and Wan Erseo pushed him a few times before waking him up. Wife, what's wrong? Why haven't you slept yet? Wan Lauer rubbed his eyes, and seeing Wan Erseo putting on clothes, he quickly sat up. Shoo! Wan Erseo put her index finger on her lips and shushed softly. Wan Lao immediately realized that something was wrong, and pricked up her ears to listen carefully, and found that there were scattered rustling sounds outside. Wan Erseo had already leaned on the window and looked out. Wan Erseo and Wan Lauer's family slept in the west wing. But there was no moon tonight, and it was pitch black outside, and nothing could be seen clearly. Wife, is there a thief? Wan Lauer had already put on his clothes, and quietly came behind Wan Erseo on his shoes. His voice sounded low behind Wan Erseo. And Wan Erseo, who was holding her breath and looking out, was startled. Ouch! Do you want to scare people to death? Wan Erseo patted her chest and slapped Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer smiled innocently and followed Wan Erseo to look out from the window. Although Wan Lauer couldn't see, it didn't stop him from listening to the noise outside. Sure enough, in the silent night, all sounds would be amplified. Wan Lauer heard the footsteps in the yard, and there were more than a dozen people. Wan Lauer's face was a little pale. If there were only a few people, they brothers could take the person down. Now Wan Laosi and Wan Laosan lived in the next yard. There were only him and Wan Laona, Wan Laotai, and a few children in this yard. If the thief came in and killed people first, he would not have time to report the news, because Wan Xingmo was still a yard away. Wan Lauer was sweating profusely. Wife, go to bed first, and don't open the door. After I leave, lock the door tightly from the inside to protect the 2 children. After saying this, Wan Lauer picked up a hammer from the room, weighed it in his hand, and prepared to open the door and go out. Chapter 99. Boss 1 kills people. Sister-in-law 1 grabs second brother 1. Boss, you can't go out. There are so many people outside. We are safe in the house for the time being. If you go out, you will definitely die. What about me and the child? Sister-in-law 1 was already crying. Second brother 1 was also shaken. Just when the two were arguing, a muffled groan suddenly came from outside, followed by a chaotic shout. Boss, someone attacked me. Boss, there is a master. Ouch. My butt. My eyes. Before the man finished speaking, he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The shouts in the yard woke up everyone in the 1 family. Second brother 1 was a little confused when he heard the voices outside. Wife, is there something wrong outside? Why do I hear someone attacking? The voice is really loud. Boss, could it be a Moa? Other people won't come to meddle in our business. Right? 1 Lauer felt that what 1 Urseo said made sense. In the upper room, Mrs. 1 was sitting on the Kong with a few boys, listening to the noise outside with their eyes open. Grandma, is there a thief outside? What are they shouting? 1 Quan wrapped his quilt around his brothers, and they were close to Mrs. 1. Mrs. 1 also sat cross-legged in the dark, listening to the noise outside. But she didn't dare to get off the Kong to open the door. Suddenly, there was a bang, and the door of the upper room was kicked open by someone. The people on the Kong were so scared that they huddled together. Mr. 1 was already standing in the main room with a machete. The door panel was knocked to the ground by the person who flew in, and the person fell right in front of Mr. 1. Boss 1 saw the man still squirming on the ground. He held the machete for a long time and couldn't let go. After all, he was a hunter, not a murderer, and he had never attacked anyone. Boss 1 held the machete for a long time. His hands were shaking, and he didn't know where to cut. After all, it was a life. Finally, he closed his eyes and turned the machete into a hand knife to knock the man on the ground unconscious. Seeing that the man on the ground was motionless, Boss 1 breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. At this time, he looked up and looked outside. There were people in the yard, and a figure was moving among the crowd. From time to time, a figure flew out of the crowd and landed in the distance with a scream. Just when Boss 1 was stunned, suddenly a familiar figure rushed towards the upper room. Boss 1 immediately held the machete tightly in his hand, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and stared at the figure getting closer and closer to the door above. Boss 1 had already seen the long knife in the other party's hand flashing with cold light, and his heart was beating in his throat. Finally, Boss 1 saw clearly that the person coming was Feng Qing. Boss 1 realized that their kindness in the daytime was actually exchanged for the other party's crazy revenge. Boss 1 was furious and had forgotten to be afraid. His mind was full of Feng Qing's hateful face. Because Boss 1 was in the dark, he could still see some scenes outside with a weak light from the sky. But Feng Qing was different. He entered the house from outside, and it was even darker. He couldn't see Boss 1's figure at all. Boss 1 hated Feng Qing to the bone. When Feng Qing approached, he threw the machete in his hand directly. But he underestimated Feng Qing's ability to predict danger, and the machete flew out by brushing Feng Qing's cheek. Oh, there are still people who attack me. You are so brave. Don't you? You are so brave. Don't you? Although Feng Qing's tone was full of sarcasm, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead in the dark night. The machete almost took half of his head. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been a corpse. So Feng Qing never thought of letting Boss 1 go. He didn't give Boss 1 any time to escape, because in his opinion, talking nonsense with an enemy was just to buy time for him. So his usual style was to kill him directly. After he died, he could say whatever he wanted, and he didn't have to worry about the other party escaping from him. Boss 1 didn't have a machete in his hand. His fists were empty, and Feng Qing was holding a long knife in his hand. Striding towards him, Feng Qing raised the long knife in his hand high and chopped it down quickly at the top of Boss 1's head. Boss 1 raised his hand to stop Feng Qing's long knife from falling. At this critical moment, something flew out directly from the east room of the upper house. It landed on Feng Qing's thigh. Feng Qing's attention was all on Boss 1. But the man in the dark succeeded. A pair of scissors was deeply inserted into the outer side of Feng Qing's thigh. He screamed in pain and subconsciously threw away the long knife in his hand. He held his thigh with both hands and turned around in pain. He wanted to reach out and pull the scissors off his leg, But the opponent's strength was really strong. The entire blade of the scissors was inserted into him, making him want to die on the spot. But Feng Qing was born in a bloody life, and it only took a few breaths to control his crazy behavior. His face was covered with sweat, and his clothes were all soaked with sweat. He raised his head and screamed, and pulled out the scissors directly. A column of blood spurted out, just spraying on Boss One. Boss One was holding a long knife picked up from the ground in his hand, while Feng Qing was a little exhausted from the pain. He quickly added a knife, and picked up the knife to slash at Feng Qing. Feng Qing had just solved the problem of the scissors, but he didn't expect that his arm was slashed again. And then his stomach, legs, chest, and back were slashed by the opponent. Seeing Feng Qing was about to fall, Boss One gritted his teeth and hated Feng Qing so much that he directly stabbed Feng Qing in the chest. Feng Qing died with his eyes open, and his body slowly fell down. At this time, a person ran out from the east room, and it turned out to be Wan Quan. "Dad, are you okay? I just threw Grandma's scissors out, but I didn't expect it to hit me." Wan Quan's voice was a little excited. At this time, because of killing someone, Wan Laoda's hands were shaking. His mental state was not very good. He hugged his eldest son tightly in his arms, and his whole body was shaking constantly. Wan Quan didn't know what happened to Wan Laoda, but he could feel that his father's state seemed to be a little wrong. "Dad? What's wrong with you?" Wan Laoda didn't speak for a long time. At this time, a large area of the yard had collapsed, and many people ran away. Wan Xingmao didn't chase them. He was afraid that the other party was trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. After the people from Guanjiamen left, the Wan family lit the lights. Torches were also raised in the yard, and all those who were seriously injured were tied up. They were sent to the town to be handed over to the mayor tomorrow morning, in order to prevent the other party from taking revenge. Wan Xingmao went to bed with Wan Laoda at night. The next morning, Xiao came to say goodbye. After learning the whole story, she immediately took Wan Yiqin back to the Cheetah sect. She told Wang Jiwei about the incident in Shitzi village. Wang Jiwei was immediately furious when he heard it. He had just dealt with the traitors in the sect yesterday, and the whole Cheetah sect was still emitting a faint smell of blood. At this time, another blind Guangya sect was doing atrocities in their Cheetah sect's territory, and the other party's target was actually his benefactor's home. Wang Jiwei would not stand idly by no matter what. On the same day, he ordered 100 people to go to Guangya's sect to find trouble. Chapter 100 Xiao's Thoughts. Xiao returned to the Cheetah sect and told Wang Jiwei about the situation in Shitzi village. Although Wang Jiwei was still seriously injured, it did not affect his deployment of troops. On the second day after he returned to the sect, he punished the traitors of the Cheetah sect with thunderous means, beheaded all of them, leaving no one alive, and hung their heads on the martial arts training ground in the sect for 7 days, gathering all the people in the sect to watch in the martial arts training ground every day. The corpse was thrown into the wolf pack raised in the sect in front of everyone, and the corpse was torn into pieces by the wolves in an instant. At this point, the rebellion in the Cheetah sect was finally over, and the whole sect was in panic, and no longer dared to have second thoughts. At this time, the deputy sect leader stood up and used the method of hitting a stick and giving a sweet date to gather the people in the sect at the door of the hall, and carried out 2 large boxes of silver in public. The deputy sect leader rewarded all those who participated in the rebellion with 1 or 2 taels of silver. It was the end of the year, and the family was short of money. With this little silver, the family could have a good new year. After Qiu came back and talked to Wang Jiwei immediately handed the matter over to the deputy leader. When the deputy leader distributed the reward, he announced the news. "Brothers, someone has bullied our sect recently. Are you willing?" "No." Deputy leader. "Beat him." Everyone was very excited, holding their fists high and speaking loudly. With red cheeks, the deputy leader saw that the people of the Cheetah sect had finally regained their hearts, and a smile appeared on his face. This Guangyu sect was also unlucky. They came to the door to cause trouble at this time, so don't blame them for the Cheetah sect using their Guangya sect to boost morale. Everyone, follow the order. Tonight we will raid Guanjiamen and reward people according to their merits. Each head will be rewarded with 100 big coins. When we come back, we will give everyone money according to the head. The master is mighty. Qiu was feeding Wang Jiwei medicine, listening to the uniformed voices outside. This was a scene she had never seen before. She couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although these shouts were not as powerful as the army, They also had a different flavor. Wang Jiwei looked at Chio's face, which was slightly red, and her eyes were filled with water, and his heart moved slightly. He reached out and grabbed Chio's wrist. Chio's heart was no longer here at this time. When her wrist was caught, she came back to her senses and saw Wang Jiwei looking at her affectionately. Chio, who had experienced human affairs, had no idea. Her ears blushed instantly, and she lowered her head shyly. Master, there is one thing I haven't told you yet. But I think since we are about to become husband and wife, I need to tell you. Wang Jiwei looked at Chio and encouraged her to continue. Chio pursed her lips and said, It's like this. When I went back to Shitsi village to pick up my daughter, I recognized Anwan as my godmother. From now on, I will have my own family at the border. After saying this, Chio looked up at Wang Jiwei, who was looking at her with a smile, as if he saw through her thoughts at a glance. Wang Jiwei moved and wanted to sit up. Chio noticed and quickly took a thick pillow to cushion his waist. Jinger, can I call you that? Chio was stunned for a moment. This was the first man besides her parents who called her by her maiden name. Even her previous husband had never called her so intimately. Chio nodded shyly. Jinger, I know you just came to the border and you don't feel safe. I was seriously injured at that time, so I didn't give you a decent wedding. But I will make it up to you. I hope you regard me as your most reliable and trusted person in your heart. And you can think of me first when you encounter any problems. Some of my words may make you sad, but I don't want to hide it from you. Because if it comes from someone else's mouth in the future, I am afraid that you will misunderstand me and give others the opportunity to alienate our relationship. Now I will tell you in person that the reason I married you is because you look very much like my deceased wife. You two are very similar in appearance and temperament. When I saw you for the first time, I thought my wife was reborn. But later I found that there are still some differences between you and her. There is a hint of tenacity and courage between your eyebrows, while my late wife is more sad. In the end, she died of depression. And I have not remarried for many years. After Wang Jiwei finished speaking, he paused and continued, If you mind these, I will immediately send someone to send you back and recognize you as my sister, so that I can also take care of your reputation. But I saw your body, so I want to be responsible for you. If you don't mind, I will definitely fulfill the responsibilities of a husband. As long as I am here, you will never be bullied for the rest of your life. Xiosha originally wanted to find a shelter in her heart. As for whether she is a substitute for someone else, she doesn't care at all. After she came to the border, she found that the forces here were complicated. She couldn't always rely on the old lady Wan's family to make a living. Sooner or later, she would have to set up her own business with her daughter. Now she has met a trustworthy man, and she thinks it is her chance. A woman, especially a married woman, doesn't ask for love anymore. She just wants to live a peaceful life. Master, I haven't thought about it yet. Please give me some time. Can I reply to you tomorrow? Although Chio thought so in her heart, she was very smart. She didn't say it directly because she knew that men hoped that their charm could win over their women. If the woman he married didn't worship or admire him, even the most generous man would probably have a hurdle in his heart. Chio smoothed this hurdle, and the time to think was a good excuse. If Chio agreed now, Wang Jiwei would definitely know that Chio didn't marry him because she admired him. Even if he didn't say it now, it would definitely have some impact on Chio's future life in the Cheetah sect. Wang Jiwei heard this and said, Well, I'm forcing you too much. Go back and think about it carefully. If you think it through, tell me. After I recover from my injury, I will definitely give you a grand wedding. In addition, I will treat my benefactors, your godmother and her family, as my own mother. Chio was secretly happy. Sure enough, she did not make a wrong move. Recognizing the godmother was the wisest decision. After Chio left, the deputy leader came in and saw Wang Jiwei staring at the direction where Chio left in a daze. Brother, the people have been assembled. When do we set off? Wang Jiwei came back to his senses. Set off immediately. Select 30 elite teams, ride fast horses, and rush to looting village before dark. Fight quickly and decisively. The bastards of Guanjaiman dare to be arrogant in our leopard sex territory. I will make them regret coming to this world. Brother, sister-in-law. Deputy leader Wang Jiawen hesitated to speak. It's okay. Don't worry. I can handle it myself. Don't worry. You have to lead the team yourself today. I don't trust the others. Wang Jiawen nodded, bowed, and left. Chapter 101. The Demise of the Guangya Clan. That night, Wang Jiawen led a team of men to a mile outside looting village. Bao Lao, go and find out the situation. Remember, don't alert the enemy. Bao Lao immediately got off his horse, answered yes, and trotted into the village. It was dark and quiet, with only the cry of jackdaws, adding a touch of anxiety to the silent night. Half an hour later, Bao Lao came back. Deputy sect leader, I have already found out that Guangya sect is in looting village. But to enter Guangya sect, you must pass through the entire village. Guangya sect is at the innermost part of looting village. There is a stone wall behind their sect, so you can't attack from the back. You can only enter from the village entrance. I have dealt with the guards at the village entrance. Well done. There will be a reward when you go back. Everyone, pay attention, dismount, and move forward at high speed and in silence. When Wang Jiawen led people into the village was still quiet. There was no light outside the village. Standing on the high ground at the entrance of the village, you can see a little fire in the innermost part of the village, but it is not clear from a distance. Deputy sect leader, the place with the fire over there is the territory of Guangya sect. But the guard just said that we have to go through 3 checkpoints to enter Guangya sect from here. I will take people to take down the guards and make way for everyone. Wang Jiawen nodded. Okay. Bao Lao's Kung Fu is also considered to be in the top 10 in the Cheetah sect. They obviously don't take the Guangyu sect's minions seriously. When Wang Jiawen led his men to the Guangyu sect, the Guangyu sect's people had not yet reacted. Go. Don't leave any alive. Yes. With a shout, Bao Lao led a group of people and rushed in with knives. Because Guangyu sect lost Feng Qing in Shitsi village last time, now only Kong Biao in the entire Guangyu sect has the strength to fight. The others are a mob of hooligans and gangsters. They have no fighting power at all, and will collapse at the first blow. In addition, half of the people were lost in Shitsi village. Now Guangya sect can only bully the villagers. If it faces an ordinary small sect, it will have to keep its tail between its legs, not to mention a powerful big sect like Lai Bao's sect. It is a matter of moving a finger to destroy Guangya sect. Just like crushing an ant. Guangya sect did not know that danger was approaching at this time. Kong Biao was seriously injured and was lying on the bed crying. Master, how are you? Nyo-san came in with a bowl of medicine, with a worried look on his face. What kind of shitty medicine did the doctor prescribe? It has no effect at all. Damn. It hurts so much. Boss, this medicine costs us 1 or 2 taels of silver per set. But it takes time for the wound to heal. Just bear with it. Maybe it will be healed tomorrow. That bastard is so good at martial arts. If I hadn't run fast, he would have been a corpse now. It's a pity that Feng Qing died at the hands of a farmer. It's really a pity. When I recover from my injury, I must go and kill this family. Then, oh no. Boss, the people from the Cheetah sect broke in. Our brothers couldn't stand it anymore, and all ran away. Kong Biao was interrupted by a panicked younger brother before he finished speaking. What? Why are the people from the Cheetah sect here? Kong Biao sat up from the bed in shock. Because of the big movement. The wound was pulled. He was sweating and grimacing in pain. Boss, they said they came to take revenge, saying that we shouldn't run wild on their territory, and shouldn't touch people who can't be touched. They also threatened to destroy our Guangya sect, leaving no one alive. Those brothers who were ready to run away were killed by them. Kong Biao endured the pain, got off the bed, pulled out a machete hanging on the wall, and was about to go out to fight. Boss, if you keep the Green Mountains, you won't worry about firewood. I'd better cover your escape. Otherwise we will all die. Nyo-san hugged Kong Biao's waist and persuaded loudly. Kong Biao's eyes were as big as a pair of copper bells, looking at the figure getting closer and closer outside. He sighed heavily, put away the machete in his hand, and helped Nyo-san up. Nyo-san, let's retreat first. Soon Kong Biao, Nyo-san and the younger brother who came to report the news entered the secret passage together. It is said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Kong Biao had already left himself a way out. After all, he had been here for more than 10 years. So how could he not leave himself a way out? The entrance to the secret passage was on Kong Biao's bed. After entering the secret passage from the entrance, the secret passage went down for a while, and then went up immediately. The 3 of them walked inside for a quarter of an hour, and finally arrived at the end of the secret passage. which turned out to be a cave entrance on the stone wall behind Guangyao Gate. Standing at the entrance of the cave, you can just see the whole picture of looting village and the situation inside Guangyao Gate. At this time, Guangyao Gate was full of shouts and screams, and flames shot up into the sky. Soon, there was no movement, and only the people of the Cheetah sect were looking for Kongdiao everywhere. Deputy sect leader? I didn't see the figure of the leader of Guangyao sect. They seemed to have escaped. Wang Jiawen thought for a moment, and knew that there was a secret passage here. Everyone, go in and search. Especially Kongdiao's room. There must be a secret passage. He is seriously injured and can't run far. Everyone, hurry up. At Wang Jiawen's command, more than a dozen people immediately rushed into Kongdiao's bedroom. With strength in numbers, the secret passage soon appeared in front of Wang Jiawen. Deputy sect leader, the secret passage is here. Wang Jiawen saw the dark entrance of the secret passage, and someone immediately handed him a torch. Go chase them. Wang Jiawen was sitting in the main hall at this time, waiting for his men to go down to investigate. But he thought the other party might have run away. Sure enough, not long after, the people who went down came up to report. Deputy sect leader, the person is gone and has escaped. Should we still chase him? Collect the team. Wang Jiawen stood up and walked out while speaking. The yard outside was full of corpses without heads, and each of the people from the Cheetah sect standing in the yard had several heads piled on their bodies or at their feet, which looked bloody and terrifying. The strong smell of blood attracted the jackdaws to flutter over, and they landed on these corpses and began to eat. After Wang Jiawen left with his men, a greater disaster occurred in the village, and the smell of blood also attracted wolves. However, Wang Jiawen had already left, and the next day everyone discovered that Guan Jiamen disappeared overnight, and half of the villagers in Looting Village disappeared with it. Several days passed in a flash, and on the eve of New Year's Eve, Xiao returned to Shitzi village with a heavy festival gift. She is now the nominal wife of the leader of the Cheetah sect. But the wedding will have to wait until the beginning of the year, and Wang Jiawen's body has not yet fully recovered. A low-key and gorgeous carriage followed by a dozen men riding tall horses. The group slowly drove into Shitzi village and set off a wave in the village. Chapter 102 Xiaoshi sends a festival gift. Xiaoshi wore a yellow embroidered brocade cotton jacket on her upper body, a dark green pleated flowered long skirt underneath, and a white cloak on the outside, which was connected to a hat, making Xiaoshi look gentle and quiet, and a bit like a noble lady. A little maid helped Xiaoshi get off the carriage, followed by Wan Yiqin, who was also dressed in rich clothes. From the complexion of the mother and daughter, it can be seen that they have been living well in the Cheetah sect recently. The carriage stopped at the door of Mrs. Wan's house. Mrs. Wan's house was surrounded again, but with the previous examples of those troublemakers in front. These ordinary villagers no longer dared to speak carelessly, as if the Wan family had already gained a considerable status in Shitzi village. Xiaoshi walked in front, followed by 5 or 6 servants wearing broadswords, each holding a large red lacquer box in their hands. Mrs. Wan had already come out to greet her when she heard the noise, and saw that Xiaoshi was now a completely different person from a few days ago. Old Lady Wan also had a happy look on her face. After all, Xiao was now her goddaughter, and she really loved Xiao as her own daughter. How could a mother not want her daughter to live a prosperous life and be valued by her husband's family? Mom, I'm back. Xiao saw Old Lady Wan and quickly quickened her pace and walked over, holding her hands tightly. Old Lady Wan's face was full of wrinkles from laughing, and Xiao Fubao next to her also opened her little hands and shouted, "Bubu! Bubu!" Xiao saw Xiao Fubao, and her smile became even bigger. She immediately turned around and took a big box from a servant behind her and opened it in public. There were all kinds of children's toys in it, colorful, all of the most fashionable styles at the moment, and a doll, which was sewn by Xiao herself, a snow-white plush rabbit. And Xiao Fubao fell in love with the rabbit at first sight. Bunny! Bunny! Xiao Fubao was held in Wan Erseo's arms. When he saw the little bunny, he pulled down and stretched out a small fleshy hand to grab the bunny doll. Xiao quickly picked up the bunny doll and handed it to Xiao Fubao. "My dear, do you like this bunny?" "Hello." Xiao Fubao smiled while holding the little white bunny, and held it tightly against his chest, fearing that someone would snatch it away. Today, Wan Erseo tied 2 small buns for Xiao Fubao, put 2 pink velvet flowers on her, and wore a pink cotton coat. This person looked pink and tender, and people couldn't help but want to kiss her white face. Chiu reached out and took Xiao Fubao. Come, auntie. Hold me. Okay? Xiao Fubao quickly stretched out his little hand and entered Chiu's arms. At the moment when the two touched, Xiao Fubao suddenly said, Brother. Brother. Chiu was a little confused. After looking around, she didn't see any children younger than Xiao Fubao. Fubao, where is your brother? Everyone looked at little Fubao in confusion. But he lowered his head to play with his little rabbit and ignored them. Old Lady One thought about it and looked at Chiu's belly with an unfathomable smile on her face. She glanced at little Fubao again and invited everyone to come in. Xiao Fubao wants a younger brother. You should hurry up and give Xiao Fubao a younger brother. Everyone, stop standing at the door. Look at the people standing outside the yard. Like they are watching a big show. Come inside and talk. It's very cold outside. Old Lady One didn't want her family to be so high profile. But since their family settled in Shitsi village, they couldn't help being high profile. Today this person comes. Tomorrow that person comes. And every time it causes a sensation in the whole village? If it weren't for this, their family wouldn't be targeted by thieves. Old Lady One also had a headache. Since she couldn't live a low-key life, she could only defend her family's status in this village, and even at the border. Now her goddaughter is already the wife of the leader of the cheetah sect. And Xiao Fubao has said that Chiu is likely to be pregnant with a cub. And it's a boy. Everyone knows that the leader of the cheetah sect has no descendants. If Chiu can have a son, then her position in the cheetah sect will be secure. As a godmother, she can walk sideways at the border. But at least no one dares to come to her house to make trouble. Xiao was also talking at Grandma Wan's house today. As the new year is coming, Grandma Wan said early that everyone will celebrate the new year together. So Xiao doesn't have to work hard and just wait for the food. Xiao knew in her heart that Grandma Wan was taking care of their family for Wan Qingmo's sake. After all, her tea and food were indeed a little hard to swallow. Several children, including Wan Jinshu, were thinner. She had no choice. Since Grandma Wan brought it up, she took the opportunity to learn. Wan San's cooking skills are not to be underestimated. It seems that one of her ancestors was a royal chef. And there are cookbooks at home. Wan San's wife has been proficient in cooking since she was a child. But her skills are not put to good use. Seeing Chiu come back with a completely changed look today, Xiao was really happy for her third brother's wife, and was walking beside Chiu. Sister Jing, are you doing well in the cheetah sect? Did the sect master bully you? Xiao had changed her words. It was not appropriate to call her the third brother's wife anymore. After all, Chiu had remarried. Chiu smiled and nodded. Sister-in-law, I'm fine. Don't worry. Chiner is fine too. The sect master treats us well, and serves us with delicious food and drinks every day. Not to mention the best clothes and accessories. I'm really happy to see you come back so gloriously. Sister-in-law, if the sect master dares to bully you, you must come back and tell us. Your eldest brother and your nephew will definitely support you. Zhao said sincerely. Xiu was a little moved. If it weren't for so many people helping her along the way, she wouldn't have been able to walk to the border alive. Now even if she found a new home, she still hoped that she would not be alone. So she forced herself to find a family. Now it seems that she did not go wrong. Her godmother is kind. And her sister-in-law's family is her confidence. She thinks it's not bad to live like this for the rest of her life. Don't worry, sister-in-law. The leader treats me very well. It's just that Xingchong has been following me. Now that I'm married, I can't take him to my husband's house anymore. I have to trouble you to teach him in the future. Wan Xingchong has been following Chiu all the way. Without the doting of his mother and grandmother, Wan Xingchong is like a rat crossing the street. The Wan family bullies him back in the same way as he bullied others before. But it's not too excessive, compared with Wan Xingchong's behavior at the beginning. It's much gentler. Xiao took a look at the yard. Several children in the yard were chasing and playing, having a lot of fun. But Wan Xingchong was shrinking in the corner and couldn't fit in. Xiao sighed. Don't worry. The child will be 9 next year. And he should be sensible. Let him overtake them to teach them how to read and practice martial arts. Find some things to do. And feed them. After all, he is the flesh and blood of the Wan family. And we can't just watch him starve to death. Chiu listened to Zhao's arrangement and didn't think about it anymore. But Wan Xingchong hated these country bumpkins in his heart. In his heart, he always felt that it was these country bumpkins who killed his grandmother and mother. The seeds of hatred had already taken root in his little heart. Chapter 103 The seeds of hatred have sprouted. Several people entered the house, and Mrs. 1 asked them to warm up the Kong quickly. The Kong in the house has been warm these days, and the firewood has never stopped from morning to night. As soon as Chio came in, the little maid who followed behind quickly untied Chio's cloak and held it in her hands. Chio waved her hand. Xiaoheng, you go down first. I will talk to my mother and sisters-in-law. You go and rest for a while. You don't have to serve in front of me. Chio was originally from a big family, and she didn't feel anything when being served. Mrs. 1 glanced at Xiaoheng, who retreated, and wondered in her heart, Jing, is this the maid that the sect master assigned to you? Oh, this is the first time I have seen a rich family use servants. Don't say that this girl is quite considerate. Chio smiled and said, Mother, otherwise, I will also send you 2 girls to serve you. You don't have to work so hard. When you are free, let them massage your legs and shoulders. Whatever. Just enjoy yourself. Old Lady 1 was so scared that she waved her hands quickly. I am very happy that you have this intention. I am not destined to order servants around. I am used to being at ease. If a girl hangs around in front of me, I will feel dizzy. Chio lowered her head and drank a sip of hot water, then raised her head and said, Since Mother is not used to servants, I will not send them to you. However, I brought some good things to Mother this time. See if you can use them. The 4th brother's wife is about to give birth. I have already told the clan leader to help find a midwife. He knows a lot of people and knows more about her than us. When Old Lady 1 heard this, she was so happy that she grabbed Chio's hand on the spot. Oh, my daughter, you really helped me solve the problem. A few days ago, I told your second sister-in-law to go to the town to find a reliable midwife, but she didn't find a suitable one. You really helped me a lot. Old Lady 1 watched Lu's belly getting bigger day by day. She was so worried that she could only sleep for 2 or 3 hours at night and had to stay awake until dawn. Chio held Old Lady 1's hand and felt warm in her heart. She felt that life at the border was more comfortable than in the capital. Wang Jiawei didn't restrict her very much. If she wanted to go back to Shitzi village, Wang Jiawei would send someone to send her over. Chio had never experienced this before. She had an unprecedented freedom. Mother, don't worry. I take care of this matter. Besides, finding a midwife is not just for my 4th brother's wife. I'm still young. If I have to give birth in the future, it's just right for me to prepare in advance. Old Lady 1 thought this was true. Chio didn't know she was pregnant, but Old Lady 1 still reminded her implicitly. My daughter, you have to take good care of your body. You suffered a lot on the way. When you go back, you have to ask the sect leader to invite a doctor to check your pulse every day, so that you can pass on the family line to their sect as soon as possible. I think the sect leader is not young anymore. His children are already 10 years old, but he still has no children. It won't sound good if it gets out. Chio blushed, but nodded. She knew that Old Lady 1 was doing it for her own good. Chio quickly picked up a box from the Kong and put it on the Kong table. Mother, this is what the clan leader asked me to bring to thank our family for saving his life. This is a 500-year-old ginseng that he recently got. He was going to come and thank us in person, but the doctor said that he was not in good health to travel far, so he asked me to bring it directly this time. Chio opened the box, and a ginseng tied with a red rope appeared in the box, with a silk cloth underneath. Old Mrs. 1 touched the ginseng with trembling hands, but she was already very happy. She had just been muttering a few days ago that it would be great if Lu had a piece of ginseng when she gave birth, so that she could save her life at the critical moment. She didn't expect that her goddaughter would send her a 500-year-old ginseng today. If you use silver to buy it, you may not be able to buy ginseng of this quality. She heard that rich families, especially wealthy families, pass down a ginseng for several generations. If there is good ginseng on the market, it will be bought within a day. But old Mrs. 1 still felt that this gift was a bit expensive. Jing, isn't this gift too expensive? Even though I'm an old woman with no experience, I've heard that this thing is in short supply. We can't just accept it casually. You'd better take it back. If we need it later, we ask you for another piece. Chio didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She closed the box and stuffed it directly into Old Lady 1's hand. Mother, why are you still being polite to me? Am I still your daughter? Is my life and the life of the sect master not worth this ginseng? Although 500-year-old ginseng is hard to come by, it is not rare in the Cheetah sect. The Cheetah sect trades with other countries around it at the border. 1 or 2 100-year-old ginseng like this are found every year. And most of them are given as gifts. Instead of giving it to others, it's better to give it to us. Mother, don't you think so? Chio's words touched Mrs. Wan's heart. Such good ginseng was actually given as a gift. Mrs. Wan no longer felt burdened and accepted it with a smile. Little Fubao sat between the two of them. In front of her was the big box that Chio gave her. There was also a rattle in the box. She was having a lot of fun playing with it. She held the rattle in her hand and shook it loudly. While the adults were talking, she didn't make any noise. She was very well behaved. At this time, little Fubao suddenly looked up in the direction outside the yard. Although she couldn't see anything, she still stared in one direction for a while. But soon she lowered her head again and continued to play. At the same time, Wan Xingcheng in the yard left the yard alone. He had not been idle these days. Although the Wan family provided him with good food and drink, they didn't let him get cold. The clothes he was wearing were all made new for him by Mrs. Wan Urseo. Old Lady Wan felt that other children were loved by their parents. But he was the only one who was helpless and alone. She felt a little compassion in her heart. So she wanted to raise him well and never criticized him in life. But some people are born ungrateful. It is difficult to correct the temper of an 8-year-old child. Wan Xingcheng secretly made a good friend in the village named Mai Sui. This child was a few years older than him, and was the king of the children in the village. Everyone was afraid of him. Mai Sui was 12 years old, the same age as Wan Quan. His family was very poor, but Mai Sui could get a roast chicken or roast duck to eat every few days, because he was a spy in the village who collected intelligence. He had a very comfortable life recently, because someone had noticed the new Wan family. Although Mai Sui was only a teenager, he was very good at making trouble. He was very famous in their circle. People who wanted to inquire about the news would come to him. He didn't want money, but food, and it was easy to get rid of him. Recently, someone asked him to pay more attention to the new Wan family. But the new Wan family was very low-key in the village. Never took the initiative to go out and make friends, and stayed in the house when they had nothing to do. It was difficult for outsiders to find out about the Wan family. Mai Sui took a different approach and made friends with Wan Xingcheng. He observed for many days, and found that only Wan Xingcheng had hatred in his eyes. Mai Sui spent a lot of effort to bribe Wan Xingcheng, and also knew that Wan Xingcheng wanted to take revenge. At this time, Wan Xingcheng came to Mai Sui's house. He had already planned that on New Year's Eve, when everyone was most relaxed, he would get rid of all the people in the Wan family on New Year's Eve, and let Mai Sui make poison for him. In exchange, Wan Xingcheng told him everything about all the people in the Wan family. Mai Sui felt that this was not difficult at all. Anyway, there were many poisons at the border, and he didn't have to pay for it himself. Someone would deliver it to his door. After the two reached an agreement, Wan Xingcheng came to get the medicine today, because tomorrow is New Year's Eve. He must seize this opportunity, when everyone is reunited to poison everyone. Chapter 104 Little Fubao Keen Perception. Everyone in the room was unaware, and was laughing and chatting happily. The children in the yard didn't pay much attention to Wan Xingcheng who went out. After all, everyone didn't like to play with Wan Xingcheng, because in Wan Xingcheng's eyes, Wan Quan could always see a wolf's viciousness. So Wan Quan taught his younger brothers to stay away from this person. After Wan Xingcheng left, Wan San's wife came out to prepare lunch. Originally, in order to save food, the Wan family didn't eat lunch at noon, and they had it in the afternoon together with dinner. But today there were guests, and it was not appropriate to let them go without eating lunch. After all, tomorrow was New Year's Eve, and Chio would definitely have to rush back to the sect in the afternoon. Wan Er's wife also hurried to help, and Lu also wanted to help, but was held down by Zhao. You sit down. I go. I can learn from you openly. My family members all dislike the food I cook, so I can learn from your third sister-in-law. If you are pregnant, don't go into the kitchen. The kitchen is full of fumes. Don't let them suffocate you. Lu smiled embarrassedly. Sister-in-law, we rural people don't have so many rules. Who doesn't run between the kitchen and the fields when pregnant? We are used to it. It's no problem. Mrs. Wan also felt sorry for Lu when the other daughters-in-law were pregnant. Although they also did farm work, they didn't suffer much. Even though the family was not rich, Mrs. Wan was still willing to give food to the pregnant women. So the boys of the Wan family were all born white and fat. But Lu happened to be exiled when she was pregnant. Old Lady Wan had always been worried that the child in Lu's belly might not live long. But she didn't expect that the child would survive safely all the way. It was a blessing. So old lady Wan also wanted to let Lu recuperate more. Now it was not the busy farming season, and there was not much work at home. Old lady Wan usually only let Lu do some handwork, such as embroidery, making some small clothes, sewing and mending, and let the two sisters-in-law take care of the rest. Okay, since your sister-in-law wants to make progress, you don't have to argue. Just sit down and talk to your sister Jing for a while. You can't talk together often in the future. Zhao smiled and said a few more words, then left to the kitchen. At this time, Xiao Fubao suddenly stood up and shouted loudly towards the door, "Big Guagua, hug me." It was the first time that old lady Wan saw Xiao Fubao take the initiative to let Wan Quan hold her. Usually, this girl stayed on the Kong, or walked on the ground like a star surrounded by the moon. Wan Quan was having fun in the yard, and didn't hear Xiao Fubao call at all. Grandma Wan quickly helped Xiao Fubao and called out, "Quaner, come in. Brother, Grandma seems to be calling you." Wan pricked up his ears and listened for a while, and said to Wan Quan. Wan Quan didn't care whether it was true or not, and ran home quickly. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Xiao Fubao and Grandma Wan looking at him. Wan Quan was sweating profusely while playing outside, and Lu quickly took out a handkerchief and handed it to Wan Quan. "Quaner, wipe your sweat quickly. You are crazy. You can sweat all over in such a cold day. Be careful not to catch a cold. Call them all back quickly. Fourth aunt has delicious food. Let the brothers come back to rest and eat something to fill their stomachs. There will be delicious food at noon." Wan Quan wiped his sweat and smiled. "Fourth aunt, that thing is given by Grandma to your little brother in your belly. How can you give it to us? We won't fight with the little baby for food. Fourth aunt, keep it for yourself." Hee hee. Fourth aunt looked at Wan Quan strangely. "How do you know that there is a brother in my belly?" "My sister said it. If she says it is a brother, then it is a brother. When we took my sister out to play, we tested it. She is very accurate. If you don't believe me, ask Wan Wen and others." Wan Wen also came in at this time. He just heard Wan Quan's words and nodded quickly. "Yes, what my sister said is very accurate. A few days ago, there was an aunt in our village who was about to give birth. We carried my sister and passed by that aunt. My sister called her sister. As a result, the aunt gave birth to a sister the next day. It seems that her family disliked her. Is my sister not good? I think my sister is very good." After Wan Wen finished speaking, he looked at his sister happily. "This sister is so good, soft, sweet, and people can't help but want to kiss her." When Mrs. Wan heard this, her face turned pale with fear. She quickly got off the Kong and pulled Wan Quan and said, "In the future, when you carry your sister out, you are not allowed to let your sister talk nonsense. Do you hear me?" Wan Quan didn't quite understand what was going on. "Isn't it good that my sister is accurate? It's more accurate than the midwife in their village back then. The midwife made a lot of money from this." Seeing that there was no one in the room, old lady Wan patted Wan Quan on the head and said, "You rascal. What do you know? This is a matter of life and death. If people knew that your sister was right, they would come to see your sister. What if it was a girl? How many lives would be lost? This is not good for your sister, but it will harm your sister. Remember all?" Wan Quan also understood after a little guidance from Grandma Wan. In their village, men are valued over girls. There is no joy in the family if a girl is born. Not to mention that more men are needed to work at this border. The family must hope to give birth to a useful one, so that more land can be planted for the family in the future. If a girl is raised for a few years and then married, wouldn't she be raised by someone else? So once the other party knows that the baby in the belly is a girl, there is a high probability that they will directly throw away a bowl of medicine. After Wan Quan figured it out, he shuddered. He almost harmed his sister. If this is really because the sister told the other party that it was a girl, and the other party really went for an abortion, what if there were two lives? Would Xiao Fubao become an excuse for the other party to blackmail? After thinking through the problem, Wan Quan quickly said, "Grandma, I know. Don't worry. I will definitely tell my brothers in the future to keep their mouths shut, and this matter will definitely not be spread." At this time, Xiao, who was sitting on the Kong, suddenly thought of what Xiao Fubao said when she just entered the house. Could it be? Xiao couldn't help but touch her flat belly, but she quickly denied it. It's impossible. Right? It was only her first time. Besides, they were just in love at the time. Wang Jiawei was injured. And they finished very quickly. The chance of pregnancy is not high. Right? But she had a faint expectation in her heart. What if it was true? No matter what. She still had to be cautious. No wonder her godmother reminded her to go back and find a doctor to take a good look. Could it be this meaning? Xiao became more and more uneasy. If there was really a boy in her belly, wouldn't her position in the sect be stable? Xiao Fubao here has stretched out his little hand to Wan Quan to hold. Big pot. Hug. Fubao wants Minminer. It was the first time that Xiao Fubao said such a complete sentence. Old Mrs. Wan was so surprised that she quickly picked up Xiao Fubao and kissed him on the face again and again. Sister, where do you want to go? Big brother will take you there. Wan Quan took Xiao Fubao from Grandma Wan and was so happy. This was the first time that his sister took the initiative to ask him for a hug. Even Wan Wen didn't have this treatment. Xiao Fubao pointed to the door and ran out. Grandma Wan quickly took a small cloak and covered Xiao Fubao's body and put a hat on Xiao Fubao. And then she felt relieved to let Wan Quan take her out. Okay. Take your sister out for a walk and come back quickly. Lunch will be ready soon. Don't miss the meal. And remember, don't let your sister talk nonsense. Grandma Wan said something meaningful, and Wan Quan nodded in agreement. Wan Quan held Xiao Fubao, and the little ones behind him stopped playing and followed Wan Quan out of the yard. Although the new year is coming soon, the village is not lively at all. It's all because of poverty. Many children stay in the house and don't go out, so they can save a cotton coat. Sister, where do you want to go? Brothers will take you there. Xiao Fubao pointed in a direction, which happened to be the end of the village. Sister, are you going to play with Ergu's sister? Xiao Fubao nodded, because Ergu and Wan Quan were good friends, and they often played together. After a while, Ergu's sister also played with Xiao Fubao. Then we could only play for a while, and then come back to eat. Okay. Xiao Fubao nodded quickly, hugged Wan Chuan's neck, and nestled in Wan Chuan's body. Wan Quan held Xiao Fubao and walked to the end of the village. In the middle, they had to pass a collapsed house. This house was collapsed by the heavy snow a while ago. All 5 people in the house were crushed to death. Everyone said that this place was haunted, and they usually walked around it. Wan Quan was somewhat reluctant and wanted to carry Xiao Fubao around, but Xiao Fubao disagreed and insisted on walking through here. Wan Quan had no choice but to obey his sister. Anyway, they had many brothers and were not afraid. But as soon as Wan Quan took a step, he heard a voice coming from behind the broken house. Brother my sway, did you bring the things? I brought them. What do you want this thing for? Wan Quan and his brothers were stunned. Wasn't this voice Wan Xingchong? When did he run out? Chapter 105 Catching the Thief and Seizing the Stolen Goods. Wan Hu hurriedly squeezed to Wan Quan's side, pulled Wan Quan's cotton pants and whispered, Brother, it's Wan Xingchong. I heard his voice. Wan Hu, the little guy, was getting more and more excited, and he knew not to make a sound. Wan Quan glanced at the back of the house, and then looked at his brothers and the little Fubao in his arms. He said to Wan Shuang and Wan Wen standing beside him, Shuang, Wen, you two should carefully go around and see what Wan Xingchong is doing. Remember not to alert the enemy. I don't think this kid is up to anything good. After you have seen it, quickly withdraw. Wan Shuang and Wan Wen nodded, and immediately went around the front of the house quietly. This collapsed house originally had 3 rooms. When it collapsed, the roof was completely pressed down, and the walls collapsed on 3 sides. One side was intact, but there were also many gaps. But it was still enough to block the 2 children. Wan Wen and Wan Shuang lay at the base of the wall, crouching and listening to the voices of the 2 people coming from the other side of the wall. Wan Xingchong was talking, and from his tone, one could tell that he hated the Wan family to the core. I want those people to die without a burial place. They killed my mother and grandmother, and abused me. Their family eats well, but I can only eat coarse food, and there is endless work to do every day. And their children all look down on me. I am worse than a dog. When I put poison in their rice pots tomorrow and send their family to the west, all their things will be mine, and I will definitely benefit from you. Brother my sway. My sway's voice is in the voice change period, and it sounds a bit harsh, like a rooster's voice. You are so cruel. After all, I have raised you for such a long time, but you want to kill me. Have you ever seen a dog that eats better than you? But I like your cruelty. This is the kind of person who can do great things. I have brought the medicine. You can seize the opportunity yourself. My Sui put the medicine bottle into Wan Xingchang's hand and patted Wan Xingchang's head. My Sui looked at the new clothes on Wan Xingchang meaningfully. He was not stupid. This kid was obviously lying. If it was really as he said, the Wan family abused him. How could they make new clothes for him? But these have nothing to do with my Sui. He is just a person who brings goods. He will not meddle in other people's business. Just take the part he deserves. Wan Wen and Wan Shuang listened to the footsteps getting farther away. And then they poked their heads out of the broken house. They hid in the thatched pile, and the other party could not find them at all. After waiting for Wan Xingchang to leave, the two crawled out of the broken house. Wan Shuang's face was a little ugly. And Wan Wen was so angry that he clenched his fists. Second brother. I didn't expect that our family would raise a white-eyed wolf. No wonder eldest brother always said that this kid has a wolf's fierceness in his eyes. It seems that eldest brother is more accurate in judging people than us. Wan Shuang didn't say anything, but strode towards the place where Wan Quan was hiding. Big brother. They are gone. You guys come out. Wan Quan hid behind a yard with several younger brothers and Xiao Fubao. He hurried out when he heard Wan Shuang's voice. Second brother. Third brother. What did you hear? Tell us quickly. Wan Hu, the little guy, likes to inquire about news the most. Seeing his two brothers coming, he couldn't bear it any longer and asked immediately. Wan Quan saw that his two younger brothers looked not very good, and knew that it must be nothing good. What's wrong with you two? Your face is so ugly? Is that kid still plotting to kill our whole family? Wan Shuang and Wan Wen looked up at Wan Quan in surprise when they heard the words. Wan Quan looked at the expressions of his two younger brothers, a little stunned, then swallowed his saliva as if he knew something and said, Did I get it right? Wan Shuang and Wan Wen nodded at the same time. No way. How dare that kid? After all, our family saved his life. And he just repays kindness with hatred? Wan Quan knew that Wan Xingchang was cruel. But when he learned that the other party was really going to kill their family, he still couldn't accept it in his heart. What did he and my Sui conspire? Wan Quan just happened to see my Sui's back leading in this direction. That beast asked my Sui for poison. And he wanted to poison us all to death tomorrow on New Year's Eve. And then divide our family's property with my Sui. Wan Quan couldn't help but tighten his hand holding Xiao Fubao. His heart was beating wildly. And his face was a little pale. Although the other children didn't quite understand. They also knew that this matter was unusual. Wan Quan glanced at the well-behaved little Fubao in his arms. Then at the others and immediately said, We have to go back quickly and tell Grandma about this. Wan Xingchang is a bit unpredictable. If he changes his mind and poisons today, after all, Xiosher also brought Wan Yiqin back today. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it is tomorrow, Xiosher will not be here, and one of them will run away. When the time comes, Xiosher will definitely find out that he is the one who is responsible. So Wan Xingchang is likely to go all out and take action today. After hearing what Wan Quan said, the other people turned pale and hurried back. Wan Quan told his brothers as he walked, You guys go back and keep calm. Wan Shuang, you will be responsible for leading Wan Xingchang away. Wan Jiang and Wan Qi will be responsible for keeping watch. Wan Wen and I will tell Grandma about this. Wan Hu, you must keep your mouth shut and don't let the news leak out. We want to catch him in the act. The brothers quickly agreed. Soon, they returned to the yard and ran in from outside. They were all sweating. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Wan Xingchang being more diligent and sweet than ever before. And he kept circling around Wan Erseo and Wan Sansaw in the kitchen. Wan Quan quickly winked at Wan Shuang. Wan Shuang nodded, strode into the kitchen, hugged Wan Xingchang's neck from behind and dragged him out. Wan Xingchang was startled. He was a little guilty. And when someone suddenly grabbed his neck from behind, he instinctively wanted to struggle. Xingchang, where did you go just now? We have been looking for you for a long time. But we didn't expect you to come back first. Let's go and play goat jumping together. When Wan Xingchang saw that it was Wan Shuang, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But his eyes darkened. Wan Erseo and Wan Sansaw also felt that Wan Xingchang was a little strange today. Usually, this child was a little gloomy. But today, he suddenly became cheerful, which made them very uncomfortable. After Wan Xingchang was taken out of the kitchen by Wan Shuang, Wan Erseo and Wan Sansaw felt much more relaxed. At the door of the main hall, Wan Jiang and Wan Qi sat on the threshold on the left and right, guarding the door. Wan Hu followed Wan Quan and Wan went into the east room of Mrs. Wan. In the room, Mrs. Wan was still talking to Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Chiu. When Mrs. Wan saw the children coming back, she quickly took Xiao Fubao over and touched him to see if his hands were cold and his face was cold. Then she untied Xiao Fubao's cloak and took off his hat. "Grandma, we have something important to tell you." Wan Quan anxiously sat down next to Grandma Wan. Chiu chuckled and said, "What important thing? Should we avoid it?" Chiu thought Wan Quan was joking. After all, in her eyes, Wan Quan was still a half-grown child. What important things could he have? So she said it jokingly. Grandma Wan didn't care and said, "What important things can he have? It must be the gossip of the village. Just sit down and listen for fun." Wan Quan was a little anxious and winked at Wan Wan. Wan Wan was calmer. After all, no serious consequences had occurred yet, and everything was still in time. "Grandma, Aunt Jing, fourth aunt, this matter concerns the lives of our whole family, so you better take it seriously." Wan Wan ignored the shocked expressions of the crowd and continued, "Grandma, just now my sister was going to the end of the village to play with Ergu's sister. We happened to pass by the collapsed house and heard a shocking secret. Wan Xingcheng was trading with my sway in the village. He got a bottle of poison from him and wanted to put it in our pot on New Year's Eve tomorrow. He would poison us all to death, and then he could share our family's property." Wan Wan finished speaking and looked at Grandma Wan. The more Grandma Wan listened, the tighter her brows frowned. "Did you hear it wrong?" Grandma Wan still didn't quite believe it. After all, she didn't treat Wan Xingcheng harshly. Wan Xingcheng's food, clothing, and clothes were even better than most children in this village. She didn't understand why this child was so vicious. "Grandma, my second brother and I heard it for real. We were behind the wall. He also told my sway that our family lived a life worse than pigs and dogs. We ate delicious food, but he ate only coarse food." Grandma Wan didn't say anything, but Chiu was so angry that she slammed the table. "Asshole. This thing is worse than pigs and dogs. It's a waste to give him so many good things. I didn't expect that my mother treated him well, but he raised an ungrateful wolf. I'm going to kill this kid right now." Grandma Wan grabbed Chiu. Chiu was pregnant and couldn't commit murder. "Don't worry. Catch the thief and the stolen goods. Since we already know about it, let's catch him in the act. You all behave properly and don't show your true colors. I have to clean up the mess today. I can't sleep well if there's a wolf cub in the house." Grandma Wan made the final decision. Chapter 106, White-Eyed Wolf. Old Lady Wan asked Wan Quan to call in Second Sister Wan. Second Sister Wan was busy in the kitchen, and was a little confused when she was suddenly called in by Old Lady Wan. It was almost time for dinner. Was she going to urge her to serve the dishes? "Mother, what did you call me for? Dinner will be served soon. Just one more dish." Second Sister Wan wiped her hands on her apron, with a smile on her face, thinking that Old Lady Wan was urging her to serve the dishes quickly. After all, it was not too early at this time. It was already noon, and Chiu had to rush back to Cheetah's sect after dinner. Old Lady Wan waved her hand. "Don't worry. Mother has something else to tell you. You and your third brother and sister-in-law will find an excuse to leave the kitchen for a while. And don't leave anyone in the kitchen." Second Sister Wan didn't quite understand why Old Lady Wan ordered this. "Mother, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Second Sister Wan felt something was wrong. Old Lady Wan didn't hide it from Second Sister Wan, and told her that Wan Xingcheng was going to poison her. When Wan Erseo heard this, she was furious. "This bastard is such an ungrateful person. We provide him with good food and drink, but he actually has such a vicious mind. Mother, what else can you say? Just kick him out. Anyway, he is not from the same family as us. Although we all have the surname Wan, we are not related at all. What is there to worry about? If Mother can't save face, I will come. Don't waste the good things in my kitchen." Wan Erseo and Wan Sansal have been busy all afternoon and prepared a lot of delicious dishes. If this kid poisoned them, wouldn't they be heartbroken? They are all food. Just thinking about it makes her liver hurt. Old Lady Wan held down Wan Erseo. "Second wife, I know that this is the most relieving way to do this, with the least loss. But you need to look further ahead. This kid came to the border with our family, and the outside world doesn't know his relationship with our family. If we just drive him out, it will be bad for our family's reputation. We have so many kids waiting to get married, and we can't let him ruin our reputation. Besides, we all know that he is going to poison." How can he really succeed? Don't worry. None of your dishes will be ruined. As soon as you leave, and the kid goes in, I will have someone catch him in the act. And I will make sure he is caught red-handed. I will ask the village chief to make a judgment directly. Faye, we have made it through. No one can blame us for the child's life or death in the future. We should be open about our work. We are a group of people living in the village. It is always beneficial for us to consider more things. He has the evidence in his hand now. How can we let go of this opportunity? We can use many methods to drive him out. But if we drive him out with solid evidence, no one will take the opportunity to discredit our reputation. We can also solve the problem once and for all and make him never come back. Juan Urseo understood the intention of Mrs. Juan and hurriedly said, Then I will call back the third sister-in-law and the eldest sister-in-law Zhao. Juan Laotai nodded. Soon there was only a pot of chicken soup simmering on a low fire in the kitchen. And the kitchen was empty. Wan Shuang received the signal from Wan Quan at this time, and finally let go of Wan Xingcheng. It's boring to see you so reluctant. I'm tired of playing. I go back and rest for a while. You can play by yourself, Wan Shuang said, and left Wan Xingcheng alone in the yard. Wan Xingcheng had no intention of playing with Wan Shuang. Now that Wan Shuang finally stopped playing with him, he could finally implement his poisoning plan. He originally planned to poison tomorrow, but he suddenly changed his mind on the way back. He thought that Chio was also here. If he poisoned tomorrow, Chio would be a fish that slipped through the net. He also hated Chio. When it snowed heavily, Chio didn't give him a cotton jacket. He only had a tattered cotton jacket that belonged to a few kids in the Wan family. It was not warm at all. But Chio didn't care about him. She only cared about whether Wanichin was cold or not, and always kept Wanichin close to her. So he wanted everyone to go to hell. All those who hurt him deserved to die. Wan Xingcheng's eyes were filled with a crazy blood color. He had completely lost his mind. So he didn't even analyze why there was no one in the kitchen. What he was thinking was, God is really helping me, giving me such a good opportunity to poison. He was thinking about how to lead people away. But now, he doesn't need to do that. Wan Xingcheng took out a porcelain bottle from his chest without hesitation, unplugged the cork, and found white medicine powder inside. He took a look at the chicken soup bubbling in the pot, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. At this time, his stomach was also growling, but he hesitated for only a short time, and then raised his hand to pour the poison in the medicine bottle into the pot. At this time, a figure flashed by and grabbed Wan Xingcheng's wrist with a force. Wan Xingcheng couldn't stand the pain, and the medicine bottle in his hand was directly released. Wan Xingma caught it with his other hand, and the poison didn't spill into the chicken soup at all. Wan Xingcheng was a little dumbfounded. He was about to succeed. Why did this person come out to stop him? Along the way, this person relied on his kung fu to save these people from trouble repeatedly. Otherwise they would all die. They were just a bunch of peasants, and it was a waste of land to live. Wan Xingcheng wanted to break free from Wan Xingma's restraints, but that was completely like an ant trying to shake a tree. Let me go! You follower. You are a major general, but you are rushing to lick the ass of a peasant. Do you have any dignity? What's good about those peasants? Wan Xingcheng's face was ferocious at this time, and his eyes were red. He lowered his head and bit Wan Xingma's hand. At this time, everyone else rushed into the kitchen and saw Wan Xingcheng biting Wan Xingma's men. Wan Quan ran over and punched Wan Xingcheng in the face. A trace of blood immediately flowed from the corner of Wan Xingcheng's mouth. Wan Quan had no intention of letting Wan Xingcheng go. This was an opportunity to teach him a lesson. He must teach his grandson a lesson. When the others saw Wan Quan taking action, they all stood still. Even if Wan Xingcheng was poisoning and wanted to kill his family, it would be like bullying if an adult went up to him at this time. Wan Quan's action was perfect. Wan Xingcheng was also like an angry leopard at this time. He and Wan Quan quickly wrestled in the yard. Old Lady Wan had asked the eldest brother Wan to invite the village chief. The children of the Wan family were rubbing their hands and gritting their teeth, seeing that Wan Xingcheng had been fighting for so long without losing. The others finally couldn't help but take action. Several brothers went up and knocked Wan Xingcheng to the ground. After a round of punches and kicks, Wan Xingcheng was beaten to the point of being unable to move, lying on the ground gasping for breath. Only then did Old Lady Wan slowly say, "Okay, come back and wait for the village chief to come and deal with it." Wan Xingma handed the bottle of poison in his hand to Wan Lauer, who took it and sighed for a while. "I didn't expect this little bastard to be so vicious. He dared to poison us at such a young age. There are at least 10 or 20 people here. If he really succeeds, he will be burdened with a murder case at such a young age. I don't think he will live long. Wan Lao San also took the poison and studied it. He was also angry, and scolded Wan Xingcheng. At this time, Wan Lao Da finally invited the village chief. Chapter 107 Thrown into a mass grave. When the village chief arrived, he saw Wan Xingcheng lying in the yard, his face covered in blood, motionless, but his chest still rising and falling. Village chief, I have to trouble you again. It's the end of the year. If it weren't for the last resort, I wouldn't ask you to come here. Old lady one stepped forward to greet him, but her face was not very good, even though she had known in advance that Wan Xingcheng was going to do evil. When this really happened, old lady one was still a little heartbroken. Big sister, it's okay. I just heard from your eldest brother that the murderer was this child. The village chief looked at Wan Xingcheng lying on the ground. A little unbelievable. He had some impression of this child. He didn't like to talk much. He always stood in the corner and seemed very unsociable. It turned out that he was not old lady one's grandson. Village chief, it's this child. I didn't expect that he would have the intention of stealing money and killing people even though I raised him well. This family can't tolerate him anyway. Please ask the village chief to drive him out of the village to prevent him from harming others. Old lady one glanced at Wan Xingcheng, who was motionless, frowning and looking not very good. The village chief sighed, although he felt a little bit reluctant. After all, tomorrow was the new year. It was indeed a bit pitiful to drive a child out of the village now. But thinking about the child's vicious heart, he didn't dare to keep him in the village. If something happened, he couldn't report it. The Wan family was obviously protected by the mayor. The village chief pondered for a long time before sighing and saying, if that's the case, you should send the child out of the village. This child has brought disaster upon himself. If he hates me, let him hate me. I will inform the whole village in a while. If anyone dares to take him in, I will drive that family out together. After hearing this, Mrs. Wan hurriedly took her family to thank the village chief. Thank you, village chief. I will ask my eldest son to take people to send this child out. The village chief was about to leave when he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Mrs. Wan's family and said, Sister, where did this child get the poison? This really stumped Mrs. Wan. At this time, Wan squeezed in from behind the crowd, took the bottle of poison from the third son of Wan and walked over. Grandpa, village chief, this is the bottle of poison. If you don't believe me, you can take it back and try it. You know the supplier of the poison. My sway from our village. My second brother and I heard the conversation between the two. But we don't know where my sway got the poison from. You can ask Wan Xingcheng. He will definitely know. Wan handed the poison to the village chief and kicked Wan Xingcheng on the ground. The village chief took the poison, looked at it for a long time, and held the bottle in his hand, with a cold light in his eyes, because he suddenly thought of his daughter who died a few years ago. The doctor said that she died of poisoning. He knew that Shitsi village was indeed mixed, but compared with other places, their Shitsi village was still relatively stable. The village chief thought of my sway, looked at the poison in his hand, and remembered an old story. That year, my sway came to him to buy land, but he didn't have enough money, so he wanted to buy on credit. At that time, there happened to be a family with cash who also wanted to buy the land, so the village chief sold it to someone else. My sway didn't say anything at the time, but 4 or 5 days later, his little daughter picked up a piece of maltose on the road and died after eating it. He didn't think much about it at the time, but now this matter involves my sway again, which means that the incident that year was most likely done by my sway. If you remember correctly, my sway was only 9 years old that year. A 9-year-old child had such a strong desire for revenge, and the village chief hated and feared him. But it was also a murderer found for his daughter, and he wanted revenge. Seeing that the village chief looked a little strange, old lady one asked with concern, Brother village chief, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with this poison? The village chief came to his senses. Oh, it's okay. I just didn't expect that the one who provided the poison was my sway, and that child didn't look like someone who would do such a thing, which made me a little surprised. I go back first. Old lady one hurried forward to support the village chief. Village chief, I take you back. The village chief nodded and thanked him, then left. Old lady one looked at the village chief's back and felt that the village chief's back seemed to be hunched again. After sending the village chief away, Old Lady One told her sons, "Send this little beast away. Throw him far away. And don't let him come back." Wan Xingmo stood up and said, "Grandma, let me do it. Wan Xingchong has nothing to do with your family. Today, everyone's life was almost killed. It was my negligence. Let me handle the rest." Wan Jinshu glanced at the child on the ground. His eyes were also cold. He didn't expect that the Wan family branch had fallen to this point. He felt cold in his heart. Old Lady One called her sons back and said to Wan Xingmo, "Amor, throw this child away. I'm afraid he will come back for revenge. If he really kills him, I will be guilty. Let him fend for himself." Wan Xingmo hummed, bent down, picked up Wan Xingchong on the ground and left. After leaving the village, Wan Xingmo walked westward. There seemed to be a mass grave over there, with many wild dogs. Although Wan Xingmo did not condemn Wan Xingchong, he still felt a little disgusted with the child. And he was deeply shaken at this time. They fought bloody battles on the battlefield, and used their bodies to block the neighboring country's cavalry from going south, which saved the beautiful land of Qi, but gave birth to so many scums like Wan Xingchong. This child is only 8 years old, and can do such vicious things. If he is allowed to grow up, he may become a big traitor, and a traitor to the country. This kind of person dares to do anything as long as he can achieve his goal. It is really crazy and terrible. Wan Xingmo threw the man to a mass grave dozens of miles away. Looking at the figure curled up in the dry grass, Wan Xingmo said coldly, "I will not kill you today. My hands only kill enemies and beasts. You are not worthy of dirtying my sword. If you can survive, come to me for revenge. I threw you here. It has nothing to do with others. If you die and want to become a ghost for revenge, come to me. I killed you." Wan Xingmo turned and left. At this time, Wan Xingchong finally moved. He slowly got up from the ground. His eyes were full of viciousness, and he looked at Wan Xingmo's back as he left, and his small fists were clenched tightly. "Wan Xingmo, wait for me. I will definitely come back to seek revenge on you." It was already late at this time. The night in winter was dark early. At this time, it was already a little blurry. But Wan Xingchong did not feel that the eyes around him were staring at him. Soon, a shrill cry came from the mass grave, followed by the sound of hungry wolves eating. Chapter 108 discussing the child's schooling. When Wan Xingmo came back, Chiu had already left. The family was sitting in Grandma Wan's room, talking about what happened today. Because Wan Jinshu needed to rest, Zhao had already taken the family back first. When Wan Xingmo came back, he only told Grandma Wan that he had sent the person to a place more than 10 miles away and dumped him directly, and did not tell everyone that he had dumped the person in a mass grave. Grandma Wan quickly asked Wan Erseo to bring the hot food. "Amor, you haven't eaten a hot bite all day. Sit down quickly. I asked your second aunt to leave food in the pot for you. Eat it before going back." Wan Xingmo was also hungry, and even if he went back, he couldn't eat the food made by his mother. After all, he was used to the food made by Wan Sansa, and it was difficult for him to get used to Zhao's food that was either without salt or too salty, or not cooked at all. "Thank you, Grandma, and trouble your second aunt." Wan Xingmo thanked the two politely, and then sat on the round stool on the ground waiting for dinner. At this time, Wan Quan continued to talk about what happened at noon. "Grandma, you don't know. Thanks to my sister today. If she hadn't suddenly wanted to go out to play, and had to go to the end of the village to play with Ergu's sister, we would never have discovered Wan Xingcheng's conspiracy. Yes, it's all my sister's credit." Little Fubao was sitting in Grandma Wan's arms at this time, nodding her head, a little sleepy, and heard her two brothers talking about sister. "Sister." She quickly looked up at her two brothers, grinned, giggled a few times, and began to nod and doze off again. Grandma Wan quickly picked up Little Fubao horizontally, put one hand around Little Fubao's neck, put Little Fubao's little body horizontally on her legs, and gently patted Little Fubao little, but with the other hand. After a while, Little Fubao fell asleep, and Wan San's wife quickly brought a small quilt and handed it to Grandma Wan. Grandma Wan wrapped Little Fubao tightly before she began to think about what happened at noon today. She said that Xiao Fubao usually wouldn't take the initiative to go out and play with his brother. Today, he was so abnormal. It turned out that her Xiao Fubao must have sensed what was going to happen. "Right?" Grandma Wan touched Xiao Fubao's hair lovingly. Xiao Fubao felt Grandma Wan's touch in his sleep, and his pink little mouth opened silently and smiled. Wan Xingmo heard Wan Quan's words and looked at Xiao Fubao. He also felt that Xiao Fubao's keen perception was amazing. But soon, Grandma Wan's face became a little sad. She could feel that as Xiao Fubao grew older, Xiao Fubao's uniqueness seemed to be more and more obvious. Especially her ability to predict good and bad luck, which seemed to be more and more obvious. But the child was still a baby, and she didn't understand it. Grandma Wan was really afraid that one day, Xiao Fubao would say something in public. How could she protect this villain? Grandma Wan glanced at the people in the room. There were no outsiders here. Everyone was her own family, and each of her grandchildren was very smart. She was relieved. Everyone is here today. I have something to tell you. As soon as Mrs. Wan finished speaking, everyone looked at the old lady. Mrs. Wan carefully put little Fubao aside, tucked her quilt, and then continued to say to everyone, "You all saw that little Fubao is getting more and more different as she grows up. I know that although you have noticed it before, you may not have thought about it in other ways. But after what happened today, it gave me a warning. And I must remind you all again. Mom, just say it. We will listen to you. No matter what little Fubao is like. She is the daughter of our Wan family, and no one can do anything to her." The eldest brother Wan spoke first. Old Lady Wan nodded. The eldest brother is right. You have also discovered that the older Xiao Fubao gets, the stronger her abilities seem to be. You should be able to sense this even if I don't say it. What I want to say today is that you should always pay attention to Xiao Fubao in the future. If she suddenly says something, you must help her to make up for it, especially when there are outsiders present. After all, Xiao Fubao is still a baby now. She herself does not know what she said and how it will affect others. Whether our family can prosper in the future depends on Xiao Fubao. Xiao Fubao is the lucky star of our Wan family. All of us must protect her well. Little Fuxing, especially in this border area, there are all kinds of people. If people knew about little Fubao's ability, little Fubao would be robbed by all forces. After saying this, Old Lady Wan looked at everyone and said, "So it is the responsibility of every member of our Wan family to protect little Fubao. Think about it carefully. Which good thing that happened along the way was not brought by little Fubao? Since we picked up little Fubao, our family has not only not been hungry and cold, but has been getting better and better, and has no worries about food and clothing." After Old Lady Wan's reminder, everyone carefully recalled what happened on the road. And it seemed to be just as Old Lady Wan said. The second son of the Wan family was even more delighted. After all, this girl was his. The second son of the Wan family looked at the sleeping little Fubao with a worried look. "Mom, don't let the little Fubao go out in the future. Even if the little Fubao goes out, she must be accompanied by an adult. I really don't feel at ease with these children taking her around the village. Your words made me even more nervous. I finally got such a girl. What if?" Old Lady Wan knew what the second son of the Wan family was worried about. But she had her own considerations. Second son of the Wan family, don't worry. The little Fubao is very smart. Starting tomorrow, I will teach her not to say anything outside casually. I think the little girl can understand. The second son of the Wan family looked at the little Fubao lovingly, and her heart melted. Such a cute, sensible and smart little girl didn't expect to let herself pick up. It was really a gold bar falling from the sky. Others also expressed that they must keep their mouths shut and protect the little Fubao together. Lu touched her belly at this time. She didn't believe it at first, but now she was also looking forward to the fact that the baby in her belly was really a boy. Wan Xingmao finished his meal and prepared to leave. Old Lady Wan asked him to stay. "Amor, sit down first. I have something to tell you." Wan Xingmao stood up and sat back down again. "Grandma, just say whatever you want to say." Wan Xingmao looked at Old Lady Wan with a pair of bright eyes. He knew that Old Lady Wan didn't treat him as an outsider at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told Xiao Fubao's secret in front of him just now. It's like this. The new year is coming soon. After the new year, the children will be 1 year older. When we were in Yonglu village, our family was very poor, and we didn't have the heart to do this. Now that we have a lot more money, we want to invite a teacher to come to our house for the children. I think it's better to invite you to be a teacher for the kids than to invite others. We don't ask for any official title. After all, we are all criminals. We just want to let the brothers learn a few more words and not be blind. Grandma will give you a tuition according to the teacher's standard. What do you think? Wan Xingmou pondered for a while and nodded. "Grandma, I agree to everything you say. But there is only one thing that needs to be done according to my words." Grandma Wan knew that it must be a tuition. But she still listened to what Wan Xingma said before making a decision. Okay. You say it. Grandma will see if what you say makes sense. Wan Xingma knew Grandma Wan. If he didn't want the tuition, Grandma Wan would definitely not let him teach the children. So he asked for the tuition directly. But he had to decide how much. Grandma, I will only charge 500 yuan per child per year. If you don't agree, I won't take this job. Old lady Wan is not good at accounting. So she looked at Wan Laozi. Laozi charges 500 yuan per child per year. If we count all the children in our family, how much silver is the annual tuition? Although old lady Wan is not good at accounting, she has heard from others that when they were in Yonglu village, the children of their village chief's family also received 2 taels of silver in the town school for 1 semester, which is 4 taels of silver per year. Mom, if we count all 6 children in our family, each person will receive 500 yuan per year, which is only 3 taels of silver in total, which is not even enough for the tuition of a child in Yonglu village. As soon as Wan Laozi heard it, he knew that Wan Xingmo was saving money for his family. Grandma Wan slapped her thigh and glared at Wan Xingmo, saying, Amor, let's get this straight. I know you want to save money for Grandma's family, but money is earned, not saved. Grandma will tell you a number. If you don't want to, then Grandma can only spend more money to send the children to other people to teach. These children cost a total of 15 taels of silver a year. We have already taken advantage of this. How much money have we saved? Old 4? Mother, we saved 9 taels of silver. Old 4 hurriedly said with a smile. Grandma 1 continued. Yes, we saved 9 taels of silver. Look, you saved so much money for Grandma. Wan Xingmo was helpless. He knew that if he didn't agree, Grandma 1 would definitely find someone else. So in the end Wan Xingmo had to agree. Chapter 109 Hope. After sending Wan Xingmo away, Old Lady 1 sent all the children to bed, leaving the adults at home. Sit down. Mother has something to tell you. The men found a stool on the ground and sat down as usual, and the women sat on the kong. Old Lady 1 was holding a box in her hand, which was very familiar to Wan Erseo. This was the money box where Old Lady 1 kept her money. Mother, what's the matter? Wan Erseo looked at Old Lady 1 and asked. Old Lady 1 put the money box on the kong table and said slowly, Second son's wife, let all the children in the family go to school. You have only 1 child, Wanwen, and the money for this child's schooling is all paid by the public. Your family must be at a disadvantage. Mother also knows that the money in our family is obtained by Xiao Fubao. Mother can't favor one over the other. Otherwise it will be unfair to my little granddaughter. After saying this, Old Lady 1 opened the money box and took out 10 taels of silver and a gold bracelet from it. This gold bracelet was picked up by Wan Erseo on the road. Take this gold bracelet and 10 taels of silver. They were picked up by the second son. Keep them for your family. If you spend money from the public treasury in the future, I will not subsidize your second room alone. Second sister-in-law 1 was so scared that she quickly pushed the money and gold bracelet back. Mother! No. Fourth brother and his wife don't have children yet. Wouldn't that be a disadvantage? Lu was very insightful. Especially after what happened today. She was more convinced that as long as she could get along well with second sister-in-law 1, their family would definitely be fine in the future. After all, there was Xiao Fubao, and she probably understood what Grandma 1 meant. Lu smiled and said, Second sister-in-law, Mother asked you to take it. So take it. Although my family has no children now, maybe we will have the most children in the future, and we will use more money from the public treasury. When that happens, you 2 sisters-in-law must not be jealous. Grandma 1 looked at Lu with appreciation. Your fourth brother's wife is right. The third and fourth children will be able to have children in the future. Mother is worried that you have not had any movement in your stomach for these years. Did you hurt your body when you gave birth to Winner? We have money in our hands now. When the time comes, let Jinger find a good doctor to take good care of your body and see if there will be good news again. Wan Erseo touched her flat belly and felt a little uncomfortable. She also hoped to have 2 more children, but her stomach was not willing to do so. After giving birth to Wan, there was no movement. Fortunately, she picked up a daughter to make up for her regret. Wan Lauer also said at this time, Mom, we have Wanwen and Xiao Fubao. This woman is stepping into the gates of hell when giving birth to a child. I don't want the mother of the child to suffer again. I was scared to death when she gave birth to Wanwen last time. Wan Lauer's words touched Wan Urseo very much. She suddenly let go. Whether she can have children in this life, and how many children she has are destined. She doesn't plan to force it. Let nature take its course. Mom, don't bother Jing. I don't care about these things. I am satisfied with having a son and a daughter in my life. People should not be too greedy. Old Lady One did not continue the topic, but looked up and glanced at everyone and said, "Do you have any opinions on my decision?" The men basically had no opinions. Only Wan San's wife did not speak. And everyone looked at Wan San's wife at this time. Wan San's face turned red. She mustered up her courage for a long time before she looked up at Old Lady Wan and said, "Mom, I also have an idea. I want to open a restaurant in the town. The environment here is incomparable to that of our Yonglu village. And the fields are difficult to cultivate. If our family sits on a few acres of land and eats away all the land, it will take less than 2 years for our family to return to the embarrassment of Yonglu village. So I think we should think of more ways to make money. My father often said that there are many ways to make money in a chaotic world. Although this border is chaotic, I think that our family has the support of the mayor, and the support of the Cheetah sect and the Golden Axe gang. It should be good to open a restaurant in the town. I just don't know if you agree." Wan San also looked at Old Lady One nervously. It was obvious that the couple had discussed this in advance. Old Lady One didn't speak for a long time. She was calculating the money at home. In addition to giving Wan Xingma 15 taels of silver, he also gave Wan Urseo 10 taels and a gold bracelet. The remaining cash in the family should be more than 100 taels. If they open a store in the town, they will need at least dozens of taels of capital. In addition, they need to prepare 30 taels of silver to buy land at the beginning of the year. The house they live in now is still in the village. Once the land thaws at the beginning of the year, they will have to build a house. There are many people in the family, and they have to build a big house. It will cost more than 20 taels. After deducting these items, there is no money left. Seeing that Old Lady One didn't say anything for a long time, Wan Sansaw knew that her idea was a bit rash and was ready to stop there. But Wan Urseo took out 10 taels of silver and stuffed it into Wan Senseo's hand. "Third sister-in-law, we have a good relationship at ordinary times. If you want to open a store, how can you leave out the second sister-in-law? Consider this 10 taels of silver as my investment. I can't miss such a good opportunity to make money. I think your cooking skills are second to none in the border. Second sister-in-law believes in you." Sister-in-law Wan San looked at the 10 taels of silver ingot in her hand, which still had the warmth of sister-in-law Wan Air, and her eyes were a little wet. "Second sister-in-law, Sister-in-law Wan San raised her head and looked at sister-in-law Wan Air with tears in her eyes. Sister-in-law Wan Air smiled and said, "You are so old. And you are still crying? I am counting on you to make a lot of money. You can't let me down. You have to make more money for me." Sister-in-law Wan San laughed, put away the silver and nodded heavily, saying, "Second sister-in-law, don't worry. I will make a lot of money and guarantee that you will get your money back next year." At this time, Mrs. Wan took out 20 taels of silver from the box and gave it to sister-in-law Wan San. "Old third wife, this is 20 taels of silver from the public, which can be regarded as an investment. You can decide how to distribute the dividends at that time." Wan Sansaw took it gratefully and said, "Mother, don't worry. I will give you the rest of my earnings except for the share I give to my second sister-in-law. For the family expenses, I opened a restaurant to make my family rich. I will not live off the savings, and I will never keep it for myself." But Mrs. Wan disagreed. She couldn't do anything that would make her daughter-in-law suffer. Finally, she made the final decision. "No. Is mother the one who exploits her daughter-in-law? This way, the public will take 50%, and you and your second sister-in-law will each take 25%. That's it. In your spare time, everyone will go to the store to help. During the busy farming season, you can hire temporary workers to help. What do you think?" Mrs. Wan's second and third sisters-in-law had no objections. After all, the family expenses were also high. Mrs. Wan was a very kind mother-in-law for letting her 2 daughters-in-law save money on their own. Lu was secretly angry that she had no money in her hand. Otherwise she could also get a 10% dividend. Now only their fourth and first rooms did not get dividends. But she had no money and no one to help. She had to give birth a few months after the beginning of the year, so she was really powerless. At this time, Mr. Wan raised his voice. "Third sister-in-law, can I be your accountant? You just give me 500 yuan a month." "Of course." Wan San's wife agreed. The salary of the fourth son as an accountant in the town was 1 or 2 taels of silver a month. Now it was half the price. How could she not agree? Lu was also happy. The head of the family was really capable. After the family had discussed it, they prepared to go back to rest. Everyone was looking forward to the new year. There was finally hope for the future. At this time, Wan Lao heard a noise coming from outside. It seemed like someone was talking in a low voice. And there were messy footsteps. Did you hear the noise outside? Wan Lao asked his brothers. Wan Lao pricked up his ears and listened for a while. He also heard it. But the other party seemed a little depressed. Go out and take a look. Wan Er's wife was a little scared. After all, she had experienced the robbery of bandits a few days ago. She immediately grabbed Wan Lao head. Be careful. Wan Lao nodded and walked out with his brothers. There was no moonlight in the sky, but there were stars. With a faint light, Wan Lao saw some movement next door. Brother, it seems to be the Shen family next door. What are they doing? Chapter 110 Throwing the Corpse. Several men of the Wan family stood in the yard and looked in the direction of the Shen family. At this time, several men of the Shen family were carrying a person together and walking out. It seemed that they were heading towards the end of the village. Brother, why do I think they are carrying a person? Wan Lao stared at their walking posture. Although he could not see clearly because there was a fence in the middle, it was almost the same from their walking posture. Let's go and see. The Shen family still owes us 15 taels of silver. It has been a few days, and we haven't seen a tael of silver. This time we can catch them in the act. They must have done something bad. Otherwise they would sneak around in the middle of the night. After saying this, Wan Lao walked out of the fence first. Wan Laosi hurried back to explain the reason to the women in the house. Mom, the people of the Shen family seem to be doing something bad. We are going to follow them to see. Don't worry. We will be back soon. Old Lady One was still sitting cross-legged on the Kong. Hearing this, she warned, be careful. There is no good person in the Shen family. The only good one was beaten by them, and lay on the Kong like a ghost. It's really a sin. After being reminded by Old Lady One, Old Fourth One suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the woman they carried out in the middle of the night was the eldest sister-in-law of the Shen family? Could she be dead? Thinking of this possibility, Old Fourth One followed Old Big One and the others out quickly. The brothers followed the brothers of the Shen family to the cemetery 1 mile outside the village. It was originally a wasteland. Later, as more people were buried here, it became the cemetery for the exiles of Shitsi village. The cemetery was full of dead branches and leaves, accompanied by the cries of jackdaws from time to time, which sounded extremely terrifying and creepy. The brothers of the Wan family could not help but shiver. They felt that the temperature in the cemetery was much lower than outside. It was not the dry and cold outside. There was obviously a cold atmosphere here. Here it comes. Get out of the way. The eldest brother of the Wan family whispered, and quickly took his brothers to hide behind a small grave. At this time, the footsteps of the 3 brothers of the Shen family were getting closer, and the brothers of the Wan family also heard their conversation clearly. Second brother, we left the people here. Why do I always feel a little panic in my heart? What panic? Is it really possible that this Jinx will die at home? Our family has been unlucky enough recently. If we let this Jinx die at home again, our family will never be able to turn over in our lifetime. It happens that the new year is tomorrow. If we clear the people out, our family can also have a good new year. Without this Jinx at home, we will definitely have a smooth year next year. The second brother of Shen patted the head of the third brother of Shen. A little angry. But second brother, the village chief said that if Shen died, he would drive us out of Shitsi village. The village chief was just trying to scare us. Did you take it seriously? After all, this is our family affair. And the village chief turned a blind eye to it. Can he really drive our family out? Then we will say that Shen was incurable and died on her own. What does it have to do with us? Shen Laowu agreed with Shen Laoer's words. Second brother is right. Third brother, stop nagging. Let's go back quickly. I don't want to stay in this damn place for a moment. It's really unlucky. The voices of several people gradually faded away. The brothers of the Wan family came out from behind the grave. Second brother, did you hear it? This group of scum really didn't treat Shen's illness and dragged her to death. They didn't dare to throw her away during the day, and waited until the middle of the night before they dared to carry her out. Wan Lauer and his men also despised the behavior of the men of the Shen family. However, since they were here, they decided to go and see Shin. Those people just threw her on the ground without burying her. Even if Shin was not a good person, she was dead and everything in life should be put down. Besides, Shin worked hard for the Shin family for so many years. But in the end, she ended up with her body exposed in the wilderness. It was heartbreaking to think about it. The man of the one family walked in the direction where the Shin family had just gone. After twists and turns, he finally found Shin's body in the innermost part of the cemetery. Brother, we didn't bring anything. Why don't we go back and report to the village chief first, and let the Shin family bury the body tomorrow? It can be considered that we have done some good deeds for Shin. Boss 1 had other concerns. It was estimated that even Shin's bones would not be found tomorrow. However, the few people followed on a whim. They had no weapons in their hands, so they could only go home and talk about it tomorrow. Okay, let's go back first. We should inform the village chief about this matter immediately. Being neighbors with such people makes me feel numb all over. As Wan Lao raised his foot and prepared to leave, his trouser leg was suddenly grabbed by a hand. Although the force was not strong, it was enough to scare Wan Lao into a cold sweat. Second brother, it seems like something grabbed my trouser leg. Could it be that thing? Boss 1 was usually quite courageous. He killed someone last time, and he felt that he was much braver than others. However, when he was really faced with this situation, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Boss 1 quickly lowered his head to look at Boss 1's trouser legs, and saw that Shin's hand was tightly holding Boss 1's trouser legs. Oh my god! She's resurrected. Shin has moved. Boss 1 howled, scaring away the jackdaws on the tree, and dozens of crows flew up from the entire cemetery. Boss 1 and Boss 1 stood back to back in fear, staring at Shin on the ground. Boss 1 screamed, but he was not so scared. He squatted down with courage. Boss 1 took a closer look at Shin, but because he didn't have a fire starter in his hand, he couldn't see clearly. Shin's face was blurred, and Boss 1's hands were shaking like sieves. He put his hand under Shin's nose. At this time, his heart was already beating in his throat, and his mouth was about to jump out, but he still stretched out his hand. Finally, Wan Lao's hand touched Shin's nose, and at this time Shin's hand suddenly touched Wan Lao's wrist. Wan Lao was extremely nervous, and at this time he jumped up with a roar. Ghost! Wan Lao could no longer bear this terrifying atmosphere, and was about to run away. He was grabbed by Wan Lao, and he couldn't wander around in the cemetery at this time. If he ran into something unclean, it would be a big deal. Lao, calm down, Wan Lao shouted loudly, which made Wan Lao sober up a little. Wan Lao had recovered at this time. He never believed in any monsters. Otherwise, he would have been killed by their souls after beating so many animals. Just now, he was just afraid from his instinct. But now, he can face it calmly. After the second son of Wan was caught by the eldest son of Wan, the eldest son of Wan let go of his hand, squatted down, and put his hand directly to Shin's breath. After a long while, the eldest son of Wan felt a light breath exhaled, and he let out a long sigh. Second son, third son, fourth son. The person is still alive. The people of the Shin family are really crazy. They just threw a living person here to die. Since we have met them, we can't just ignore them. We can also ask the village chief to take charge and punish this family, and let them quickly return the money they owe to our family. When the brothers heard that Shin was still alive, they knew it was a false alarm, and gathered around. Brother, shall we carry the person back now? What else can we do if we don't carry him back? If we leave him alone for one night, he will definitely be gone tomorrow morning. After discussing it, they carried the person directly to the village chief's house. Chapter 111. Mrs. Wu learned the truth about her daughter's death. The village chief had just gone to the Wan family to deal with Wan Xingcheng's affairs during the day, and the family had not yet gone to bed. The village chief had only one son and two daughters. The youngest daughter had been poisoned to death, leaving one son and one daughter, both of whom had already started families. At this time, the village chief's wife, the village chief, his son, and his daughter-in-law were sitting around on the Kong. There was a small porcelain bottle in the middle of the Kong table. Upon closer inspection, it was the one that the village chief had taken from the Wan family today. Mother of the child, do you know where this poison came from? Tears flashed in the village chief's cloudy eyes, and he thought of the tragic death of his little daughter. The village chief's wife, Mrs. Wu, shook her head. She felt that something was wrong with the village chief when he came back from the Wan family today. He locked himself in the room and didn't come out to eat until just now, when he came out and called everyone in. "Old man, what happened? Don't scare me. If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't keep it in your heart." Mrs. Wu looked at the village chief worriedly. The village chief seemed to be immersed in his own thoughts. His voice was a little old and heavy. And he continued, "This poison was obtained from my sway. Today I suddenly thought of the summer 3 years ago. At that time, I had a few acres of good land. My sway came to buy an acre of land on credit with 100 yuan. At that time, another family in our village also came to buy land with cash. I hesitated for a while, and sold it to the one with cash. My sway didn't say anything at the time, turned around and left. But a few days later our little daughter was gone, and it happened to be poisoned. At that time, we all thought that she had eaten something and was poisoned. Now think about it. Our daughter did not die accidentally, but was poisoned by my sway to avenge me as a father." After the village chief finished speaking, he covered his face with his hands. His body kept shaking, and big tears dripped from his fingers to his legs. Wu seemed to have been hit hard in the soul. She looked at the village chief in disbelief, her mouth slightly open, and kept the same posture until a few breaths later, when the village chief's daughter-in-law Zheng found that her mother-in-law was not right, and hurried over to help Wu calm down, her face also anxious. "Mother, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us?" The village chief looked at his wife, with a trace of worry in his eyes. He could understand his wife's mood at this moment, just as heavy and heartbroken as when he guessed that his little daughter was murdered in the afternoon. Li calmed Wu for a long time, and Wu finally coughed suddenly, and the whole person arched his body because of the violent cough, and his face was red. Jinyo quickly brought a glass of water. Wu drank a mouthful of hot water, and her face finally became normal. "Old man, are you sure?" Wu's hand tightly grasped the edge of the con table, and her eyes were fixed on the village chief. "I am just guessing now, but I will definitely confirm this. If it is confirmed that it was that bastard my sway, I will definitely kill him to avenge our daughter." In fact, the village chief's family has already had a positive answer in their hearts. Although many villagers in Shitsi village are exiles, most of them are implicated. They are not bad at heart. Some are even very noble and disdain to kill and set fire. So there has never been any killing in the whole village. The overall atmosphere of the village is still relatively simple. But today's incident made the village chief realize that there are some rat shit in the village that should be cleaned up. Wu has already made her own calculations in her heart. The accidental death of her youngest daughter caused her great harm. They have few children in their family, and one of them died accidentally. How sad she was at the beginning. Now hearing the truth is sad is not enough to describe Wu's mood. She can finally vent her hatred. The village chief did not know that his always virtuous wife had made a decision that shocked him. At this time, there was a knock at the door. "It's so late. Why are there still people here? Dad, let me see who it is," Jinyo said, putting on his shoes and going out. "Who is it?" Jinyo stood at the door and shouted towards the courtyard gate. "Brother Jinyo, it's us. Sorry to bother you so late, but there is a matter of life and death that needs to be dealt with by the village chief. Please open the door." When Jinyo heard that it was Boss Wan's voice, he hurriedly ran to open the fence gate. "Is it Brother Jingui? Please come in and talk." Jinyo opened the fence gate a little wider and saw that there were several other people following Boss Wan, and it seemed that they were carrying a person. Jinyo was a little dumbfounded, looking at them and wondering, who is this? Boss Wan stood at the door and explained his purpose. Jinyo was furious when he heard this and cursed. "The people of the Shin family are worse than animals. I will go find my father now. You guys come in quickly." Wan was afraid that Shin would suddenly die, so he didn't dare to go in rashly. He stood at the door and waited for the village chief to come out. Soon the village chief and his family came out. Wu and Zheng's eyes were still red, but it was dark and no one could see. The village chief had already known what the Shin family had done. When he came out and saw Shin's appearance, he scolded the Shin family in his heart. "Wan brothers, you have gone for a trip, but I will trouble you to go again and carry Shin to the door of the Shin family. I will deal with it." Wan Lao bowed and said, "Village chief, please, we will follow you." Jinyo carried the village chief on his back. The road was not easy to walk at night. He was afraid that his father would fall. When the group arrived at the door of the Shin family, Several brothers of the Shin family were telling the old lady Shin excitedly how to throw Shin away, and that their family would never have bad luck again in the future. Finally, this jinx was sent away. Suddenly someone called Shin Lao heir. Several brothers of the Shin family hurried out to see what was going on. Second brother, why does that person look so much like the Wan family next door? Shin Lao Sen glanced at the people standing outside the fence and narrowed his eyes. At this time, Shin Lao also saw Wan Lao and others, and was confused. It was so late. What were they doing here? The village chief spoke at this time. Shin Lao, open the door quickly and call your mother out. I have something to tell her. It was inconvenient for the village chief to enter the house so late, so he could only ask the Shin family to carry the old lady down from the Kong. Shin Lao heard that the village chief was also there, and hurried over to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Shin Lao was dumbfounded. He saw Shin, who was thrown into the cemetery by him, being carried by the Wan family. Village chief, you come so late for something? Shin Lao asked knowingly, and stuttered when he spoke, and it was obvious that he was guilty. Shin Lao, do you want us to stand at the door and talk? Let everyone know the good things your family did. The village chief's voice was full of majesty, and unconsciously brought out a sense of severity, which scared Shin Lao and quickly stepped aside and asked everyone to go in. Anyway, the matter had been exposed, and he was not so nervous in his heart. Chapter 112 The Truth about the Osmanthus Poisoning. Mrs. Shin was carried out by her youngest son and placed on a chair in the main hall. The village chief asked the Wan brothers to carry Shin into the yard. The second son wanted to stop him, but was glared at by the village chief and dared not move. The village chief was carried into the main hall of the Shin family by Jinyo, and the third son quickly moved a chair for the village chief to sit on. Mrs. Shin already knew that Shin was carried back by the Wan family, and she was cursing in her heart that the Wan family was really meddling in other people's business. When she saw the village chief come in, brother village chief, it's so late. Why haven't you rested yet? The village chief's face was gloomy, and he snorted coldly, rest? Does your family want me to rest? Mission. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but go around the village and ask around. Is there any mother-in-law like you? Even Zhang, the most powerful chatterbox in the south of the village, doesn't torture his daughter-in-law like you do. You have been paralyzed in bed for so many years. If it weren't for Mission who took care of you, would you be alive today? Are you going to torture Mission to death and then count on your daughters-in-law? Do you think they are reliable people? You say every day that Mission is jinx. Ask yourself, how did your eldest brother die? How did your legs become paralyzed? You don't want to put the blame on your own son, and you can't force him to death, right? I don't want to talk about this little thing in your family today. Just tell me what you are going to do. Old Lady Shin was irritated by the words of the village chief, and her face was not very good. She had deliberately kept this matter in her heart for many years, and pushed all the faults onto Shin. Although she knew that Shin was innocent, and everything was her four sons' fault, she felt calm when torturing Shin. And Old Lady Shin had already calculated everything. Since Shin had become a widow, it was useless to raise her. If she didn't torture her, would she torture her own son? Today, her scars were revealed in front of the village chief, making her originally calm face become hideous. Her fourth son had been eaten alive by wolves. This was the retribution for their family. When she woke up in the middle of the night, Old Lady Shin was also reflecting on herself. Was all this destined? Old Lady Shin escaped the disaster, but the Shin family had to bear the infamy for him for so many years. God couldn't stand it anymore and let Old Lady Shin and his wife die? Village chief, you came here today just to expose my old woman's scars? Then was your little daughter's accident really an accident? Isn't it because of you? Old Lady Shin stopped talking halfway and bowed her head without saying a word. The village chief stared at Old Lady Shin and slowly stood up from the chair. Jinyo hurried forward to help her. What did you say just now? What did you know back then? The village chief didn't expect that Old Lady Shin actually knew the truth about his little daughter's murder and had hidden it for so many years. If he hadn't exposed the other party's scars today and angered Old Lady Shin, he probably wouldn't know until his death that the Shin family actually knew the truth, but concealed it. The village chief saw that Old Lady Shin bowed her head and said nothing. He was so furious that he didn't care about etiquette. He limped forward, grabbed Old Lady Shin's collar, and dragged her directly from the chair to the ground. The three sons of the Shin family didn't expect the village chief to suddenly take action. It was too late to stop her. Old Lady Shin had already fallen heavily from the chair to the ground. And the village chief didn't let go at all. He bit his shriveled waist and roared at Old Lady Shin like a lion on the verge of madness. "You dead old woman. Tell me, what did you know back then? Who killed my daughter?" The village chief's eyes were red and hysterical. He shook Old Lady Shin hard, almost shaking her apart. The second and third sons of the Shin family quickly pulled the village chief away. And the fifth son of the Shin family immediately picked up Old Lady Shin and moved away from the village chief. Jinyo also helped the village chief up and half carried and half dragged him to sit on the chair. Finally, the two old men were separated. Shinlao and Shinlao did not dare to look directly at the village chief. The village chief also reacted at this time. His eyes were as big as two copper bells. And he looked at Shinlao and Shinlao. "Your mother was paralyzed at the time, and it was impossible for her to go out. Even if I knew the truth from you. Tell me, did you see anything? If you don't tell the truth today, I will immediately expel your family from the village. And you will fend for yourself." Generally, people who are expelled from the village either join a sect or live outside. No village is willing to accept villagers who are expelled from the village. This is the rule of the border. If this person is expelled from the village, his character must be bad. And no village will cause trouble for its own village. The village chief's threat obviously worked. The people of the Shin family were a little at a loss. And several people whispered together. The village chief's patience was limited. After all, the person who knew the truth was right in front of him. But the other party was still hesitant about whether to say it. "What are you mumbling about? The house is so small. Even if I am deaf, my son is not. Hurry up and don't dawdle. Solve this matter. There is still one thing that has not been solved." The village chief glanced at Shin in the yard. After all this trouble, Shin's breathing became weaker. Finally, it was Old Lady Shin who spoke. "Old 5. Put me on the chair." Old Lady Shin was dragged off the chair by the village chief just now. Her back fell to the ground, and she was still burning with pain. She forced herself to sit upright on the chair. "Village chief, it's not that we don't want to talk about this matter, but we have no evidence. It's just that we happened to see someone throw a candy on the road. And then it was picked up by your daughter. We don't know if the other party did it on purpose. So we dare not make it public. Since you asked today, there is nothing we can't say, but you must not sell our house." After saying this, Old Lady Shin looked at the village chief pleadingly. "Okay, tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone that you said it." The village chief agreed without hesitation. He really wanted to know if that person was my sway. "That bastard." Old Lady Shin glanced at Shin Lao. "Lao, tell me. Just tell the village chief everything that happened. As for whether that person is the murderer, let the village chief make his own judgment. We just tell what we saw. Don't exaggerate." Shin Lao stood up awkwardly, under the murderous gaze of the village chief. He finally told the whole process he witnessed that year. "Village chief, I was taking a shit in the woods outside the village. It was a summer afternoon, and everyone was taking a nap at home. There were no people on the road. I had just finished taking a shit and was about to pull up my pants when I saw my sway passing by the small road beside the woods. He ran over and a candy fell from him. I was about to pull up my pants and pick it up. I was thinking that my sway's family was so poor that they had to starve to death. How could they have the money to buy candy? At this time, your little daughter Hohot happened to pass by and picked up the candy. She immediately peeled it and ate it. I was about to snatch it away, but I didn't expect the little girl to run so fast. She ran into the village in the blink of an eye." Shinlao blushed as he said this. It was still a bit shameful for him to say that he wanted to snatch a little girl's candy in front of so many people. "Later, we heard that Hohot was poisoned. So I told my mother about it. My mother didn't allow me to make it public. After all, there was no evidence to prove that the candy was poisoned. Later, we forgot about it. If my mother hadn't mentioned it, we wouldn't have remembered it," Shinlao said, and glanced at the village chief. The village chief seemed to be listening and not listening, and seemed to be in a daze. Jinyo's hands hanging by his side were tightly clenched into fists, and they made crackling sounds. His father had already talked about my sway buying land tonight. Now the two things were linked together. Except for that idiot, no one else had the motive to harm others. "Village chief? Are you okay?" Shinlao bent over and glanced at the village chief. The village chief came back to his senses, but he no longer had the energy he had just now, as if he had been drained of energy in an instant. Chapter 113, Old Lady One agrees to look after the Shin family. The village chief raised his cloudy eyes and looked at old second Shin. And suddenly a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Frightened, Jinyo quickly hugged his father. Dad? What's wrong with you? After the village chief spit out a mouthful of blood, he felt much more relaxed, and his heart was not so blocked. The village chief waved his hand, sat up straight, and looked at old lady Shin. Okay, this matter ends here, and I won't ask any more in the future. Your family must keep it a secret, and this matter must not be known to others. Old lady Shin quickly agreed, village chief. Don't worry. We have been guarding it for so many years, and we will definitely not tell others. Don't worry. The village chief was worried, and just wanted to quickly deal with the Shin family's affairs and go back to think about how to take revenge. Now, let's see how your family handles Shin's case. You must give me an explanation today. Your family is too outrageous. Shin hasn't even died yet, but you threw her into the cemetery. Won't you have nightmares at night? Aren't you afraid that Shin will turn into a ghost after death and come to seek revenge on you? The village chief's words really frightened old lady Shin. The older people get, the more they believe in gods. Village chief. This is the situation in our family now. It is definitely impossible to treat Shin's illness. We still owe her a foreign debt of 15 taels of silver. I have 2 daughters-in-law waiting for medicine. What should we do now? Just give us a word, and we will do it. Old lady Shin obviously wanted to give up, and push this headache directly to the village chief. The village chief was also upset. I don't know why, but he suddenly felt a little flustered in his heart. For no reason. I have 2 choices for your family. You decide which one to choose. First, you divorce Shin, and spend 2 taels of silver to treat Shin's illness. I will let Shin live in the ancestral hall temporarily, and find someone in the village to take care of her until she can move freely. Second, you continue to take care of Shin, and go to find a doctor for Shin tomorrow. If Shin has any problems, you and your family must move out of Shitsi village. What? 2 taels of silver? When did Shin's life become so valuable? My family only spent 1 tael of silver to marry her. It will cost 2 taels of silver to divorce her. No, I don't have the money. When old lady Shin heard this, she got angry. Okay, then you can choose the second one. I want to see Shin get better. If Shin dies, your family will move out of Shitsi village. Shin Lauer quickly pulled old lady Shin and whispered, Mom. No, we can't let Shin stay. She is in this state now. She will definitely not live until tomorrow. Then our family will be driven out of the village. Mom, you have to think it through. Old lady Shin was a little hesitant at this time. Both choices were difficult for her. If her family only divorced Shin, she would definitely agree without hesitation. It's just that she missed such an opportunity once, and she won't be so lucky this time. The village chief was waiting for old lady Shin's reply. Seeing that she couldn't make up her mind for a long time, the village chief was also a little angry. Have you thought it through? If not, I will help you make the decision. You can choose the second one. Anyway, no one is willing to take care of Shin during the new year. It's just right for you to get her medicine and see a doctor yourself. And you can save 2 taels of silver. What do you think? When old lady Shin heard this, she immediately waved her hand and said, Village chief, we have made our choice. We choose the first one. But the silver is a bit short. Can we wait for 2 days? I only have 1 tael of silver at home. No. You must take out 2 taels of silver today. Otherwise choose the second one. You don't have to pay it on the spot to give you time to wait. Old Second Shin knew that his mother had silver in her hand, and was afraid that his mother would be confused. So he quickly pulled old lady Shin. Old lady Shin gritted her teeth and said, Okay, then I will pay 2 taels of silver. But no one in my family can write? I asked the village chief to do the divorce letter for me. Now as long as they can get rid of Shin, the people in the Shin family will agree to anything. The village chief asked Jinyo to go back and write a divorce letter, and asked old lady Shin and old second Shin to put their fingerprints on it, and it would be considered a divorce. Jinyo came back soon and handed the divorce letter to old lady Shin. After several people put their fingerprints on the divorce letter, Shin had no relationship with the Shin family anymore. Old lady Shin took out 2 taels of silver and gave it to the village chief. After several people walked out of the yard, old second Shin said goodbye to the village chief and quickly closed the gate. But he hated the people of the Wan family to death in his heart. His Shin family and the Wan family had a life and death feud. After leaving the Shin family's yard, the village chief looked at Shin, who was still being carried by the Wan family, and felt a little embarrassed. Who should he go to find someone to take care of Shin at this time? The village chief actually had other plans for the 2 tails of silver just now. If Shin was not rescued, he would use the silver to prepare for Shin's funeral. At this time, Old Lady One came out with a few daughters-in-law and saw a few grown men worried on the road at the door. Brother, village chief, what's going on? Why are you standing here in the dark? After Wan Lauda and his friends came back, they did not go home, but went straight to the village chief's house. Old Lady One did not know what happened. She just waited for her sons for a long time and did not come back. So she thought of coming out to find out the situation. Unexpectedly, she saw several people sighing and standing in the middle of the road. The village chief saw Old Lady One coming out and sighed, "Big sister, isn't it because the Shin family is so inhumane that they threw Shin, who was not dead, to the cemetery in the middle of the night? If it weren't for your sons, Shin would have died." Alas! Old Lady One realized that the other party had really gone to dump the body. Old Lady One walked closer and took a look at Shin, who was dying. "Brother, village chief, what are you planning? Why don't you send Shin back to the Shin family? She will freeze to death here." Old Lady One touched Shin's cold hand, which was no different from a dead person. At this time, Old Lady One took over. "Mother, you don't know that the Shin family has written a divorce letter and given 2 taels of silver, and they don't care about Shin anymore. If it weren't for the village chief's pressure, they would have written a divorce letter and ignored Shin. The village chief is going to send Shin to the ancestral hall and find someone to take care of her. But who is willing to get up from the quilt in the middle of the night? And tomorrow is the new year, and I guess no one is willing to take care of Shin. Her reputation. This is also the reason why the village chief is worried. If it were an ordinary person, everyone would be willing to earn this money. But the other party is Shin, who has been called a jinx by Old Lady Shin for so many years, and it has long been known to everyone. I guess no one is willing to take care of Shin. When Old Lady One heard that this was the reason, and the village chief had helped their family so much, the house they were living in now was not their own. Even if Shin really died in that house, it would not have much impact on the Wan family. Besides, Xiao Fubao said that Shin was good, which means that Shin was blessed. But it was not the time yet. After Chiu left, a room was vacant, which was just right for Shin to live in, and the family was in need of money. In addition to buying medicine for Shin, she could earn 1 tael with the 2 taels of silver, which she thought was worth it. "Village chief, I have an empty room over there. If you agree, I will give the job of taking care of Shin to my daughter-in-law. We have a large family and a small family background. We don't mind Shin's reputation as a jinx. What do you think?" After thinking about it, Mrs. One said to the village chief. The village chief agreed to it, and they didn't have to live in the ancestral hall. If they really wanted to live in the ancestral hall, it was not up to him alone. He had to ask the elders. Now he could save himself from this matter. "Big sister, you really solved my urgent problem. Thank you, big brother." The village chief was sincerely grateful. It was really not easy to be a village chief, especially since there were many exiles in the village, and they didn't know their background. The village chief was also tied up in many things. After deciding where Shin was going, the village chief quickly handed 2 taels of silver to Old Lady One. "Sister, although your family has not been in our Shitsi village for a long time, I still trust your family's character. I will give this silver to you for safekeeping. As long as Shin can stand up and walk, you don't have to worry about the rest." Old Lady One took the silver, and her face was very happy. This is 2 taels of silver. Their family is now living on their savings, and finally has some income. It seems that this is a good start. Thank you for your trust. Brother, I won't delay you from going back to rest. I will let my sons carry the person in, and go to the town to ask for a doctor tomorrow morning. The village chief solved Shin's problem, and felt much more relaxed. At this time, the village chief's daughter-in-law Zheng ran over in a panic. "Dad, it's bad. Mom is missing." Chapter 114 Ginseng Whiskers. Zheng hurried to find the village chief and Jinyo. After Jinyo went back to write the divorce letter and left, she thought that her mother-in-law was not in a good state tonight, so she was very worried about her mother-in-law. So she took the oil lamp to take a look in her mother-in-law's room. She found that the Kong was empty, and there was no one. She thought that her mother-in-law went out to the toilet, so she waited in the main room for a while. But she didn't see Wu come back. Zheng immediately felt that something was wrong, so she went to the toilet and looked around. and found that there was no one in the toilet. She looked around the yard and found no one. Zheng thought that something might have happened, and immediately ran out to find the village chief and Jinyo to go back. When Mrs. Wan heard what Zheng said, she hurriedly said to the village chief, "Brother, village chief, please go back to see my sister-in-law. I will let my eldest and second sons go with you to find someone. It's dark. Where can my sister-in-law go?" Mrs. Wan also worried about the village chief's family. The village chief was already in a panic, urging Jinyo to carry him back quickly. And he didn't care about what Old Lady Wan said. Old Lady Wan asked the eldest and second elder brothers to follow and see the situation, so that they could lend a hand if they needed help. After all, the village chief's family had few children, and no extra people to go out to find people. "Don't worry, Mother. We will go right away. You can go back quickly." Old Lady Wan and second elder brothers hurriedly ran after Jinyo. Old Lady Wan glanced at the direction where the few people left, sighed, and asked the third and fourth elder brothers to carry Shin into the house where Chiu lived before. The things in the house were all ready and had not been changed yet, so they just needed to heat up the Kong in the house. Second elder sister-in-law Wan was busy heating the Kong, and third sister-in-law Wan was busy heating hot water, while Old Lady Wan took the old clothes of the eldest sister-in-law Wan to change Shin. Old Lady Wan drove the third and fourth elder brothers back to sleep, leaving only her and her two daughters-in-law to look after Shin. Second wife, come and change her clothes. It's pitiful. She's wearing torn clothes in the middle of winter. It's a blessing from God that she didn't freeze to death. Her hands are cold. I don't know if she can survive. Old Mrs. Wan sighed, while helping second sister Wan to take off Shin's clothes. When the two changed clothes, they found that there was no good spot on Shin's body. There were either large patches of bruises or lines of whipping marks. Second sister Wan was crying. How did Shin survive in the Shin family? The people in the Shin family are really worthless. Even the animals raised at home would not treat them like this. Third sister Wan came over with hot water to wipe Shin's body, just in time to warm her up. Mom, the people in the Shin family are worse than animals. How did they torture people? While cursing the people in the Shin family, third sister Wan quickly wrung out the towel and wiped Shin's body. At this time, Wan Erseo also said to Wan Laoai, "Mom, we will go to the Shin family to ask for money tomorrow. We can't let these beasts spend the new year so carefree." Wan Laoai nodded. The second daughter-in-law is right. We will go to them to collect the debt tomorrow. After changing Shin's clothes, Shin's face was pale. She was so thin that she was skinny, with a small face as big as a palm. Wan Laoai asked Wan Sansaw to make some nutritious food for Shin to drink first. Wan Sansaw agreed and immediately went to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of egg drop soup. The temperature was low at night, and the egg drop soup would warm up after being left outside for a while. "Mom, the egg drop soup is here." Wan Sansaw put the bowl on the Kong table, and Wan Erseo took a spoon to try it. It was warm. She scooped a shallow spoonful of egg drop soup with a spoon and sent it to Shin's mouth. But Shin didn't open her mouth. She tried for a long time, but couldn't feed it in. Wan Laoai's face was a little bad. She was an experienced person, and she couldn't remember how many old people had passed away. It seems that there is no hope. She can't even eat. I think it will be tonight. Wan Erseo didn't believe it. She helped Shin up and asked Wan Sansaw to hold her head. She opened Shin's mouth and forced the soup in. The two of them tried very hard to force Shin to swallow a mouthful of egg drop soup. "Mother, look!" She drank it. Drank it. Wan Erseo shouted excitedly. Old Lady Wan finally smiled. "Okay. As long as she can drink it. Second wife, keep feeding her." "Ah!" Wan Erseo's voice became much lighter, and she used the same method to swallow the rest of the egg drop soup. Later, Shin knew how to swallow, but it was a little slow. But this was also a good change. "Okay. Let her have a good rest. Third wife, you go back to sleep first. Second wife, you stay here tonight. If anything goes wrong at night, call me immediately. Third wife, you haven't given Shin a bowl of egg drop soup these days. When she can open her eyes, give her some mincemeat porridge." Third and second wife Wan nodded in agreement at the same time. After returning home, Old Lady Wan took out the ginseng sent by Chiu. She stroked the box for a long time and thought for a long time before she was willing to open the box. The ginseng tied with red thread was still in the box. Old Lady Wan carefully broke off a very thin ginseng beard from it and put it in the palm of her hand. She quickly closed the box again and put it back in its original place. Old Lady One took a ginseng beard and went to the yard next door and entered the house where she lived temporarily. Mother, why haven't you slept yet? Is there anything else? Juan Urseo was about to go to bed, but she got up quickly when she heard the noise. Old Lady One lifted the curtain and walked in. Second wife. This is the ginseng jinger scent. I broke off a beard. I've thought about it. Since we have taken on the job of taking care of Shin, we can't let her die overnight. Shin is also a pitiful person. After all, it is a life. Although this ginseng is a good thing, it is also for people. We ordinary people don't need this good thing in normal times. If we can use this beard to save Shin's life, it can be regarded as a blessing for our family. You take it and put it in Shin's mouth. It can at least help her hold on until the doctor comes tomorrow morning. Second sister-in-law One took it carefully, then opened Shin's mouth and stuffed the ginseng beard into her mouth. Old Lady One sighed. The next step depends on Shin's luck. We have done what we should do. If she is a lucky person, she will definitely survive. If she survives a disaster, there will be blessings in the future. Shin, you have to work hard. Shin seemed to have heard what Old Lady One said. Her fingers moved slightly, and a line of clear tears flowed out. But neither Juan Urseo nor Juan Laoai saw it. After Juan Urseo sent Juan Laoai back, she returned to take care of Shin. Juan Laoai returned to the house and looked at the darkness outside. She lay on the kong without sleep and didn't know what was going on with the village chief. The eldest and second brothers have been gone for so long, and they haven't come back yet. Did something really happen? Chapter 115 Fire. At this time, the village chief's house was in a mess. After Jinyo carried the village chief home, Juan Laoda and Juan Lauer helped Jinyo search the village chief's house again. Brother Jinyo, I didn't see my aunt. Can you think about where else my aunt could go? Jinyo was sweating profusely at this time. His mother usually never went out of the house, and she rarely even went out of the yard. Where else could she go? Brother Jinyo, can you think about whether there is anything missing at home? Could my aunt go out? Juan Laoda felt that this reason was far-fetched, but at this time, he really couldn't think of any other way. Every idea had to be verified. Jinyo hurried into his mother's room to search, and found that Wu's things were neatly arranged, and nothing was missing. The village chief sat on the chair in the main hall, his eyes a little dull, because an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Jinyo, come here! The village chief shouted loudly. Jinyo ran out quickly. Dad? What's wrong? Do you know where my mother went? The village chief's hands were shaking a little. He held Jinyo's arm and said, Go and see if the bottle of poison you brought back today is still there? Jinyo was a little confused. Why was he looking for poison at this time? But he didn't think much about it, and hurried in to look for it. He searched the house for a long time, but didn't find the porcelain bottle. Mother, did you put away the bottle of poison that Dad brought back? Jinyo thought that Li must have put it away because she was afraid that the child would take it carelessly. Li shook her head. No. Mother said she kept the bottle of poison herself and didn't let me touch it. Jinyo finally realized that something was wrong. Oh no. Didn't Mother find a place to commit suicide? At this time, Jinyo's mind was full of the image of his mother lying on the ground with blood all over her face. He ran out quickly to find the village chief. Dad, the poison is not in the house. The child's mother said that the poison is with my mother. Do you think she will do something stupid? Jinyo's legs were weak with fear at this time. The village chief slapped the table beside him heavily, his face full of annoyance. He shouldn't have brought this matter out at this time. Quick! Take me to my Sui's house. My Sui's house is located at the south end of the village, a distance away from the village chief's house, and it takes a while to walk there. Jinyo no longer dared to ask why he had to go to my Sui's house. He seemed to understand his mother's intentions vaguely, but he hoped that something like that would not happen. Juan Laoda and Juan Laoer also heard what Shin Laoer said at Shin's house just now. In addition to the current situation and the missing poison, the two of them also knew what happened in their minds. But this was not the time for them to ask questions. They just came to help. Don't ask too much about other things. Just do more work. Jinyo asked Li to close the door at home, and he carried the village chief on his back and went to my Sui's house with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Juan Laoda and Juan Laoer followed closely behind, hoping to help a little. Just as they were about to reach my Sui's house, a burst of fire rose from the direction of my Sui's house, which was extremely dazzling in the dark night. The fire illuminated most of the night sky and also illuminated the footsteps of several people. Dad? That direction seems to be my Sway's house. It can't be. Before Jinyo finished speaking, he had already started running with the village chief on his back. Wan Lao De and Wan Lao Er were one step faster than Jinyo. The village was full of thatched houses. Winter was dry, and there was a northwest wind. If such a big fire could not be controlled, it would probably burn down most of the village. Wan Lao De and Wan Lao Er had not arrived yet, but they heard shouts that broke through the night sky from afar. The fire is burning. Come and put out the fire. At this time, more people woke up from their sleep and ran out of their homes in panic. In the distance, there was a fire rising to the sky, thick smoke billowing, and the flames devoured the houses crazily, making crackling sounds. The fire spread very quickly, and for a moment, half of the village was shrouded in flames. When Wan Lao De and Wan Lao Er arrived, they saw that many people had not even had time to put on their clothes. They held buckets, shovels, earthenware pots, soup basins, and everything that could hold water or put out fires at home. Some women and children huddled together with fear on their faces, standing far away and praying that the fire could be brought under control quickly. Wan Lao De and Wan Lao Er didn't say a word, grabbed the tools from those who were already tired and joined the firefighting. When the village chief and Jinyo arrived, they were already stunned by the situation in front of them. Someone saw the village chief coming and shouted, "The village chief is coming! The village chief is coming!" The crowd automatically made way for Jinyo and the village chief. The village chief looked at the My Sui family, whose fire was still raging, and his face turned pale. He could no longer stand. "Old woman!" The village chief yelled at the My Sui family. But the huge fire and the noisy sounds around him soon drowned out his voice. Jinyo supported his father and looked at the adobe house that was burned to the point that only the frame was left. He burst into tears. He was sure that his mother must have come to find My Sui with the idea of dying together. At this time, the elders of the village came over and found the village chief. "Old third, the fire is too big. It is estimated that no one in My Sui's family is alive. His blind mother, and he have not been seen yet. It is estimated that they are in great danger. Now we have to find a way to control the fire quickly. Otherwise half of our village will suffer," the chief said tremblingly with his crutches. The village chief finally recovered. He tried to calm himself down and barely cheered up to organize the villagers to build a fire break and organize another part of the villagers to put out the fire. Just as the fire was gradually decreasing, a gust of wind suddenly blew out, and the flames that had already weakened suddenly became more violent and raging. The exclamations and shouts around became more chaotic, mixed with the crying of children. And at this time, there was a loud bang. The original beam broke in the middle and fell heavily to the ground. The spark scared the people around and made them retreat. At the same time, the rolling heat wave came, and the fire extinguishers could not get close at all. The fire burned for 2 hours before it was gradually brought under control. Fortunately, the wind tonight was mild except for that gust of wind, and no more casualties or house damage were caused. The fire was finally put out completely, and Jinyo was the first to rush into the ashes to search. Wan Lao Da left Wan Lao to watch the village chief, and he went in to help Jinyo find Wu's body. The others were tired after tossing for half the night, and seeing that the fire had been put out, they went back to rest in 2s and 3s. Only the village chief, Wan Lao, and a few elders stayed. "Old third, the fire has been put out. Let's come back tomorrow to look for people. The people in such a big fire must have died. We are all tired, so we will go back first." The village chief nodded. "Big brother, second brother, I can't leave yet. My old woman seems to be inside." The clan leader was shocked when he heard it. He didn't understand why Wu was in My Sui's house. Is there another hidden reason for the fire today? "Old third, what's going on? Why is my sister-in-law in My Sui's house?" The clan leader felt that this matter didn't seem as simple as it seemed. The village chief briefly explained what happened, and the clan leader sighed after listening. "So, do you think your sister-in-law came to avenge your niece? But you don't know how the fire started." The village chief now knows no more than the clan leader. Everything is just his guess. Now it depends on how many bodies are inside. The village chief didn't want to tell the clan leader, but if the old woman body is really inside, his family will have to hold a funeral. When others ask him, he won't be able to say it. It's better to confess to the clan leader first. The patriarch was about to leave, but now he decided not to leave. He also ordered the children from other families to help Jinyo find the body. Chapter 116 Misunderstanding resolved. More than a dozen people worked for another hour before they dug out 2 bodies from the ruins. They had almost dug through the entire ruins. And they didn't see the 3rd body. Just when everyone was at a loss, Lee came running. "Dad, my mother is back. She's fine. I came to call you home quickly. She has something to tell you." The village chief almost lost his balance after hearing this. Fortunately, Wan Lauer kept supporting him, because he was too surprised. The village chief's face was a little red. The clan leader and others were stunned. What is going on? According to what Lao San said just now, it is very likely that Wu set the fire. But why is Wu fine now? Did she set a fire and ran away? The clan leader felt that this matter must be thoroughly investigated. The nature of this matter is very serious. If it was really done by Wu, he could only send Wu to the county government regardless of his feelings. "Oh, 3rd. Let's go back with you. I want to ask my sister-in-law in person what happened. Was it my sister-in-law who set the fire? If she really did, you should make plans early. After all, you are not only my sister-in-law's husband, but also the village chief of our Shitsi village. You have to give everyone an explanation." The village chief regretted it now. He shouldn't have told the elders about this matter just now. But his dead daughter's life is not a life? Who will avenge his Hohat? When Jinyo heard that his mother was fine, the sadness in his heart suddenly dissipated. As long as the person was alive, everything would be fine. If it was really his mother who did it, he would plead guilty for his mother and never let her go to jail. After Jinyo made up his mind, he went back with the village chief on his back, followed by the elders. Wan Laoda and Wan Lauer felt that the next thing was their family affairs, and it was not convenient for them to follow. So they said goodbye to the village chief and went back. The village chief did not keep them, and they went home separately. The elders followed the village chief into the village chief's yard. As soon as they entered, they saw Wu standing at the door of the main hall, looking forward to something. She was happy and walked back and forth from time to time, as if she had some good news to share with her family. When the elders saw Wu like this, they determined that Wu was the arsonist. The clan leader went up and shouted, "Wu, do you know your crime?" The clan leader shouting frightened not only Wu but also the village chief. However, the village chief reacted very quickly and got off the back of Jinyo. "Brother, you haven't asked clearly yet. How can you accuse me? Don't you know my old woman? She is very timid. Unless there is something important, she usually doesn't go out of the door. I haven't even killed a chicken in my house. How could I kill people and set fires? Brother, don't scare people." After the village chief said this, he quickly asked Jinyo to help him over. "Old lady, where have you been? We've been looking for you like crazy. I thought you were doing something stupid." The village chief is now very glad that Wu is still alive. He had already made the worst plan at the fire scene just now. After Wu's funeral, he probably wouldn't live long, so he would just go with his wife. But when he heard Jin say that his wife was still alive, he was so excited that he burst into tears on the spot. Those were tears of joy. Wu held the village chief's hand and was so excited that she was a little incoherent. "Old man? Revenge? Revenge? Hohat's revenge. That bastard must have been burned to death." The village chief should have been happy, but he couldn't smile at this moment. Was it really the old lady who set the fire? The clan leader came over at this time with a trace of heartache on his face. He didn't want to send Wu to jail, but breaking the law was breaking the law, and no one could cover it up. Otherwise, how can their clan survive in Shitsi village in the future? "Wu, there are no outsiders here. We are all our clansmen. Tell me the truth. How did you set the fire? I will explain the situation to the county magistrate tomorrow. After all, my Sui is also a suspect in the death of Hohat. The county magistrate may spare your life for the sake of your daughter's death." The clan leader's words made Wu stun for a moment. She was just frightened by the clan leader's words. And now the clan leader said that she set the fire? What's going on? "Brother, I didn't set the fire. Why did you send me to see the county magistrate? I didn't kill anyone or set the fire. I don't know why you said that." "Brother?" When the clan leader heard that Wu still didn't admit it, he said with a hint of displeasure on his face, "Wu, don't quibble anymore. I just heard from the 3rd brother that you went to seek revenge for my Sui. You just said that you had to take revenge. My Sui happened to die in the fire. Who else could it be but you?" Wu realized that everyone had misunderstood her. "Brother, all the nephews please sit inside and listen to me carefully. However, I really didn't start the fire. The fire was already burning when I went there. Mrs. Wu led everyone into the house and sat them down. Mrs. Li quickly lit a pot of fire. The clan leader was still frightened when he saw the fire. After all, he had just seen such a big fire. He wanted Li to put out the fire, but he was too cold. So he could only sit far away with a cold face and didn't say anything. Everyone in the room looked at Wu to see what she would say. Wu drank a sip of water to calm down. After all, she was too excited just now, and her hands were still shaking. Chief, to be honest, I was going to take my Sui's poison to his house tonight. But before I got to my Sui's house, I suddenly saw a fire rising into the sky, and two sneaky figures rushed out of the darkness. I was so scared that I quickly hid behind the house. When I looked out again, I couldn't see anyone, but I heard them talking. They said that they had given my Sui's family a drug, and he would definitely not wake up. He was dead. I heard that their accents didn't sound like people from our border, and they weren't from our village. I have seen people from our village. One of them is tall, and the other is thin. The thin one walks with a limp, as if he has uneven feet. I don't remember There are two people like this in our village. When I saw my Sui's house on fire, I ran over to watch for a while. I saw many people coming out to put out the fire. I was sure that my Sui was dead, so I went back first. But when I came back, I found that there were only my daughter-in-law and several children at home. The old man and Jinyo were not at home. Then you came and said that I was an arsonist. I didn't even bring a fire starter. How could I set a fire? Although I wanted to take revenge, I haven't done it yet. Isn't this illegal? We looked at the patriarch timidly. Now that the great revenge has been avenged, she doesn't have to do it herself. She doesn't want to leave her husband to go to jail. She originally planned to poison my Sui first, and then surrender herself. Now she feels a little reluctant to see her husband. The patriarch was relieved after hearing what was said. He didn't want the murderer to be Wu. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, he can finally rest assured. Third brother's wife, we really blamed you wrongly just now. I hope you can understand the difficulties of being the clan leader. Now our family is being watched by many eyes in Shitsi village, and the position of the village leader of the third brother is being watched closely by others. If he makes a mistake, they will ask for a replacement of the village leader. After all, Shitsi village is the foundation of our generations. We must not let these people replace him. Wu nodded. Brother, I know. Don't worry. I know what's going on. Since it was not Wu who committed the crime, the murderer must be someone else. Tomorrow, we still have to report it to the mayor for handling. After all, this is an arson case, and people have died. If we don't report it, and someone else exposes it, we can't explain it even if we are right. Okay. You guys take a rest quickly. I go back first. Jinyo, you go to the town tomorrow and report this matter to the mayor, and ask him to send someone to take a look. Whatever happens in the future will have nothing to do with our clan members. Jinyo quickly agreed and sent everyone out. Chapter 117 Cute Little Fubao. The next morning, the Wan family got up early. Today is New Year's Eve, and it should be lively. But there is a patient at home, and we have to go to the town to ask for a doctor. Old lady Wan assigned tasks to her children and grandchildren early in the morning. Eldest, second son's wife. After breakfast, carry Shin to the town to see a doctor. Third son, you quickly make a temporary stretcher so that your eldest and second brothers will not be too tired to carry Shin. You three take Shin to the doctor and get more medicine back. We don't see a doctor and get medicine in the first month of the year. It's best to get half a month's worth of medicine back. After the sons agreed, old lady Wan gave the eldest son 2 taels of silver and told him to go and come back quickly. Today is New Year's Eve, and there is still a lot of work to do at home. Originally, old lady Wan didn't want second sister-in-law Wan to go, and the work at home also couldn't be done without second sister-in-law Wan. But she was worried about the 2 grown men going, and Shin was a woman, so letting Wan Urseo go with her would not give people a reason to criticize her. After arranging the 3 people, Mrs. Wan said to Wan Si and Wan Sansaw CC, you will take the children at home and do your second sister-in-law's work. Lao Si's wife, you are pregnant and it is not convenient for you to work, so just sit next to you and talk to your boss about how to do it. Lao San's wife, I will give you the kitchen first. If you need any help from your mother, just say a word. I will leave Xiao Fubao to Amor and come to help you. Wan Si and Lu's couple responded and walked out. But Wan Sansa smiled and said, Mom, I can handle the kitchen by myself. You don't have to work. Just take care of Xiao Fubao. Okay. You go and prepare breakfast first. I go see if Xiao Fubao is awake. After assigning the work, Mrs. Wan walked towards Wan Erseo's room. After breakfast, Wan Laosen had already rushed out a simple stretcher. Old Lady Wan asked Wan Erseo to put a thick blanket on it to avoid hurting Shen. Wan Lao Da and Wan Lao Er carried Shen out and put her on the stretcher. After a night's rest, and with the ginseng beard of Old Lady Wan, Shen's face was no longer so gray and pale. It was obvious that she had become human. But she was still sleeping, and her face was still as pale as last night. Compared with last night, she no longer had that dead air, and had a little more vitality. Old Lady Wan checked Shen again, tucked the quilt around her, and asked them to set off quickly and return early. Old Lady Wan pulled Wan Erseo, who was walking at the back, and stuffed her with another tail of silver. Second wife, go to the town later and see if there is anyone selling eggs. Buy some back, and also buy some melon seeds and peanuts. We don't have anything at home. Tomorrow is the first day of the new year. People will come to visit us. We don't even have anything to entertain them. What else is missing at home? Buy some back. Don't buy anything you don't need. Save some money. Second wife Wan put the silver in her pocket and said, Mom, don't worry. I know. You should go back quickly. Xiao Fubao should wake up. I'm afraid she will fall off the Kong. When Mrs. Wan heard this, she didn't have time to say anything else, and hurriedly ran back on her feet. As soon as she got back, she saw Xiao Fubao wearing a bright red thin jacket, holding two white and tender little feet in the quilt and chewing them. Her round thumbs were all covered with her saliva. When Xiao Fubao heard the noise, his little head turned to the door, and he saw Mrs. Wan lifting the cotton curtain and coming in. Little Fubao quickly grinned and called out in a baby voice, Grandma, hug me. Grandma Wan saw that little Fubao had rolled out of the quilt, his two little hands still holding a pair of little feet, and his two big eyes were blinking at her. Grandma Wan felt that her heart was about to be melted by little Fubao, and immediately called him good boy and darling. Oh, when did Grandma's little darling wake up? Why is he so good? Grandma Wan quickly turned around and closed the door. Fortunately, the Kong in the room was still warm. Wan Erseo was careful, and did not forget to heat the Kong before leaving, for fear that little Fubao would wake up and roll out of the quilt without anyone watching on the Kong. Grandma Wan touched little Fubao hands and feet, both of which were warm, and then she was relieved. When little Fubao saw Grandma, he quickly stood up with his little butt sticking out, drooling with laughter, and rushed towards Grandma Wan. Grandma Wan caught Xiao Fubao at once. Xiao Fubao wrapped his short arms around Grandma Wan's neck, and his saliva rubbed onto Grandma Wan's body. The old lady, who always loved cleanliness, did not dislike Xiao Fubao's saliva at this moment. Instead, she happily wiped Xiao Fubao's saliva with a handkerchief. Grandma's little darling. Let's get up. Okay. We have a mission today. Grandma will take you to visit the neighbors next door. Let's go collect money. Okay. Collect the money and buy sweet cakes for my little Fubao. Xiao Fubao was immediately happy when he heard that there were sweet cakes to eat. Gao gao. Fubao chi gao gao. Sweet. Little Fubao was tired of standing, so he sat down on the quilt, clapping his hands and smiling. Grandma Wan quickly changed little Fubao clothes. Second sister Wan had already prepared all the clothes that little Fubao would wear today, because it was the new year. For the sake of celebration, little Fubao was dressed in red inside and out. He was also wearing a pair of red tiger head shoes, which made little Fubao even softer and cuter, and his skin was white. Grandma Wan also tied little Fubao yellow and soft hair into two small bunches and tied them up with a red hairband. Oh! Our little Fubao is really a blessing from heaven. Who wouldn't like it? Little Fubao likes others to praise her very much. When she heard Grandma Wan praise her, she wanted to jump up happily, but she was less than 1.5 years old and couldn't jump up at all. She could only let her little butt fall down, and her two legs bent and straightened again. She didn't leave the Kong at all, and she was still giggling happily. Old Lady Wan picked up little Fubao and went out to wash his face. Wan San's wife had already prepared hot water. Old Lady Wan wiped little Fubao's face and applied a little bit of facial cream. This was what the mayor had sent last time, but there was only a small box. It was said to be very expensive. so the Wan family was reluctant to use it. The wind and sand at the border were very strong, and the winter was dry. The Wan family had only been at the border for a few days, and their faces had begun to crack. The children's faces were even darker and redder, and their faces were all chapped. Old Lady Wan was reluctant to give the facial cream to her grandchildren, but she applied a little bit to little Fubao every day. Little Fubao's face was the only one in the family that was white and tender, as if water could be squeezed out of it. Compared with her peers in the same village, little Fubao didn't look like an exile at all, but like a lady from a wealthy family. No matter what she ate, wore, or used, Old Lady Wan would leave the best in the family to little Fubao. Wan San's wife then brought a bowl of mincemeat porridge and a boiled egg. Xiao Fubao usually has half a bowl of porridge in the morning, and another steamed or boiled egg. After Grandma Wan fed Xiao Fubao in small mouthfuls, Xiao came with Wan Qingma and Wan Yiru. Wan Qingchen stayed at home to take care of Wan Jinshu. Wan Jinshu couldn't help much if he came so early, and it was awkward to sit there. It would be better to rest at home and come back when it was time to eat. "Aunt, have you had breakfast?" Xiao was used to the rural way of greeting, as if this would better integrate into the life of Grandma Wan's family. Grandma Wan was on the Kong in the east room. When she heard Xiao's voice, she quickly responded, "Niece-in-law, I'm in the east room. Come in and warm up." Xiao took Wan Yiru into the east room, and Wan Qingmo joined the cleaning team. Xiao glanced at the kitchen and saw only Wan Sansaw busy in the kitchen alone. "Aunt, why aren't the second brother and sister-in-law here?" After Xiao entered the east room, she saw Grandma Wan sitting on the Kong with Xiao Fubao playing. "Come on. Come down quickly. Something happened in the village last night. You may not know because you didn't go out. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Shin family next door was thrown into the cemetery by their family members, and was picked up by several sons of my family. There was also a fire in the village last night, and 2 people were burned to death. What a sin. It's so unlucky on New Year's Day." Xiao didn't expect that such a big thing happened in the village last night. Their home was far away, so they didn't hear anything. "Auntie, are you talking about the Shin who is said to be a jinx?" Xiao often came to Mrs. Wan's house, and could hear some gossip in the village, so she still had an impression of Shin. "That's true. But Shin has been sent to the town by my sons to see a doctor. She won't be back for a while. But I'm going to ask the Shin family for money today. They are such wicked people. I can't let them have a good new year. Evil people should learn a lesson." Xiao understood as soon as she heard it. The Shin family still owed Mrs. Wan 15 taels of silver. Xiao also agreed, but she was not the type to quarrel. "Aunt, I may not be able to help much. I let Amor accompany you. Although he doesn't know how to quarrel, he can at least protect you from being bullied by the Shin family. I saw that my third sister-in-law was busy in the kitchen alone, so I go and help her. I also let Roa learn how to do the kitchen work. It will be useful sooner or later." Old Lady Wan admired Zhao's heart. If an ordinary person fell from the high and mighty general's wife to the level of an exile prisoner, she would have cried and wiped her neck long ago. However, Zhao was very open-minded and even planned for the future of her children. Old Lady Wan's attitude towards Zhao became a little more friendly. "Okay, you go. I go and call him over." Chapter 118. Little Fubao suddenly spoke again. Grandma Wan came out holding little Fubao, and saw Wan Qingma helping to clean the yard. "Amor, stop busying yourself. Let's go and follow Grandma to collect debts." Grandma Wan stepped over the threshold. Little Fubao in her arms held her 2 little hands, and looked at Wan Qingma with sparkling eyes. Wan Qingma quickly put down the broom in his hand, and patted the dust off himself. At this time, Xiao also came out from behind. "Amor, help your Grandma Wan hold little Fubao. Don't let the people next door hurt your Grandma Wan." "Okay." Wan Qingmo nodded, and took little Fubao without saying a word. Little Fubao quickly stretched out his arms to hug Wan Qingma's neck, and a faint fragrance from little Fubao entered Wan Qingma's nostrils. Wan Qingma stretched out his hand, and pinched little Fubao's chubby little face, making little Fubao giggle. "Brother, can I take you on a horse?" "Okay." Xiao Fubao's eyes lit up when he heard about riding a horse. Wan Qingma turned Xiao Fubao around, with his back facing him, and held Xiao Fubao's body with both hands, and lifted him over his head. Xiao Fubao skillfully spread his 2 short legs, and rode on Wan Qingma's neck. Wan Qingma didn't dare to let go, and still held Xiao Fubao's legs tightly. Xiao Fubao was not afraid at all, and drooled with joy, and his saliva flowed on Wan Qingma's hair. But Wan Xingma didn't dislike it. Zhao also had a deep smile on her face. But she sighed in her heart. This is what a young man should look like. After coming to the border, her amour has also changed. He is no longer cold and refuses people from 1,000 miles away. He finally has popularity. Old Lady One saw that the big and the small were having fun. So she didn't say anything to stop them. She also hoped that Wan Xingma could smile more. Seeing the smile on Wan Xingma's face, Old Lady Wan and Zhao's thoughts were highly consistent. Go! Go! Little Fubao imitated Wan Hu's usual way of riding a branch as a horse, raised his little hands high, and uttered a few unclear words. But Wan Xingma could already communicate with little Fubao, and completely understand what the little girl said. Sit tight. The big horse is going to run. After saying this, Wan Xingma jumped up on the spot, and took little Fubao to fly around the yard, making little Fubao scream excitedly. Ah! Ah! The two little guys Wan Shi and Wan Hu stared with envy. The big and the small turned around and finally landed. Little Fubao's face was still flushed with a circle of pink, and his little face was full of excitement. Old Lady One happily walked out of the yard, and Wan Xingma also followed behind with little Fubao on his back. Others continued to do what they should do. Old Lady One came to the next yard and shouted, "Is anyone home?" A head popped out of the kitchen soon. It was Li, the wife of Old Third Shen. Today was New Year's Day, and no one was cooking. Old Lady Shen called the still injured Li to the kitchen to help. Li saw that it was Old Lady Wan and the killer, and she was so scared that she quickly retreated into the kitchen, where Gon was still making a fire. Fifth brother's wife. Go tell mother quickly that the old woman next door is here. Gon quickly dropped the fire stick and stood up. Third sister-in-law. Did you see clearly? What is she doing in our house during the New Year's Day? Her son ruined our good things last night, and she came to cause trouble this morning? You help me watch the fire first. I go find mother now. Gon was the only one of the sisters-in-law who was intact. Li's injury was not that serious, but a piece of flesh was bitten off her foot, which was enough for her to suffer for a while, and it was not very convenient for her to walk. Gon rushed into Old Lady Shen's house like a gust of wind. Mom, the old lady next door is here. What should we do? Gon looked terrified. After all, their family had suffered a lot from the Wan family. Now, when she mentioned the family next door, she was panicking. Old Lady Shen scolded Gon. Why are you panicking? You look so useless. I was just going to argue with them, and she just came to my door. Call out the second, third, fourth, and fifth sons. I don't believe that we can't beat an old woman like her with so many sons in our family. Gon didn't dare to go against Old Lady Shen's wishes, and hurried to call out the men of the Shen family. Old Lady Shen was also carried on the back of Old Lady Shen, and sat on a stool in the yard. Old Third, go open the door and let the people in. We're going to let them know the consequences of meddling in other people's business. Old Lady Shen lost 2 taels of silver for no reason. She was already angry, and now she could take it out on this old woman. Old Third Shen hurried over to open the door. It was too late for Gon to stop him. She forgot to mention that there was a killer. Gon quickly found a place to hide, as long as she was not hurt. Old Third Shen opened the door, and saw Wan Xingma standing behind Old Lady One. His first reaction was to quickly close the gate again, but a strong arm stretched out directly, and with a little force, the gate of the Shen family was pushed away by this hand. Shen Lao San was so scared that he retreated quickly, and hid behind several brothers, and dared not show his head. Accompanied by Wan Xingma, Mrs. Wan walked out with a step that did not recognize her relatives. There were only 3 people, 1 old, 1 young and 1 young. But this combination made several strong men in the Shen family sweat in the winter. Mrs. Shen did not know how powerful Wan Xingma was, because she was at home every day and had no chance to see Wan Xingma take action. But several brothers of the Shen family watched him deal with the people of Widow Wang's family. You daring boy! You dare to destroy my fence gate! If you don't pay me 20 taels of silver today, you can't leave my yard. Second, third, fourth, fifth. You go and tie that boy up for me. You can let a little girl ride on your head, regardless of the status. What good things can this family raise? This little girl will grow up to be a vixen, a foxy woman who specializes in seducing men. Old Lady Shen saw that Xiao Fubao looked cute, and she couldn't help but feel jealous, and she was about to break the abacus beads in her heart. It just so happened that the money their family owed could be compensated with this fence gate, but none of her sons dared to move. and they were trembling a little. Their steps unconsciously retreated behind Old Lady Shen, leaving Old Lady Shen alone to face Old Lady Wan and Wan Qingmo. Little Fubao tilted his head and looked at Old Lady Shen, his big eyes flickering. Suddenly, she said, "Black air. Black air. Grandma." When Old Lady Wan heard Little Fubao calling Grandma, she thought he was calling her. She quickly looked up at Little Fubao, but she saw that Little Fubao's eyes were staring at Old Lady Shen, and his little hand was also pointing at Old Lady Shen. There was a trace of confusion on his little face. Maybe she didn't know what it was. Old Lady Wan looked at Old Lady Shen again, but she couldn't see anything. However, she couldn't see it, but Little Fubao saw it. What does that mean? Black air? Is it the air emitted by a dying person? Old Lady Wan quickly winked at Wan Qingmo, and Wan Qingmo understood. Like a magic trick, he took out a wooden dragonfly from his arms and handed it to Little Fubao. "Come! Brother made a fun thing for you. Do you like it?" Little Fubao's eyes were quickly attracted by the wooden dragonfly. He giggled and stretched out his white and tender little hand to grab the wooden dragonfly in his hand and started playing with it. Old Lady Wan was relieved to see that Xiao Fubao finally stopped talking nonsense. But she remembered what Old Lady Shen said about Xiao Fubao and wanted to get back at him later. Old Lady Shen saw that her sons did not move after she finished speaking, so she could not help but look back, but found that her sons were hiding farther and farther away. "What are you doing? Come here." But no matter how angry Old Lady Shen was, her sons just shook their heads. The second son of Shen swore last night that he would never give up on the neighboring Wan family, but he did not expect that he would change his mind and become cowardly after just one night. Chapter 119, First Courtesy. Then Force. Old Lady Wan looked at the sons of the Shen family. All of them huddled behind Old Lady Shen like soft eggs, and she didn't want to waste time on verbal battles. She still had a lot of work waiting for her to assign at home. She came here today for one purpose: to ask for money. "Sister-in-law, I came here today for one purpose: to pay back debts. It's only natural. This is the IOU of 15 taels of silver that your family owes us. I also brought it with me. You have to give me an explanation today. Right? According to the date on the IOU, you have exceeded the payment by 2 days. Since we are all neighbors, I will not charge you interest. You just need to pay back the debt." Old Lady Wan didn't tear her face off right away. She had a strategy, ready to use courtesy first and force later. But Old Lady Shen didn't buy it, and spat in the direction of Old Lady Wan from a distance. "Bah! Stop trying to make friends here. You are a bunch of exiles. Who is your sister-in-law? Don't ruin our family's reputation as good citizens. We are a clean family, unlike you who are a bunch of murderers and arsonists. Get out of my yard and don't dirty my land." Old Lady Wan wanted to have a good talk with Old Lady Shen, but she didn't expect this old woman to be so unreasonable and poke people in the sore spot. Originally, Old Lady Wan didn't care much about their identity as exiles, but she saw Wan Qingmo next to her clenched his fists, thinking that their amour should care. With Old Lady Wan's protective character, how could she let Old Lady Shen go? Old Lady Wan's face changed immediately, folded the IOU slowly, and put it back in her arms. Old Lady Wan rolled up her sleeves skillfully, showing a hint of mockery, and her somewhat hunched waist straightened up at this time. The whole person looked very difficult to mess with, and at first glance, she was a master of fighting in the village. Old Lady Shen's face suddenly changed, and her voice was not as arrogant as before. She asked in a trembling voice, "You exile, what do you want to do? I tell you, don't mess around. Exiles who hit people are guilty of a higher crime." Old Lady Wan had slowly walked to Old Lady Shen's front, looking down at Old Lady Shen, her eyes full of ridicule, and looked at Old Lady Shen's crippled legs, snorting coldly, "A higher crime? I am an exile. Am I still afraid of a higher crime? What if I hit you today? I want to see who can give me a higher crime." After saying this, Old Lady Wan raised her hand and slapped Old Lady Shen's face hard. Since her son grew up, Old Lady Shen has never suffered such a great humiliation. At this time, she was not only slapped by Old Lady Wan in public, but also in front of her sons. They had no intention of coming up to help at this time. Old Lady Shen was a little panicked. "Where have you been? You bastards? Didn't you see your mother being beaten? You all crawled out of my intestines, ate my food and drank my drinks, and now you are watching others bully us? But the sons of the Shin family looked at Wan Xingma standing not far behind Old Lady Wan. And none of them dared to go forward to seek death. They were sure that if they dared to move, the other party would definitely break their arms. Mom, it's not that the sons are unfilial. It's really that the other party has a killing god. And we don't dare, Shen Lauer finally explained. But Old Lady Shen didn't have a chance to listen. And Old Lady Wan followed up with several slaps like raindrops. Bah! Shameless old man. You don't want the face I give you. But you have to rush to stretch your face out for me to hit. My old woman hand hurts. I think you are deliberately hurting my old woman hand. Old Lady Shen's face was swollen, like a steamed bun after being beaten by Old Lady Wan. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. And the whole person fell from the stool to the ground, looking very embarrassed. Why aren't you arrogant anymore? How about the slap from this exile? You idiot. You know I'm an exile. But you're not polite to me. You should stay away. But you're rushing to come and get into trouble. Let me tell you. Exiles are people who live on the edge of a knife. How dare you mess with an exile? I've killed so many people. And you, a little old lady, dare to say anything in front of me? Old Lady Wan played the brutality of a murderer to the fullest, and scared Old Lady Shen on the ground so much that she dared not fart and shrank her neck and dared not say anything. The old lady's gray hair was scattered on both sides of her cheeks. She covered her swollen face with one hand, lowered her head. Her shoulders kept shaking, and hurt but moved back unconsciously. After Old Lady Wan beat Old Lady Shen, she finally got rid of the anger in her heart. At this time, Xiao Fubao shouted from behind, Grandma. Good beating. Xiao Fubao clapped his hands and cheered for Old Lady Wan. Old Lady Wan felt relaxed physically and mentally. Wan Xingma also smiled and looked at the little Fubao in his arms. And the depression just now disappeared without a trace. Old Lady Wan clapped her hands, put down her sleeves, took out the IOU from her arms, and shook it open in front of Old Lady Shen. Although Old Lady Wan held the IOU upside down, Old Lady Shen couldn't tell, because both old ladies were illiterate. Look carefully. 15 taels of silver. The repayment deadline is the day before yesterday. Hurry up and take the money. The second and third Shens hurried over to help Old Lady Shen up, and the two of them carried her into the house together. When Old Lady Wan saw that no one in the Shen family paid attention to her, she moved the stool that Old Lady Shen had just sat on, and sat on it slowly. The old lady crossed her legs, took out a pipe from her waist, filled it with tobacco and took 2 puffs. Then said slowly, I give you a cup of tea. If you don't take out the silver, I will demolish your house and empty your things. Anyway, I will take anything that can be exchanged for money. As long as I can get 15 taels of silver, I will stop. If not, I can only sell your daughter-in-law. Old Lady Wan had already inquired about it. The Shen family still had some savings. When Old Man Shen was alive, he made a fortune and left a lot of money for the family. However, this family was not good at business, and the gold and silver mountains were also eaten up. However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. She guessed that Old Lady Shen should be able to take out this amount of money. After saying these words, Old Lady Wan started to smoke her pipe. Usually, she had to take care of Xiao Fubao and never smoked a pipe, for fear of smoking her granddaughter. Today, she was out for a trip. Although she was only at the neighbor's house, it could let her get rid of the anger. Old Lady Shen heard everything clearly in the room, and several sons also circled around Old Lady Shen. Mom, what do you say we should do? If we don't return the 15 taels of silver to them today, our family will not be able to be saved. I think that old lady is a person who keeps her word. If it doesn't work, you should take out the money quickly, and let's send these 2 plague gods away. Old Lady Shen was a little anxious. He was the most timid and easily panicked when encountering things. Old Lady Shen was full of anger and had nowhere to vent. Seeing several sons circling around her, she immediately thought of how they watched her being slapped by Old Lady Wan, but did not reach out. Old Lady Shen reached out and touched the wooden stick that she usually used to beat Shen, and beat her sons all over the face. Heart-wrenching screams suddenly rang out in the room. Several sons of the Shen family were beaten by Old Lady Shen without any effort. Mechanically venting her anger, Old Shen was beaten by Old Lady Shen and ran away with his head in his hands. The others also scattered far away. Old Lady Shen was paralyzed on the bed and had no way to chase them. She fell on the con, panting, with sweat on her forehead. Old Lady Wan's voice came from outside the room. Time is running out. Have you thought it through? Chapter 120 Paying Back the Money. At this time, the voice of Old Lady Wan was undoubtedly more powerful than the death warrant in the ears of several people. Taking advantage of Old Lady Shen's inattention, Shen Laoer quickly ran over and tried to take the wooden stick from her hand. But Old Lady Shen was not a pushover. Seeing Old Lady Shen coming, she raised her hand and hit Old Lady Shen's hand. Old Lady Shen cried out in pain again, holding his hand. What are you guys still standing there for? Are you really going to let the old man and the young man outside tear down our house? Sell your wives? Old Third and Old Fifth Shen were a little unhappy when they heard this. Second brother, why are you selling my wife? Why not yours? Old Fifth Shen muttered. Shen Laoer glared at Shen Laowu. If it were you, who would you sell? Look at these wives. Who is the most valuable? Are they blind? Your second sister-in-law is already middle-aged. Who would sell her? To be a nanny? Shen Laowu was speechless. He stepped forward silently and took the beating from Old Lady Shen and pulled the stick out of Old Lady Shen's hand. He didn't want to lose his wife. He and Gon had been married for less than half a year, and they were in a sweet relationship. How could he bear to sell his wife? Old Lady Shen was so angry with her youngest son that she trembled all over. She pointed at her sons, and was so angry that she couldn't speak. She almost fainted with her eyes rolled up. Shen Laoer quickly supported her and pinched Old Lady Shen's philtrum, finally preventing her from fainting. Mom, please take out the money quickly. That old woman will definitely tear down our house soon. Why are you doing this? 15 taels of silver can only rebuild a yard as big as ours. If it is torn down, we will not only have to continue to pay compensation, but also rebuild the house. If you do that, we will lose a lot. Old Lady Shen looked at Old Second Shen with red eyes, making a humming sound in her mouth. And she was so angry that she couldn't speak. Several brothers of the Shen family were also anxiously turning around under the Kong. If they knew where Old Lady Shen hid the silver, they would not need to beg Old Lady Shen, and would have handed the silver over long ago. Just at this time, they heard a rumbling sound coming from the yard. The three brothers of the Shen family ran out quickly, and were stunned when they saw it. They saw that a jar placed at the door of the kitchen was smashed with a big hole, and Wan Qingmo was holding a big iron pot in his hand. Old Lady Wan was gesturing at the iron pot, muttering to herself, "Such a large iron pot doesn't seem to fit our stove. I wonder how much it can be sold for. It looks like it can be worth some money. Otherwise, let's not smash it for now. And more, put the pot on the ground first and take it away later." Wan Qingmo put the pot at his feet and heard Old Lady Wan say, "Smash everything in the kitchen that can be smashed. Anyway, their house will be demolished soon. Let me hear the noise first, and I'd be happy. This year's New Year, let's have peace and quiet. Let them break more things." Old Second Shen was so angry that his face turned pale, but he had no choice but to run out to stop Old Lady Wan. "Aunt, my mother is wrong. Please show mercy. I go to my mother to get the silver. We must pay it back today. Okay?" Old Lady Wan dusted off the dust on her body and looked at Old Second Shen with her hands behind her back. "Since we are neighbors, I will give you another chance. If you don't grasp it, there will be no next chance. After all, it is natural to pay back debts. Even if you sue the county magistrate, I am still right." Grandma Wan's voice was so loud that even Grandma Shen in the room could hear it. Shen Laoer immediately climbed back to ask Grandma Shen for money with gratitude. Shen Laowu was afraid that Grandma Wan really sold her wife, so he also helped Shen Laoer to force Grandma Shen to take out the money. "I don't have money. It wasn't my wife who owed the debt in the first place. You don't have to force me. Even if I die, I will never give money to my enemies. You are all soft eggs. How could I give birth to you unfilial sons? Do you have the guts to let her kill me?" Grandma Shen sat on the Kong in the room and shouted loudly out of the window. Grandma Wan pouted, not taking Grandma Shen's words to heart at all. She knew unfilial sons too well. They could do anything. She had experienced much more than Old Lady Shen. She had seen many people who exchanged their children for food and abandoned their parents on the road of escape. She had also seen those unfilial sons who sold their mothers to be nannies in order to pay off their gambling debts. Old Lady Shen had never experienced the beatings of unfilial sons. She had been served too comfortably by Shenshur before, and didn't know the evil of human hearts. Unfortunately, she was still ungrateful, and threw out such a filial daughter-in-law. Sure enough, the voices of Old Second and Old Fifth Shen soon came from the room. "Mother, if you don't take the silver, Don't blame your son for being unfilial. We should also separate the family. You should take care of yourself. You will live in the firewood room over there alone in the future. Anyway, we don't have the patience to take care of you like the eldest sister-in-law. Since you don't want this family anymore, then everyone will have a hard time. Mother, I just married my wife. Can you bear to watch them take my wife away and sell her? Can you not be so selfish? Old lady Shen refused to listen, lying on the Kong with her face up, motionless. At this time, Gon came in and pulled Shen Laowu out and whispered a few words. Shen Laowu widened his eyes in shock. Are you telling the truth? How do you know that mother's money was put in the rat hole? Gon patted Shen Laowu and glared at him. Keep your voice down. I also found it when I got up one night. Didn't mother say there was a rat hole in the wall of her room? I asked you to block it. But in fact she put money in it the night before. I saw it with my own eyes. Shen Laowu didn't have time to think about it, and immediately strode back, without even taking off his shoes, and climbed onto Old Lady Shen's Kong. Old Lady Shen was startled and didn't pretend to be dead. But no one helped her. She couldn't sit up, staring at Shen Laowu with a pair of dead fish eyes. Old 5. Are you courting death? What's wrong with you? Get out of here. Old Lady Shen was panicking when she saw Old 5 heading straight for the place where she hid her money. She wanted to rush over to stop Old 5. But she couldn't move, and could only move slowly with her arms. Old 5 ignored Old Lady Shen, and only had eyes for the sealed rat hole. Old 2 and Old 3 didn't understand what happened to their fifth brother. Fifth brother. What are you doing? Old 2 asked Old 5 in confusion. Old 5 hurriedly replied, Mom's money is in the rat hole we sealed up. Second brother. Third brother. Hurry up. Old Lady 1 will smash our things again. When Old 2 heard that there was money, he ran faster than Old 5. He supported himself on the Kong with both hands, jumped onto it, stepped over Old Lady Shen, and ran towards Old 5. Shen Lao San did not move, but stood on the ground anxiously watching the two brothers looking for money. He also glanced outside from time to time, fearing that Mrs. 1 would rush into the house with Wan Qingma to smash things. Mrs. Shen's resistance was futile, and she finally began to howl hysterically, because the rat hole contained all the property of their family, and there were still 50 taels of silver in it. But it was her coffin. With this money, she had the confidence to let her sons honor her. Now that the money was taken out by her sons, what else could she do to control them? Shen Lao reached into the rat hole and quickly pulled out a heavy purse. Old 5. You really have a lot of money. Not a small amount. We still have so much silver, but we still live a frugal life every day. It's really aggrieved. How much food can you buy with so much silver? The thin porridge you drink every day can reflect your reflection. Damn it. I want to eat meat today. Eat as much as I can. Shen Lao took the money bag, ignored the last obstruction of Old Lady Shen, knocked off the hand of Old Lady Shen that was grabbing his trouser leg, and jumped off the Kong. The three brothers took out 15 taels of silver from it, and there were 35 taels of silver left. After discussing it, the three brothers directly divided the 35 taels of silver, 10 taels of silver each, and the extra 5 taels of silver would go to the town to buy rice and meat in a while. While there was still time, they could still come back before New Year's Eve. As soon as he said it, Shen Lao returned the 15 taels of silver to Old Lady 1, and went directly to the town with Shen Lao San and Old 5. Old Lady 1 didn't know what happened inside just now. She weighed the 15 taels of silver in her hand, and felt it was still a little unreal. She was still going to smash a few more things. And this guy returned the money? Grandma, let's go back. It's very cold outside, and Xiao Fubao's hands are a little cold. Wan Qingma hugged Xiao Fubao tightly in his arms, and stuffed her two little hands into his clothes to warm them. But her face was still red from the cold. Yes. 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 Go back quickly. The silver is in hand. It's okay. Go home. When Old Lady 1 took Wan Qingma back to her own house next door, they happened to meet an old man with a man passing by them. Wan Qingma looked back at the young man behind the old man. This man had an extraordinary demeanor and didn't look like an ordinary citizen. But Wan Qingma was not a nosy person, so he followed Old Lady 1 into the yard. Chapter 121. Shen's younger brother. The old man led the young man to the gate of Shen's courtyard. Young man, this is the in-laws of Shen you are looking for. They are also surnamed Shen. But Shen's husband died in an accident not long after Shen married in, and Shen's mother-in-law was also paralyzed. So Shin's reputation in the Shin family is not very good. She is always called a jinx by her mother-in-law. Her life is not good. Even a little bad. This is all I know. I have only been in this village for a few years. Please make yourself at your own convenience. The old man was the old man who knelt down to beg Lu Chengxin last time. He happened to meet this young man asking for directions when he was picking up manure at the entrance of the village. So he enthusiastically brought people here. The young man took out a tael of silver from his pocket and stuffed it into the old man. Old man, thank you for leading the way and telling me the details. This is my little gift. Please accept it. Although the old man looked very poor, he was not greedy. He raised his hand and gently pushed out the silver, shook his head and said, Young master, I am not a greedy person. Silver can only make my life richer, but it is useless to my spirit. If you have nothing else, I will take my leave. The old man bowed, holding a dung rake in one hand and a dung basket on his shoulder, and left sadly. The young man wanted to reach out to stop him, but didn't say anything. It was he who tarnished the old man's noble character. The young man put away the silver and looked towards the yard. Because Wan Qingmo had pushed the fenced door of the Shin family away before, there was no gate in the Shin family's yard at this time. Excuse me. Is anyone there? Is this the Shin family? The young man shouted into the house from the door. Old lady Shin was hysterical on the Kong, getting angry at her 3 daughters-in-law. Ma had injured the back of her head and was lying in her room to recuperate. Feng was still unconscious at this time, and she was breathing more than breathing in. It seemed that she would die in the next 2 days. Li's foot was injured and she couldn't walk. She was preparing the New Year's Eve dinner in the kitchen. Seeing that all the men in the Shin family had run away, Gon didn't want to be used as a punching bag by old lady Shin. So she hid in the kitchen early to help Li. Old lady Shin scolded the 3 daughters-in-law in turn in the room, but no one paid attention to her. At this time, Gon heard someone shouting and hurried out to take a look. Who are you looking for? Gon saw that it was a young man, wearing a thick brocade with a jade pendant hanging around his waist, and a rabbit fur round cotton hat on his head. The whole person exuded a gentle temperament. When Shin Jinyuan saw someone coming out, he quickly bowed and said, Excuse me, madam. Is this the Shin family? It was the first time that Gon was called madam, and a hint of shyness flashed across her face. She quickly tidied up her coarse cloth dress, combed her hair, and said in a pretentious voice, Sir, this is the Shin family, but none of our men are here, so it is inconvenient for you to come in. Please forgive me. Shin Jinyuan heard this, and quickly took another step back and bowed to Gon. I am sorry, madam. Could you help me call Shin? I heard that she married the eldest brother of the Shin family in Shitzi village. I wonder if there is such a person in your family, Shin Jinyuan said, looking at Gon with expectant eyes. When Gon heard that the other party was looking for that unlucky person, her face fell, and she stopped pretending. You have found the wrong door. There is no such person in our family. Gon turned around and went into the kitchen, leaving Shin Jinyuan stunned for a moment. How come this person changes his expression faster than turning a page? Shin Jinyuan muttered. But he was puzzled. The old man just said clearly that his eldest sister married into this family. How could he be wrong? But there was no one in the Shin family yard, and no one helped him to solve the puzzle. He looked up and found that there were many people busy cleaning in the yard next to the Shin family. The scene was cheerful and peaceful, which was in sharp contrast to the desolate Shin family in front of him. Shin Jinyuan hurried to the door of the Wan family and knocked on the wooden door a few times. Wan Laosi, who was working with a few boys in the yard, heard someone knocking on the door and quickly put down his work to open the door. Wan Laosi's sleeves were rolled up at this time, revealing a section of wheat-colored arms, with thin sweat on his face and a ruddy complexion. Although he was married, he still looked like a teenager. Wan Laosi opened the wooden door and saw a young man standing outside the door, with a quiet temperament and good looks. Sir, who are you looking for? Wan Laosi asked, sticking half of his head out. Shin Jinyuan only took a quick look at Wan Laosi and knew that he was a simple farm boy. Fellow villager, I am here to look for my relatives. I want to ask you something. Is that okay? Wan Laosi touched the back of his head. He had only been in this village for a short time and didn't recognize most of the people in this village. But seeing Shin Jinyuan still looking for his relatives outside during the new year, this person must be very important to him. Right? Even if he doesn't know, he can still ask the village chief. So Wan Laosi smiled and said, Sir, Please tell me. I will definitely tell you what I know. Shin Jinyuan hurriedly thanked him first. Thank you, fellow villager. I want to ask if there is a woman named Shin in the Shin family next door? Is she their eldest daughter-in-law? When Wan Laosi heard the question asked by the other party, he knew exactly what he wanted to know. But then he looked at Shin Jinyuan with caution. Why did this person ask about Shin's family? Sir, I do know about Shin's family. But what is your relationship with her? Shin Jinyuan also noticed the vigilance in Wan Laosi's eyes. And he was a little confused. Why did a neighbor care so much about his eldest sister's affairs? Thinking of the old man again, Shin Jinyuan felt a little heavy-hearted. Could it be that his elder sister was being looked down upon and abused here? Oh, that's right. Shin is my elder sister. As soon as I found out about her whereabouts, I rushed here. If you know anything, please tell me. When Wan Laosi heard that it was Shin's younger brother, he looked puzzled. He heard that Shin had no family members. So how could another younger brother appear? Isn't he a liar? Wan Laosi was a little undecided. He nodded to Shin Jinyuan and said, Young master, please wait a moment. I go ask my mother. Without waiting for Shin Jinyuan to agree, Wan Laosi closed the door and ran back quickly. Wan Laotai was directing her grandsons to wipe the furniture in the house. Although the furniture was already spotless, Wan Laotai still asked them to wipe every corner again. After all, the floor of the house was made of mud, and the walls were made of adobe. It was normal for dust to fall on them. If they were not wiped for a few days, handprints would be left on them. Mom, it's bad. Someone is looking for Shin, saying he is Shin's younger brother, and calling Shin elder sister. But I clearly heard that Shin has no family from her mother's side. Where did this younger brother come from? And judging from the way he is dressed, he seems to be a scholar. Old Lady One glared at her fourth son. Why are you yelling so loudly on New Year's Day? You are almost a father, but you are still so unstable. Old Lady One scolded the fourth son first, then frowned and thought about it. However, Old Lady One never struggled with a problem she couldn't figure out. She just thought about it, and said to the fourth son, Go and invite him in first and treat him well. The fourth son admired his mother's calmness. At this time, he seemed to have found his backbone, and hurried out to invite him in. Shin Jinyuan, who was still confused outside, saw the door close and open again, and saw Wan Laosi smiling and saying, Sir, my mother asked you to come in and talk. Shin Jinyuan glanced at Wan Laosi, but didn't say anything else. He urgently needed to know the whereabouts of Shin. So he nodded to Wan Laosi, and walked sideways into the yard. Chapter 122 Past Events. Wan Laosi brought Shin Jinyuan into the main hall. Wan Lao Ma had already sat in the upper seat, and told Lu to bring tea. When Shin Jinyuan entered, he saw an old lady with a headband and gray hair sitting in the upper seat, looking at him with a pair of eyes that looked at him. Junior Shin Jinyuan greets the old lady. Shin Jinyuan bowed to Wan Lao Ma, but did not bend down. After the ceremony, he stood in place. Wan Lao Ma nodded and raised her hand to make a gesture of invitation. Mr. Shin, please sit down. My son is a little reckless and abrupt. Please forgive me. I don't know who you are to the Shin family. Why are you trying to find out about the Shin family? Wan Lao Ma did not immediately tell Shin's whereabouts, but she had to make sure that this person would not hurt Shin again. After all, Shin's life was miserable enough, and could not withstand a second injury. Shin Jinyuan could not see any expression on Mrs. Wan's face. She looked indifferent, and could not tell whether she was happy or angry. Shin Jinyuan pondered in his heart before saying, Madam, Shin is my eldest sister. I came here to find out the whereabouts of my eldest sister. Please tell me everything you know. I didn't find out any useful information when I went to the next door just now. Besides, the male owner of their family was not at home, so it was not convenient for me to go in and find out. Mrs. Wan lowered her eyes, but there was a gleam in her eyes. If this person was really Shin's brother, then Shin could be said to have finally gotten what she wanted after suffering. But I heard that Shin's family members are gone, and I haven't heard that she has a brother. How can I believe what you said? Shin Jinyuan didn't expect that he was just looking for the whereabouts of his eldest sister. But it was so bumpy. He was a little annoyed. Old Lady One observed Shin Jinyuan's expression and continued, Don't blame me for being nagging. It's because Shin has suffered too much. I don't want her to be hurt by others again. To tell you the truth, Shin is now living in my house to recuperate. But I won't let you see Shin before I figure out the cause and effect. Shin Jinyuan stood up after hearing what Old Lady One said. and his voice unconsciously carried a hint of urgency. What? My eldest sister has suffered a lot? Isn't she the eldest daughter-in-law of the Shin family? How could she be recuperating in your house? What's going on? Shin Jin-yuan had a bad feeling in his heart. Her eldest sister's condition should be more serious than he thought. At the same time, he became more confused the more he listened. My eldest sister should be at her husband's house. Why is she at her husband's neighbor's house? The doubts and urgency in his heart made Shin Jin-yuan feel uneasy. Old Lady One had been observing Shin Jin-yuan. Seeing that the expression on Shin Jin-yuan's face did not seem to be disguised, she was relieved. However, out of caution, and because their family was now responsible for taking care of Shin, they had the responsibility to ask Shin Jin-yuan about his background. Otherwise, if Shin was in trouble, their family would not be able to explain to the village chief. This, Mr. Shin, right? Old Lady One looked at Shin Jin-yuan and asked. Shin Jin-yuan nodded anxiously. Mr. Shin, please be patient and sit down to explain it clearly. Although Shin is recovering in my house now, she is not in the house at this time. My 2 sons and daughter-in-law sent her to the town to see a doctor early in the morning. It is estimated that she will not be back until after lunch. This period of time is enough for us to figure out the relationship between you and Shin. Old Lady One was also afraid of misunderstandings, so she quickly explained Shin's current situation. If this Mr. Shin was really Shin's brother, then Shin could be said to have finally gotten what she wanted. Although Shin Jin-yuan was very anxious, he heard that Shin had gone to the town to see a doctor, and he wanted to rush to the town immediately. But he wanted to find out why Shin had ended up in such a situation. Madam, I am Shin Jin-yuan. I am not a biological sister to my elder sister. I am an orphan. I almost starved to death, and was later picked up by my elder sister. There are only my parents and my elder sister in my elder sister's family. The family is happy. My parents took me in and supported my studies. 10 years later, I grew up and prepared to go to Beijing to take the exam. But I encountered some things on the way and was delayed. So I made a living and studied outside. But the letters I wrote back home were all ignored. Now I have finally achieved some success and want to come back to take my parents and elder sister to enjoy life. But when I returned to the village, I was told that my parents had passed away and my elder sister was married. As soon as I heard about my elder sister, I hurried here, but I was still too late and didn't see my elder sister. Shin Jin-yuan said with a touch of loss and regret on his face. Old Lady One was delighted. She had never thought that Shin actually had a brother who was studying. If Old Lady Shin knew this news, would she be mad to death? However, Old Lady Shin took a look at Shin Jin-yuan. Judging from his current attire and demeanor, his achievements should be quite high. Right? Thinking of this, Old Lady One couldn't sit still. What if he was an official? Wouldn't she be offended? Old 4. Go and see where your wife brought the tea. Use that beautiful cup to brew our good tea and quench Mr. Shin's thirst. He came all the way to find his relatives during the new year. It can be seen that he is a grateful person. Yesterday, Chio came to the house and gave Old Lady One a jar of tea, which was just right for use. Old 4-1 responded and ran out quickly. Old Lady One sighed heavily, then wiped away a non-existent tear and began to talk about Shin's experience. Mr. Shin, you came at the right time. You don't know how pitiful this Shin is. I have lived to such an old age, and I have fled famine twice and been exiled once. I have seen too many separations and deaths, but they all died happily. How could Shin be tortured by her husband's family and still live tenaciously? Even an old woman like me admires her tenacious character. To be honest, my family just moved into this village. If you asked about other families today, I would not be familiar with them. But you happened to ask about the Shin family that was hit by the old plague, so I know it very well. Your sister Shin, less than a month after marrying into the Shin family, her husband died in an accident, and her mother-in-law was accidentally paralyzed. So Shin was called a broom by the old lady Shin. Star, a bad luck for husbands, an unlucky person, and also ruined the reputation of Shinshur in the whole village. Shinshur has been taking care of her paralyzed mother-in-law for 10 years, taking care of everything at home and outside. This is not enough. Shinshur can vent her anger on anyone in the family. Didn't you see that when I changed her clothes yesterday? Her body was covered with new wounds and old wounds, and there was no intact place. My eyes were red when I saw it. There was no meat on her body. She was just skin and bones, and she was so thin that she looked unrecognizable. That's not all. A few days ago, Shinshur was beaten half to death by their family. She wanted to escape, but was dragged back by them. No one took care of her at home for a few days. Last night, she was obviously breathing more and breathing less. In order to save money for a coffin, they directly put her in the coffin. A living person was thrown into the cemetery. Tell me, how can there be such a black-hearted mother-in-law in this world? The cemetery is full of old crows, wild dogs and wolves. If this person is thrown in, will there be a piece of bone the next day? Oh, what a sin! Fortunately, my family slept late last night. My eldest son has good hearing. He heard the noise from next door and came out to see. He saw that they were carrying Shin out. My sons thought something was wrong, so they followed quietly from behind. As a result, they saw those people throwing your eldest sister into the cemetery and leaving. My eldest son and others left. When we went to see, we found that the person was still breathing. The brothers decided to take the person to the village chief's house. Although we are exiled prisoners, we have never killed or set fire to anyone. We are kind-hearted people at heart and cannot stand by and watch someone die. After the village chief knew about this, he forced the Shin family to either pay money to cure Shin or divorce her and give her 2 taels of silver. And he would find someone to take care of her. The Shin family did not want to take care of Shin anymore, so they wrote a divorce letter and gave her 2 taels of silver. However, during the new year, who would be willing to accept a person who was about to die? However, I felt sorry for Shin, so I took the initiative to take this job. I asked them to send Shin to the town to see a doctor early this morning. Old lady one sighed as she spoke. Shin Jinyuan, who had heard the whole process, felt like he was falling into an ice cave, but the anger in his heart almost burned him. Chapter 123. Returning from the medical examination. Shin Jinyuan looked extremely ugly. His hands clenched into fists and placed on his knees. His lips tightly pursed, his eyes full of coldness, and he unconsciously exuded the aura of a superior, which frightened old lady Wan. The room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After a while, Shin Jinyuan closed his eyes and tried to calm down his emotions. Then he stood up and bowed to old lady Wan. I would like to thank the old lady for her kindness and saving my elder sister. The old lady's family will be my benefactors in the future. I would like to thank the old lady for saving my life on behalf of my elder sister. After Shin Jinyuan said this, he lifted his robe, knelt on one knee, and saluted old lady Wan with his hands clasped together. Old lady Wan was so scared that she quickly stood up from the chair and helped Shin Jinyuan up with both hands. Child, hurry up and get up. This is just a small favor from us. You don't need to be so polite. I see you are exhausted. You probably haven't had breakfast yet. Right? It's getting late. I think they should be back soon. I asked my third daughter-in-law to make you a bowl of noodles to fill your stomach first. Although Shin Jinyuan was hungry, how could he have the heart to eat at this time? Madam, you don't have to be busy. I'm not very hungry. I ate some dry food when I came. Can you tell me more about my eldest sister's life in recent years? I want to know everything. This question stumped Mrs. Wan. She knew about the big things, but she didn't know about the details. After all, she was not born and raised in Shitsi village. If she was in Yonglu village, she would know everything. She now knew so much about the Shin family because the 2 families were neighbors. She couldn't help but want to know. Mr. Shin, I am not very clear about it, because our family has only settled here for more than 10 days, and the information we know is limited. These are the news I heard from the people in the village after I came here. I can't say much about it. Although the Shin family does not do anything, I can't just say what they did or didn't do. Right? After listening to what Grandma Wan said, Shin Jinyuan respected Grandma Wan's character even more. She was not only warm-hearted, but also very sympathetic, and would not add fuel to the fire. Shin Jinyuan silently evaluated Grandma Wan in his heart. At this time, the sound of a carriage came from the door, and there were also the shouting of several children. Grandma, it's Daddy, and the others who were back. Wan Quan saw that the first person to come out of the carriage at the door was Wan Lauda, followed by Wan Lao Er. The people in the room hurried out after hearing the words, and saw Wan Lao Er and Wan Lauda standing on both sides of the carriage. Wan Lauer was helping to close the carriage curtain, while Wan Urseo was carrying Shin on her back and walking out of the carriage with her back bent. Wan Lauer quickly supported his wife. Wan Urseo was used to doing farm work and had a lot of strength. Shin was originally petite, but now she was skinny and light on her back. Wan Erseo felt very sympathetic and scolded the people of the Shin family. Wan Erseo carefully carried Shin on her back and landed as steadily as possible. But even so, Wan Erseo still didn't stand firmly. Her feet tilted, and her whole body fell to the side. At this time, a figure flew out from the crowd. While Wan Lauer held Wan Erseo, he also held Shin on Wan Erseo's back steadily. Eldest sister? Shin Jinyuan looked at the woman in front of him, who was no longer human and was in a coma, his eyes full of disbelief. He remembered that his elder sister was only 8 years older than him. But the woman in front of him was not as energetic as when he left. Not to mention the energy. Even the anger was almost inaudible. Elder sister? Open your eyes and look at me. I am Yuaner. The Yuaner you picked up. In Shin Jinyuan's heart, Shin sure has far surpassed the existence of his elder sister, and is more like his mother when they were still in the village. He was often called a bastard, and every time it was his elder sister who stood in front of him and taught those bad boys a lesson for him. What he saw was always the firm back of his elder sister. In his heart, the back of his elder sister was always straight and firm. But at this time, his elder sister couldn't even open her eyes, and her hands were drooping weakly. The whole person was soft. He didn't dare to touch her, for fear that she would fall apart if he touched her. Shin Jinyuan's eyes were red. He wanted to hug his elder sister in his arms, but he didn't know where to start. He hated that he had never been so weak as at this moment. Second sister Wan saw a strange man rushing over, and moved aside cautiously. She heard the man calling Shin's eldest sister, and she looked at Old Lady Wan in confusion. Old Lady Wan hurried out. Second wife, quickly carry the person back to the house. What did the doctor say? Is there any hope for this person? Second sister Wan hurriedly walked past Shin Jinyuan and headed for the next yard. Shin Jinyuan also hurriedly followed. I heard second sister Wan talking about the results of the consultation. The doctor said that Shin's body has been in poor health for a long time, and she has been beaten and abused for so many years. Her body has been hollowed out. This time, thanks to our ginseng beard, she was saved. Otherwise she would have died last night. Wan Erseo said with a sigh on her face. Mrs. Wan didn't have any other emotions. After all, she saw Shin's danger last night with her own eyes. Otherwise she wouldn't have taken out a ginseng beard to hang her. The one who reacted the most was Shin Jinyuan, who was following behind. His heart was already in turmoil at this time. In addition to anger, there was hatred and regret intertwined in his eyes. The whole person seemed extremely anxious, and followed Wan Erseo hurriedly and eagerly. He wanted to help, but seeing the closed eyes and thin body of the eldest sister, he felt a little timid. He was afraid that he would hurt the eldest sister with his clumsy hands. After all, he was not familiar with where the eldest sister was injured. Mrs. Wan Erseo carefully avoided the serious injuries on Shin's body, and gently passed her palms through Shin's 2 knees. She tried to keep her body stable, so as not to bump Shin on her back. Mrs. Wan was about to follow into the house to help with the placement, but was stopped by Wan Lauda. Mom, don't leave yet. Old Lady Wan looked back in confusion. Her eyes just fell on the carriage, but there was still some confusion in her eyes. What's wrong with the boss? Don't you have enough money to hire a carriage? Old Lady Wan thought that the carriage was hired by Boss Wan and his friends. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come back so early. Mom, this carriage was not hired by us. The mayor sent someone to send us back. You see this? Boss Wan was a little embarrassed, and was not good at handling these interpersonal relationships. When he was in Yonglu village, the interpersonal relationships in the family were supported by Old Lady Wan alone. Old Lady Wan was stunned for a moment, and immediately walked back and took out a dozen big coins from her body. Oh, you boss. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why don't you invite the young man in for a cup of hot tea? Why are you still standing at the door? Old Lady Wan said as she stuffed the money in her hand into the driver's hand. And the driver quickly refused. Old lady, I dare not take your money. If the mayor knows, I will lose my job. Please take it quickly. I won't drink this tea. I have to go back to report. Please stay. The young man pushed the money back to Old Lady Wan, supported the carriage with one hand and sat on it. How can I do that? Today is New Year's Eve. You have made a hard trip. Even if you don't go into the house to drink tea, you must take the money for the tea. Otherwise, I will be uneasy. Old Lady Wan stuffed the money into the young man's hand. The young man smiled helplessly. He also felt the enthusiasm of the old lady. Okay. Thank you for the reward. Old lady. I will go back now. Please stay. After sending the young man away, Old Lady One looked at the shadow of the carriage leaving and thought in her heart. The eldest grandson will be able to marry in a few years. But this son still knows nothing about interpersonal relationships. Since their family came to the border, the people who came and went were all nobles. It would not do without a man who knows things. The eldest son is the eldest son in the family. It is time for him to shoulder the burden of the family. It seems that it is time for her to let go. But now is not a good time to talk about this matter. After all, there is a Shin and a Shinjin Yuan in the family. Today is New Year's Eve, and they have to prepare for the sacrifice. Big brother, tell your sister-in-law to prepare the sacrificial items first. When I settle down here, you can start the sacrifice with your brothers and nephews at home. It is time for you to shoulder the burden of the family. After all, your mother is old. After Mrs. Wan gave this order, she walked back with a hunched back, looking at her mother's back bent by life. Big brother One felt mixed emotions. He couldn't help but clenched his fists. He really couldn't let his mother work hard anymore. He was already in his 40s, and hadn't made up his mind when he encountered something. He scolded himself in his heart. Chapter 124 Entrustment. Wan Erseo placed Shin in the room where she lived last night. The Kong was on, and the whole room was warm. Because Shin was now a divorced woman, Wan Lauer did not follow her in. Only Shinjin Yuan followed Wan Erseo into the room. Wan Erseo first gently placed Shin on the Kong and held her arms tightly with both hands, fearing that if she let go, Shin would fall backwards. Shinjin Yuan wanted to help, but was stopped by Wan Erseo. Who are you? Why did you come in? You don't care about the separation of men and women? Get out. Get out. After Wan Erseo gently placed Shin on the Kong, she chased Shinjin Yuan away. It happened that at this time, Mrs. Wan came in. Second wife. Please don't be rude. This is Shin's younger brother. He is here to look for the eldest sister. After a moment of surprise, Wan Erseo realized that she had made a mistake. Her face turned red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. But then she raised her head. She felt that she had not done anything unforgivable. Why should she feel guilty? Well, big brother, I'm sorry. Sister-in-law didn't know the relationship between you and Shin. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had made it clear earlier, wouldn't it be fine? Shinjin Yuan was all about Shin, and he was grateful to this woman who protected his eldest sister from the bottom of his heart. How could he be angry? Sister-in-law, it's my fault. I should apologize to you, and thank you for your careful care. Shinjin Yuan bowed to Wan Erseo, and Wan Erseo did not avoid it. This would also make her feel better. Big brother, you came to look for your eldest sister this time. Are you going to take her away? Wan Erseo glanced at Shin on the Kong and asked with a worried tone. Shinjin Yuan originally planned to see if his elder sister was living well, and whether he could help her. He didn't expect that his elder sister was living in dire straits. He changed his mind, and wanted to take his elder sister away. Sister-in-law, I have this idea. But I don't know if my elder sister can travel far now. Wan Erseo shook her head gently and sighed. I'm afraid it's not possible. If you want your elder sister to travel far, you have to take care of her for at least half a month, and see how well she recovers before making a decision. Otherwise, her life may be in danger. The doctor said that she must rest. Her body is too exhausted and needs to be nourished. However, the Shin family only gave 2 taels of silver. We could only stew a chicken for her for a few days to feed her. We can't do anything else. Shinjin Yuan frowned. When he heard the Shin family, he gritted his teeth in hatred. The people of the Shin family are really hateful. But now is not the time to settle accounts with the Shin family. He must first ensure that his elder sister is safe. Sister-in-law, I have 100 taels of silver here. Please keep it first. I will send some supplements to my elder sister to help her recuperate. If you need anything else, just ask and I will find a way to get it. Shinjin Yuan took out a silver note from his purse and handed it to Wan Erseo with both hands. Wan Erseo had never seen any silver notes before. She was stunned by Shinjin Yuan's generosity and didn't know whether she should reach out to take it. Wan Erseo looked at old lady Wan helplessly. This 100 taels of silver was not something that their family could not afford now. But it was all their family's belongings. The family was also worried about the silver. This 100 taels of silver felt like a relief for their family. Child, we have to have a reason whether to accept this silver or not. You take it back first. Old Lady One stepped forward and gently pushed the 100 taels of silver back. Shen Jinyuan was stunned for a moment. What's wrong with the people in this village? This is the second time he has come here and failed to give money. People here are obviously very poor. But they look down on money. The old man just now was obviously patched up. But he still wanted to study and regarded money as dirt. Although this family looks richer than other families, it can be seen from their faces that this family is also from a peasant family. Faced with such a huge amount of silver bills, they can refuse it without changing their expressions. Shen Jinyuan is now more and more curious about this village. This is completely different from the people he met in the capital. If people in the capital don't have money to explore the way, they won't even look at you. Which is completely opposite to the simple folk customs here. Old lady, this silver is for me to buy medicine for my elder sister. In addition, my elder sister will stay at your house for a while. And the cost of taking care of her during this period must also be calculated. I know that the cost of seeing a doctor and taking medicine is the highest. So you can take this 100 taels of silver first. If it is not enough, I will take it again. Shen Jinyuan handed the silver over again. Old Lady One had already analyzed Shen's situation in her mind. At this time, she raised her hand to take the silver note, but still said one sentence. We will spend the silver as much as we can. We will try our best to use the best things for your elder sister. I know you feel guilty about your elder sister, but this is not something that can be done overnight. There is a long time in the future. So don't worry. You will repay your kindness. However, if there is extra silver, we will still return it to you. The village chief has already paid for the cost of taking care of Shen. Although we are poor people and have never seen so much silver in our lives, we cannot develop the habit of greed and throw away the most valuable qualities in us. In fact, Mrs. One also wanted to live up to Xiao Fubao's favor. After all, there was a little lucky star living in the family, which was the blessing they had accumulated for many lifetimes. Mrs. One didn't want to consume her blessings excessively. Shen Jinyuan was shocked by Mrs. Wan's words. Is this really something a rural old lady could say? At this moment, he admired Mrs. Wan from the bottom of his heart. After all, not everyone could understand such wise words. In this case, I will listen to you. But I have another unwelcome request. And I hope you can help me. A trace of sadness flashed across Shen Jinyuan's face. Child, what else can't you say? Just say it. You have given enough money. What else are you worried about? Shen Jinyuan's mouth curled up slightly, and he was comforted by Mrs. Wan's words. Old lady, it's like this. I won't leave this time when I come back. But my mansion is in the county town. It's almost the new year, and I'm busy with things. I may not be able to stay here for long. When I return, I will immediately send someone to help take care of my elder sister. I will come to pick up my elder sister after I finish the things at hand in half a month. What do you think? Old Lady One thought it was something else. Waving her hand, she said, these are all trivial matters. You can't make your elder sister get better quickly if you stay here. As the saying goes, illness comes like a mountain falling, and illness goes away like pulling a thread. What's more, your sister's body needs. You have to mend it from the root. Don't rush. Just go and do your own thing. Young people should put the family business first. Make more money, so that your sister can enjoy happiness in the future. Old Lady One paused and said, don't send that person here. After all, our house is not big. It's not spring plowing yet. And there are idle people in the house who can definitely take good care of your sister. Don't worry. Shen Jinyuan felt that he was abrupt. After all, this was someone else's home. He should ask if it was convenient before talking about sending someone. And it seemed that he didn't trust others. Old lady, this is the best. Just do it as you say. But you don't have to worry about the supplements. I will send someone to deliver it in 2 days. Old Lady One didn't refuse again. After all, even if they had money, there was no place to buy supplements at this time. Shen Jinyuan stayed here for half an hour. And seeing that Shen had no signs of waking up, he really couldn't delay any longer. So he said goodbye. The Wan family sent Shen Jinyuan out the door. Shen Jinyuan glanced at the Shen family next door, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 125 Meeting. After seeing Shen Jinyuan off, Old Lady One returned with her children and grandchildren. Old Lady One convened a meeting temporarily. She gathered all the sons and daughters-in-law in the family together, and took out the 100 taels of silver given by Shen Jinyuan in front of everyone in the main hall. You all saw it. This is the 100 taels of silver given by Mr. Shen. He originally wanted to pay us wages. But how can we ask for so much silver against our conscience? It just so happens that today I will use this matter to warn you guys. In the future, no matter whether our family is rich or poor, you all remember one thing. Keep your hands and hearts on things that you shouldn't take. And don't damage our family's blessings. Do you understand clearly? After saying this, Old Lady One glanced at the people sitting or standing in the main hall. Wan Laoda was the first to express his opinion. Mom, don't worry. We won't. We have Xiao Fubao, which is a blessing we have cultivated for several lifetimes. We can't do anything against our conscience. But if someone dares to bully us, our family is not easy to mess with, and will definitely fight back. Wan Laoda nodded with satisfaction. He felt that Wan Laoda had changed a lot at this time. Others followed closely, and expressed their opinions. Then let's talk about this 100 taels of silver. This is a silver note. I can't read. Sierre, take a look. Can this silver note be exchanged for silver in the town? Wan Laoda picked up the silver note, and handed it to Wan Laosi to see. Wan Laosi has been an accountant for several years, and has come into contact with silver notes. He is the only one in the family who can identify silver notes. Wan Laosi hurriedly stepped forward and took it with both hands. After carefully identifying it, he slowly said, Mom, this is indeed the universal silver note of HSBC Bank. There is such a bank in our town. But the bank usually has to wait until the 8th day of the first lunar month to open for business. Wan Laosi then returned the silver note to Wan Laotai. Then wait until the 8th day of the first lunar month. And you and your eldest brother will go to the town to exchange the silver note. In the future, all the things we use for Shen's family will be withdrawn from this 100 taels of silver. Laosi, you will keep an account. This 100 taels of silver will be kept with you. When Mr. Shen comes, you will be responsible for handing it over to him. Don't let people think that we only do superficial work and play tricks. Understand? Wan Laosi nodded quickly. Mom, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. At that time, I will make it clear, and every penny will be clear. Wan Laotai still believes in Wan Laosi's ability. After all, he has been working as an accountant for several years, and has never made a mistake. Also, the burden of taking care of Shen falls on the second and third wives. You will take turns to take care of Shen one by one every day. The wages will be deducted from the 2 taels of silver given by the village chief. The expenses of buying medicine and seeing a doctor in the town today can be deducted from the 100 taels of silver. Second, you will tell the 4th brother about the detailed expenses later. As for the wages of the second and third wives, we will charge 15 cents a day. What do you think? The wages offered by Mrs. Wan were completely based on the market price in their town when they were in Yonglu village. She didn't know what the wages were at the border. But no one had any objections. 15 cents was fair. Moreover, they just helped Shen wipe her body and served her food and drinks. For the second and third wives of Wan, it was like picking up silver. Mom, I have no objection. I feel I've gotten a bargain with 15 cents. It's just a matter of doing some work. And the doctor said that Shen should wake up tonight. And she won't need anyone to help her wipe her feces and urine. She's not a coward. Wan Erseo had an excited smile on her face. She could earn 15 cents just by doing some work, which was better than staying at home and doing nothing and living off the savings. Wan Sansaw had even less objection. She needed money right now. So how could she be dissatisfied with how much money she got? As long as she was given money, it would be fine. And it was obvious that her mother-in-law would not take their money. The 2 sisters-in-law looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. Only Lu was a little disappointed. She looked down at her big belly and felt that it was this belly that affected her ability to make money. Now only their first wives had no income. The 4th son is the accountant. Just like your 2 sisters-in-law. Earning 15 cents a day. Although it's not as much as before. It's good to have free time. Do you have any objections? Grandma Wan saw the expression on Lu's face at a glance. But since she was in a meeting, she had already made up her mind. Wan Laosi didn't expect there would be such a good thing. It was really nothing to him. Compared with the 2nd and 3rd sisters-in-law, his job was really just manual work. But Lu looked at Wan Laosi eagerly, fearing that this fool would refuse. Wan Laosi glanced at his wife, and could also feel her anxiety. After thinking about it, he still didn't refuse. Thank you very much. Mother, I will do my best. You all have no objections. Right? Grandma Wan looked at the others and asked. Of course. Everyone had no objection. Everyone made money based on their own ability. Seeing that everyone was shaking their heads, Old Lady One looked at Old Master One. Old Master One also had a faint smile on his face. He felt that his younger brothers were doing well, and he was happy for them. But Old Lady One shook her head in her heart. The eldest son of this old family is already 12 years old, and he is about to get married. Now the family needs money everywhere, and the eldest master doesn't know how to worry about it. It's still up to her, an old woman, to plan ahead. Old Lady One said to Old Master One, Old Master, you can also make money. Although it's hard to hunt prey in this cold winter, it's not impossible. You can think of a way to get some prey to replenish his body. Even if I buy it from you, you can still make some money and save it well. Your one kid is about to get married, and you, as a father, have to worry about it. Old Master One scratched his head embarrassedly. Mother, I'm thinking, isn't it just that we've just settled down? When the spring comes next year, I go back to my old job, hunt more, and prepare money for Quanner to marry a wife. Mother, you can just enjoy your life and don't worry about the first room. That being said, without a woman to support the first room, it's impossible for Old Lady One not to worry. Besides, what's the cost of getting some prey to replenish his body? Old Lady One didn't intend to take the money. Old Lady One sighed and didn't continue talking about the first room. You have to eat one bite at a time and do things step by step. Don't rush. Okay, let's do it this way. Everyone just do what we said just now. It's getting late, so hurry up and do what you need to do. I go see Xiao Fubao. I don't know how these little guys treat their sister. Old Lady One put away the banknotes, and the little old lady walked to the east room with her hands behind her back. As soon as I entered the room, I saw little Fubao riding on his brother Wanwan, holding his clothes tightly with his hands, screaming nervously and excitedly, his saliva flowing onto the front of his clothes, wetting a large area. The other boys were cheering on the side, and the older ones stood under the calm with their hands open to protect him, fearing that little Fubao would fall off. Old Lady One had a smile in her eyes, but a stern face, and scolded the boys. You little brats. Your sister is so young. If she falls on the con, some of you will be beaten. When the boys saw Old Lady One coming in, they were scared and ran out in a swarm. Only Wanwan was still carrying his sister on the con, feeling a little cramped. Old Lady One went up and took little Fubao down, hit Wanwan's butt, and scolded with a smile. I let you watch your sister, and you let her ride on you like a horse? If you fall off your sister, a bump on your head is not a light matter, and your mother will peel your skin off. Wanwan rubbed his butt, smiled and climbed down from the Kong and ran out. Soon, the children's noisy and cheerful laughter could be heard in the yard. Little Fubao also broke free from Grandma Wan's hands and got off the Kong. He was wearing tiger head shoes and had 2 small tufts on his head. He was eager to go out to play with his brother. Now that he could walk, little Fubao couldn't stay on the Kong anymore. He always wanted to run outside, and he was not afraid of the cold. Grandma Wan followed little Fubao, watching the little red man, moving crookedly like a little red duck to the door. Her white and tender hands supported the door frame, watching the brothers in the yard running and playing wildly, with a pair of big eyes and a small mouth. She shouted, Big Pot, Fubao, play, hug. Little Fubao's crisp baby voice was very penetrating, and several children immediately noticed that their sister had come out. They rushed over and surrounded little Fubao in an instant. Little Fubao smiled happily, opened his pink little mouth, showing a few white millet teeth, raised his little head, looked at this brother, then looked at that brother, and finally reached out to the oldest brother Wan Quan. Old Mrs. Wan didn't say anything this time. She watched the children carry little Fubao into the yard to play Eagle Catches Chicken, holding little Fubao as the chicken head, and the silver bell-like laughter of little Fubao resounded throughout the yard. Old Mrs. Wan listened to the laughter of little Fubao and several grandchildren, as well as the sound of firecrackers from time to time in the village, and her heart was peaceful. At this time, the gloomy sky suddenly floated with goose feather-sized snowflakes. Oh! Oh! It's snowing! The children's surprised voices spread in the yard. The adults also popped their heads out to look at the white snow falling from the sky, their faces filled with expectations for the coming year. Chapter 126 New Year's Eve Dinner. As the sound of firecrackers became more and more frequent, the fragrance in the Wan family's yard became more and more intense. The eldest brother of the Wan family had already brought several younger brothers and younger generations of the Wan family to perform sacrificial ceremonies in the main hall. Old Lady Wan was holding little Fubao in the kitchen, chatting with several daughters-in-law and Zhao's mother and daughter. Outside, the north wind was blowing and snowflakes were flying. Everyone in the house was happy and warm like spring. Today's New Year's Eve dinner is particularly rich, because it is the first year in the border. There is no shortage of food at home, except for the lack of fish. There is no shortage of chicken, duck, meat and eggs. Old Lady Wan and Wan Sen's wife also specially prepared a recipe. Old Lady Wan's intention is very obvious. First, let Wan Sen's wife try out the ingredients at home, and at the same time let the Zhao family help taste Wan Sen's wife's craftsmanship. After all, the Zhao family has tasted all kinds of delicacies from mountains and seas, and their words are definitely more convincing than those of them, the country people who have never eaten good food in their lives. Second, Mrs. Wan also used this opportunity to give this year a perfect ending and a good start to the next year, implying that the future days will be prosperous and smooth. As the strong smell of meat came from the kitchen, the children's stomachs began to growl. They didn't have lunch, so Mrs. Wan gave each child a piece of snack to fill their stomachs. They were getting hungrier and hungrier. Finally, the sacrifice was completed. The eldest son of the Wan family led the second, third, and fourth sons of the Wan family to set up the table in the main hall. The second son of the Wan family also lit 2 pots of fire in the main hall. The Kong in Mrs. Wan's room was also heated, and the Kong table was set up, and the small table by the window was moved to the middle. There were many people tonight, so we planned to set up 3 tables. The men had 1 table in the main hall, and the women and children had 1 table each in the east room. This way, it would not be crowded and it would be lively, and men and women would eat separately. After all, the Zhao family is here this year, so it is not convenient for men and women to be together. But it is also lively this way. There is a door in the middle. If the door is opened, people can hear what is said outside. After the tables and chairs were set, Mrs. Wan asked the eldest brother Wan to go to Zhao's house to invite Wan Jinshu over. Eldest brother, please go and invite your elder brother Jinshu. The weather is cold, and the dishes will be cold when they are out of the pot. We will serve the dishes after everyone arrives. The eldest brother Wan agreed and went out in the wind and snow. Soon Wan Jinshu and Wan Qingshan were picked up by the eldest brother Wan. Everyone walked into the main hall with mutual courtesy. Second sister-in-law Wan and Zhao began to take turns to send dishes from the kitchen to the house. First the meat dishes, then the vegetarian dishes, and finally the soup dishes. Finally, when all the dishes were served, the eldest brother Wan and the children began to set off firecrackers in the yard. This was also the most exciting time for the children. Even Xiao Fubao blushed with joy and screamed in the arms of the second sister-in-law Wan. In fact, Xiao Fubao didn't know what to be happy about. In her life, when she was more than 1 year old, she had never seen anyone set off firecrackers. But she could feel the excitement and eagerness of her brothers. Children's emotions are most easily contagious. Listening to the crackling sound of firecrackers, Xiao Fubao was not afraid, but clapped his hands and giggled non-stop. Wan Erseo was afraid of scaring the child, and wanted to help Xiao Fubao cover his ears. But the little guy broke free. Wan Erseo looked at Xiao Fubao's eyes looking at the firecrackers in the yard with sparkling eyes, and was full of curiosity. She didn't have the heart to disturb her. She just held Xiao Fubao in her eyes, and her eyes were full of the soft and cute appearance of her daughter. Finally, the firecrackers were set off. The air was full of the smell of sulfur, but everyone was extremely happy to smell it. Wan Laoda led everyone to the table. Wan Lao Ma took the women and children into the inner room. Outside sat several brothers of the Wan family, and Wan Jinshu and his father and son. Wan Laoda also left Wan Quan in the outer room. In the east room, all the women sat on the Kong, and a circle of children sat on the floor. The dishes were different, and the table for the men was the most complete. There were 8 treasure duck, braised pork, red boiled chicken, steamed egg with mincemeat, crystal pig's trotter, braised lion's head, steamed preserved meat, rui cake, 7 treasure snacks, spicy radish, hot and sour cabbage, stewed potatoes with pork ribs, stewed radish with chicken. Some of these dishes were divided into 3 portions and placed on each table in the inner room. After the people in the main room sat down, Boss Wan took out a jar of wine. This was bought by Wan Erseo today. It was not a very good wine, but it was suitable for the occasion. But for the farmers, it was already the best. Boss Wan made a cup for everyone. Except for the two children Wan Xingchen and Wan Quan. Everyone else had to drink a little. The women and children inside didn't care about the men outside. And they all started eating. Especially at the table of children. Only chewing and swallowing sounds could be heard. These kids were eating so fast that they couldn't even lift their heads. They ate voraciously. Before they swallowed the food in their mouths, their eyes were already on the dishes they wanted to pick up. Little Fubao nestled in Wan Erseo's arms, enjoying his mother's feeding. Although Xiao Fubao usually ate the most exquisite food at home, it was only a few dishes, and they were mostly light. Today, there are light dishes, rich dishes, and soupy dishes on the table. Little Fubao, a little foodie, is overwhelmed. Mrs. Wan was afraid that little Fubao would have indigestion if he ate too much meat at night. So she didn't dare to give him more food. She picked a little of each and put it in her own small wooden bowl. But little Fubao was not satisfied with just eating these. She had tasted them. They were different from what she usually ate and more delicious. When Mrs. Wan went to dig egg custard for her, the little girl quickly grabbed a piece of braised pork from the plate closest to her. When Mrs. Wan found out, little Fubao had already stuffed it into her mouth. Scared, Mrs. Wan quickly broke little Fubao's little fingers. The braised pork was stewed soft and tasty. Little Fubao's little hand tightly grasped a piece of braised pork, and the juice flowed down the little guy's white and tender hand. Little Fubao's mouth was also covered with the braised pork soup, and he ate it with relish. The little guy was very protective of his food, and Wan Erseo couldn't pry her fingers apart. The braised pork was already chopped into pieces in her hands. When Mrs. Wan saw this, she said happily, "Okay. Let her eat. It's okay. It's just a piece of meat. Eat some hawthorn cake to help digestion." Mrs. Wan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that Xiao Fubao's bright eyes were already staring at the plate again, she was so scared that she quickly moved all the plates in front of her. The little guy's movements were so fast that she couldn't defend herself. Xiao Fubao was satisfied with eating the meat he loved. He almost put his entire paw into his mouth and licked it. After that, he opened his dirty little hands to eat the meat. He was originally small, and he saw a smiling face when he sat at the Kong table. At this time, the little guy stretched his neck and opened his eyes wide to look for meat on the table. Mrs. Wan split the whole piece of braised pork into 2 halves and gave half to Xiao Fubao. "My dear, eat. Eat as much as you like. Next year, when the family makes money, I will cook meat for my dear every day." Little Fubao was like a cat that had caught fish. He quickly held his small wooden bowl, stretched out his tender white hands, grabbed the half piece of braised pork from it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Sister Wan saw that she was eating with relish, and did not stop her. She was afraid that her daughter would choke again. And she, as a mother, was distressed. Others saw that little Fubao was cute and soft, and they all started eating happily. Different from the harmonious and festive atmosphere of the Wan family was the Shin family next door. Several sons of the Shin family went to the town to buy things with the money of the old lady Shin, and finally came back before dinner. The family still had an empty pot and an empty stove. During the new year, other families would prepare some hot dishes or something. Even the poorest families would cook a pot of cabbage porridge in the pot, which was at least warm. There was not even a smoke coming out of the kitchen of the Shin family. The whole house was so quiet that only the sound of snoring could be heard. Chapter 127. Old Lady Shin is in a coma. After Shin Lauer came back, he pushed open the door of the main room and saw that no one was in the room. Where are the people? Where did they go? It's the new year. Other people's families are setting off firecrackers and pasting spring festival couplets. But our family has nothing to do. How can we live like this? Shin Lauer shouted and woke up several women in the Shin family. Shin Lauer's wife Ma was still lying on the Kong, and she felt dizzy when she moved her head. Several children were so hungry that they lay limp beside Ma and didn't want to move. Shin Lao-san's wife had injured her foot, and when she saw Gon hiding in the house, she didn't want to be a good person either. It happened that the men went to the town to buy delicious food, so she also hid away. Shin Laosi was gone, and her wife phone was cold all over at this time. The 2 children were still sleeping soundly on the Kong, not knowing that they would never see their mother again. Shin Lao's wife, Gon, was even more carefree. They had no children in their house, and no one could disturb her when she went to sleep. At this time, Li and Gon were awakened by Shin Lauer's loud voice, and hurried out on their shoes. "Second brother, are you back?" How is it? Did you buy food? Gon had not eaten anything good since she married into the Shen family. At this time, she looked at the things in Shen Lao's hands eagerly. She moved her nose, and could smell the aroma of barbecue. Shen Lao hurriedly handed over the roast chicken in his hand. Wife, look what I bought. Roast chicken. Jupilu's roast chicken. They are about to close. I begged the shopkeeper to sell me one. How about it? I'm good to you. Gon snatched the roast chicken from Shen Lao, and was about to open it. Shen Lao said with a dark face, What's wrong with starving ghosts reincarnating? Hurry up and make food. A bunch of lazy people. I'm going out to make food. And you don't even know how to cook at home. Don't you know what day it is? Gon was stopped by Shen Lao's words. Lowered her head and rolled her eyes. Stuffed the roast chicken into Shen Lao's hand angrily. And went to the kitchen. Li also hurriedly limped behind Gon to help in the kitchen. The two sisters-in-law were also hungry. And they had already cleaned up half of the things in the morning. Now everything was ready. And soon the two of them made a pot of rice, and 2 side dishes, and brought them into the main room. Shen Lao Sen had already lit a pot of fire in the main room. The heavy snow outside was already above the feet. And the ears and faces of people were so cold that they hurt. The 3 brothers put the meat they bought on the table. Shen Lao also carried a jar of shadaozi. This liquor was strong and most suitable for winter. After drinking it, he could walk around the whole Shitsi village without feeling cold. When the children heard that there was meat to eat, they all ran out of the house, and circled around the table. Shen Lao scolded them for being unruly. They all sat on the stools obediently, staring at the roast chicken, roast duck, roast goose, and a roast pigeon on the table. The 3 brothers spent all the 5 taels of silver before coming back. Soon the hot dishes were served. And Shen Lao didn't even look at Mrs. Shen. He went to the table and poured a glass of wine for Shen Lao San and Shen Lao respectively, and then picked up chopsticks and started eating with the brothers. Li hurriedly called a few children to eat. And the children didn't care anymore, and directly reached out to grab the meat to eat. Everyone ate with oil dripping from their mouths. Mrs. Shen in the room smelled the aroma of meat, and no one served her for a long time. So she started to curse in the room. You are such filthy, unfilial sons. Your parents are still hungry, and you have the nerve to eat and drink? Aren't you afraid that God will strike you with thunder and kill you one by one? It's the new year, and everyone talks for good luck. But old lady Shen doesn't care at all. The more old Shen listens, the more annoyed he gets. 5th brother's wife. Send some food to mother to shut her up. If she continues to curse, we won't have a good life next year. Gon reluctantly put a few pieces of roast goose with more bones and less meat on the table, and then filled half a bowl of rice and carried it into the inner room. When old lady Shen saw Gon come in, she stared at Gon. Gon was still a little afraid of old lady Shen. When old lady Shen stared at people, her eyes were more white and less black, like dead fish eyes, and looked particularly scary. Gon was so scared that she wanted to put down the food and leave quickly. But she never thought that old lady Shen grabbed her arm. Gon screamed out of fear. Although old lady Shen was old, she was still very strong. Half of her body had been dragged to the edge of the Kong by Gon. She was about to fall down if she went any further. But she still had no intention of letting go. Old lady Shen heard his wife scream and ran into the house. Mom, what are you doing? Your daughter-in-law brought you food. And you're not happy? Old lady Shen stepped forward and tried to separate the two. But old lady Shen's hands seemed to be stuck to Gon's body, and she just wouldn't let go. Old lady Shen could only pry old lady Shen's hands apart one by one, without Gon's support. Old lady Shen didn't pay attention to old lady Shen's posture at this time. With a thump, old lady Shen fell down from the Kong. The ground was a muddy ground that had been stepped on for decades. It was not only bumpy, but also harder than bricks. Old lady Shen broke her head immediately, and her legs were disabled, so she couldn't move at all. This scared Shen Lao and his wife. Shen Lao and Shen Lao San had drunk a few cups of shadaozi and felt a little dizzy. When they heard the noise inside, they stood up and went to check the situation. Lao, what's wrong? Where's mother? Shen Lao didn't see old lady Shen on the Kong. The light in the room was dim. There was only a vague shadow of old lady Shen falling on the ground, and she was blocked by Shen Lao behind her. Shen Lao hesitated and didn't dare to speak. If the second brother knew that mother fell because of them, they would definitely have to take the responsibility of taking care of the old lady. It was scary to think about it. Although Shen Lao was a little dizzy, his mind was still clear. He immediately found something wrong. He pushed Lao San away and walked into the room with weak steps. Only then did he see old lady Shen on the ground. Mother? What did you do to mother? Just now the old lady was cursing with full force. Why is she lying on the ground and not talking now? Shen Lao pulled Shen Lao away and squatted down to look at old lady Shen. Only to find that old lady Shen's head was broken and she was unconscious. Shen Lao quickly carried old lady Shen to the Kong and carefully examined her with a bean-sized flame. He found a crack on old lady Shen's head. At this time, blood kept pouring out of the crack. And old lady Shen's body was also covered with blood. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you help mother stop the bleeding? Seeing blood on New Year's Day is such an unlucky thing. And you two don't know the taboo? Shen Lao quickly pulled the frightened Gon out of the house. Shen Lao San was also sober from drinking, and hurried forward to help. There is a custom in their village that if an elderly person in the family dies in an accident during the new year, then the family is not far from being broken up. Therefore, the brothers were in a panic and just prayed that old lady Shen could survive this and not die during this period. Gon was ordered by old lady Shen to boil water. He went to find a clean cloth to bandage old lady Shen. He remembered that there was still dirt and oil at home. The old man said that it could stop bleeding. He searched through boxes and cabinets to find it. He remembered that he seemed to have used it some time ago, and he couldn't remember where he put it in a panic. It took a lot of effort to find a small porcelain bottle. Gon had already boiled hot water and just brought it over. The sons and daughters-in-law were busy and finally stopped the bleeding on old lady Shen's head. But old lady Shen remained unconscious. At this time, a child's cry came from the west wing. Mom, wake up. Look at Xinger. What's wrong with you? Chapter 128 Feng's death. The brothers of the Shen family just breathed a sigh of relief. But Xinger's shout made them nervous again. Second brother? It seems to be Xinger. Could it be that something happened to the fourth brother's wife? Shen Lao San's face was a little pale, looking at the location of the west wing. Shen Lao cursed. It's really unlucky. It's New Year's Day, and there are so many things going on. What are they doing? Fifth brother. Quickly ask your wife to see what's going on in Feng's room. Shen Lao had a gloomy face and yelled at Shen Lao Wu. After Gon had bandaged old lady Shen, she slipped away to eat meat, but found that the meat on the table had been snatched away by several children. Gon scolded several children one by one, and also mockingly. At this time, Gon was angry and ignored Shen Lao's shouting. She was kind enough to deliver food to her mother-in-law, but was pulled by the old woman. As a result, she fell off the Kong, delaying her meal. As a daughter-in-law, why could Li sit and eat? Li only injured one foot. Not the bones, but just a superficial injury. She wanted to be the master at home? It's a dream. Gon ignored Shen Lao's shouting and went back to her room with a shrug, and closed the door heavily. Since she was not happy, no one else should be happy. Shen Lao also heard the noise Gon made, and his face became darker as he looked at Shen Lao. What do you mean? Your daughter-in-law? Is there still respect? Just shrug me off like this? You can't even manage a woman? Shen Lao lowered his head, and no matter what Shen Lao said, he didn't refute, but he didn't move, which was equivalent to a silent protest. Shen Lao sneered angrily. Okay. You guys have grown powerful. Right? Okay. Then we will divide the family today. We have already divided the money and other things. We will ask the village chief to divide the things in the family tomorrow. But you two injured my mother. Before my mother recovers, you two will be in charge of her. Shen Lao was originally very happy to divide the family, but now he heard the second half of the sentence. His face turned pale, and he suddenly looked up at Shen Lao. Second brother, what you said is a bit unreasonable. Mother's fall was just an accident. How can you blame us? Shen Lao quickly argued. Shen Lao didn't want to argue with Shen Lao, so he just said, do you dare to say that mother's fall has nothing to do with you two? Swear on your descendants. Shen Lao wanted to refute subconsciously, but he didn't expect that his second brother was so cruel. He asked him to swear on his descendants. Doesn't this mean that he would have no descendants? Shen Lao didn't dare to quibble immediately. Second brother, can I go and see her? Don't be angry. We are brothers. If there is anything, we can talk it out. I will teach my wife a lesson later and ask her to apologize to the second brother. Shen Lao did not respond and walked out directly past Shen Lao. Shen Lao patted his chest and hurried to see Feng. As soon as he walked into Feng's room, He smelled a foul smell. It should be that Feng's feces and urine were on the Kong, and no one cared about her. Shen Laowu pinched his nose and stood at the door and shouted inside, Xinger, I am the fifth uncle. What happened to your mother? What are you crying about on New Year's Day? Shen Xinger heard the voice of the fifth uncle and looked outside with a pair of timid eyes. There was snow all over the sky outside, which was much brighter than inside the house. Shen Xinger whimpered, Uncle Wu, my mother is so cold and she's not moving. Xinger wanted to call her to get up and eat some meat, but she didn't move or open her eyes. Shen Laowu's face suddenly changed. Could Feng be dead? He didn't care about the bad smell in the room. He strode into the room and came to the Kong. He saw that Feng's face was pale and her lips were bloodless. He used his hand to feel Feng's breath and found that there was no breath at all. Shen Laowu stepped back in fear. Dead? Why would it be today? Shen Laowu turned around and ran out of the house. When he crossed the threshold, he almost fell flat on his face. Second brother. Third brother. It's bad. Something happened. Shen Laowu rolled back to the upper room. When Shen Lao heard these words, he shouted impatiently, Why are you yelling? Can't you talk nicely? Second brother. Feng is dead. Shen Lao and Shen Lao Sen also changed their faces when they heard this. Feng was still young, and now she died on New Year's Eve, which made several people feel cold in their hearts. Even Li, who was sitting next to them, turned pale. They all focused on old lady Shen and really ignored Feng. Shen Lao began to blame Feng at this time. This woman didn't choose a good time to die, but on New Year's Eve. Unlucky! Unlucky! Second brother. It's useless to say this now. What should we do? Shen Laowu was completely clueless and had no idea at all. Shen Lao San did not speak either, and the two brothers looked at Shen Lao. Shen Lao had also sobered up, and now he was pacing in the main room with his hands behind his back, looking very ugly. What else can we do? Feng Sure was dragged to death because mother was reluctant to spend money on her medical treatment. Even if she turned into a ghost to seek revenge, it would be mother's business, and it has nothing to do with us. Look at you bears. You are so scared that you almost wet your pants. As soon as Shen Lao finished speaking, the door of the main room was instantly pushed open by a cold wind mixed with snow foam, and the door panel hit the wall with a loud bang. The people in the room were frightened and screamed at the same time. After the wind and snow passed, Shen Lao plucked up the courage to walk over and close the door. But he clearly heard the cry of Feng Shure's child coming from the west wing. Old 3. Old 5. You two go and bring Feng's children over. The people in the fourth house rely on these two children to carry on the family line. We can take care of Feng's children and be worthy of old 4. But old 3 and old 5 did not move. They were frightened at this time, and both of them shook their heads like rattles. Brother, why don't you go? The family is now relying on you. Go and say a few words to Feng's body, so that Feng can leave quickly and safely. We will bury her at dawn. Old 3 Shen trembled as he spoke. In the end, old 2 Shen took the two to the west wing together. Feng's two children, a daughter and a son, were lying on Feng's body and crying. Old 2 Shen muttered a few words to Feng's body on the edge of the Kong, pulled the quilt up a bit, covered Feng's face, and then carried the two children out of the west wing. It was snowing outside, and the snowflakes hit people's faces as soon as they came out. Several people hurried into the main hall. Shen Lao handed the two children to Li and gone to take care of. For the Shen family, this night was destined not to be a peaceful and harmonious night. But the Wan family had already finished their New Year's Eve dinner and started to stay up all night. Chapter 129, Staying Up All Night. After the meal, the Zhao family sat for a while, sealed red envelopes for the grandchildren of the Wan family, and left. Grandma Wan also prepared a few red envelopes for Wan Xingma, Wan Xingchen, and Wan Yiru. Wan Xingma was embarrassed to accept them, but Grandma Wan forced them into his hands. After the New Year's Eve dinner, they each gave out red envelopes and stayed up all night in their own homes. After the Zhao family left, all the people in the Wan family moved into Grandma Wan's east room. The women and children were all on the Kong. Sister-in-law Wan and sister-in-law Wan were busy taking out the melon seeds, peanuts, and candied dates they had bought for the children to eat. And Lu leaned on the quilt inside the Kong with her pregnant belly. Grandma Wan was holding Xiao Fubao and sitting at the Kong table. The children were around sister-in-law Wan and sister-in-law Wan, although they had just eaten. The children's eyes still lit up when they saw the delicious food. Especially the sweet maltos. The Chinese New Year is the most wonderful thing for children. Especially this year. Not only can they wear new clothes and receive red envelopes, but also the New Year's Eve dinner is more abundant than ever before. In fact, not only children, but also adults are full of expectations for life at the border. Except for the harsh environment at the border. Their family now lives 100 times better than in Yonglu village. They have money in their hands, food at home, and brand new furniture in the house. Everyone has a happy smile on their face. Okay, you naughty monkeys. Go play on the other side. You will have enough food tonight. But one thing. Don't run into your fourth aunt. Grandma once scolded her grandson with a smile. And Wan Erseo also smiled, and drove the children to the other side of the con to play. When Xiao Fubao saw her brothers together without her, she also crawled out of Grandma Wan's arms. Grandma, Fubao wants a pot. Little Fubao supported himself on the con with his hands, knelt on the con with his legs, raised his little butt, raised his little head, and said to Grandma Wan in a baby voice with bright eyes. Grandma Wan quickly let go of little Fubao. Good boy. Go and play with your brothers. Grandma Wan looked up and told her grandchildren. You guys take good care of your sister, and don't make her unhappy. Wan Quan also crawled over and took little Fubao to the middle of the group. One wanted to give little Fubao candy, and the other wanted to peel peanuts for little Fubao. Several little guys began to circle around little Fubao. They liked this sister too much. Little Fubao also liked his brothers. He sat in the middle happily, holding something in each hand and stuffing it into his mouth. Wanwen, you watch your sister. She can't eat too much candy. She's still young and it's bad for her teeth. Wan's second wife told Wanwen with some worry. I know. Mother. Wanwen replied happily. The adults then began to play by themselves. The men of the Wan family sat around the fire pot on the ground, eating melon seeds and chatting. Old lady Wan sat cross-legged while eating melon seeds and asked Wan Erseo. Old second wife. How is Shin tonight? Wan Erseo was taking care of Shin today. She visited Shin before and after the New Year's Eve dinner. Mother. She hasn't woken up yet. But she can eat. I fed her medicine and boiled the ginseng you gave her. I guess she will need to sleep for a while. The doctor said that Shin was overworked and needed more rest. Rest would help her recover. Old lady Wan nodded. To be honest, she was reluctant to give up the ginseng. But there was no good supplement at home. Before Shin Jin Yuan sent the supplement, she had to cut 1 or 2 slices of her own ginseng for Shin to use. At most, it would be counted as silver and deducted directly from the 100 taels. Well, okay. After we finish staying up late, you can sleep in the same room with Shin tonight and take good care of her. If she wakes up and can eat, there is still some mincemeat porridge warm on the stove. You can feed her a bowl. Although tonics are good, grains are the most nourishing. If you can eat, you will get better soon. Don't worry. Mother, I will take care of Shin tonight, so you don't have to worry. Wan Erseo smiled. Old lady Wan looked at the eldest and second eldest Wan and asked, why did you use the mayor's carriage today? Speaking of the carriage, the eldest Wan continued. Mother, this is a coincidence. When we went to the town this morning, we met Jinyo at the entrance of the village. He also went to the town, but he was just looking for the mayor. You also know what happened last night. And Wu was not the arsonist. But she saw the arsonist. After all, there was a fire in the village and people died. The village chief was afraid that the higher authorities would investigate. He was afraid that it would be difficult to explain after a long time. So he arrested Aunt Wu as a suspect. So he took the opportunity to report the case to the town and make a record. Jinyo also helped us a lot on the way. He helped carry Shin to the town all the way. Jinyo knew that our family had some relationship with the mayor. So he begged me to go with him. I couldn't refuse. After all, the village chief took good care of our family. Now that something happened to their family, they didn't need me to do anything more. I just accompanied him. So I went. But things went smoothly. After the mayor took our statements personally, he heard that we were here to see Shin. So he sent his carriage to take us back. Jinyo went downstairs at the entrance of the village and went home. After hearing this, Mrs. Wan also sighed. You only need to know about your Aunt Wu's affairs. But you must not go out and talk nonsense. Understand? This is the private matter of the village chief's family. The village chief has his own reasons for how to deal with it. We outsiders should not make rumors and cause trouble. Just keep your mouth shut and live your own life well. And don't learn to be gossipy. Mrs. Wan took the opportunity to put a tight ring on several sons and daughters-in-law. Mom, don't worry. There has never been anyone in our family who talks too much. You don't have to worry about this. This made Mrs. Wan very relieved. And no one in the family was a gossipy person. Speaking of it, the wind and snow outside are so strong. Whether Shin's brothers can deliver the supplements on time is still uncertain. The heavy snow blocked the road, and it is difficult to go out. Second daughter-in-law. Third daughter-in-law. You two should take good care of her these days. Old Lady Wan listened to the gusty snow outside, and couldn't help but worry. Old Master Wan looked up at the roof. Mom, I don't know if our roof can withstand such heavy snow. No one has lived in this house for half a year, and no one has maintained it. We were in a hurry when we came, and didn't have time to check. Why don't I and the second son go up, and take a look and sweep the snow? Old Lady Wan hesitated for a moment before saying, Okay, but the snow outside is still strong now. People can't open their eyes when they go up. It's too dangerous. Let's wait until the second half of the night. But the snow still needs to be cleared. The house is a big deal. It's unknown how long this snow will last. And it's unknown when we can start building the new house in the spring of next year. Mother, this can only depend on God. We can't control it. But we can go to the town to look for shops at the beginning of the year, and see if there are shops with suitable prices and good locations. We can rent them first. I see that the land is frozen tightly. There are so many people in our family. We can't just stay at home and eat up all the food. It's better to open the shop first. When the spring plowing comes, the shop will be on the right track. And we won't be afraid of being busy at both ends. Wan Lao San was still thinking about his wife's food shop. And bringing it up at this time was considered to open up new ideas for everyone. Wan Lao Er and Wan Lao Si also nodded in agreement. After all, their two families also had a share. I think it's okay. When we were in Yonglu village, there was a lantern festival in the town during the lantern festival. I don't know if there is one here. If there is, we will go to the town to see the excitement and see which shops in the town are doing a booming business. During the lantern festival, every shop will usually send lanterns to attract people. But they didn't stay in the town for long last time. And they were still in prison. So they didn't have time to visit the town. Wan Erseo then continued, Mom, we went to the town today and saw a lot of people in the town. We also saw a lot of people. They looked very fierce. Maybe it's New Year's Eve today. There are not many people on the street. And many shops are closed. They are said to open on the 8th day of the first lunar month. If you have this idea, why not go and have a look on the 8th day of the first lunar month? After all, it takes more than 1 or 2 days to decide to visit a shop. As soon as Wan Erseo finished speaking, Xiao Fubao shouted with a smile on the other side of the con, Mom, Fubao is going. Chapter 130 New Year's Day. Little Fubao's voice attracted everyone's attention, especially Old Lady Wan. She immediately understood what Little Fubao meant. Fubao, do you want to go to the town with everyone to see the shop? Little Fubao was a little confused. She didn't know what a shop was. But she just heard about the lanterns. She wanted to see the lanterns. She heard a few brothers talking about how beautiful the lanterns were. Yes. Little Fubao nodded his head quickly. Okay. Let's take our Little Fubao with us. Old Lady Wan clapped her hands happily. And the matter was settled. Everyone sat for a while. And Old Lady Wan looked at the time, and it was getting late. It was already midnight. The children were yawning from sleepiness. And Little Fubao had fallen asleep in the arms of second sister Wan. Okay. It's midnight. Boss, you guys go burn some incense for the ancestors, and go to sleep. Wan Lao stood up, and put out the brazier on the ground. There was a clay pot on the brazier, which was bubbling with hot water. After burning incense, Wan Lao opened the door of the main room, and found that the snow outside was much smaller. However, it had been snowing for most of the night. When he opened the door, the snow was higher than the threshold, and completely covered his calves. Wan Lao was a little worried. So he ran out to check the roof. There was a thick layer of snow on the roof. The wind and snow were weak at this time. And the noise in the village was louder. No one was asleep at this time. At this time, they all moved ladders out to climb up to the roof to sweep the snow. Brother, the snow is light now. Let's sweep the snow off the roof. If it snows again at night, the roof won't be able to hold up. Wan Lao also ran out to take a look at the roof. Okay. Lao go get the ladder, and Lao San and I will get the shovel and broom. Wan Lao Er had just taken a ladder out of the woodshed and walked a short distance when he saw a figure walking on the snow. Uncle Wan, I sweep the snow for you. You don't have to come up. It's dangerous. Wan Xingmo was standing on the roof with a broom in his hand, his figure standing steadily on the ridge. Thank you. Amor, you have to be careful. Wan Lao De looked up with a trace of worry in his eyes. Don't worry. You guys go into the house quickly. The snow is a bit thick. Don't hit you. Leave it to me. Wan Xingmo stood on the roof and shouted loudly to the people below. Although the snow had stopped, the wind was still strong. As soon as the voice came out, it was swept away by the strong wind. If it wasn't loud, it couldn't be heard at all. Boss Wan gave Wan Xingmo a few more instructions, but he didn't know if he heard them. So he quickly hid in the house. Wan Xingmo finished sweeping the snow on the roof in less than a quarter of an hour. The next morning, Zhao brought her family to pay New Year's greetings to Old Lady Wan's family. Soon, more than a dozen women from the village came to visit. And Old Lady Wan had already told Boss Wan to take his brothers to pay New Year's greetings to the village chief's family. The women who came to visit the village were all gossipy. And Old Lady Wan got a lot of news about Shitsi village from them. And today she brought a big news. Old Lady Wan only now knew that someone from the Shin family next door had died last night. And this Feng was delayed to death by the people from the Shin family. It was a pity that she lost her life at such a young age. Early this morning, the Shin family rolled Feng up with a mat and carried her to the cemetery. Someone died last night, and the funeral was held this morning. This is unheard of in the whole village. Although Old Lady Wan had a grudge against the Shin family, she would not gossip about them behind their backs. She just listened to the women talking about the Shin family. Old Lady Wan, her daughters-in-law, and Zhao just listened with a smile and did not agree. Because Old Lady Wan had a brazier, melon seeds, peanuts, and candied dates at home. The women sat there until noon and had no intention of getting up and going back. Seeing that the melon seeds on the plate were gone again, Wan Erseo did not fill them again. And the women stood up and said goodbye. After sending the villagers away, Wan Erseo turned around and gave them a cold face. These people are so rude. How many melon seeds and peanuts have they eaten? If it wasn't the first day of the Lunar New Year, I would have kicked them out. If I had known these people were like this, I wouldn't have taken anything out to entertain them. I just heard the child's father say that in the village, people are entertained with a glass of water. Families with better financial resources also put some peanuts on the table. But it is limited and just for show. It's nothing like our family. No wonder these people sit there and don't leave. It's like they haven't eaten good food for 800 years. Wan Erseo was so angry that she fired like a machine gun. Grandma Wan smiled and said to Zhao, niece-in-law, don't mind. My second daughter-in-law is just this straightforward. She doesn't take anything to heart. Zhao smiled gently. And Grandma Wan looked at Wan Erseo and scolded, you still have the nerve to say that. This thing is kept by you. If you don't take it out, can others go and rob you? You don't have the tact and you still say that? Those families are so poor that they can't even afford to eat. How can they afford to buy melon seeds, peanuts, and candy dates? Why are you so angry? You are still angry after giving them food. Now that I know their character, I have learned a lesson. Wan Erseo collected the dishes and locked all the good things in the calm cabinet. She would treat anyone who came in the afternoon with a glass of water. Zhao also took the opportunity to say goodbye and went back to make lunch. Old Lady Wan tried to keep them, but failed. After lunch, Old Lady Wan watched her grandchildren playing in the snow in the yard. Little Fubao, wearing a new set of clothes, insisted on playing in the snow. As soon as the little guy entered the snow, he almost disappeared. The snow submerged most of little Fubao's body. Wan Erseo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly picked up her daughter from the snow nest. Little Fubao thought it was fun, and wanted to go with his legs flapping. Wan Erseo quickly asked her sons to clear the snow in the yard. There was no time to clean it in the morning. Only one road was shoveled out. There was nothing to do at the moment. So the Wan family started the snow shoveling campaign in the yard. The yard was divided into several parts, and each family was responsible for one part. The eldest brother Wan was also in a playful mood. He hadn't been so happy for a long time. Since marrying the eldest sister-in-law Wan, he was a little depressed and rarely had the leisure to enjoy life and family affection like now. Old Mrs. Wan didn't care about the adults and children playing together, and coaxed Xiao Fubao back to the inner room. The snow shoveling team outside had a disagreement. Brother, this is not fair. I am the only one in our 4 families. Aren't you bullying me? The second brother has won one to help. Your family is the most advantageous. You have 3 sons. The 4th brother one had a trace of resentment in his eyes, and stood there with a shovel, angrily complaining. Okay. I give you 1 shuang. Now it's okay. A look of success flashed across Wan Laoxi's eyes, and he hurried to pull 1 shuang. Wan Erseo and Wan Sansao were in the kitchen, looking out from time to time, with happy smiles in their eyes. Chapter 131 Infighting in the Shin family. The laughter and joy in the Wan family's yard soon leaked out through the fence. The noise in the Shin family's yard next door also came into the Wan family's yard at the right time. Besides, it was the first day of the new year. Although it was freezing cold outside, there were still people who came to visit and eat and drink. When they passed by the gate of the Shin family's yard and heard the noise coming from inside, they stopped. The people in the Wan family also heard the noise coming from next door. After the people in the Wan family's yard looked at each other for a few times, they lowered their heads and continued to work, without any intention of going out to inquire. The people in the Wan family were now fed up with this neighbor. People say that a close neighbor is worse than a distant relative. Although their family was temporarily living here, they also hoped to have a good neighbor to give them some advice. Old lady one was coaxing Xiao Fubao in the house, and talking to Lu, and she had no idea what was happening next door. At this time, people with good intentions had already poured into the Shin family's yard to watch. After the fence door of the Shin family broke, no one repaired it, and it was left wide open. At this time, Shin Laoer and Shin Laowu were fighting in the yard. Although Shin Laoer was older, his body had been hollowed out by life over the years. In terms of strength and age, he was completely inferior to Shin Laowu, who was still a young man. He was soon pressed to the ground and beaten black and blue. The snow in the yard was too deep, and Shin Laoer was pressed into the snow pit and had no ability to resist. Shin Laowu punched him one by one, with a fierce look on his face and gnashing his teeth. Laowu, you son of a bitch. You are so bold that you dare to hit me. I am the eldest in the family now. You all have to listen to me. You all agreed to the division of the family. If you want to regret it and hit people now, I will let the village chief drive you out of Shitsi village. Shin Laoer fought back while scolding Shin Laowu for disrespecting his brother. Shin Laowu completely ignored Shin Laoer. The onlookers stomped their feet, put their hands in their sleeves, watched the fun and made a fuss. Old second, you are such a fool. You can't even teach your brother a lesson. You have been eating for nothing for so many years. Aren't you ashamed? I usually think that old second Shin is very powerful, but I didn't expect that he is just a paper tiger who can only beat women. You don't know that old second Shin is not only powerful with women, but his women also say that he is powerful in other aspects. What aspects? What aspects? A woman quickly stretched her neck to ask. The older woman winked at the younger woman. That aspect? What does your man do in bed every night? The younger woman suddenly realized. Her face flushed, and she pouted at the older woman and turned away. The older woman laughed at the back of the younger woman. Oh, the little slut is still shy. I heard from her neighbors that she screams more fiercely in bed than a donkey. She is embarrassed here. No one responded to the woman's words, and the woman did not feel embarrassed. She continued to watch Shin Laoer and Shin Laowu fighting with relish. Shin Laowu, why are you two fighting? If you want to split up, why don't you ask the village chief? You beat your second brother to death. You have to pay for your life. You haven't had any children yet, but your second brother has several children. Are you willing to do this? Shin Laowu looked at Shin Laoer, who was dying after being beaten by him, and suddenly stopped. The woman's words woke Shin Laowu up. Tiadon's family. Why are you talking so much? I'm enjoying it. Tiadon's wife curled her lips. You really want to see someone die? Someone died on the first day of the first lunar month. Do you want to keep the reputation of our village? My big dog is going to get married this year. Is there any girl who dares to marry into our village? The village of murderers. Your son is also going to get married? The woman was shut up by what Tiadon's wife said. Shin Laowu shouted into the house. Wife, you go and invite the village chief. And I go and invite the elders. Let's divide the family today. We can't live like this for a day. The second son is too bullying because he is the eldest in the family. Gon didn't show up just now. When she heard the head of the family shouting, she ran out quickly. Tiadon's wife shook her head and disagreed. The village chief was old, and his legs were not well. Now the road was blocked by heavy snow. It would be difficult for him to come out. Old 5. Don't bother the village chief. This morning I saw Genio patrolling every household in the village. I guess he was looking for people who froze to death last night, or if the house collapsed. He hasn't come back yet. How can the village chief come here with a limp? How can you divide the family on the first day of the new year? Your mother doesn't care about you. It's really nonsense. According to rural customs, the family cannot be divided in the first month of the year. If the family is divided, the family will either be broken up or people will die. The Shin family doesn't care about these things. Tiedon's mother sighed and couldn't bear to watch it anymore. So she slowly left. Gon stood at the door, not knowing whether to go or stay. Finally, Shin old 5 thought for a while and said, "Wife, you go back. I go find the elders. I won't bother the village chief about the division of the family. I go and ask my third and fourth uncles to come." Shin old 5 walked out in the knee-deep snow. Other families had cleared a path in their yards early, but no one cleared the snow in Shin's yard. The men slept until mid-morning, and only Gon could move among the women. However, Gon was a lazy person who would not even help a fallen oil bottle. Shin Laowu also doted on her, and was reluctant to let her work. Shin Lao-san and his wife hid in the house, not even showing their faces. They listened to the movement in the yard with their ears erect. When they heard Shin Laowu was going to ask the elders, they hurried out of the house. "Fifth brother, it's so snowy, and the road is not easy to walk. I go with you." Shin Lao-san was very cunning. He was afraid that Shin Laowu would confuse right and wrong in front of the elders, and then let the elders take the lead and favor the fifth house. So he had to accompany him to see. Shin Laowu ignored this third brother. He wanted to go, and no one could stop him. Seeing that there was nothing to watch, the onlookers dispersed. They didn't eat lunch anyway, and they stood outside for a long time. Their bodies were almost frozen into ice. After a whole afternoon of arguing, the Shin family finally split up. The money, property and house in the family were easy to divide, but no one cared about the problem of old lady Shin. Several sons couldn't support an old mother. The clan elders made the final decision. Those who didn't take care of her would get silver. If they didn't take silver or take care of her, they would be expelled from Shitsi village. Under the coercion of the clan elders, the 3 sons of the Shin family finally reached an agreement to take turns to take care of old lady Shin. It started with the second son of Shin's family. Each family took turns for 1 month. The second son of Shin also had to take care of the injured Ma and the paralyzed and comatose old lady Shin. The second son of Shin didn't have such a good temper. They directly moved the two into the straw shed to live. As a result, they froze to death before the next day. This matter spread quickly in the village. The Shin family was the first to freeze the old mother to death. The Shin family has been unlucky recently, but it doesn't affect other families' lives. Time flies, and it's the Lantern Festival. The Wan family originally planned to go to the town to check out the shops on the 8th day of the first lunar month. But the road was blocked by heavy snow, and they couldn't go anywhere. Fortunately, there has been no snow in the past half month, and the sun is shining every day, which has melted the snow on the road. Moreover, Shin, who has been raised in the Wan family for half a month, can get out of bed and move around. On the Lantern Festival, Grandma Wan asked everyone to go to the town to play together. The children were almost crazy with joy in the morning. This was the second festival that made them happy besides the Chinese New Year. Just when they were preparing to go out, 2 carriages appeared at the door of Grandma Wan's house at the same time. Chapter 132. Someone is coming. Mother! Someone is coming! Sister Wan was running after Xiao Fubao in the yard, sweating all over. She looked up and saw 2 carriages parked at the door. The door was wide open at this time, and she could see the people getting off the carriages at a glance. The person getting off the first carriage looked familiar to Sister Wan. Old Lady Wan was in the house persuading Shin to go out with her. Shin had just recovered from a serious illness and was still a little thin. Old Lady Wan took advantage of the family's fabrics in the past few days and asked Sister Wan and Sister Wan to cut a new dress for her. The money was also deducted from the 100 taels of silver. Shin was wearing the new clothes that had just been made. Shin was originally handsome, but she had always been despised as a jinx. She always lowered her head when she saw people and dared not look directly at others. Shin had been married into the Shin family for so many years, but the village did not have a clear impression of Shin's appearance. Old Lady Wan looked at Shin, who had cleaned up neatly, and felt a little pity for her. Look at how good your daughter is. The Shin family is really guilty. They didn't cherish such a virtuous and capable daughter-in-law, but tortured her. The Shin family deserves retribution. My daughter, you will be free in the future, and you don't have to live by others' faces. I think your elder brother is capable, and you will have a good life in the future. A glimmer of hope flashed in Shin's eyes. She only knew that her brother, who had been missing for many years, was found after she woke up. Although she didn't see how Yuan looked now, she thought he was more handsome. When she picked him up, Shin Jin-yuan was a handsome child. Later, he was raised in the Shin family for many years, and his appearance became more and more handsome. For Shin, the news of Shin Jin-yuan's return was undoubtedly the best news she had heard in these years. This news made Shin feel much more energetic. She thought that even if she escaped from the hell of the Shin family, she would be alone and helpless and bear the name of a jinx. Her life would be difficult in the future. Unexpectedly, her Yuaner came to find her. Old Mrs. Wan heard the call of Wan Urseo, and quickly got off the con, patted Shin and said, "Girl, you sit down first. Auntie will go to see." Shin nodded gently. "Who is here?" Old Mrs. Wan asked Wan Urseo while holding the door frame of the main hall. There was not only Wan Urseo in the yard, but also a few boys playing. Seeing the carriage at this time, everyone stood in the yard and looked out. Shin Jin-yuan was followed by a servant at this time, carrying large and small bags in his hands and getting off the carriage. Old Mrs. Wan's eyesight was still good, and she could tell at a glance that it was Shin Jin-yuan. She quickly stepped over the threshold and walked out. "Oh, is this Mr. Shin?" Before Shin Jin-yuan spoke, the servant behind him scolded, "This is the county magistrate. You must not be rude." Shin Jin-yuan turned his head and glared at the servant, and scolded him sternly, "Stop talking. Get out." The servant's face froze, thinking that this new master was really moody. But he didn't dare to say anything else. Took the things in his hand into the house, and quickly left the yard. But at this time, everyone in the Wan family finally knew Shin Jin-yuan's identity. Where had old lady Wan seen the county magistrate? At this time, she was a little scared. Seeing that old lady Wan was about to kneel down, Shin Jin-yuan quickly grabbed old lady Wan. "Old lady, don't be polite. My identity today is just a junior. You don't have to be nervous. Just do what you should do." Old lady Wan quickly led people into the house. The women of the Wan family didn't dare to approach the main room at this time, and they all squeezed into the west wing. The men of the Wan family lowered their heads and followed Shin Jin-yuan into the house. "Sir, I didn't know your true identity before, so I'm sorry for offending you. Please forgive me." Grandma Wan knelt down, and the others followed her and crawled on the ground, not daring to breathe. Shin Jin-yuan stood up and helped Grandma Wan up personally. "Madam," I said, "I'm not the county magistrate today. I'm my eldest sister's brother. I wonder how my eldest sister is doing now." Shin Jin-yuan didn't see Shin, and he was a little worried. At this time, a trembling voice came from the door of the east room. "Yuaner? Are you Yuaner?" Shin held the door frame of the east room and looked at Shin Jin-yuan with tears in her eyes. The thin and handsome boy in Shin's memory has now grown into a handsome gentleman, showing his elegance in every move. Shin Jin-yuan looked up at Shin, and quickly walked past the crowd. "Eldest sister, Yuaner is late, and you have suffered." Shin Jin-yuan rushed to Shin, knelt down, and knocked his head heavily on the ground. Shin covered her face with tears. She squatted down and helped Shin Jin-yuan up. The brother and sister hugged each other and cried. The crying made people cry. Old lady Wan was originally distressed about Shin, and seeing this scene, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. But fortunately, old lady Wan was experienced in human relations. She wiped her tears with a handkerchief and stepped forward to separate the two. "My lord, your elder sister has just recovered and is not easily overjoyed or sad. You siblings will never be separated again. There is a long time to come. How about we sit down and reminisce about the past?" Shin Jin-yuan then let go of Shin and helped the elder sister to sit on the chair. "Second brother, hurry up and ask your wife to make tea. Third brother, ask your wife to make some hot water to wipe Shin's face. Hurry up." Grandma Wan gave a series of instructions, and everyone in the Wan family got busy. The family, who were originally preparing to go out, were completely disrupted by Shin Jin-yuan's sudden visit. Shin Jin-yuan looked at Shin carefully and felt that the elder sister was still too thin. Although her complexion was much better than half a month ago, her body was still very thin. Eldest sister. I came here this time to take you to live with me in Xianing County. I wonder if the elder sister is willing. Shen Jinyuan looked at Shen nervously with a pair of dark eyes. He was afraid that Shen would not agree. And he was very nervous. He wanted to take care of his elder sister. Shen still had tears in her eyes. But she smiled and nodded gently. Shen Jinyuan's eyes immediately burst into childlike joy. He could finally take care of his sister. But Shen was also worried. Yuan, I am an unlucky person. Will I cause you trouble if I go to your house? And I just heard that you have become an official and the county magistrate. I am so happy that you can have a promising future. And it is worth it for your parents to support you. Eldest sister. Who said you are an unlucky person? You are my lifesaver. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be who I am today. You are a noble person. The noble person of the county magistrate of Xianing County. Old Lady One was standing aside at this time. Thinking in her heart. Xianing County? Isn't that the place where they are now? Old Lady One realized that when Xiao Fubao said that Shen was good, it didn't just mean that Shen was a good person. It turned out that Shen had such a powerful brother. My Lord County Magistrate. In a place far away from the border. The County Magistrate is the most important official. Chapter 133 Arrest. When Mrs. Wan was immersed in shock, she heard Shen Jinyuan say again. Eldest sister. But you are not fit for long journeys now. And there are still some people in the county government that I have not dealt with yet. I am afraid that you will be hurt. I think the old lady and her family are all kind people. You should stay here for more than a month. When it gets warm in the spring, your body will be almost healed. And your brother will come to pick you up. Shen looked worried when she heard it. Yuan, what trouble have you encountered? Can your sister help you? Shen knew that Shen Jinyuan might have encountered problems in the officialdom. And she would definitely not be able to help. But she still couldn't help asking. Shen Jinyuan comforted Shen and said, Eldest sister, don't worry. I can handle it. These are some minor problems left over from the previous county magistrate. My brother is no longer the Shen Jinyuan of his childhood. He can protect me. I don't know where my parents' graves are. Next time when my brother comes back, we will go to burn incense for them together. Let's make them happy. I can be considered to have returned home in glory, and not let them down. Shen nodded and wiped her eyes. Yuan, you don't have to worry about your elder sister. As long as you work hard for the people, your parents will be pleased. Our Shen family will be extinct until your sister. I didn't expect to find you. Our Shen family's ancestral graves can be considered to be filled with smoke. Yuan, you must be an honest official. After the brother and sister talked for a while, Shen Jinyuan asked Mrs. Wan, Old lady, I don't know how the Shen family next door abused my eldest sister. Please tell me in detail. Abusing a daughter-in-law should also be punished. Old Lady One sighed. Sir, what's the point of punishment? The old woman who abused your eldest sister is dead. This is also retribution. She abused your eldest sister. And her son abused her. The cycle of justice. No one can escape. Shen Jinyuan frowned. And his voice couldn't help but bring a hint of official authority. What's going on? Old Lady One told the Shen family what happened on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Oh, I was worried that there was no crime to punish the Shen family. After saying that, Shen Jinyuan stood up and walked out. Chi Tang, come in. Shen Jinyuan shouted outside the yard. The servant just now immediately trotted in. Sir, I'm here. Go to the village entrance and call the constable. Mrs. Wan didn't expect Shen Jinyuan to bring the constable with him this time. She was shocked. He must be well prepared. Mrs. Shen also stood up in shock. Yuan, what are you doing? Mrs. Shen helped Shen into the house. Eldest sister, don't worry about it. Just sit down and watch your brother help you get revenge. Mrs. Shen's face turned pale. She was secretly anxious and couldn't help coughing. Eldest sister, what's wrong with you? Cough cough. I'm fine. Cough cough. Mrs. Wan quickly brought a glass of water and handed it over. Shen felt much better after drinking the water. Yuan, you can't act on impulse. You are the county magistrate. No matter how the Shen family treats me, they are good people. You must not seek revenge for your elder sister. Right? Shen Jinyuan smiled and said, Eldest sister, don't worry. I know my limits. The Shen family abused me to death. People in your village are all witnesses. The laws of my Sanyu country stipulate that anyone who is unfilial must be educated and sentenced to 3 years in prison. They must learn filial piety and reflect on their mistakes every day in prison. However, Whether they can come out alive after entering the cell is not something that the Shin family can control. Can he still let these people come out alive after entering his territory? However, Shin Jinyuan did not say this in front of Shinshur, because he was afraid that Shinshur would worry about him. Shinshur did not say anything more immediately after hearing this. If she could let these people go to jail for a few years, she would also feel relieved. Soon Shi Tang led a team of constables into the village. It was the first time for the constables to enter the village, and they were immediately surrounded. The people have a natural fear of officials. However, those who were exiled were much calmer than the local natives. After all, they had either been officials or had seen officials. When Shin Jinyuan came out of the Wan family's yard, the people outside immediately knelt on the ground. I, the humble people, pay my respects to the county magistrate. Shin Jinyuan didn't want to disturb the people, but such a big scene was inevitable. Everyone, get up. I don't mean to disturb the people. Since all the villagers are here today, I can be a witness. Shin Jinyuan waved his hand and said to the constables, go and arrest Shin Lao, Shin Lao-san, and Shin Lao next door. Yes, sir. The constables, led by Constable Wang, quickly headed towards the Shin family. The people of the Shin family were still sleeping soundly, and they didn't realize that a disaster was about to come. Constable Wang knocked on the door loudly, and Shin Lao came to open the door in a daze. Who is this? It's so early in the morning. Can't you let me sleep peacefully? Catch him. At the command of Captain Wang, several constables came up from behind and immediately arrested Shin Lao. Shin Lao was so frightened that he screamed when he saw the official uniform clearly. At this time, his legs were weak, and he couldn't stand up. He was barely standing up by two yamen runners. But his face was pale. His head was numb. His mind was blank. And he was at a loss for a moment. Sir, what crime have I committed? Shin Lao trembled and dared not look up at the official. His voice was intermittent, obviously too frightened. Humph. Take him away to see the adults. Then Shin Lao-san and Shin Lao-si were also taken out by the yamen runners. The villagers put down their work and ran to tell each other. At this time, the road in front of the Wan family was full of people, blocking the way. The villagers looked at Shin Jinyuan with awe and curiosity in their eyes. Shin Jinyuan was wearing a sky-blue thick brocade robe, a cloak on the outside, and a rabbit fur cotton hat on his head. His face was calm, and his eyes were sharp. Behind him stood several yamen runners, wearing official swords on their waists, long boots on their feet, and yamen runners' uniforms. They all stood straight and looked majestic. Seeing this, the people stepped back, leaving a space and keeping a distance from the officials. Some bowed their heads and bent over to show respect, while others whispered and talked. The children watched curiously, but were hurriedly pulled away by the adults for fear of offending the officials. The originally lively village became quiet because of the arrival of the detectives, and the air was filled with an atmosphere of awe and tension. Sir, the criminal has been brought here. The two brothers of Shin Lao were escorted by several yamen runners, with their heads lowered, passing in front of the villagers. The originally quiet atmosphere finally changed a little. What did the Shin family do wrong? I don't know, but the Shin family has bad luck this year. It's their own fault. That's right. First, they threw their hard-working sister-in-law into the cemetery, then let Feng die of illness at home, and threw my mother and Ma into the straw shed to freeze to death. The men in their family are really worthless. There were 6 women in the family, and now there are only 2 left. I don't know if they can survive. In my opinion, it's not the Shin family that is unlucky for their family, but the men in their family who are unlucky for the women. Shh. Stop talking. Look at Shin Lao, who still has the nerve to cry out for injustice. Sir, I am innocent. I have never done anything evil. I have never even committed any petty crimes. Please help me. When Shin Lao saw Shin Jinyuan, he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to cry out for injustice. At this time, Old Lady Wan had asked Old Master Wan to move out a chair. Shin Jinyuan gathered his cloak and sat on the chair, looking down at Old Second Shin's head. But his heart was already filled with resentment. Chapter 134, Replacement of the Old and New Village Chiefs. Unjust? I never arrest innocent people. Where is the village chief? The village chief had been carried by Jinyo to the crowd, but he dared not breathe. When he heard Shin Jinyuan calling him, he hurriedly limped forward to salute. No need to salute, village chief. Just stand and answer. Shin Jinyuan saw at a glance that the village chief was inconvenient to move, and exempted the village chief from the courtesy before the village chief saluted. Thank you for your sympathy. I am the village chief of Sheetsi village. I meet you. Someone sued the Shin family for abusing my mother to death. I want to ask you, is this true? Shin Jinyuan had a dignified face, a clear voice, and a sharp gaze at the village chief. The village chief was so scared that he was sweating profusely. He quickly bowed and said, My lord, it is true. Shin Jinyuan stood up suddenly, and his whole body exuded a majestic aura. You are the village chief, but you do nothing and allow the sons in the village to abuse the elderly without admonishing or educating them. Do you know your crime? The village chief knelt on the ground, enduring the pain in his legs, and sweat dripped down his face. Seeing this, Jinyo hurried forward to support his father and knelt down to plead for the village chief. My lord, if you want to punish someone, please punish me. Although my father is the village chief, I broke my leg some time ago and I acted on his behalf. The Shin family disrespected the elderly and abused them to death. I was not careful. Please forgive my father. Shin Jinyuan nodded secretly. Although the village chief was not very good, the children he educated were still very responsible and filial. Originally, he did not intend to cause trouble for the village chief. He just felt that if the village chief had done something when his elder sister was bullied by the Shin family, his elder sister would not have suffered so much. However, he is now a parent official and cannot easily vent his hatred on the people. Jinyo didn't hear Shin Jinyuan give in for a long time, and he was extremely nervous. The village chief of Sheetsi village did nothing during his tenure and failed to educate the villagers in time, which led to the deaths of the Shin family one after another. He was dismissed from the position of village chief. However, the village chief's son behaved properly and was filial. He can be the new village chief. I hope you can take on the responsibility of educating the villagers in the future. In fact, if the village chief had intervened to stop the Shin family from abusing Shin at the beginning, the subsequent tragedy would not have occurred. The surprise came too suddenly, and Jinyo was stunned for a moment, and then kowtowed to thank him. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I will do my best to educate the villagers, and will never let the Shin family's incident happen again. Shin Jinyuan nodded with satisfaction, and then said, Okay. Help your father up. I still have something to ask you. Yes. Thank you, sir. Jinyo quickly got up from the ground and helped the village chief up. The village chief just knelt down in pain, and it was even more difficult to get up now. But he couldn't lose his composure in front of the adults, so he could only endure it and said nothing. He got up from the ground. The piercing pain made him sweat all over. His inner clothes were all wet, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Dad, are you okay? Jinyo looked at the old village chief worriedly. Now Jinyo is the village chief, so his father is the old village chief. The old village chief waved his hand. It's okay. You cooperate with the adults to handle the case. Don't worry about Dad. Old lady one quickly asked Wan Lao De and Wan Lao Er to help the village chief into the house. Big brother, second brother, you two quickly helped the village chief into rest. After the old village chief left, the case continued. Shin's second brother had understood at this time that he was arrested for abusing the elderly, but he was not familiar with the laws of Sangyu country. Could abusing the elderly be a crime? There are many unfilial sons in the world. Why should he be arrested for abusing the elderly? This master doesn't have any grudge against him, right? At this time, Shin Jinyuan ordered the servant Shi Tang. Shi Tang, go to the carriage to prepare pens and ink. Old lady one was very considerate and quickly asked one third brother to go back and move the table. It was a bit cold outside, but the reason why Shin Jinyuan insisted on handling the case outside was that he wanted to use actual cases to educate the villagers. This place is located at the border. The people are fierce, and criminal cases occur frequently. The court has always been a headache, and no one is willing to come to Xianing County. The last county magistrate spent a lot of money and went through a lot of ways to be transferred from here. And Shin Jinyuan grew up here since he was a child. He has feelings for the border. After high school this time, he directly applied to serve as the county magistrate here. After the table was moved, Shi Tang had already prepared the pen and ink. Shin Jinyuan was ready to take notes himself. This time he did not bring a lawyer with him, and he had to do everything himself. At this time, an old man came up and said respectfully, Sir, the criminal knows a few words. Why don't you let the criminal do the recording of the copy? Shen Jinyuan glanced at the old man. Although he was dressed in rags, he was still neat. And the other party called himself a criminal. He should be an exile prisoner and proficient in writing. Shen Jinyuan nodded and pushed the pen, ink, paper and inkstone to the side. Boss Wan quickly brought out another stool for the old man. After the old man bowed and thanked him, he sat down below Shen Jinyuan. Who is kneeling? Tell me your name. My lord. I am Shen Fugui. Shen Lao shivered on the ground and replied. I am Shen Fuhai. Shen Lao San also said in a panic. I am Shen Fuyo. Shen Lao knelt behind his two brothers. But he was quite calm. Shen Fugui. You abused the elderly to death. Allowed your wife and children to abuse your eldest sister-in-law. And carried your eldest sister-in-law, who was only breathing, to the cemetery to abandon her. Is what I said true? Shen Jinyuan's voice was clear and every word hit Shen Lao's heart. But he couldn't plead guilty so easily. After all, if he pleaded guilty, he would most likely go to jail. He heard that the people imprisoned in the prison were all murderers and desperate criminals. And they would die if they went in. Sir, I am innocent. My mother was dragged off the Kong by the old couple and fell unconscious. We separated on the first day of the new year. The old couple should have taken care of the old lady. But they pushed the responsibility of taking care of her to my second wife. I also had to take care of my seriously injured wife, and could not take care of the old lady at all. I put her in the straw shed, and prepared to clean the house, and get rid of the smell. Who would have thought that she would freeze to death? Shen Jinyuan's face was gloomy. As expected, poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. Even with solid evidence, he still wanted to quibble. It seems that he will not give up until he reaches the Yellow River. Come here. Bring Li and Gon up. Li limped. And Gon and her were brought here by the Yamen runners like two quails. I greet you, sir. Both women knocked their heads on the mud, and their voices unconsciously became much smaller. Raise your heads. I ask you questions and answer truthfully. Otherwise, you will be contemptuous of my authority, and each of you will be beaten with 20 sticks. Li and Gon were terrified. Sir, I will report the truth and beg you to spare my life. Tell me the whole process of how your mother-in-law was killed, and I will spare your physical pain. Li quickly told the whole story. Anyway, the whole process had nothing to do with their third room, so she couldn't be implicated in getting beaten. It was all done by the second and fifth sons. Sir, it was the fifth son and his wife who dragged my mother off the Kong and knocked her unconscious. After the family split up, the second son thought my mother was a burden and threw my mother and my second sister-in-law into the shed. She died the next day. After saying this, Li quickly lowered her head, not daring to look around. Chapter 135, Shen's Identity Exposed. Shen Jinyuan looked at Shen Lao again and asked in a deep voice, Shen Fugui, what else do you have to say? Shen Lao cursed in his heart. But facing the identification of his relatives, he had to confess the truth, hoping to be treated leniently. At this time, Shen suddenly came out of the house and knelt on the ground. Sir, I want to sue Shen Fugui for molesting my eldest sister-in-law. Please help me. Shen's face was covered with tears, and she fell heavily on the ground. Shen Jinyuan quickly stood up and went forward to help Shen up. Eldest sister, you are not in good health. You don't need to come out to blow the wind. Just tell me if you have any grievances. Shen Jinyuan's call of elder sister directly made the scene explode. Oh my god. Was I dreaming just now? What did you hear? No. Shen is the county magistrate's sister. Isn't Shen an orphan? In order to raise money for her parents' medical treatment, she married into the Shen family with 1 or 2 taels of silver. At that time, I didn't hear that she had a younger brother. The Shen family is finished now. Don't you think the Wan family is too lucky? You hit the nail on the head. At the beginning, no one knew that Shen was carried away and thrown away by the Shen family. Even if they knew, no one dared to follow her to the cemetery to save her. The Wan family did just that. Not only did they carry her back, they were also willing to keep her at home. They deserved it. Oh, I heard that the village chief was going to use 2 taels of silver to find someone in the village to serve Shen. But the Wan family got it. Huh? 2 taels of silver? How much would be left after paying for medical treatment and medicine? Besides, Shen's reputation was not good at that time. Who would be willing to serve an ominous person, especially a sick person, during the new year? So, people with good hearts will be blessed. Don't be jealous of the Wan family's good luck. Think about who has offended Shin. The women in the crowd suddenly panicked. As for offending Shin, they really didn't offend Shin. They just said some bad things about Shin. There was a buzz of discussion in the crowd. Shin Jinyuan didn't pay too much attention to the people's discussion. After all, Shin had lived in Shitsi village for so many years, and was regarded as an ominous person by everyone. You can guess what these people are thinking without thinking. However, the village chief standing in the crowd was not happy. He felt that it was time to clear Shin's name today. Although he was also shocked that Shin actually had a brother who was a county magistrate. It did not affect what he said next. Sir, Shin has always been regarded as an unlucky person in the village. In fact, it was all done intentionally by Old Lady Shin. Not long after Shin married into the Shin family, Old Lady Shin died, and Old Lady Shin was paralyzed. In fact, it was all done by Old Force Shin. At that time, Old First Shin and Old Force Shin went out to work together. There was an accident on the construction site. Old First Shin lost his life because he protected Old Force Shin from the disaster. Only Jinyo knew about this. Later, Old Force Shin came back and told Old Lady Shin, who beat him up. The two quarreled. Old Lady Shin was pushed to the ground by Old Force Shin, and her legs were broken by heavy objects. In order to prevent her fourth son from being cursed, Old Lady Shin put everything on Shin's head, or to make Shin willing to work hard for the family, and not cause trouble for Old Force Shin. The village chief told the truth at this time, and Shin was also shocked. She sobbed. For so many years, she had been bearing the curse for the fourth room. And the fourth room was the murderer who killed her husband. And the people in the fourth room were all dead. She couldn't take the children. Right? Shin felt angry for a while. And she was holding her breath in her heart, unable to get up or down. The people around started to talk again. No wonder the old lady of the Shin family didn't have a good end. It turned out that she did something immoral. Shin's daughter married into the Shin family. It's been only a few years, but she has been tortured to the point where she is neither human nor ghost. It's pitiful. Okay. Stop talking. Shin has someone to make the decision for her. Just wait and see. No one in the Shin family will have a good end. Shin Jinyuan was furious at this time. He didn't expect that the people in the Shin family were so bold. The mother-in-law tortured the daughter-in-law. And even the brother-in-law wanted to get involved with the sister-in-law. What kind of life did the eldest sister live in the Shin family? Shin Jinyuan's eyes were full of heartache. Shin Jinyuan took the testimony from the old man. Took a look, and a trace of ripples flashed in his eyes. This word? He couldn't help but look at the old man again. But the old man lowered his head and looked respectful, and his expression could not be seen at all. But at this time, Shin Jinyuan had more important things to do. He suppressed his doubts and took the testimony to Shin Laoer. Sign it. Shin Jinyuan threw the testimony in front of Shin Laoer, and the Yamen runner immediately stepped forward and pressed Shin Laoer to sign it. Shin Laoer's face was pale. The on-site trial ended just like that. Shin Jinyuan announced in public, Xianing County, Jinwu Town Shitsi Village Shin Family, Shin Fugui, Shin Fuhai, Shin Fuyo three brothers. Their behavior is contrary to filial piety, ignoring the grace of the elders, acting against reason, and living against their conscience. Don't you know that your body and hair are given by your parents? However, they forget their roots, and do not remember the grace of giving birth to you. They neither take care of you by your bedside nor greet you at your knees. This is really disrespectful. Their behavior is hateful, and their heart is despicable. They are despised by the world, and cannot be tolerated by reason and law. According to the laws of our dynasty, they should be imprisoned for 3 years, and be educated and influenced every day. Only by thinking about their mistakes can they change. Come on. Take these 3 unfilial sons, and take them away. The 3 brothers of the Shin family could not even shout out their injustice at this time. After listening to Shin Jinyuan's teachings, they felt guilty towards old lady Shin. They all lowered their heads and dared not argue, allowing the officials to take them away. Shin Jinyuan helped Shin into the yard of the Wan family. The onlookers were still reluctant to disperse, and still stood far away at the door of the Wan family to watch. Eldest sister, today is the Lantern Festival. I came here specially to accompany you to celebrate the festival. I wonder if you will go to the town to visit the Lantern Festival. The town is not far from here. Shin glanced at old lady Wan, who seemed a little reserved. After all, after knowing Shin Jinyuan's identity, she had a class. Old lady Wan had always been very clear about her identity, and would never cross the line without authorization. Shin saw that old lady Wan's family was very reserved, and she felt a little guilty. However, they were originally going to go to the town to visit the Lantern Festival today. Now that she could go with her brother, Shin was even more excited. Your Honor, we were originally going to go to the town to visit the Lantern Festival today. You see, my sister is wearing the new clothes that my aunt made for me. But since you came, my elder sister is even happier and in much better spirits. Shin Jin-yuan saw that Shin's complexion was indeed much better. Okay, then let's all go together. But there was only one carriage, and it was obviously not enough for so many people. Old lady Wan said at the right time, my lord, my family are all used to doing rough work, and we are also strong. We can just walk to the town, so as not to disturb your family reunion. You can go first. Shin couldn't bear it, and at this time, Wan Urseo came in. Mother, Jinger sent a carriage to pick us up to the town to visit the lanterns. She also sent a carriage waiting at the door. The carriage sent by Chio was very timely, just to ease the current situation. It turned out that the carriage behind Shin Jin-yuan's carriage was the one sent by Chio. The driver had been waiting outside for the opportunity to go in, but he didn't expect that the county magistrate would go in first, so he could only wait patiently outside. There were two carriages now, but no one dared to get on Shin Jin-yuan's carriage. In the end, Shin spoke up and asked the children to sit with her, and the adults to sit in the other one. After the family packed up, they finally set off. Because Wan Jinshu's body had not recovered yet, the Zhao family had said early that they would not go out during the Lantern Festival. The children should have laughed and talked, but because Shin Jin-yuan was there, the children were silent one by one, like a cicada in the cold. Seeing that the children were very reserved, Shin Jin-yuan began to tell them what he had seen and heard over the years, as well as some jokes. Soon, the children's cheerful laughter could be heard in the carriage, and the little Fubao, who was sitting in the back carriage, snuggled in the arms of Wan Urseo. Very well behaved. The carriage arrived in the town after noon. Chio had been waiting at the entrance of the town early. Old lady Wan got off the carriage and looked at the familiar scene, feeling that things had changed. More than 20 days ago, their family was standing here as prisoners waiting to be exiled. But now they can dress in fancy clothes and accompany the county magistrate to visit the Lantern Festival. How can this not make people sigh? Chapter 136, Going to the Town. Mother, you are finally here. Is everything fine along the way? When Chio saw old lady Wan, she hurried over with a smile on her face. Old lady Wan quickly supported Chio with a worried look on her face. Jinger, be careful. Just in case. You must not be careless. Old lady Wan did not say it clearly, but her eyes still glanced at Chio's belly. Chio was shy and whispered, Mother, it may not be. The doctor has checked my pulse several times, and did not say that my pulse is a happy pulse. Silly girl. You have already given birth to 2 children. It's still a short time. It would be strange if you can find out. But you have to pay more attention. You are not a little girl anymore. It's not clear whether this baby is stable. You should pay more attention to everything. Chio felt that what old lady Wan said made sense. It's always good to be careful. Old lady Wan turned around and saw Shin Jin-yuan got off the carriage, so she quickly pulled Chio over to greet him. Jinger, this is the county magistrate. Come and meet him. Although Chio was surprised why the county magistrate appeared here, she was a noble lady, and her etiquette would not be criticized. Chio bowed and performed a standard bow. I greet you, sir. Shin Jin-yuan looked gentle, and changed his majestic expression in Shitsi village. He raised his hand slightly, and said, No need to be polite. This time I am also visiting incognito. Please don't be too formal. Now that we are in town, I have something to do with my elder sister. Why don't we arrange a time to meet again? Shin Jin-yuan was afraid that his presence would disturb other people's interest, and make them feel a little uncomfortable. He also really wanted some private space to be alone with his elder sister for a while. Old lady Wan could taste the meaning as soon as she heard it, and quickly took her family to pay her respects. Well, sir, please, how about we meet at the entrance of the town at 10 p.m.? Shin Jin-yuan nodded. That's great, old lady. Happy Lantern Festival. Sir, Happy Lantern Festival. After saying goodbye to Shin Jin-yuan and his sister, the Wan family separated at the entrance of the town. After Shin Jin-yuan left, the Wan family finally became lively. Mom, I was scared to death. I was so nervous that I didn't dare to speak all the way. I remember that I scolded the county magistrate at the beginning. And now my legs are weak. Juan Urseo patted her chest and exhaled a breath. Juan Sansa also smiled and said, "Then you are the only woman who dares to scold the county magistrate." Several people laughed out loud. "Okay. Let's go to the town quickly. Don't forget that we came here with a mission today. After today, the new year will be over. As the saying goes, a year's plan begins in spring. Our family's affairs should gradually get on the right track. Everything is related to our food and clothing this year." Mrs. Wan's words interrupted everyone's relaxed atmosphere and made everyone excited. Yes, in addition to watching the lanterns today, there is another more important thing: finding a shop. And the shop must be open before the beginning of spring. Chio was still a little confused, because there was a heavy snow on New Year's Eve. Chio did not visit relatives after the New Year. This was the first time she saw Mrs. Wan in half a month. "Mom, what important things do you have? Can I know?" Chio took Mrs. Wan's arm with one hand, and the few people began to walk slowly towards the town. "Well, it's not a secret. Even if I don't tell you, you will know it sooner or later. Your third sister-in-law is planning to open a food shop in the town. We are here today to see where there is a suitable shop." Chio's eyes turned and she hurriedly said, "Mother, how big are you going to open it? Do you have money to spare?" Mrs. Wan then told her about the three-family partnership. Chio listened and started to think about it. She had tasted the food made by the third sister-in-law of Wan. Even when there was no seasoning, she could still stimulate the aroma of the food itself, which showed that her cooking skills were not ordinary. Chio was already eager to make a move. She had no shortage of money now. But money was dead. It would not make money if she kept it in her hands. She had to invest it. When she was in the capital before, she also had more than a dozen dowry shops. She could check the accounts herself and live comfortably with the dowry. Now that she came to the border, everything was unknown. Now she can still have some money for herself thanks to Wang Jio's favor. But her husband is still out of her control. She has to find a way to make money on her own, so that when she tells her daughter about her husband's family in the future, she can save a rich dowry. "Mom, I also want to invest. Do you think it's okay? I also give 10 taels of silver. Can the four of us form a partnership?" Old Mrs. Wan can't make the decision. She called Wan San's wife and Wan Lao San. "Lao San. Lao San's wife. You two come here." "Mom, what's the matter?" Wan San's wife didn't understand, so she hurried over. "It's like this. Jinga heard that we are going to open a food store, and she said she also wants to invest. Do you agree? After all, you will still be in charge of this shop in the future. I won't get involved. Whether you can invest or not is entirely up to you two." Wan Sansaw thought it was nothing. Now they only have 30 taels of silver. If they have more, they may be able to buy a shop. Of course, the more money the better. She is confident that they can make money. "Jing, you want to invest." Sansaw agrees. "But how to divide the money when the time comes? We need to reconsider it. Shio is good at this. After all, she has run more than a dozen dowry shops and has experience." Sansaw, "Don't worry about this. We are not talking about dividing the money. As the saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly. We must draft a contract and write it in black and white." Wan Sansaw looked a little hesitant. She said a little embarrassedly, "Jing, do you not trust Sansaw? We are family members, so there is no need to draft a contract. Right? It seems strange." Shio took Wan Senseo's hand and said with a smile, "Sansaw, you don't understand. This has nothing to do with our family. You can listen to me on business matters. If your business is good, you may open a bigger restaurant in the future. By then, the money we handle will be much more than your food shop. We should follow the formal procedures now, so that the business will not be ruined by uneven dividends. I am also doing this for everyone's good." Old Lady Wan listened on the side. Although she didn't understand it very well, she felt that what Chio said made sense. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. It is better to write it down in black and white. Just do as Jinger said. We will discuss this matter later. Let's look at the shop first today. Old Lady Wan made a decision directly, and the group continued to walk towards the town. Because there was a lantern festival at night, there were obviously many more people in the town than usual. Before they reached the main street, there were already bustling crowds, which was completely different from the situation when they arrived in the town that day. Chapter 137. Wan San saw tasting snacks. Old Lady Shen led a group of people and slowly squeezed into the crowd. It was just past noon, and the whole family was already hungry. Little Fubao was in Wan Saw's arms, with a pair of big black eyes, and he was already too busy. At this time, the sun was high in the sky, and the sunlight sprinkled on the less-paved streets, making them golden. On both sides of the street, shops were lined up, colorful flags were flying, and various signs were shining in the sun. The vendors were shouting, and the hawking sounds were one after another, and it was very lively. There was an endless stream of pedestrians coming and going, some riding tall horses, some driving carriages, and some leading donkeys and pulling camels. Even the clothes are different. The people of Songyu country are all covered with cotton clothes and cotton hats, leaving only their faces. However, the foreign merchants are dressed in a unique way. Some wear colorful brocade robes, while others are wrapped in furry furs, wearing strange hats and colorful paint on their faces. Various vendors have been lined up on both sides of the street, and all kinds of goods are dazzling, from exquisite accessories to practical daily necessities, and even medicinal materials from the grassland. Although this place is located at the border, the variety of goods is not inferior to that of the capital. There are even people selling exotic accessories here. There are bone flutes, sheep horns, ox horns, exquisitely carved jade pendants, gold ornaments inlaid with gems, hand-woven scarves and hats, each of which exudes a unique exotic atmosphere. All kinds of strange things. Even Chio, a native of the capital, has never seen such accessories. There is a small square in the center of the town. At this time, there are jugglers, stilt walkers, fire breathers, tightrope walkers, monkey showmen. The surrounding area is full of people, and cheers burst out from time to time. The children of the one family stretch their necks to look over there. They have never seen such a lively market before, and they all cheered. The air is also filled with the aroma of various foods, the aroma of barbecue, the sweetness of desserts, and the aroma of wine wafting from the wine shop, which makes people salivate. The whole street is full of vitality and vigor, like a flowing painting. But the eldest brother one told several brothers, "You all keep an eye on the children. I heard that there are many beggars on this side, who specialize in catching good-looking children. Every year during the Lantern Festival, there are children who get lost." The eldest brother one grabbed one she with one hand and one shuang with the other hand, and the second brother one grabbed one quan with one hand and one with the other hand. The third son of one held his two sons tightly. The fourth son of one had no children at home, but the crowd was so crowded that it was very difficult for him to take care of Lu. He kept covering Lu's belly with his hands. Lu regretted coming out now. If there was a problem with her pregnancy, she would definitely cry to death. After all, the Lantern Festival was held every year. This child could not come whenever she wanted. Otherwise, why had the second sister-in-law not been pregnant for so many years? Chio and the third sister-in-law of Wan supported the old lady on the left and right. If the old lady was pushed down by the crowd, it would be terrible. There are 8 streets in Jinwu town, for crisscrossing each other in the east, west, south and north. The shops on both sides of the main street have the most popular business. The lanterns tonight are also mainly placed on the main street. At this time, some shops have been decorating their shops with lanterns, waiting to light the lanterns when night falls. Old third wife, since we are in town, let's try some food made by others, to see if the food made by our food shop can meet other people's tastes. I think this place is different from ours. People here like meat, and the cooking methods seem to be slightly different from ours. You should take a look. Try and learn more. Old Mrs. One smelled the smell of barbecue in the air, and her stomach was growling with hunger. Moreover, today is the Lantern Festival, and there is no reason for everyone to be hungry. Sister-in-law Wan San also had this idea. Her eyes were always on the food on both sides of the street, because she was going to open a shop. Sister-in-law Wan San was also very nervous. She couldn't let down so many people's trust in her, and secretly thought that she must do this well. Mom, Fubao is hungry. Little Fubao was tempted by the aroma of barbecue on the street, and his appetite was aroused. At this time, he was softly nestled in sister-in-law Wan Er's arms, looking at sister-in-law Wan Er pitifully with his 2 big eyes. When Wan Erseo went out, she had 100 big coins in her pocket. When she heard that her daughter was hungry, she felt distressed. Mom, let's buy some food. The children are hungry. Wan Erseo held little Fubao and squeezed to the side of Old Lady Wan. Old Lady Wan had just finished talking to Wan Sansaw about eating. When she saw that little Fubao in Juan Urseo's arms was not in good spirits, she knew that this little darling was hungry. Okay, let's find a place to rest and eat first. I am hungry after smelling the fragrance for a long time. Let alone these little monkeys. Little Fubao immediately became energetic. She smiled softly, put her arms around Juan Urseo's neck, and said in a baby voice, Fubao Karuru? Rururu is fragrant. Okay, buy some meat for Fubao. Wait, Grandma will ask your dad to buy some. Now only the two children led by Juan Lauer are older and won't run around. Lauer, hurry up and buy some food. My Fubao is starving. Children can't be hungry for too long. If they are hungry, they will not grow taller. Wanwen hurriedly said with a smile, Grandma, I'm hungry too. I'm growing taller too. Go away. You have thick skin and flesh. It doesn't matter if you starve for a while. Wanwen said. He was helpless about Grandma's large double standard scene. Grandma Wan took out 100 big coins from her pocket and gave them to Juan Lauer. Buy more. Try to buy different flavors. Lao San's wife. You and your second brother go together. You decide what to buy. Juan San's wife couldn't wait to take a closer look, nodded quickly, and squeezed behind Juan Lauer to the stall. Little Fubao was not happy. Mom, Fubao, go and ask for Daddy. Little Fubao looked at Juan Lauer's back as he walked away, pouting his little mouth, looking like he was about to cry but not crying. Juan Urseo couldn't bear to see her daughter being wronged. Every time Xiao Fubao did this, Juan Urseo would always respond to her requests. Xiao Fubao had already figured out Juan Urseo's temper. This trick worked every time. Sure enough, Juan Urseo said something to old lady Wan, and then she chased after Xiao Fubao with Xiao Fubao in her arms. Wanwen felt that since he had a younger sister, he was the one who was picked up. But he also liked his younger sister very much. Daddy, Daddy. Little Fubao excitedly called Juan Lauer in the crowd. But the crowd was too noisy, and Juan Lauer didn't hear it. But soon Juan Urseo caught up with the two. Little Fubao immediately stretched out his two short arms and pounced on Juan Lauer. Juan Lauer caught his daughter and shook her in his arms twice, making Xiao Fubao giggle. And he didn't look as depressed as before. Are you hungry? Girl? Come and see what you want to eat. Dad will buy it for you. Juan Sansaw saw Xiao Fubao coming over and coaxed him to choose food. Xiao Fubao couldn't take his eyes off the barbecue in front of him. They were standing in a place where lamb skewers were grilled. The lamb skewers sizzled on the charcoal fire, and the golden meat pieces exuded an attractive aroma. The mutton smell itself was completely gone, but the meat aroma was all stimulated, and people who smelled it drooled. Xiao Fubao pointed at the roasted lamb and said excitedly to Juan Lauer, Daddy. Meat. Fubao 7 meat. Juan Lauer had an ant smile on his face, and he lifted Xiao Fubao up and asked, Shopkeeper, how much is this meat skewers? The big ones are 5 cents a skewer, and the small ones are 3 cents a skewer. You can choose whatever you want. These are the fattest lamb raised on our northern grasslands, with a rich flavor. The merchant spoke in the Central Plains dialect, which was not very proficient, and it sounded funny. When Juan Lauer heard that it was so expensive, there were so many of them, and each of them had to pay 50 or 60 coins for a small skewer. If they had bought pork, they could have bought several kilograms, and the whole family could have eaten a lot. Now, each person could only taste the taste of a skewer. Juan Lauer finally gritted his teeth and bought 10 small skewers. The merchant also gave him a skewer, a total of 11 skewers, and spent 30 coins. Juan Lauer stuffed one of the skewers into Xiao Fubao's hand, and gave the rest to Juan Lao Tai. Everyone could taste a piece. If you want to be full, you need a few taels of silver. Juan Sansaw came with a mission, and she took the lead to take a piece and taste it. Juan Sansaw took a bite, and the crispy texture of the skin made a slight crackling sound, accompanied by a faint aroma of charcoal fire. The tender mutton was wrapped in rich juice, and a strong meaty aroma spread in her mouth. The mutton tastes fresh and elastic, and the charcoal roasting makes the aroma of the mutton more intense, which makes people linger. But Juan Sansaw thinks that it may taste better if some seasoning is added. The skewer of meat in her hand is cooked with the most primitive method, with some salt added, and it is completely supported by the aroma of the meat. Juan Sansaw has some calculations in her mind, and she will write them down as soon as she returns. Chapter 138 Little Fubao Eats Meat. At this time, Little Fubao's 2 hands were almost too busy. One of her white and tender little hands was stuffed with a piece of mutton, and the other hand was holding a skewer of meat. The white and tender little face was already covered with the fat of mutton. There was a piece of meat stuffed in her mouth, and her 2 little cheeks were stuffed with the meat, and the little milk teeth in her mouth were fighting with the meat. Her chewing movements were still a little clumsy, but the expression of concentration and satisfaction made people laugh. The aroma of mutton filled little Fubao's mouth, and her big watery eyes gradually narrowed into a slit, as if she was enjoying the most beautiful food in the world. After some effort, little Fubao finally swallowed the piece of mutton in her mouth, and immediately stuffed the piece of mutton in her right hand into her mouth, along with her little hand. Her originally small mouth had been stretched to the extreme by her. After Wan Erseo distributed the mutton skewers to the children, she turned around and saw her daughter in this state, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She also glared at Wan Erseo with a reproachful look. Your daughter's mouth is about to be torn by your hand, and you don't care? Wan Erseo quickly took Xiao Fubao over and pulled her little hand out of her mouth. The little guy was immediately anxious and wanted to stuff it into his mouth. While coaxing Xiao Fubao, Wan Erseo pried open the little guy's fingers one by one, picked out the mutton inside, and tore it into small pieces to feed Xiao Fubao. Xiao Fubao finally ate the delicious meat again, and nestled in Wan Erseo's arms with enjoyment, and handed the rest of her hand to Wan Erseo, asking her to help tear it into small pieces. Wan Erseo took the skewers lovingly, and patiently fed her daughter with a smile on her face. There were only 5 small pieces of mutton in a skewer, and Xiao Fubao was still not full after eating it, and was still crying for more. Wan Erseo was afraid that she would not be able to digest too much, so she wiped her face and mouth carefully while coaxing her to eat something else. Although children are smart, they are always curious about new things, and soon Xiao Fubao's eyes were attracted by other things. In addition to the kebabs sold on the street, there are various other foods, such as yogurt, hand-pulled rice, ramen, knife-cut noodles, pulled noodles, mutton soup, small chaos, and big buns. But most of them are noodles. The northwest of Sangyu country is dry and sandy all year round, and there is no fertile land. The main economic crops here are barley and wheat. The group finally found a place to sit in a shop. The family sat down at 3 tables. Wan Lao ordered a bowl of pulled noodles for everyone. The soup was mutton soup, and the soup base was rich. Drinking a bowl in this cold winter weather made the body warm and refreshing. Xiao Fubao had a bowl of wontons. Wan Erseo found that the little guy especially loved meat. Everyone else had a bowl of pulled noodles, but Xiao Fubao had a bowl of wontons. Just now, everyone had eaten 2 pieces of mutton, which had already aroused their appetite. Seeing a bowl of fragrant pulled noodles, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Wan Sansaw couldn't wait to pick up a piece of pulled noodles with chopsticks, and the rich aroma of mutton soup mixed with the aroma of wheat hit her face. The noodles had a rough taste when they entered the mouth, which was a unique mark left by the flour and the hands after kneading, and also made the noodles more chewy and more flavorful. The softness and strength of the noodles intertwined in the mouth, and the distinct layers of taste could be clearly felt. The deliciousness of the soup and the chewiness of the noodles blended with each other, and the taste was delicious. The people of the Wan family were busy eating, sweating profusely. There were only slurping sounds and gurgling sounds of drinking soup on several tables. At the border, people eat noodles in large coarse porcelain bowls, which are both satisfying and economical. This large bowl of noodles with mutton soup costs only 8 cents, which is much more filling than the mutton skewers just now. After eating a large bowl, an adult man like Wan Lao feels very satisfied. After eating, Wan San's wife was slightly thoughtful. If some side dishes were added to the soup, would the taste be richer? After a group of people had finished their meal and just walked out of the shop, Xiao Fubao was attracted by the red candied haws again. Wan Er's wife was already smiling. This little guy had no interest in anything else. His eyes were only on food. Wan Er's wife was sure that her little girl was definitely a little foodie. However, if her daughter wanted to eat candied haws, she would not be reluctant. It happened that she had just eaten too much meat, so eating a string of candied haws would help digestion and prevent food accumulation. Wan Er's wife took out a few coins from her purse and gave them to Wan Lao Er. Go buy a bunch of candied haws for your daughter. Wan Lao Er smiled and touched Xiao Fubao's fair face. My daughter wants to eat candied haws. Daddy will pick a big bunch for you. A bunch of candied haws costs 3 cents. And there are 10 in each bunch. Wan Lao Er bought 2 bunches and gave one to each of the other children. Xiao Fubao was favored by everyone. and she had a whole bunch by herself. After eating and drinking, we can finally go to see the shops. There are basically no idle or sublet shops on both sides of the main street. When walking along just now, Juan Sansal and Chio had already noticed these. At this time, everyone walked along the main street to the end, and did not see any shops for rent. So Juan Sansal had to settle for the next best thing, and came to the next street. Although the next street was not as prosperous as the main street, it was also lined with shops. The street was winding, and not as straight as the one inside the pass. The shops on both sides were low civil structures with thick thatched roofs. Between the houses, there were a few tall poplar trees, which were bare at this time and looked a little desolate. The shops on this street included blacksmith shops, tea houses, wine shops, snacks, cloth, and leather goods. Although the variety was not as complete as the main street, the flow of people was not small. The group walked through the streets, but they didn't see any suitable shops until they were almost at the end. There were a few shops for rent, but they were all large shops with 2 or 3 rooms connected together. The one family just wanted to find a smaller shop to sell a few kinds of food, and they could put 4 or 5 tables in the shop. The one family became more and more anxious as they walked. The shops in this border area were more crowded than those in the interior. When they went to the town to buy things in the interior, they occasionally found the words popular shops for rent. It was much harder to find shops in this border area than in the interior. Just when everyone was disappointed, a shop with a sign saying shop for sale appeared in front of everyone. But the location of this shop was too remote, and it was basically the end if they walked further in. There was a large piece of wasteland over there, and feces could be seen everywhere, and the environment was very dirty. They were going to do food business, and such an environment was definitely not suitable for them. Chio's face was not looking very good at this time, with a hint of anxiety on her face. During the time she stayed in the cheetah sect, she inquired about a lot of business matters at the border. She knew that although the land at this border seemed barren and the people were poor, business was actually easier to do than at the border, especially the sale of goods and food, which had considerable profits. This was why she wanted to invest immediately when she heard Old Lady One talking about opening a food shop. Chapter 139 Little Fubao speaks again. Third sister-in-law. It seems that there is nothing suitable in this shop. Let's wait a little longer. Chio is not in a hurry now. Such a good shop is hard to find. It still needs to be checked slowly. Now it is just the first month of the year, and many shops are doing very prosperous business. When it comes to summer or winter, the business of this border will be worse. Maybe someone will be willing to sell the shop at that time. Everyone thinks that this is the only way. There is no suitable shop on this street, and there is no need to look at other streets. Most of those are households, and the shops are connected to their own houses, and no one will be willing to rent them out. At this time, Little Fubao held a candied Haws in his hand and compared it to the house in front of him. Then he said in a baby voice, "Mom, candy. Although there are many people on this street at this time, there are not many people in front of this shop, and the mood of the one family is immersed in disappointment. No one speaks, and Little Fubao's voice seems particularly abrupt. When Juan Urseo saw Xiao Fubao holding a candied Haws and talking to the shop, she didn't understand what Xiao Fubao meant. So she asked, "Guaibao, what's wrong? What candy? Do you want to eat more candied Haws?" At this time, Mrs. Wan also smiled and said, "This candied Haws is red, coated with a layer of icing, and it shines brightly when the sun shines on it. No wonder Xiao Fubao saw it from a distance. It looks good and delicious. If you haven't eaten enough, Grandma will buy you more. Mom, don't spoil her too much. It's bad for children to eat too much sweet food." Xiao Fubao listened to the conversation between the two, her big eyes rolling around. Just when everyone was about to leave, she suddenly pulled Juan Urseo's clothes again, and her little butt fell down hard, just to prevent Juan Urseo from leaving. Mom, red. Xiao Fubao had just learned this word from Mrs. Wan, and quickly used it, pointing her little hand at the shop, with a curious look on her face. At this time, Grandma Wan also noticed the strangeness of Xiao Fubao. She had seen Xiao Fubao golden predictions. On New Year's Eve, she took Xiao Fubao to the Shin family to collect debts. Xiao Fubao said that there was black gas coming out of Grandma Shin's head and body. As a result, Grandma Shin died the next night. Grandma Wan hurried forward to take Xiao Fubao. "My dear, don't worry. Tell Grandma carefully. What happened to this shop?" Xiao Fubao was not anxious. She just saw a red light coming out of this room. The color was the same as the candied haws in her hand. She was a little curious, but no one taught her to identify red. Just now, she heard Grandma Wan talking and understood that the light was red. She learned it immediately. Xiao Fubao was held in Grandma Wan's arms. A circle of people surrounded Xiao Fubao and looked at the shop from time to time. Xiao Fubao stretched out his little hand again, holding a candied haws. His little hand was sticky with sugar stains. Pointed at the shop and said with a naive look, "Grandma, red." Last time, Xiao Fubao directly said black air. This time he used red. And Grandma Wan also looked at the shop. And after thinking for a while, she asked, "My dear, do you mean that this room is emitting red light?" Grandma Wan's heart began to beat. "Yes, red light." Xiao Fubao nodded her little head with a smile. She learned another word. It turned out that it was red light. At this time, other people did not understand the meaning of Xiao Fubao words. But as Grandma Wan, who had experienced it once, her heart was already surging. Her face was filled with an uncontrollable smile, and her eyes were shining with excitement. Red light? That must be a feng shui treasure land. Right? Old Third, come here. After Grandma Wan handed Xiao Fubao to Wan Urseo, she called Wan Old Third to come in front of her. "Mom, what's the matter?" Wan Lao Sen hurriedly squeezed to the front from the back. "Go and find out who owns this shop. Let's buy it." Wan Lao Tai was originally going to rent it, but after thinking about what Xiao Fubao said, she changed her mind to buy it. They still had more than 100 taels of silver in their hands. This shop was not a prosperous shop, and the environment was not bad. It shouldn't be too expensive. She would bargain and maybe get a good price. When others heard what Wan Lao Tai said, they all thought that Wan Lao Tai was crazy. Buy this shop? Mom, did I hear it right? Buy this shop? Wan Lao Sen hurriedly scratched his ears and asked again, but was hit by Wan Lao Tai. "What are you talking about? You are so young. But you are more hard of hearing than me? Hurry up and do it." Now everyone is sure that Wan Lao Tai didn't make a slip of the tongue just now, and she really intends to buy it. "Mother, why did you buy this shop? You have to tell us the reason." Right? Chio was also a little confused. She heard Mrs. Wan and Xiao Fubao talking nonsense, and Mrs. Wan got excited. Could there be some treasure in this room? Jinger, don't ask too much. Just listen to me. I guarantee that this shop can make money. You don't need to know too much. Chio frowned. A shop costs at least 100 taels of silver. The old lady said she would buy it, and she didn't allow anyone to ask. What was she up to? However, Wan Urseo seemed to smell something different. After all, she was her daughter. She knew something about Xiao Fubao. Although the old lady didn't say some things in front of everyone, she couldn't hide it from her as a mother. No one knew that Xiao Fubao could learn to talk. Wan Urseo had told Xiao Fubao not to learn to talk in front of outsiders, so no one else knew. But old lady Wan knew. Wan Urseo thought about what had just happened in her mind, and then looked at the shop in front of her. Suddenly, she understood why old lady Wan wanted to buy this shop. "Mother, is it?" Wan Urseo was interrupted by old lady Wan before she could ask. There were many people here, and some things were not suitable to be said here. Now she had to buy the shop first. Second son's wife. You also think this shop is worth buying, right? Wan Lauer was stunned for a moment, and quickly nodded. Mom, I think this shop is remote, and the environment is not good. But the price is definitely not expensive. I think it can be bought. Chio frowned, lowered her head, and didn't say anything. She always felt that this matter was a little strange. But she had a hunch in her heart that she should trust old lady Wan. The Wan family has the support of old lady Wan and second sister Wan, and no one else objects. Now it depends on whether Chio agrees. Jinger, what do you say? Chio thought about it again and gritted her teeth and said, Mom, my daughter trusts you once. Buy it. At this point, everyone voted unanimously, and old lady Wan narrowed her eyes. Wan Laosen hurried forward to knock on the door, but no one answered after knocking for a long time. A simple and honest man walked out from the side. Brother, what do you do? Wan Laosen hurried over. Brother, please ask where the owner of this shop is. We want to find out if this shop is for sale. Friday smiled and said, Oh, brother, you've asked the right person. The owner of this shop is not here. He has another shop in the town, on the main street. I take you to find him. He may be busy now. I'm sorry to bother you. Your family is still doing business. How about you tell me which shop it is, and I go find it myself. Wan Lao San saw that the man's family sold some groceries. But there was not much business and few people came. It's okay. My wife is watching in the house. Let's go. I go with you. Friday was very enthusiastic. He patted Wan Lao San's shoulder and was about to leave. Wan Lao San hurriedly said, Brother, please wait a moment. I will go and tell my mother so that they can know. Otherwise they will be anxious. Friday looked at the group of people standing not far away and smiled. It's my duty. Go quickly. Wan Lao San told Grandma Wan. And Grandma Wan's face was happy. She liked this shop even more in her heart. The neighbors of a shop are also very important. This neighbor is warm and easy to get along with. There will be fewer conflicts in the future, and it will not affect the business. Grandma Wan watched Wan Lao San walk away with Friday, and her eyes looked back at the shop. Others were already moving around. Chapter 140. Look at the shop. After the third son of Wan left, the people of the Wan family had nothing to do. Since Mrs. Wan wanted to buy the shop, they took the opportunity to walk around the shop and get familiar with the surrounding environment. Just now, everyone just took a quick look around and saw that there was only a piece of barren land to the northwest of the shop. If you go further out, you can still see houses. But for some reason, this piece of land was left empty. This piece of open land is as big as a racecourse. But there are ordinary houses around the open land. Everyone looked around and didn't find anything special about this shop. Only Mrs. Wan looked calm. She and Mrs. Wan sat on the steps at the door of the shop as steady as a mountain. Mrs. Wan was holding little Fubao in her arms. Little Fubao was still chewing on the candied haws in small bites. And from time to time, he would stick out his little pink tongue to lick the sugar stains on his little hands. Mrs. Wan was lucky that she was wearing a dark-colored dress today. Otherwise you could see that little Fubao paw prints were all printed on Mrs. Wan like a picture. After everyone waited for a while, Wan Lao San came back with a thin man. Following him was Zhou Wu. Brother Peng, your shop has been open for more than half a year. I didn't expect that someone would come to buy the shop today during the Lantern Festival. It seems that you are lucky this year. Peng Laochi turned around and smiled at Zhou Wu. Thank you for your help. Brother Zhou, if it weren't for you, I would have missed a deal. Usually there is a young man watching over this shop. I gave him a day off today during the Lantern Festival. I didn't expect to meet a destined person today. Several people came to the front of the shop, talking and laughing. And Wan San's wife quickly helped Wan Lao Ma. Oh, the old lady is in good health. Peng Laochi saw that Wan Lao Ma was still out at such an old age to visit the Lantern Festival, and smiled and greeted her. Well, farmers are not as delicate as you city people. We are thick-skinned and strong-boned. We have a lot of strength. Are you the boss? Old Mrs. Wan looked at the thin man in front of her, who was about the same age as old Wan, and replied with a smile. Old Peng took out the key from his arms and shook it. The old man has good eyesight. Old Mrs. Wan quickly moved aside, and old Peng walked over to unlock the door. A musty smell suddenly wafted out of the room. This shop has been vacant for half a year, but someone cleans it every day. There were 2 heavy snowfalls some time ago, and the house is a little musty. The smell is not very good. Please forgive me. Old Peng smiled and led the group inside. Old Mrs. Wan was supported by Wan San Saw and Chio on the left and right, and walked in first. Others followed closely. The shop was not very big to begin with, and with so many people in, the house seemed a little crowded. Peng Laochi walked quickly to the back door of the lobby and opened the corner door leading to the backyard. The room suddenly became much brighter after ventilation on both sides. This is a shop with 1.5 rooms. The width of the shop is half a room narrower than that of the general 2-room shop, but the depth is deeper than other shops. Through the corner door, you can enter the backyard. There are 3 thatched houses and 2 warehouses in the backyard. A total of 5 rooms. There are several poplar trees planted in the yard, and there is a well under the trees. This shop used to sell cloth. There are still many shelves in the house that have not been moved, but there are no goods. Brother, I wonder if you like it. Peng Laochi looked at Wan Lao San and asked tentatively. Wan Lao San couldn't make up his mind, so he quickly looked at Wan Lao Thai. Peng Laochi understood that the old lady was the one who could make the final decision. Madam, what do you think of my shop? Mrs. Wan had already looked at the shop inside and out, and was quite satisfied with it. But she just didn't know how much it would cost. Boss, this shop is no different from other shops, to be honest. Isn't it all about the location when doing business? To be honest, we have been wandering around the street for half a day today, and we didn't see any notices of shops for sale or rent. We planned to come back for a while, and then we saw that your shop was for sale. But we don't know how much you want for it. Pang Lochi is a businessman. Of course he is cunning. Madam, although the location of my shop is not very good, you can buy it to live in it yourself. And the price is negotiable. The key is whether you like my shop? Pang Lochi did not make an offer immediately, but was testing Mrs. Wan's tone. Mrs. Wan wanted to lower the price, and at this time, her face had already changed to a calm expression, hiding the excitement at the beginning of her heart. This shop is okay, but the surrounding environment is a little hard to describe. After all, our family bought the shop to do food business. You know that the outside of this shop is full of feces. To be honest, we are still considering it. Pang Lochi didn't expect that the other party wanted to do food business. But this place did have a huge impact. It was because of this that he had no business and was ready to sell the shop. To be honest, there is a livestock market next to this place. Every 5 days, a large number of livestock will be driven to this open space to trade. The smell is quite unpleasant, and I can't do anything about it. Speaking of which, Pang Lochi was also helpless, especially in summer. The smell was even more disgusting. Old Lady One pretended to be disappointed inside. Boss, we are all country people. The money we have saved is from the mouths of several generations. We finally saved some money and thought about whether we can do a business. We don't know anything else, but my wife's skills are pretty good. We thought about whether we can do something to make a living and also set up a family business for the children. You also know the weather at this border. It is windy and sandy all year round. Digging for food in the soil can't even cover our food and clothing. If we don't think of a way to find another way out, this family will starve to death. Pang Lochi also knew that the people at the border had a hard life, and he sympathized with the people in his heart. But that was all. He couldn't change the current situation. Madam, let's do this. Today is the Lantern Festival. Both of our families want a good start. I open my shop and you buy a new shop. I ask for 118 taels of silver and I sell it to you. Old Lady One calculated the price in her mind. This price was almost the same as the bottom price in her mind, indicating that the owner did not falsely report the price. At this time, Chio spoke up. Boss, your shop has been on the market for half a year, and no one is interested. I guess you've rented it out before, but it didn't work. If we don't buy it today, I guess no one else will buy it. We have limited silver in our hands. Only 100 taels. How about rounding it up? Pang Lochi shook his head when he heard it. No, you don't bargain like this. Young lady, how can you get 18 taels at once? Even if I rent my shop for a year, I can rent it for 20 taels of silver. Chio smiled and said, Boss, you are right, but you also have to. You should be able to rent it out and get your money back. You have been letting it go for years. Not only have you not made any money, but you have also lost money. The house is getting older and older. You might as well sell it earlier at a lower price and use the money to expand your current business. Boss, you are such a smart person. You will definitely be able to earn back the change in less than a month. Am I right in my calculations? Pang Lochi's face was indeed a little relieved. He really needed a sum of money to purchase goods. If this batch of goods sold well, he could earn back not only 18 taels of silver, but even 180 taels. But he still wanted to fight for it again. How about this? We both take a step back and pay 108 taels. Old Lady One had already figured out the trick. She said directly to Pang Lochi, since the shopkeeper is unwilling to be cheap, we just haven't thought it through. The shopkeeper is so smart that he can't do business here. How can we, a bunch of peasants, go over the shopkeeper? I said this wouldn't work, but you insisted on buying it. You know, you will suffer a great loss if you are greedy for cheapness. Although this shop is slightly cheaper than other places, it may be a waste of money if you buy it. Let's go back and think about it carefully. Chio looked at Old Lady Wan with admiration. The old lady reacted very quickly. Chio quickly cooperated with Old Lady Wan. Mother is right. It's our fault for not considering it carefully. It's Mother who reminded us. But I'm sorry to trouble you to make this trip. Pang Lochi saw that the cooked duck was about to fly away, and he couldn't hold it anymore. He knew that no one would rent this shop even if it was put up for another year. He waited for such a long time, and no one asked. Today, He finally found a buyer. How could he let them go? If he missed this opportunity, the shop would be a real loss. Chapter 141, Buying a Shop. Old Lady Wan and Qiushi cooperated with each other, which made the other members of the Wan family stunned. Wasn't it the old lady who asked them to buy it? How come they had to buy it? But no one dared to raise doubts at this time. After Qiushi finished speaking, Old Lady Wan sighed and said, "Okay, let's go. It's really a waste of trouble for you, boss. However, even if the deal doesn't work out, we still have friendship. Maybe we will have another chance to deal with each other in the future." After Old Lady Wan finished speaking, she turned around and walked out without hesitation. Qiushi also supported Old Lady Wan without looking back. Pang Laochi began to get anxious. He quickly stopped Wan Laotai and Qiu and said, "Madam, let's talk it over nicely. Isn't this business all about asking for a high price and paying it back on the spot? Why do you say you want to leave when you are so angry?" At this time, Mrs. Wan said firmly, "Alas, the more I think about it, the more I feel that this shop cannot be bought. How can this place be suitable for a food business? This is all our family savings. I took it all out to buy a shop that can't be used for business. I am really old and confused. I let them do whatever they want." Pang Laochi knew in his heart that if he didn't spend some money today, it would be difficult to sell this shop. "Madam, can we just go with the 100 taels you just said? Don't leave in a hurry." Qiu and Wan Laotai secretly exchanged glances and stood down. "Shopkeeper, it's not about money now. Is it that we can't do business after buying this shop? That 100 taels is not a small amount. For us farmers, it's the money we have saved for several lifetimes. If I lose it, how can I be worthy of my ancestors?" Pang Laochi gritted his teeth and said, 98 taels. "Old lady, you are farmers. The manure next to it is dirty to others. But it is the fertilizer that farmers want. If you buy this shop, you can get the moon first. You can collect all the manure for your own use. Maybe the crops in your field will grow better than those of other families. Don't you think so?" Mrs. Wan seemed to be moved by what Pang Laochi said. She pretended to think about it. Qiu quickly gave Mrs. Wan a way out. "Mother, I think it's feasible." In the end, Mrs. Wan bought the shop with 98 taels. She went to check the title deed on the same day, and the house was registered under Mrs. Wan's name. After getting the key, the group returned to the shop. "Mother, you and Jing'er are really good at acting. You kept us all in the dark." After returning to the shop, Wan Erseo patted her chest. Her heart was still pounding. She was impatient, and was really afraid that Mrs. Wan would really leave. If the boss didn't keep them, they would not be able to buy the shop. "Humph. You guys need to learn more from Jing'er. We are about to open a shop to do business. You guys need to be more active. The third brother's wife will be mainly busy in the kitchen. The people who entertain the diners in front need to be sweet, and know how to deal with things. I think we should let the fourth brother do this. Wan Laosi is the most slick of the brothers, and is also a good businessman." Wan Laosi immediately said, "Mom, don't worry. I take care of this." Qiu reminded him at this time, "Fourth brother, this is not easy. First of all, the living habits of people outside the pass are different from those of us inside the pass. In addition, their personalities are much rougher than those of us inside the pass. You should observe these merchants more during this period. The main source of customers for our shop will still be these foreign merchants. But they are also very generous. If you serve them well, they will give you money." Wan Laosi listened carefully to every word Qiu said. Wan Laotai looked at Qiu in surprise. "Jing'er, it's only been half a month since we last met. You have a much better understanding of this frontier. If there is anything else you need to pay attention to, please tell your fourth brother. Don't let him offend people without knowing it." Qiu was praised by Old Lady Wan. Although she was happy in her heart, she didn't show it. She said softly, "Mother, I have been serving the sect master these days, and listening to him work. They didn't hide their business affairs from me. I got some information from their conversations, and made my own judgment based on the temperament of the brothers in the sect. I don't know more about other things than you." Old Lady Wan took Qiu's hand, and sat down on the stool in the room. "Jing'er, this is really difficult for you. Otherwise, how can you say that you are smart? You are close to this town. If you have time, come to the town and walk around, and give them some advice. This shop has the 30 taels of silver you invested just now." After buying the shop, Qiu gave Old Lady Wan 30 taels of silver directly. And this shop was also considered her share. Chio thought about it and said, I compile a list of gang relationships here for you later. You can think about it yourself. In short, don't offend these people when you meet them. Try to deal with them as much as possible. Otherwise, they will always come to our shop to cause trouble. And our shop will not be able to do business. Although Chio said so, she had no idea when this business would be successful. Wan Sansaw had already looked at the house again inside and out, and had a rough outline of how to decorate it in her mind. She just had to wait until she got home in the evening to discuss it with her family. After working all afternoon, the sun was setting, and the dim sunset shone on the small town outside the Great Wall, casting a faint yellow halo on the town. More and more people came to the town, and everyone was slowly pouring into the town square. The newly appointed Mayor Chiosher had long planned to hold a lantern festival on the Lantern Festival to attract everyone to watch and drive the economic development of the town. It must be said that Chiosher is indeed a practical person. Since he took office, there have been fewer gangs fighting in the town. The people of the One family also locked the shop, and the family walked towards the town square. It is said that the mayor will light a huge lantern in the square tonight to pray for the people, hoping that the people at the border will have good weather and no longer suffer from hunger and cold this year. It took half an hour for the One family to squeeze into the surging crowd. At this time, the sun had set. Bright stars appeared in the sky, and lanterns of various shapes were hung everywhere on both sides of the street. Little Fubao danced while walking, and Wan Erseo's face was stiff, for fear that Little Fubao would kick and fall to the ground. Little Fubao's little hand pointed at the lanterns, and asked Wan Erseo from time to time, Mother, look! Little Fubao pointed to a lantern with a little white rabbit, and asked Wan Erseo to look at it. Wan Erseo took a look and said calmly, Bao, that's a little rabbit lantern. Dear Bao, do you like it? She fawned. Rabbit. Little Fubao clapped his hands and shouted. Soon, she was attracted by another lantern. Mother, look! Little Fubao's little head was too busy to keep up. He looked here and there, and now pointed to a lantern with a little fat pig. Bao, that's a pig. Fubao still clapped his hands happily. Then she pointed out the duckling, the kitten, the fox, the goldfish. Wan Erseo patiently told Xiao Fubao the names one by one. She found that the little guy had a strong desire for knowledge, and was very smart. He could remember it after being told once. When she saw the same lantern in another family, she was immediately excited to call out the name, and even pulled Wan Erseo to look at it. The eyes of the other children in the Wan family were also not idle. They looked here and there. One who was directly carried on the neck of Wan Lao-san. He screamed excitedly from a high place. The closer to the square, the more people there were. Many people stood on tiptoe, stretched their necks, and looked forward with their mouths open. Some people could not be seen in the crowd. They were so anxious that they could only jump through the gaps in the crowd like a little jumping frog. The children looked at the legs and buttocks. The adults took turns to lift the children up to take a look. After waiting for another half an hour, the mayor finally came. Chapter 142. The Lantern Festival will start soon. Shin will do laundry. The Mayor Chiosher stood in the middle of the square, holding a torch in his hand. There was a lot of noise around, and the people behind him couldn't hear what the mayor said. The mayor opened and closed his mouth, and then walked towards the edge of the square with a torch. There was a circle of fireworks on the edge of the square. At this time, several people came out of the crowd. They took out the torches prepared in advance, and lit them in different positions from the mayor. After the mayor made a gesture, several people bent down at the same time to light the fireworks on the ground. The people only saw a few dazzling sparks after the fuse was lit, and they were excited. The children standing in front also clapped their hands and shouted loudly, Fireworks! Fireworks! Everyone only heard a bang, and the fireworks rushed up, accompanied by a deafening roar, and beams of light rushed into the sky, and then bloomed the brightest light in the darkness. Red like fire, pink like clouds, gold like dazzling, purple like mystery. Various colors of fireworks intertwined together to form a beautiful picture. People on the ground looked up at the sky, their faces filled with joy and expectation. The children cheered, and the adults pointed to the sky, discussing which firework was the most beautiful. Every time a firework bloomed, there would be bursts of exclamation in the crowd, and some even began to pray for the fleeting fireworks, silently praying in their hearts that everything would be safe and smooth in the new year, and the weather would be good. The quiet town in the past was now illuminated by the gorgeous fireworks, and the whole town was filled with a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. Xiao Fubao also opened her big watery eyes, opened her mouth in shock, and raised her little head, watching the beautiful fireworks explode in the sky. She hugged Wan Lao's neck excitedly, and her two legs kicked vigorously in Wan Lao's arms, and she laughed like a silver bell from time to time. Wan Lao kept holding his daughter tightly, fearing that the little guy would fall. A quarter of an hour later, the fireworks were finally all over, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Before people could recover from the visual feast just now, they saw the mayor walk to a large lantern and light a dozen wind lanterns in the lantern with a fire stick. The huge lantern was slowly lit by the mayor himself. The people's attention was all drawn back to the lanterns. At this time, the Lantern Festival officially began. The mayor announced that everyone could go to various businesses to guess lantern riddles and win lanterns. The people were very excited, and the crowd began to surge into the middle of the street. The Wan family was also pushed into the street with the crowd. Xiao Fubao wanted the rabbit lantern, and Wan Lao quickly hugged his daughter, and Wan Erseo took Wan Wen to the shop with lanterns. At this time, the door of each shop was full of lanterns, and people were surging. Some were guessing lantern riddles, some were watching the excitement, and some were buying lanterns. Although Mrs. Wan spent a lot of money today, she was very happy at this moment. She waved her hand and told Mrs. Wan, "Today, our family's sewing lantern festival has opened a shop again. It is worth celebrating. You buy a lantern for each child to make everyone happy, and also for a good omen." The children jumped up excitedly and screamed with joy, which would not seem abrupt in the already noisy street. Everyone had almost finished shopping, and the time had come. So they walked back together. They gathered at the entrance of the town, where Shin was already waiting. Shin Jinyuan hired 2 carriages for the Wan family and paid the carriage fare, asking Mrs. Wan to take good care of Shin. Shin Jinyuan also gave Mrs. Shin 50 taels of silver and many supplements, which were all bought after taking Shin to the clinic in the afternoon. Shin Jinyuan will be away for a long time this time. He still has some things to deal with. The other party may threaten Shin's life, so Shin Jinyuan must leave Shin in a safe place where she can be trusted. No one knows that Shin is Shin Jinyuan's eldest sister. Shin is safe for now. Old Lady One refused to accept the 50 taels of silver. "Sir, you are busy with all kinds of things for us ordinary people. We can't share your worries. Now we finally get a chance to take care of your eldest sister for you. It is really our blessing. You don't have to be polite." But Shin Jinyuan insisted on giving it. In the end, Old Lady One took the silver under Shin Jinyuan's order and took a carriage back to the village. It was already midnight when they returned to Shitsi village. They were tired all the way. The child had been dazed by the carriage. Little Fubao was already asleep in Wan Erseo's arms. The wind outside was still very cold. Wan Erseo was afraid that little Fubao would be cold. So Wan Lao took off his coat and wrapped little Fubao up before they got off the carriage. After returning to the house to wash up, they heated up the Kong and went to bed. After the Lantern Festival, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the first month of the year was over. During this period, Shin's injuries had been mostly healed. The man from the neighboring Shin family was taken away and never came back. The women of the Shin family died or ran away. There was only Li in the family with a group of children. From then on, the Shin family was honest. Since the Wan family bought the shop, Wan Laoda and several brothers have been living in the town busy with decoration. Wan Sansaw would occasionally go to the town to help guide how to decorate. There were only a few women in the Wan family. Wan Qingma started to build an empty house in the yard between the 2 houses as a school after the Chinese New Year. He taught a few children a few words every day and occasionally taught martial arts. After a month of decoration, the shop in the town was finally completed. But during this month, Wan Laoda and his friends also saw the amount of feces on the wasteland next to them. During this period, they were not only decorating but also picking up feces. The northwest is windy and sandy. The manure picked up will be dried after a few days of drying. There is basically no smell. Wan Laoda transported all the manure back home in a basket, waiting to buy land and reclaim it in a few days, just in time for fertilizer. After breakfast that day, Wan Laosen said that the shop needs to be dried for a few days before opening. The inside has just been painted and still has a smell, so it is not suitable for business. It happened to be the beginning of spring. Although the wind and sand are the strongest in the border in spring, and the weather is dry and cold. But Mrs. Wan asked Wan Laoda to find the village chief to buy land. "Big brother, go to the village chief's house and buy a few acres of wasteland. I feel that the wind seems to be warming up these days, and the reclamation of wasteland is about to be put on the agenda. In addition, you can ask the village chief if our family can buy these 2 courtyards directly. If we open a shop and reclaim wasteland, we will have no time to build a house. Everyone is busy with spring plowing, and no one will help us build a house. It is better to spend some money to buy both courtyards. We will open up and repair the courtyards ourselves when the time comes. While listening, Big Brother 1 nodded and said, "Okay, Mother, I will go to the village chief's house to ask, and we will go to reclaim wasteland in 2 days." After Big Brother 1 left, Old Lady 1 said to second sister-in-law 1 and third sister-in-law 1, "Go to the town in 2 days to see if there are any chickens hatching. Buy a few and feed them, so that my Fubao will not have to go to other families to buy eggs in the future. Besides, the 4th daughter-in-law is about to give birth, and eggs will be indispensable for nourishment at that time." Old brother, it was not easy for the 4th daughter-in-law to have this baby. She suffered a lot during the pregnancy. The child will definitely not be as strong as Quanner, Winner and the others when they are born. They can only rely on breast milk when they are born. The nutrition of the 4th daughter-in-law must keep up. Although our family cannot compare with that wealthy family, I can still take out the money to nourish the 4th daughter-in-law. As long as people are around, the money can be earned again. Speaking of this, I also tell you to keep quiet, especially the 3rd daughter-in-law. When you go to the town to open a shop in the future, don't work too hard. There is no end to making money. You have to take care of your health while making money. Otherwise, all the money will go to the clinic. Do you think what I said is right? The daughters-in-law were deeply moved by what Grandma once said. They were all exiled to the border, and could not see any of their natal family members. Fortunately, Grandma one always treated them as her own daughters, never quarreled, and occasionally gave them instructions, which made the daughters-in-law feel warm in their hearts, and felt that they had endless energy to do anything. Lu moved to the side of Old Lady Wan, and said with some emotion, "Mother, you are so kind to me. I listen to you and follow your words." Mrs. Wan's 2nd and 3rd wives were straightforward and didn't say nice things, but they nodded quickly. The mothers discussed what to buy for a while, and then left. Shin, who was in another courtyard, was able to do some simple work. She was holding a basin with dirty clothes in it. They were all from Old Lady Wan and his children. The other 3 rooms had women helping to wash them, but the clothes worn by Old Lady Wan were dirty every day. Although they were washed, they were never clean. Shin couldn't stand it, so she boiled hot water today and took the clothes that Old Lady Wan had prepared to wash in the morning. As soon as Boss Wan came back, he saw Shin washing clothes, and she looked familiar. Boss Wan took a closer look at the clothes in Shin's hand, and it was exactly his underwear. There were 2 holes on the buttocks. So why was it in Shin's hand? Boss Wan rushed into the yard like a gust of wind. Chapter 143. Boss Wan was embarrassed, and Mrs. Wan took the initiative to matchmake. Shin was holding Boss Wan's underwear and looking at it carefully. She didn't understand what it was, and why there were 2 holes on it. Suddenly she felt a figure approaching quickly, and looked up quickly, and saw that it was Boss Wan who came back. Shin quickly dropped the clothes in her hand, stood up hurriedly, lowered her head, and said awkwardly, "Brother Wan, I didn't get your consent. I want to help you do some work. I saw a basin of clothes at the door of your room, so I took it to help you wash it. You won't blame me, right?" Boss Wan's face was red at this time. Of course, it would be good to have someone help wash clothes. When Sister Wan was alive, he had never worn clean clothes that didn't reveal his flesh. Sister Wan washed clothes and rinsed them in water, and took them out and hung them on the rope. She didn't even wring them dry, let alone take a needle to mend his clothes when they were torn. Boss Wan looked at the washed clothes beside him, which belonged to his 3 sons. Now he was about to wash his own clothes. He quickly bent down and took the basin and the water to the side. "Well, sister, you just recovered from a serious illness and need more rest. I can do these things by myself. I won't bother you. After all, you are the county magistrate's sister. We let you live here to recuperate. If we let you work, we can't explain to the county magistrate." Boss Wan usually doesn't like to talk much. At this time, he was a little flustered when facing Shin, and the words on his lips were messed up. Shin blushed and lowered her head, pinching the corner of her clothes unconsciously with both hands, and said in a low voice, "Brother Wan, you don't have to treat me as the county magistrate's sister. I'm just a widow, and I'm used to working. I feel uncomfortable if I don't work. Brother Wan. You don't have a wife either. Washing clothes is what women do. Brother Wan has to go out every day now. And clothes are the facade. If you go out in dirty clothes, you will inevitably be laughed at. So, Wan Lauda blushed a little when Shin said that. He really didn't know how to wash clothes. Especially when the children were naughty. The stains on the clothes were difficult to clean. He didn't have the patience to rub and beat them a little bit. Just wash them almost enough. He didn't care much about his image. After all, he is now a widower and has no plan to remarry. Old Lady Wan listened to the movement in the yard and came out with several wives to take a look. She found that Wan Lauda and Shin were standing and talking. But the atmosphere between the two seemed a little wrong. When the eldest brother Wan saw the old lady Wan coming out, he shouted as if he saw a savior, "Mom, I'm back. What happened to you?" Old Lady Wan asked with a smile. The eldest brother Wan quickly explained, "My eldest sister has just recovered from a serious illness and is working. I was trying to persuade her." "Mom, why don't you persuade her? She is recuperating in our house. How can we let her work for us? What will the county magistrate think of us if this gets out?" Old Lady Wan glanced and saw that the basin on the ground was full of clothes from the eldest room. Her eyes flashed and a smile hung on the corners of her lips. Old Lady Wan looked at the eldest brother Wan, then at Shin, who was blushing and at a loss, and smiled and asked the second sister-in-law Wan to help Shin back to the house. "Second sister-in-law, quickly help your sister Shin back to the house to warm her up. It's so cold. Don't let her get frozen again." The second sister-in-law Wan and the third sister-in-law Wan quickly pulled Shin back one by one. At this moment, Shin suddenly realized that the dress she was holding just now seemed to be a pair of underwear. Shin's face suddenly flushed, and she quickly lowered her head and followed the force of Wan Urseo and Wan Sansaw into the house. Old Lady Wan glanced at Old Master Wan. A smile flashed in her eyes, patted Old Master Wan's arm and whispered, "I didn't expect that you are so lucky." Old Master Wan was confused by what Old Lady Wan said. "He is lucky? How did you say that?" However, Old Lady Wan didn't plan to say too much to her eldest son. She had to go to be a matchmaker quickly. If this marriage was facilitated, their family's status in the border would be high. The brother-in-law of the county magistrate could walk sideways in the village. But Old Lady Wan also knew that this matter was not easy. After all, the status of the two people was very different. One was the elder sister of the county magistrate, and the other was an exiled prisoner. It was unlikely to happen. However, Old Lady Wan still remembered what Xiao Fubao said. Shin was a good person. Xiao Fubao had spoken. So how could the good person go to another family? After Shin was pulled back to the Kong, several people sat down around her. After Old Lady Wan came back, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the topic always stopped at the eldest brother Wan. Even the second and third sisters-in-law of Wan heard something wrong, and they looked at each other. Second sister-in-law of Wan, why does mother always talk about the advantages of the eldest brother? What does this mean? Third sister-in-law of Wan, same question. Old Lady Wan continued to speak slowly. Besides his shortcomings of being honest and sincere, your elder brother Wan has many advantages. I remember that before we fled from famine 10 years ago, our family lived in the mountains. It was not easy for me, a widow, to raise several children. It was all thanks to your elder brother Wan's hunting skills that our family was relatively well off in the village. Later, when we fled to Yonglu village, we were able to settle down thanks to your elder brother Wan who shouldered the burden of the family alone. Wan Urseo wanted to laugh. It turned out that you could praise someone like this? Is being honest and sincere a shortcoming? Wan Urseo and Wan Sansaw didn't understand what the old lady was up to at this time, but they cooperated very well. Since the old lady wanted to praise someone, there must be a purpose. They just followed her. It didn't matter if they didn't know how to praise. Just echo her. For a while, Shin's mind was filled with all kinds of scenes related to Wan Lauda. Even when she slept at night, she dreamed of Wan Lauda. Shin thought she was sick again. When Mrs. Wan saw that it was almost over, she changed the subject. But my eldest son is pitiful. It's all my fault. He married a lazy woman like a pig. He didn't even bend down to help the oil bottle when it fell. He didn't marry a virtuous woman, and his life was ruined. Mrs. Wan's words surprised Shin. She didn't know why Wan Lauda was widowed. Now, after hearing what Mrs. Wan said, Shin also sympathized with Wan Lauda. And, brother Wan will have a good life in the future. And your family will also be more and more prosperous. And don't worry too much. Brother Wan's children are all grown up. And they are all filial. Brother Wan's good days are still to come. Old Lady Wan held Shin's hand, touched it again and again, and then said, "It's a pity. If our eldest daughter-in-law is as virtuous and capable as you, I would be willing to die." Shin's face suddenly blushed. What else did she not understand at this time? This old lady was matchmaking for her son. She was just foolishly trying to get in, which was really embarrassing. Shin quickly pulled out her hand, saying that she felt a little uncomfortable, put on her shoes and ran away, as if there was a hungry wolf chasing behind her. Wan Erseo and Wan Sanzal also understood the old lady's intention at this time. "Mother, are you going to marry Shin to your eldest brother?" Wan Erseo's face was full of excitement. The longer she was in contact with Shin, the more she liked Shin's personality. Shin is usually very quiet and speaks softly. She is good at housework. Everyone in the village knows that Shin is capable. Mrs. Wan did not answer but asked, "What do you think?" Mrs. Wan San laughed softly. "Mother, I think it's okay. But I don't know if these two people have this intention." Mrs. Lu, who had been silent all the time, said at this time, "I think there is no problem with Sister Shin. But it is difficult for Big Brother. I don't think Big Brother will agree to this." Mrs. Wan looked at Lu approvingly. No one knows a son better than his mother. The reason why she conquered Shin first was that she wanted Shin to get closer to Big Brother Wan in the future, so that this injured son could open his heart again. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is easy to get through, as long as Shin nods. The next step will be a natural outcome. Mrs. Wan could also feel Shin's shyness just now. Even if she is unwilling now, she should not object. Otherwise, Shin would not have fled shyly just now, but would have directly and severely rejected Mrs. Wan. After Shin left, Wan Lauda hung up the clothes in the yard before coming in. "Mom, I have already told the village chief about buying land and house. The village chief said he will take us to see the land in the afternoon." Old Mrs. Wan glanced at the daughters-in-law and signaled everyone not to talk nonsense. Then she looked at Wan Lauda. "Okay, Mom will go there in the afternoon. Buying land is a big deal, so you can't be careless. Oh, and take Xiao Fuba with you." Second sister Wan responded with a smile, and hurried to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Chapter 144. Wan Jinshu regains his spirits. The Wan family buys land. The family had a simple lunch, and Mrs. Wan asked the eldest brother Wan to call Wan Jinshu and Wan Qingmo together. "Go and call your eldest brother Jinshu and Imor." Your eldest sister-in-law said she also wanted to buy an acre of wasteland to plant before the new year. Their family has few laborers and cannot cultivate so much wasteland, so she only bought 1 acre. "I thought we should buy it next to our land, so that we can help out when the time comes." The eldest brother Wan listened respectfully and went to the next door. "Zhao made a pot of porridge at noon today, but she added too much water and cooked it too much, so it was still a little watery." The family drank 2 bowls each, which was considered warm. Zhao had just put away the bowls and chopsticks when she heard the voice of the eldest brother Wan coming from outside the fence door. "Brother Jinshu, are you home?" "Emor, it seems to be your Uncle Wan. Go open the door and have a look. Maybe there is something wrong." Zhao quickly asked Wan Qingmo to open the door, and Wan Qingmo stood up when he heard the voice. Soon, Wan Lauda was welcomed in by Wan Qingmo. "Sister-in-law, Brother Jinshu, you just finished lunch?" Wan Lauda felt that he came at the wrong time, and smiled to ease the embarrassment. Zhao smiled gently and said, "It's okay. Please take a seat." "Sister-in-law, I won't sit down. My mother asked me to call Brother Jinshu and Imor to buy land. Didn't you say you wanted to buy an acre of wasteland before the new year? The weather is getting warmer, and it's just in time for spring plowing if we buy the land now, so it won't delay the autumn harvest." Zhao heard that this was a big deal. Although their family didn't buy much, they didn't eat much either. In addition, she had asked Wan Qingmo to find out that there was an embroidery workshop in the town that accepted embroidery work, and the price was not cheap. It seemed that they were trading with those foreign countries, so their family might have a better chance of living by embroidery in the future. Zhao quickly responded, "Okay. Emor, you can go with your Uncle Wan to have a look. Mom will give you some silver. Just buy it next to your grandmother Wan's house." After Zhao finished speaking, she went to the east room and quickly took out 5 taels of silver from the room and gave it to Wan Qingmo. She didn't know how much it cost to buy an acre of land in the countryside, so it was always a good idea to prepare more. Wan Qingmo took the silver and put it in his pocket, ready to go with Boss Wan. At this time, Wan Jinshu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Amor, I go too. Let's go together. After saying this, Wan Jinshu stood up and walked out. Zhao and Wan Qingmo were both stunned for a moment. And then Zhao showed a comfortable smile on her face and winked at Wan Qingmo. Wan Qingmo nodded and strode out behind Boss Wan, who had already chased out. Zhao leaned against the door frame and watched Wan Jinshu disappear behind the fence. Her eyes moistened. Since Wan Jinshu broke his arm, he has become much more taciturn. When he came to the border, he was even more reluctant to go out and stayed at home all day. Now that he is finally willing to go out, Zhao feels that life has hope again. Zhao went from a noble lady in the capital to a noblewoman in the capital, and then to an exiled prisoner. In fact, she is the one who has the biggest gap in her heart. But she has gritted her teeth and endured it for the sake of her children. No one can understand her inner pain, sadness and helplessness. When she arrived at the border, her pillow became taciturn. No one responded to her words. After Wan Jinshu's mentality improved, Zhao suddenly felt that life was just like this. As long as you don't die, you will live tenaciously. Who knows what surprises God will give you in the future? God can make you fail and make you happy. After Wan Jinshu walked out of the yard, he dared to look back. He has figured it out during this period of time. He is the head of the family, and just broke an arm. There were so many people on the battlefield who lost their lives to defend the country. He was a general. But now, he was just like a woman with a broken arm. He stayed at home and didn't go out. He was not a human being to let a woman show up in public every day. Today, he took this opportunity to tell his family silently that he would still be the pillar of the family in the future. Boss One didn't understand the psychology of this family. He was a farmer. Being alive was the best thing for farmers. Everything else was shit. Old Lady One was waiting at the door with her family. When Wan Jinshu and Wan Qingmo came out, they saw everyone in the Wan family. Wan Jinshu was a little embarrassed. It was just buying a piece of land. Why did the whole family go to the battlefield? That was because the high-ranking General One didn't understand that land was life for the common people. Only with land could they survive. Land was to the common people like soldiers were to the general. Without soldiers, the war could not be fought. Wan Jinshu just felt strange in his heart, but didn't ask. He greeted Old Lady Wan and said nothing more. Instead, he walked side by side with Old Master Wan in front. When they arrived at the village chief's house, the new village chief Jinyo was already waiting at the door. Village chief, are we going now? Boss Wan stepped forward and greeted him with a smile. Jinyo nodded. Yes, the weather is good today, and it's not particularly cold now. It will be cold and painful if we go later. Let's go now. The Wan family followed Jinyo to the wasteland in Shitsi village. Jinyo introduced the farmland conditions of Shitsi village to Boss Wan and Wan Jinshu as they walked. There are 113 families in Shitsi village, with a total of more than 1,500 acres of farmland and countless wastelands. However, the land is barren and the wind and sand are too strong, so the annual grain output is extremely low. When the villagers reach the period of scarcity, they have no food to eat. In addition, there are no mountains within a radius of thousands of miles here, so all the food can only be obtained by digging in the soil. Boss Wan and Wan Jinshu listened and had a deeper understanding of the lives of the people here. And they had some confidence in their hearts. As the saying goes, live by the mountain. And the Yonglu village where Boss Wan used to live is backed by a mountain. He can best understand the value of this saying. Their family's life was better because of the game they hunted in the mountains. In spring, they picked wild vegetables from the mountains and dried them, which could be stored for a whole year. In autumn, they could pick wild fruits and chestnuts from the mountains. These were all gifts from the mountains. Now that we have arrived at the border, all we can see are gullies and no grass. Only in spring will there be a touch of green. At this time, the grass is still buried in the soil by the wind and sand, so it is bare everywhere. And there are few trees. However, the land where Shitsi village is located is relatively flat, and it is easier to cultivate land than other villages. A group of people came to the place where they were reclaiming land. Jinyo pointed to the endless wasteland in front of him and said to Mr. Wan, "This is the wasteland of our village. You can't see the end at a glance. You can pick it yourself. I will draw the boundary for your family." Mr. Wan looked down at the yellow soil under his feet, squatted down and pinched it. There was no moisture, and it fell apart when he pinched it. How can he grow crops like this? Will the crops survive if they are planted? Mrs. One walked up and took a look, with a trace of worry on her face. There are now more than a dozen people in their family, mostly men, and a few half-grown boys. Even if they save on food, they have to eat 1 caddy a day. Now, looking at the barrenness of the land, it is difficult to produce 200 caddies of food from 1 mu of land. In addition, the food that can fall into their hands after paying taxes is less than 100 caddies. Excluding grain seeds, how much food can they have left? The whole family can only grow 20 mu of land at most. But now it is not far from spring plowing, and they can't open up 20 mu of land at all. Mr. Wan sighed and stood up, asking Mrs. Wan, "Mother, which piece of land do you think we should buy? Even if the harvest is small, we can still solve this year's food ration by planting more." Old Lady One looked at Jinyo and said, "Village Chief, you are an elder here. Can you help us to find out which piece of land is suitable?" Jinyo smiled and said, "Aunt, it's not that I don't want to help you, but there is really no fertile land in our border. In fact, all of this piece is similar. The soil fertility is the same, and it doesn't matter where you plant." Second Sister One held Xiao Fubao and walked to Old Lady One to take a look. When Old Lady One saw her little granddaughter, she was delighted and quickly took Xiao Fubao over. Chapter 145. Grandma One asked Xiao Fubao about the Wan family buying bad land. Grandma One held Xiao Fubao and walked forward for a distance, pulling away from the crowd, and then asked Xiao Fubao, "Fuba, Grandma is going to buy land today, so that our family can grow our own food in the future, and make a lot of delicious food for me. Fubao, and we can also eat meat. Fubao, which piece of land do you think Grandma should buy?" Little Fubao didn't quite understand what Grandma One meant, but she heard that she could eat meat, and she had already seen a piece of land shining with golden light. Little Fubao liked shiny things, and she immediately pointed to a large piece of land in the southwest and said in a baby voice, "Grandma, light, bright." Grandma One quickly looked in the direction that Xiao Fubao pointed, and saw that there was a slope over there, and below it was a low-lying area, with 4 circles of slope several people high, about 30 acres. After taking a look, although Old Lady One was puzzled, she felt that it was unlikely to be cultivated land there. After all, working on a slope was more troublesome than on flat ground. But since Xiao Fubao pointed it out, it meant that there would definitely be food there. Old Lady One did not hesitate anymore, holding Xiao Fubao and turning around, handing Xiao Fubao to Wan Erseo, and then turned to Jinyo and said, "Village Chief, we are going to buy that piece of sloping land. How much does it cost?" The village chief took a look at the place Old Lady One pointed out, with a look of surprise on his face. "Aunt, are you sure you want to buy that piece of land? That place is not as good as the one I picked for you. Why don't you think about it again? That is a sloping land, which is even poorer than the land here. No one has bought that piece of land for so many years. And there is a big pit underneath. When it rains, it will accumulate water, and it will either be flooded or dry. If you buy that piece of land, it will definitely produce less grain than the poorest land in our village. And it may not even be enough to pay taxes." The eldest and second eldest also took a look at it. They were not optimistic about the land and whispered to Mrs. One, "Mom, buying land is a big deal. Why don't we buy this flat land? It will be easy to open up and will not delay spring plowing." Mrs. One firmly believed in Xiao Fubao's words and made the final decision, "Village Chief, I will buy that piece of land. Please help me calculate how much money it is. If we can't produce grain in the future, we won't blame you." Taurus had no choice. People were willing to pay for the land, and he couldn't stop them. Wanqing Ma also stepped forward and said, "Uncle Village Chief, let's buy the land over there too. Our house is next to my grandmother's, but my family is small, so we can just buy less." Wan Jinshu had no objection. Whatever his son said was his. The village chief thought that the 2 families must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. But he was not a nosy person. He said everything he should say and persuade them. If they couldn't produce food in the future, it would not be his business. "Okay, since you have decided to buy that piece of land, I will give you a cheaper price. The better wasteland is 800 won per mu. If you buy the one over there, I will give you 400 won per mu. How much do you plan to buy?" Old Lady One was secretly happy. The price was cut in half, and she could buy twice as much as before. Old Lady One waved her hand and said, "I want all the land over there. Village Chief, measure how many mu there are. We will go through the procedures today and we can open up the wasteland tomorrow. The people in the village couldn't sit still. They were carrying farm tools to turn the soil. In the distance, people could be seen in the fields. Some of them took off their cotton jackets because it was too hot. They were sweating profusely in their padded jackets. The more Old Lady One bought, the more income the village had. Of course, the village chief was happy. He had brought tools with him. Old Lady One said to buy all of them. Jinyo took the tools and walked towards the land with the people of the Wan family to measure together. Wan Qingma quickly walked to Old Lady Wan with a hint of respect on his face and a smile on his lips, saying, "Grandma, how about you give me a few acres of land? I also want to buy one next to Grandma's house." Old Lady Wan was of course willing. It was such a big piece of land, and Wan Qingma's family couldn't grow much. At most, taking care of 3 acres of land would make his family exhausted. "Okay, how many acres of land are you going to buy?" Old Lady Wan agreed very readily. Wan Qingma asked quickly, "Grandma, I don't know how to tend the land either. Can you tell me how much we can grow if we all tend the land?" Grandma Wan couldn't speak her mind. So she said in a roundabout way, "Emma, I don't know about your family. Grandma will tell you about the situation of Grandma's family. You can use it as a reference. Grandma's family has 4 strong laborers, plus several daughters-in-law and several half-grown boys. If the whole family works hard, they can probably tend more than 20 acres of land. That's in a good year. The land here is much harder to grow than ours." Wan Qingma listened to what Grandma Wan said, and after silently calculating in his mind, he said, "Grandma, then our family will buy 3 acres of land. Can you please give me 3 acres of land?" Grandma Wan nodded, looked at Wan Qingma with appreciation, and said, "Okay, you can choose first later, and I will give you 3 acres of land. The rest is mine." After the two of them discussed it, they also arrived at the place. From a distance, this place looked like a rolling hill surrounded by a sinkhole. After a closer look, it was discovered that there was still some shallow water in the sinkhole. Crops could not be grown at the bottom of the sinkhole. But the soil erosion on the slope was fast, and it was indeed not suitable for growing crops. Jinyo asked Mrs. Wan again without giving up, "Auntie, have you made up your mind? You want to buy this piece of land? You can't return it after selling it." Mrs. Wan nodded firmly, "Yes. I won't change it. Just this piece. Let's measure it. I like this piece. It looks good." Seeing Mrs. Wan's firm attitude, the other people in the Wan family reserved their opinions. Jinyo sighed and took out the tools and worked with Mr. Wan and a few others. It took 2 hours to measure, and it was dark before the measurement was completed. It was hard for people to walk on it, not to mention reclaiming it in the future. It must be more difficult than other places. And we have measured it all. The slopes around and the pit below are a little more than 45 mu. The decimals are not counted. I will give it to you directly. Take the whole number of 45 mu. The slopes are 36 mu, and the pits are 9 mu. I don't think crops can be grown in the pits, so I will give you 100 coins. After measuring the land with him, Wan Laosi calculated the amount of money. According to the original 400 coins per mu, the 45 mu of land is 18 taels of silver. Now it is more than 2 taels cheaper. That is 15 taels and 300 coins. Not only is the money less than half of their original budget, but they also bought 4 times more land. This is a bargain no matter how you calculate it. But if the harvest is worrying, Wan Lao Tai was very happy in her heart. Only she knew that this time she must have taken a big bargain. It was late, and the land deed could not be processed tonight. We can only wait until tomorrow morning to go to the town to find the mayor to handle it. Old Lady Wan and Wan Qingma handed all the money to the village chief, who took the money and agreed to meet at the entrance of the village early tomorrow morning and go to the town together. After returning home, the Wan family had a simple dinner and sat in the house to discuss. The brothers of the Wan family couldn't understand why Old Lady Wan did this. Everyone was waiting for Old Lady Wan to come and explain. Chapter 146. Mrs. Wan explains the reason. The shop is going to be rich. The Wan family closed the door and gathered in Mrs. Wan's house. "Mom, why do you have to buy that piece of rotten land today? I have been farming for so many years. Whether it was before or after fleeing famine and going to Yonglu village, I was a good farmer in the village. I looked at this land today, and it is definitely impossible to grow anything. It is said that we bought it cheaply, but in fact we still suffered a loss. The village chief can sell it as much as he can. Anyway, no one wants that rotten land. If we buy it, It will definitely be a waste of money. Juan Lauer sighed and vented the complaints he had been holding back for an afternoon. He couldn't contradict Mrs. Juan outside, but he couldn't help but express his opinion when he got home. After all, this is more than 10 taels of silver. If you buy good land, even if it is only 10 acres, you can support your family and make ends meet. Now you have bought so much rotten land. Not to mention that you can't grow anything, but also wasting time and energy. And the whole family will go hungry in the end. The eldest, third, and fourth brothers did not understand why their mother wanted to buy the land. All the brothers looked at Grandma Juan. Grandma Juan was sitting on the Kong with little Fubao in her arms. Little Fubao was playing with a furry toy in his hand, with a smile on his chubby face. Grandma Juan did not directly answer the second son of Juan, but lowered her head and smiled to coax little Fubao. My dear, tell your father why Grandma wants to buy that land today? Little Fubao was very smart. Although she did not understand what Grandma Juan said today, she remembered it. When she heard Grandma Juan asking her, she quickly looked up at the second son of Juan and smiled sweetly at him, revealing a row of millet teeth. Juan Lauer's heart melted at his daughter's laughter. And then he heard Xiao Fubao baby voice say word by word, "The ground is bright and shiny." Juan Lauer was even more confused after hearing this. But Juan Urseo did understand. She had heard it more than once. And she was also trying to communicate with her daughter. So she understood Xiao Fubao words more deeply. Juan Urseo didn't understand why Old Lady Juan wanted to buy the land. She suddenly remembered that Old Lady Juan decided to buy the land after carrying Xiao Fubao over. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly asked tentatively, "My dear, is that land shiny?" Xiao Fubao quickly nodded with a smile, drooling, and said in a baby voice, "Yes, it's shiny." Juan Urseo smiled, and wiped Xiao Fubao's saliva clean. Then looked at Juan Lauer and said, "This is right. My daughter said that the land is shiny. So it's not a bad land. Now everyone can rest assured. My daughter's words are true. And our family is rich now. We have bought so much good land with so little money. Let's start to reclaim it tomorrow." When Mrs. Juan Eyre thought of the land glowing, she couldn't sit still. What could stop an ordinary person's desire for food? This was the first time that Mr. Juan Eyre clearly heard Xiao Fubao say that it was a sign of good fortune. He felt a little complicated. He was afraid that his daughter would grow up day by day and speak more and more clearly. If she said something unintentionally in the future, which would attract the covetousness of others, would their family be able to protect their daughter? After listening to what Xiao Fubao said, the doubts in the hearts of others were also solved. At this time, Mrs. Juan also said, "Tomorrow we will go to the town to buy chickens and farm tools. We don't have any farm tools. If there are ready-made farm tools, you can buy them. It doesn't matter if the price is a little higher. Spring plowing is coming soon, and there is not much time to delay." Last year, they were the only ones exiled to the border. So it was their two families who needed to reclaim land in the spring. Others just started to busy themselves with spring plowing. The land reclaimed is not cultivated land, so it needs to be turned over several times. However, the family bought so much land at once, and they certainly can't plant so much. They can only cultivate a part of it first, and work on the rest slowly. And then, they can plant all the crops in the spring of next year. Now that the family has bought a shop, land, and a house. Thinking about the house, Mrs. Juan asked Mr. Juan again, "What does the village chief say about the house?" Mr. Juan was going to tell Mrs. Juan about the house, and everyone happened to be there. So they talked together. "Mother, I have already asked the village chief. He said that this house was originally ownerless. When these families left, they did not say they were going to sell it or give it to anyone. But they are very likely not to come back. If we want to live here, we can live here first and rent it. If we want to sell it, the village chief will be the boss." After all, they did not say they would give this house to the village. After hearing this, Mrs. Juan did not speak. Instead, she pondered for a while before saying, "We bought the land and the shop. The county magistrate gave us 150 taels of silver. Except for the wages we paid you. The rest of the money is considered public. So we are still rich. After we finish the spring plowing, we will buy a piece of land and build a house. The house is our home. As the saying goes, a nest of gold or silver is not as good as your own. It is always uneasy to live in someone else's house. What do you think?" The eldest brother of Juan was the first to agree with the words of the old lady of Juan. "I agree with what my mother said. We still need to have our own house to live in to feel at ease. If the family comes back, we will be kicked out of the house, and we will not even have a home. Even if the family does not come back, we are always worried and ready to move to another place at any time. How can we have the mood to work? The second, third, and fourth brothers of one had no objections, so the house building was temporarily decided. The next morning, the second and third sisters of one followed the eldest brother of one, the second and third brothers of one, to the town. The old lady of one was watching Xiao Fubao at home, and Zhao came to chat with the old lady of one after breakfast. Zhao was still holding embroidery in her hand, and even the old lady of one admired Zhao. Zhao was totally unlike those noble ladies exiled from the capital, who could not let go of their status. Although Zhao still followed many rules of ladies from a noble family, she forced herself to adapt to the life at the border. When she had nothing to do, she would bring her embroidery work to old lady Wan's house to sit and chat with the people of the Wan family to understand the social customs of the country people. In the eyes of old lady Wan, Zhao was more down to earth than when she first saw her, and she had a kind of affinity that made people want to get closer. Towards evening, old Master Wan and his group finally came back, and Shin and old lady Wan had already prepared dinner at home. Since Shin knew what old lady Wan was thinking, although she was shy, she also came out to meet people generously, and still helped old lady Wan with some work within her ability. Now her body is getting better day by day. Her complexion is getting more and more rosy, and she looks a dozen years younger than before. She doesn't always keep her head down and hide when she sees people. She looks like she has been reborn. When Wan Laoda and his friends came back, they saw Shinshur was also there. No one spoke. They waited until they finished dinner, and Shinshur went back to rest before the Wan family members closed the door and started talking. Wan Laoda was almost suffocated. He was a little absent-minded when eating. At this time, there were no outsiders. Wan Lao Er, Wan Lao San, Wan Er's wife, and Wan San's wife were all sitting together. Mom, great news. Many people are working on the wasteland next to our shop today. I went to ask around and heard that the mayor is going to use this idle land and extend a street next to our shop. He is also going to build a center called something? Wan Laoda slapped his head and scratched his head anxiously. Wan Lao Er quickly reminded him. It's a trade center. When Mrs. Wan heard about the construction, her face was full of smiles. Their shop had just been renovated, and the construction started next to it. It would take at least a year. Their family was just making food. So would they still worry about not having business by then? But Mrs. Wan still asked, what is a trade center? Wan Laoda couldn't explain it clearly. So Wan Lao Er explained, I have also found out about it. There are several small countries within 1,000 miles of our town. They are conveniently located to our town. Their countries need a lot of things from our country, so they will exchange things. In recent years, the border has been too chaotic, and there have always been unfair transactions and killings in private transactions. So the mayor thought of bringing it to the surface and having it managed by the government. The mayor thought of the need for such a place, and it happened that the large piece of open space next to us could be used. When Mrs. Wan heard this, the wrinkles on her face burst out with laughter. Mom, isn't our family rich? Who says it isn't? When we went to the town today, we saw our former boss asking for our address from afar. He said he regretted selling the shop and wanted to buy it back at double the price. Wan Lao San slapped his thigh happily. This news undoubtedly brought more expectations and hope for the future to the Wan family. Life is really getting better and better. Chapter 147, Reclamation and Cooking Together. Buying a shop and buying land are two major events for the Wan family, and now both have been done. When buying the shop, except for Mrs. Wan and Mrs. Wan, everyone else in the family was somewhat skeptical. Now Mrs. Wan has finally lived up to her expectations, which further proves that her little Fubao is a lucky star. Mrs. Wan took the opportunity to praise little Fubao again. It is our Fubao credit that we can buy such a shop this time. In the future, we will ask our little Fubao for any important decisions in our family. Did you hear that clearly? Mrs. Wan looked at little Fubao, who was crawling around on the Kong and having fun, her eyes full of pampering. The rest of the Wan family was also secretly glad at this time. Fortunately, they did not oppose the adoption of little Fubao at that time. This is probably a good reward for good people. This blessing has come, and they have saved a lucky star. Little Fubao is playing with a few chickens and geese on the Kong at this time. Wan Erseo went to buy chickens today and saw that there were geese for sale. There is a saying in their hometown that geese can guard the door. There is no dog at home, But now there is a lot of money at home. She is a little worried. Raising a few geese at home can at least make some noise. Who knew that as soon as the 4 geese and a dozen chicks were put on the Kong, Xiao Fubao picked up one of them with one hand. Head down, feet up, flapping its small wings full of fluff, and crying weakly. Wan Erseo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her daughter was really brave and fearless. Anything in her hands could become a toy. Wan Erseo coaxed a goose and a chick down after a long time. Now those chicks were scared by Xiao Fubao, the little devil of marriage, and shrank in a corner of the Kong and trembled. Instead, a few geese lined up and followed Xiao Fubao, heroic and high-spirited, just like a majestic general leading a group of soldiers to war. Wan Erseo quickly carried Xiao Fubao off the Kong, and Wan Sansal put the chicks and geese into the wicker basket on the ground. The basket was covered with thick straw. The Kong was burning in the house, so it was warm, and these little things would not be frozen. It took a long time for Wan Erseo to coax Xiao Fubao to sleep. The next morning, except for old lady Wan, Lu and a few little ones, all the people in the Wan family went to the fields to open up wasteland. Even the older children Wan Quan and Wan Qi who were in class went to the fields with them. Among the 5 members of Wan Qingmo's family, only Zhao and Wan Yira cooked and embroidered at home. And the other 3 men also went to the fields to open up wasteland. Although Wan Jinshu had a broken arm, he had a spirit of not admitting defeat. And he also carried a hoe and followed Wan Qingmo and his brother. The weather was very good today. Although the wind was still strong, you had to wear a headscarf when you went out. Otherwise you would be covered in dust when you walked around outside. Wan Qingmo's family's land is in the northeast corner of Wan Laotai's family. There is a 5-acre sloping land. This land is enough for Wan Qingmo and his 2 sons to work for half a year. When they arrived at the field, the 2 families worked separately. Wan Lauer is an expert in farming. When he arrived at the wasteland, he first stood on the slope to take a look. In fact, when he measured the land yesterday, he had already made up his mind about how to reclaim the land and what it would look like. He thought about it carefully again at night. And in fact, he already had the answer in his mind at this moment. He stood on the high slope and said to Wan Lauda, "Brother, let's start from the bottom. The terrain of this slope is not very steep. I thought about making it like steps, separated piece by piece, so that it is conducive to water storage. Otherwise, when it rains in the future, the rain will flow down the hillside. If we build a ridge on the hillside, we can stop the rain from flowing down. What do you think?" When Wan Lauda heard this, he thought this idea was very innovative. They had never tried it before. It sounded very good, so he agreed immediately. Anyway, the family relied on the second brother for farming. "I think it's okay. It's more convenient to use the plow directly. You can also use the turned soil to make the ridge higher." Yesterday, when they went to the town to buy farm tools, they happened to see a plow. So they spent 2 taels of silver to buy it. Although it was a bit painful, this thing can allow them to reclaim a few more acres of wasteland a day. It's expensive to buy but cheap to use. In the morning, the Wan family had already turned over 3 mu of land, while Wan Qingmo had not turned over even 1 mu. Wan Qingmo had never done farm work before, but he turned over the soil very seriously. Wan Jinshu had a broken arm, so he had to rest after digging a few times. Wan Xingchen was not very old, and he had always been a pampered young man. How could he have done any farm work? After working for a while, he had several blisters on his hands. At this time, Shen and Zhao came to the field to deliver lunch to the few people. At noon, Mrs. Wan and Shen cooked a big pot of stewed meat and a big pot of grain rice. Spring plowing is physically demanding, and Mrs. Wan has money now, so she is not vague about the food. She is also happy to be able to give her family better food. Although Zhao also cooked meat, the taste was far less fragrant than the one brought by Shen. Wan Qingmo and Wan Xingchen ate a few bites and stopped eating. Zhao blushed and said nothing. Wan Jinshu was very gracious and ate all the food Zhao brought. Although the meat was cooked almost like boiled meat in plain water, and the rice was steamed half-cooked, Wan Jinshu gritted his teeth and ate it. As soon as Shen opened the bucket, a strong meaty aroma wafted out. The food that Wan Lauda and others had eaten in the morning had been digested long ago. At this time, they swallowed their saliva when they smelled the aroma. Shen first served a large bowl of mixed grain rice, scooped a full spoonful of meat mixed with soup on the rice, and handed it to Wan Lauda. Wan Lauda said with a smile on his face, "Thank you, elder sister." We are doing spring plowing at home, and you have to bear the burden. Shin blushed and lowered her head and said, Brother One, this is what I should do. I have been recuperating in your house for such a long time, and I haven't thanked you properly. Now I have the opportunity to repay you. I am more than happy. Shin said that she had already neatly served the second bowl of rice and handed it to Wan Lao Er. Wan Erseo and Wan Sansaw stood aside, leaning on their hoes and winking at Shin and Wan Lao Da's interaction, with an ant smile on their faces. After dinner, Shin packed up her things and went back with Zhao. Zhao looked at Shin from time to time, as if she had something to say, but was embarrassed. Shin also noticed Zhao's abnormality and asked with a smile, Sister-in-law, do you have anything to say? Zhao said embarrassedly, Sister, I want to cook with you for lunch tomorrow. Okay. I really don't have the talent to cook, and I have learned from them for a long time, but I still can't do it well. Why don't I provide food and ingredients and help you? When Shin heard that it was a small matter, she immediately smiled and said, Okay. What's the big deal? It's just cooking for a few more people. You can come tomorrow. Shin has been used to living in the Wan family for some time. In her subconscious, she has integrated herself into the Wan family. She didn't think that she had to tell Mrs. Wan about this matter first, but she might also think that Mrs. Wan would definitely agree. After all, Zhao and Mrs. Wan's family have the best relationship. After the pioneers ate and rested for a while, they continued to move. Since Wan Erseo couldn't pull the plow, she and Wan Sansaw slowly dug the ground with hoes, while the children followed them, picking up stones from the ground and throwing them to the side. Every time Wan Erseo's hoe hit the ground, a large piece of soil was brought up. Suddenly, Wan Erseo heard a crisp sound, as if the hoe hit a clay pot and made a cracking sound. Chapter 148, Digging Up Treasures. Living a miserable life. Wan Erseo hurriedly called Wan Sansaw, who was not far from her. Third sister-in-law. Come here quickly. I think I dug something, Wan Erseo said. The hoe in her hand did not stop at all, and continued to dig the surrounding soil. As the soil was dug, a black jar was exposed. Wan Sansaw had already dropped the hoe in her hand and ran over. She saw that the black jar was half buried in the yellow soil. Wan Erseo's voice also alarmed several children. They were at the age of curiosity. They threw away the stones in their hands and ran to Wan Erseo. Wan ran over with sweat on his forehead. Mom, what happened? Wan Erseo was squatting on the ground and looking at the jar with Wan Sansaw. Neither of them dared to touch it. The jar looked a little creepy, so neither of them dared to move. Wanner, go and call your father to see what's in there. Don't make a sound. Do it quietly. Okay. Wan Erseo looked around nervously. Although they were at the bottom of the slope and people outside couldn't see what was happening here, she was still very cautious. Wan quickly turned around and ran to the southwest corner of the slope. Wan Lao Da and Wan Lao Er were working together, one pulling the plow and the other holding the plow. Wan ran over panting, and after a long breath, he said, Dad, my mother called you over. She seems to have dug up a black jar. I don't know what's in it, so I didn't dare to move. Wan Lao Er and Wan Lao Da listened, dropped the plow, patted Wan's head, and said nervously, Let's go and take a look. Wan followed Wan Lao Da and Wan Lao Er, and ran back panting. Wan Lao San and Wan Lao Si also saw their eldest and second brothers running over nervously, and they also dropped their hoes and ran over to take a look. Wan Erseo was soon surrounded by a circle of people. Wan Lao directly started to dig the soil bit by bit, and finally pulled out the jar after a long time, because Wan Erseo broke the mouth of the jar when digging. The plug blocking the jar fell to the ground as the jar was pulled out. Without the obstruction of the plug, the contents of the jar were vaguely visible, because the jar was pitch black. It was not very clear. I could only see that there seemed to be a cloth bag inside. Wan Lao turned the mouth of the jar over and wanted to pour out the contents. But the jar was a big belly shape, with a small mouth and a fat body, so some of the contents could not be poured out. Wan Lao directly picked up the hoe next to him and smashed the jar. As the jar broke with a sound, the contents inside were finally exposed to the sun. I saw a large brocade bag bulging with a bag of things. Everyone was so nervous that their palms were sweating. Wan Lao immediately picked up the bag and opened it, and found that it was full of valuable jewelry. Any one of them could be sold for more than 100 taels of silver. And there were also several gold ingots. The sudden shock made Wan Lao almost forget to breathe. His brain was blank. and his thinking seemed to be stagnant, seeing Wan Lauer standing there in a daze. The others also became anxious and directly pulled him over to take a look. Oh my god! This is a fortune. No wonder Xiao Fubao said that the ground was shining. It turned out that there was a big treasure buried. How much silver is this worth? Oh my goodness! This is enough for our family to eat and drink for several lifetimes. Wan Laoda's eyes were straight. He turned the bag around among the few people, and everyone was shocked by the sudden windfall. It was still Wan Laozi who was smart. He quickly put the bag away and stuffed it into Wan Lauer's arms. Second brother, we have to stay calm now and not arouse suspicion. Take the money first, and we will go back when it gets dark. The rest of the Wan family reacted and started talking at once. Old Four is right. Going back now will definitely arouse suspicion. We must disperse immediately and pretend nothing happened. And you kids, keep your mouths shut. This can make our family rich, but it can also kill us. Did you hear me clearly? Dad? Don't worry. I promise I won't say a word. Wan Quan looked at the eldest brother Wan and raised his hand to swear. Wan Shi and Wan Wen also nodded quickly. The joy on their faces was still there. Which child doesn't want his family to become rich? Wan Lao put such a valuable bag in his pocket, and his steps became lighter. His heart was beating wildly in his chest, and he didn't know where to put his hands. He didn't know which foot to take first when walking. Wan Laozi looked at Wan Lao's stiff walk, smiled and stepped forward to pat Wan Lao and said, "Second brother, what's wrong with you? If you do this, others will be more suspicious. Just think of it as picking up an empty bag and wait until dark." Wan Lao glanced at Wan Laozi, and sweat broke out on his forehead due to nervousness. "Why don't you carry it yourself? If you let me carry it, you can try it and see if you can still talk like you do now." Fortunately, it was still cold and I was wearing thick clothes. Otherwise, I would have been exposed. Wan Laozi said a few more words with a smile and ran away. Wan Lao was like being in prison. He was always in a state of tension and anxiety. Finally, when it was dark, Wan Lao couldn't wait to urge Wan Laoda, "Brother, it's dark. Let's go back quickly." Wan Laoda actually wanted to go back quickly. He glanced at the sky and nodded, "Okay. Pack up and go home." At this time, all the people working in the fields had gone home. After all, spring plowing would take more than a month, and people were not so busy at this time. It was not like the one family was going to open up wasteland. Other families were just turning the soil over again. After all, they were all cultivated land, and turning the soil was much faster than the one family. One person could turn over 2 acres of land a day. Wan Xingma stood at the end of their land, waiting for Wan Lao Da's family to come over so that the two families could go back together. Because there was a small slope between the two families' land, the vision was blocked when working, and Wan Xingma did not see the Wan family digging out anything. Wan, the second son, and his friends discussed that they were not going to tell Wan Xingma. After all, wealth should not be exposed. Even if the two families have a good relationship, they are still two families. When they returned home, it was completely dark. As soon as the second son of Wan entered the courtyard, he leaned his hoe against the wall and ran quickly into the house of the old lady Wan. The third and second sisters of Wan washed their faces and went to the kitchen to help cook dinner. Several men of the Wan family rushed into the old lady Wan's house and closed the door tightly. The old lady Wan just came back to get some meat to fry for dinner, but was blocked in the house by several sons. "Mom, our family has made a fortune." Wan Lauer had endured all afternoon and all the way, and now he was finally relieved. He pulled Wan Lao to sit down, and whispered in Wan Lao's ear with uncontrollable excitement in his voice. Wan Lao had a puzzled look on her face, and she was nervous when she saw her sons talking nonsense. "What's wrong? What is this? Did you find silver?" Wan Lauer took out the bag and stuffed it directly into Wan Lao. "Mom, what's in it?" Wan Lao had already lit the lamp and put it on the Kong table. Wan Lao was stuffed with a bag of heavy things, and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly opened the bag and looked carefully in the light. A glance. The jewelry inside sparkled under the light, almost blinding old lady Wan. "Mom, you really found some money." Old lady Wan was much calmer than her sons, facing such a huge sum of money. Although she was also very excited, she was not panicked. She climbed onto the Kong, quickly spread out the quilt on the Kong, and carefully poured the contents of the bag onto the quilt. When the brothers of the Wan family were outside, they only took a quick look and had only a rough estimate of the contents. When they saw what old lady Wan poured out, everyone breathed hard. Their eyes widened, and they stared at the pile of jewelry without blinking. Chapter 149. Open the treasure bag and determine the opening time. After emptying the bag, old lady Wan took out the items one by one and looked at them carefully in the candlelight. There was a pair of white jade bracelets, a piece of white jade, a jade ring, and a pair of large gold bracelets, which felt solid and a bit heavy. There were also several gold rings, 2 pairs of gold earrings, a small gold lock, and 6 gold ingots of different sizes, the largest weighing 5 taels, and the smallest weighing 1 tael. There were also 4 gold hairpins below, all of which looked very beautiful. But old lady Wan had never seen any gold or silver jewelry before. For her, the patterns were all good-looking, and she didn't care whether they were fashionable or not, and she didn't plan to wear them anyway. Old lady Wan dug it out again and pulled out a pearl bracelet from below. It was actually pink, and each one was the size of a thumb. The most rare thing was that each one was the same size. Old lady Wan directly took out the pearl bracelet, a gold hairpin, and all the jade jewelry. Old lady Wan divided the things into 2 piles, and then said seriously, "Listen carefully. These things are all the blessings brought by my little Fubao. Now I divide this pile for little Fubao, and it will be kept by the second son's wife temporarily. Do you have any objections?" How dare the sons have any objections? They all shook their heads and said in unison, "No objection. It is what little Fubao deserves." Old lady Wan smiled again and said, "When you rest at night, you can tell your wives that it is not that I am partial to you. People should know how to repay kindness. Little Fubao is in our hands. She came to our house when our family was the poorest and life was the hardest. Since then, our family has never suffered. We have been fed meat all the way, and we enjoy better life than in the village. We have never been wronged. Not to mention the blessing that Xiao Fubao brought to our family after we settled in Shitzi village. You should all know it in your heart, and I don't need to repeat it. So these things are what Xiao Fubao deserves. When she gets married in the future, we will give her the most decent dowry and marry her off in a grand manner." The elder Wan and his friends nodded repeatedly, without saying anything, and agreed unanimously. After Mrs. Wan divided the things, the remaining things were all gold things, which could be sold for money in case of emergency. These things were kept by Mrs. Wan, and she had no intention of dividing them. Mrs. Wan packed a portion for Xiao Fubao in a separate bag and gave it to Mr. Wan, asking him to take it back and hide it, and tell his wife at night. Mrs. Wan locked all the remaining things in her Kong cabinet and put them in a big box together with the silver in the family. With this unexpected fortune, Mrs. Wan suddenly felt her back straightened up a lot. She told her sons not to tell anyone, and then she took the meat to the kitchen. She looked at the pound of meat in her hand, thought about it, and went back to take out a large piece. Today, she got unexpected money, which was a happy event, and she had to have a good meal. There were many people in the family, and each person could only eat a few pieces of a pound of meat. Mrs. Wan was not stingy, and took 2 pieces of meat to the kitchen and handed them to her 2 daughters-in-law. "Stew all of this today, and eat white rice in the evening, as much as you want." Mrs. Wan's second and third wives naturally knew why Mrs. Wan did this, but they surprised Shen and Lu, who were busy in the kitchen. Lu saw that Mrs. Wan was full of joy, and guessed that there must be some happy event in the family. She glanced at Shen, thinking that Shen and Mr. Wan had something going on. As a result, Shen also looked shocked, and she knew that she had thought wrong. But Lu didn't dwell on it, but continued to make fire. The dinner was very rich because of the meat, and they also cooked a large white rice, which made the whole family full. After the meal, they began to feel sleepy. After all, they had worked in the farm for a day, and there was no entertainment for rural people. After the meal, everyone went to rest. Lu Shur knew that the family had received a large amount of unexpected wealth today. Lu Shur was very happy. She was about to give birth. If the family conditions were good, Mrs. Wan would definitely be willing to give her delicious food. Giving birth is a journey through the gates of hell for women, which will damage their chi and blood, and they have to feed the child. If she can take good care of herself, her body will recover quickly, and maybe she will have a second child the year after next. For several days in a row, the Wan family was filled with joy, and even the land reclamation was full of energy. It rained sporadically in the sky that day. It is said that spring rain is as precious as oil. If this rain is good and thorough, It may be possible to sow in a few days. It was not suitable to do farm work on rainy days. So the family finished their meal early, put on their raincoats, and prepared to go to the town. After all, the house had been left to dry for a few days, and Mrs. One wanted to see when it would open. Since she had already bought the shop, there was no reason to leave it vacant and not make money. Zhao was also going to the town to sell embroidery, and she had not seen the One family shop yet. So she went to take a look today. A large group of people talked and laughed all the way quickly, and finally arrived in the town at noon after walking for an hour and a half. It didn't rain in the town. Everyone took off their raincoats and went to the shop as if they were familiar with the place. Zhao didn't rush to sell embroidery, but followed them to the shop opened by the One family. Before they approached the shop, they heard voices from afar. At least hundreds of people. This was also the first time that Mrs. One saw the construction work on the wasteland. It was completely different from what she heard from the eldest brother One and others. Seeing it with her own eyes was more shocking. In Mrs. Wan's eyes, these people became money, big money in walking. The key to the shop was with the third brother One. He went forward to unlock the door, and a smell of paint hit him. After the decoration was completed, Mrs. One and the children came for the first time. The children were very curious and ran to the backyard as soon as they entered the house. Xiao Fubao was not honest in the arms of the second brother One. He twisted his little body and stretched out his little hand anxiously, calling his brother. Guogua. Fubao go. Fubao go. Wan heard the baby voice of little Fubao and turned back quickly. Wan Lauer handed little Fubao to Wan and told Wan to take good care of his sister. But little Fubao didn't want others to hold her. She walked to the backyard crookedly and steadily like a little duck. Every time she was about to fall, she stood up again, which frightened Wan. He stretched out his arms and nervously protected his sister behind him. Little Fubao was completely the opposite. She was smiling all over her face, giggling while walking, drooling all over her body, and she was very happy. She was also full of curiosity about the new environment. From time to time, she stood in place and raised her little head to take a look at things she had never seen before. Her small body was not even as high as the table legs. She looked cute and adorable. She was so excited that she wanted to jump 3 feet high. But she couldn't jump up. She could only make a movement, and it was wobbly. Wan was panting, really afraid that his sister would fall on her buttocks if he was not careful. Soon, the children who went to the backyard came back like a gust of wind. Seeing Xiao Fubao coming, they all had excited smiles on their faces and rushed to hold their sister's hand. Finally, the two youngest Wan Shi and Wan Hu took Xiao Fubao to the backyard to play. The 3 little radish heads looked very funny. After the adults in the shop in front accompanied Mrs. Wan for a round, Mrs. Wan was very satisfied. She was very happy in her heart. She didn't expect that she could see the Wan family buy a shop and land in her lifetime. Even if she went down, she could give an account to the ancestors of the Wan family. I think we should choose a good day to open this shop. The earlier we open, the earlier we can make money. It just so happens that it rained these 2 days. Think about what name to give the shop. Choose a good day, and hang up the plaque. Speaking of naming, it was difficult for several men. Among the sons of the Wan family, only the 4th son of Wan was stronger, and the others could only do hard labor. So the naming naturally fell on the head of the 4th son of Wan. Wan Laosi looked at Wan San Saw and said, San Saw, since you can cook, you must have heard a lot of nice restaurant names. Why don't you tell us a few? Let's discuss and compromise. Wan San Saw had heard her grandfather talk about many restaurants in Beijing. How about Yun Kalai? Wan San Saw thought for a while and said a name. At this time, Zhao said softly, Kusi Yun Lai. This name is quite good. When everyone heard it, even Zhao from Beijing agreed. And the people of the Wan family immediately decided on this name. Let's go for Yun Kalai. This name is good. Kusi Yun Lai. The meaning is good? Wan Lao Tai made the final decision and asked Wan Lao San to buy a good piece of wood to make a plaque. Wan Lao San's handicrafts are very good, and he can make a plaque by himself. When the time comes, let Wan Qingma give them a word. After discussing the plaque, the next step is the time to open the shop. It is now February 15th, and in a few days it will be February 18th, which is just right for opening. After discussing with her sons, Mrs. Wan and her sons all thought that this was a good day, and that the 8 generations would be prosperous. and that it would be a good start for businessmen. After everything was agreed upon, Zhao went to the only embroidery workshop in the town, and everyone agreed to go back together after gathering in the shop later. Mrs. Wan also wanted to go to the town to buy a head flower for Xiao Fubao. And it was already noon, so it was time to eat. Mrs. Wan waved her hand and said that everyone should go to a restaurant today. After waiting for Zhao, she locked the door and went to a small restaurant in the town with a relatively prosperous business. Not far from the restaurant, a carriage drove over from the opposite side. Wan Lauer was holding Xiao Fubao and was looking at the street business with great interest. There were all kinds of things, and Xiao Fubao was dazzled by it, and his little body kept twisting on Wan Lauer. The curtain of the carriage was blown up by the wind, revealing a jade-like face inside. She happened to look out the window and saw the cute little Fubao. The woman was slightly startled, and then the carriage passed by her. Chapter 150. Little Fubao is suffering from indigestion. Horse bandits are coming. The woman in the carriage frowned slightly, and before she could speak, when she looked out of the window again, Mrs. Wan and her group had turned the corner and disappeared on the roadside. The woman frowned, and the little maid in green beside her noticed that something was wrong with the woman, and asked respectfully in a low voice, "Master, what's wrong?" The woman shook her head slightly and sighed, "I may be dazzled, as if I saw the son of an old friend. But how is it possible? Maybe it's just a resemblance." The woman did not speak again, but closed her eyes tightly and rested against the wall of the carriage. The maid also looked out and saw that there was no one, so she quickly lowered the curtain and put the heater into the woman's hand. Mrs. Wan and her group turned a corner and arrived at the restaurant. Everyone ordered a meal, and Mrs. Wan also wanted to try the taste of this prosperous food shop. The boss's face was almost frozen with laughter when he saw so many people coming at once. Mrs. Wan first took a look at the facilities in the store. She saw that the store was not very spacious. There was only 1.5 rooms for dining. There were 5 or 6 tables, which were still unpainted. Due to its age, it had been polished by customers until it was shiny, and some were black and looked a bit dirty. The walls were covered with straw paper, which had been there for some years. Some of the straw paper had holes in it. Some were yellowed, and there were oil stains on it. Mrs. Wan secretly compared it with her own shop. The Wan family shop was covered with wooden floors. Unlike the shop, which only used bluestone slabs for the floor, the walls of the Wan family shop were also nailed by the third son of the Wan family after he bought the wood and processed it. Although it was not painted, it looked more beautiful and tidy. After Mrs. Wan had an understanding of the overall environment of this small shop, she had more confidence in her own shop. The next step was to look at the food in this shop. Mrs. Wan ordered all kinds of food in the shop, but the boss's specialty was only braised pork, and the taste of other dishes was mediocre. When the food was served, Mrs. Wan knew what was going on after just one look. These were ingredients that had been carefully cooked, but the color was far less beautiful than the home-cooked dishes made by the third daughter-in-law at home. She took a bite of the signature braised pork with chopsticks, which was a bit too sweet and not half as good as her third daughter-in-law's. Others ate with relish. For ordinary people, the taste of the ingredients was secondary, and the feeling of fullness was the main thing. They looked at whether it was affordable or not. But if there was a restaurant that was both affordable and cheap, then the business would definitely be booming. Mrs. Zhao didn't say anything. After all, no matter how mediocre the other's food was, it was better than hers. After a full meal, Mrs. Wan kept the third Wan couple in the town. "Oh, third, you two should stay here. Don't go back. I think it will rain for 2 more days. It's just right for you to help your wife buy what you need and do what you need to do. We will come early on the 18th and choose an auspicious time to open the business." Old Lady Wan took out another 10 taels of silver from her pocket and gave it to Sister Wan San. The family saved a lot of money on buying land, so this silver was generous. "Let's set up the stall first." Old Lady Wan thought that this silver could be earned back in less than a month. "Mother, I still have 10 taels of silver. First, prepare all the ingredients and kitchen utensils and dry firewood needed for the shop. When the shop makes money, return this 10 taels of silver to me first, and then the profit will be divided equally among several families. Do you have any objections?" Sister Wan Er certainly had no objection. They even took advantage of it. "Mother, I have no objection. We will do whatever you say. We will listen to you." Sister Wan Er held Xiao Fubao with a smile on her face. Xiao Fubao had just eaten 2 pieces of braised pork, and his mouth was full of oil. He was a little sleepy at this moment, and he dozed off little by little on Juan Urseo's body. Juan Sansal carefully took the silver. She was very grateful to this mother-in-law in her heart. Not only did she support her to open a shop, but she also thought about everything carefully and meticulously. Without her asking, Mrs. Juan had already planned everything and took out the silver on her own initiative, so that her daughter-in-law didn't have to ask for money. Juan Sansal secretly vowed to open the shop. Even if she didn't sleep, she would study some new tricks. Juan Sansal also understood what her mother-in-law meant by the food she ate at noon. She just wanted to compare it. After this lunch, Juan Sansal became more confident. When Mrs. Juan and her group were about to leave, Xiao Fubao suddenly twisted restlessly in Juan Urseo's arms. Juan Urseo hurriedly comforted him. "My dear, what's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" As soon as Juan Urseo spoke, everyone else looked at her with concern, especially old lady Juan, who hurried over to take Xiao Fubao. Could this child have eaten too much braised pork at noon and have some indigestion? The braised pork is sweet and greasy, and only children like it. Xiao Fubao must not be able to digest it at such a young age. Mrs. Juan was anxious at this time, and she blamed herself in her heart. She shouldn't have let Xiao Fubao go like this. But she couldn't bear not to give her daughter meat. She gave Xiao Fubao 2 pieces in a tangle, but she didn't know that she was uncomfortable now. Mrs. Juan held Xiao Fubao and found a chair in the store to sit down. She put Xiao Fubao horizontally on her legs and gently rubbed Xiao Fubao's belly until Xiao Fubao burped several times and farted several times. Then she held Xiao Fubao upright. "My dear, are you feeling better?" Mrs. Juan carefully observed Xiao Fubao's expression and saw that her brows were relaxed, although there was still a layer of mist in her eyes. She was not as uncomfortable as before. Little Fubao nodded obediently, hugged Grandma Juan's neck with both hands, and said in a baby voice, "Fubao is fine. Fubao is fine." This delay lasted for 2/4 of an hour. It was already late. Juan Lauer quickly picked up little Fubao, and the group prepared to go back quickly. At this time, shouts came from the street, "Run! The horse bandits are coming!" Along with the shouts, there were the sound of horse hooves, screams and cries. Everyone in the Juan family was frightened, and the eldest brother Juan was the first to react. "Quick! Put the door panels on and lock the door." The rest of the Juan family hurriedly moved the door panels to the side and put them into the door frame one by one. Just half of them were put in, and the sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. Soon a group of people were chased to the wasteland where construction was underway, and they happened to pass by the Juan family's shop. Although Grandma Juan was also very flustered, she was still calm. The horse bandits were not unfamiliar to them. On the way to escape the famine, they encountered several waves of horse bandits. The people of the Juan family were clever, and they hid from them every time. Mrs. Juan immediately said to the women and children in the house, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, you guys continue to lock the door, and the rest of you follow me to hide in the backyard. These horse bandits can't rob anything. So they rob women and children to sell for money. They are cruel and violent. We must not fall into their hands." Mrs. Juan's words scared the second and third wives of Juan. Although Zhao was also very frightened, she was calmer than the two of them. She immediately protected the 2 youngest children and walked to the backyard. Mrs. Juan held a child in each hand and hurried to the backyard. After a while, Mrs. Juan took the children and hid in the backyard. She also locked the door leading to the backyard tightly, and moved all the tables and chairs in the backyard wing room to block the back door. Boss Juan and others were busy installing the door panels, and several horses arrived at the door of the shop in a flash. "Listen to me, you lousy merchants. Give me all your money, or I tear down your shops." A burly man, wearing a brown cotton coat and trousers with fur edges, a wide-brimmed felt hat on his head, and a rough face worn by wind and sand under the brim of the hat. At this time, his sharp and deep eyes were staring at the Juan family's shop. Soon he rode his horse back and forth on the street, shouting loudly at the shops along the street, holding a whip in his hand and a big knife on his waist. Although the merchants along the street closed their doors, some shops had their doors forcibly kicked open by the horse bandits, and 1 or 2 screams were heard from time to time. The atmosphere on the whole street was tense and full of blood.